Reborn into the foremost sect in the world should have been the perfect start. Yet Chu Xinghe soon realized his path of cultivation was somewhat unusual. All he had to do to become invincible was destroy his own sect. Building the number one sect was hard, but destroying one should be easy, right? Chu Xinghe found it was not easy at all. He racked his brains trying to bring down his own sect, yet every attempt only made the sect stronger. What was that supposed to mean? 9 resounding bell tolls echoed through the Haotian sect. The moment they heard the sound, figures from all over the sect hurried toward the Haotian hall. By now an uncountable crowd had gathered in the Haotian hall. Chu Xinghe, a newly accepted disciple, stood among the many disciples hardly noticeable. 3 months earlier Chu Xinghe had suddenly arrived in this world. Before he could even make sense of it, he passed the Haotian sect's entrance assessment and became a disciple on the spot. The Haotian sect was the top-ranked sect on the Liang continent, seated at the summit for 400 years, unrivaled in both strength and status. Becoming a Haotian sect disciple was something countless people would never even dare to dream of. Just as Chu Xinghe was thinking he was about to embark on a brilliant path, something even more bewildering appeared. Inside his mind, a strange object called the misfortune compass had appeared out of nowhere. After studying it, Chu Xinghe understood what the misfortune compass truly was. In short, the misfortune compass contained all kinds of tasks. As long as he completed a given task, he would receive the corresponding reward. But before Chu Xinghe could be happy even for a second, the tasks listed on the misfortune compass stunned him. Destroy the Haotian sect. Reward: peak martial god cultivation. Make the Haotian sect lose its place as the number one sect. Reward: peak martial emperor cultivation. Be expelled from the Haotian sect. Reward: peak martial emperor cultivation. After reading the tasks on the misfortune compass, Chu Xinghe was thoroughly shaken. Good heavens! This was a trap. Every task was tied to the Haotian sect he belonged to. As long as he did anything to harm the sect, he could instantly reach the peak of his life. It truly deserved the name misfortune compass. Not a bit of its reputation was exaggerated. Though the compass was malicious, Chu Xinghe was genuinely excited. For others, becoming a martial emperor was something a lifetime of cultivation might never achieve. Yet all he had to do was be expelled from his sect to immediately gain martial emperor cultivation. How thrilling! As the saying goes, learning to be good is hard, but slipping into bad ways is easy. The Haotian sect was a colossus ranked first in the world. Destroy it. That was beyond absurd. That seemed even harder than becoming a martial god directly. Make the Haotian sect fall from its number one position. With him, a mere novice. No way. Forget it. But getting kicked out of the sect. How hard could that be? Chu Xinghe, what are you thinking? Remember what I told you just now. Say exactly what I said about this matter. Step out of line, and you'll be sorry. Beside Chu Xinghe, a youth with a hooked nose muttered low, not forgetting to shoot him a threatening glare. His name was Chu Chung. He and Chu Xinghe had both grown up in Kaoshan village and had been chosen together to join the Haotian sect as disciples. When the village chief learned that the tiny village had produced 2 disciples who could enter the Haotian sect, he was so excited he nearly passed out. The 2 had entered the Haotian sect together, but Chu Chung had already become a squad captain, and Chu Xinghe was now in his squad. And this time the 9 tolls of the Haotian sect's great bell were also caused by their squad. Half a month earlier, the newest batch of disciples had been divided into countless squads to begin their initiation trial. Normally such a trial was just a formality meant to help disciples get to know one another before coming to an end. No one had expected the trial, supposedly safe, to go wrong. 2 talented disciples in Chu Xinghe's squad received incorrect information, wandered into a dangerous area, and both perished there. Those 2 had once been taken under the Great Elder's wing. For 2 of his disciples to die in a simple trial, he was hardly willing to let it pass. That was why the 9 tolls rang today. The Great Elder would personally find who had caused their deaths. Got it. Chu Xinghe glanced at Chu Chung with irritation. Keep your mouth shut. If you dare say one more word, I'll break your arm again. Chu Chung threatened him once more. During the earlier trial, this brute had used his higher cultivation to break Chu Xinghe's arm, so now at the mention of it, Chu Xinghe ground his teeth in fury. This little punk had no idea who he was dealing with. Just wait until I'm expelled from the sect. I'll settle with you first. All the important figures of the Haotian sect gathered in the Haotian hall. With a stern face, the Great Elder stepped out from among the other elders and swept an icy gaze over the entire hall. Founded 1,000 years ago, the Haotian sect earned the title of the world's number one sect 400 years ago and has been a sacred place in the hearts of every martial artist. For 4 centuries, prodigies have emerged one after another, even surpassing the early generations. Every disciple who enters our sect is a favored child of heaven. Yet during this new disciple trial, 2 of our disciples were misled by villains and lost their lives. The first such tragedy in 400 years. Looking deeply grieved, the Great Elder continued, I have already investigated the matter thoroughly. I have gathered everyone here today to settle it. No matter who harmed those 2, this old man will show no mercy. As the Great Elder spoke, everyone's gaze fell upon Chu Xinghe's squad. The Great Elder also walked directly toward them. Will you confess on your own, or shall I reveal it? Everyone trembled. Chu Xinghe could see that Chu Chung beside him was shaking hardest of all. Remembering that Chu Chung had seemed on bad terms with those 2, he wondered, was it him? While Chu Xinghe was still thinking, the Great Elder began interrogating the disciples. Question one by one they stammered through their accounts of the trial, each saying the same thing: they truly did not know who had caused the harm. The more he asked, the angrier the Great Elder grew. When he reached Chu Xinghe, he spoke again. If you confess now, I will consider your youth and ignorance, and expel you from the Haoyan sect. But if I have to drag you out myself, you will not leave here alive. At those words, everyone in the squad looked terrified except Chu Xinghe. Chu Cheng in particular looked as if he were about to lose control of himself. But Chu Xinghe was so excited he could barely contain himself. Damn! Expelled from the sect. Such good fortune. Opportunity was knocking. The Great Elder came before him and asked Chu Xinghe to explain what had happened during the trial. The moment the Great Elder finished speaking, Chu Xinghe declared, "Great Elder, there is no need to ask further. It was me. I know my guilt is deep, and I am too ashamed to remain in the Haoyan sect. Please expel me from the sect as a severe punishment." Hearing Chu Xinghe's words, every member of the squad froze in place, the Great Elder included. Chu Xinghe was overjoyed. Hurry, hurry, Great Elder, expel me." The peak martial emperor was already sprinting toward him. But just as Chu Xinghe was imagining how freely he would roam the world as a martial emperor, the Great Elder fell silent. After what felt like an eternity under Chu Xinghe's eager gaze, the coldness on the Great Elder's face suddenly vanished, and he burst into loud, hearty laughter. He must have been so angry that he lost his senses. Next, he'll definitely expel me. Chu Xinghe thought, his face full of anticipation. Good, good, excellent. 3 consecutive exclamations of good left Chu Xinghe utterly bewildered. Good child. How did you discover that those two were spies of the Moying sect, and lure them into a deadly trap before they could launch their plots? Chu Xinghe, spies for the Moying sect. He had supposedly trapped and killed them before they could make trouble. This was no trap for them. It was a trap for him. Then while Chu Xinghe remained baffled, the Great Elder explained everything. The 2 dead disciples were actually infiltrators sent by the Moying sect to sabotage the Haoyan sect. They had plotted some scheme during the trial, but before it could be carried out, they were led astray by wrong information and lost their lives. Thus Chu Xinghe, who had no idea what was going on and had stepped up to take the blame, was not guilty at all. Instead, he had rendered a great service. Looking at Chu Xinghe's dazed face, the Great Elder happily patted him on the shoulder. After all, those 2 had been accepted into the Great Elder's own group. If something had truly gone wrong, the Great Elder would have been unable to dodge the blame. When he finished, everyone around raised their voices together. Heaven bless the Haoyan sect. Hearing this, the Great Elder's joy only grew. With a broad wave of his hand, he declared, in this matter, Chu Xinghe destroyed the Moying sect spies and protected our Haoyan sect disciples. From this day forward, Chu Xinghe is promoted to elite disciple, rewarded with 10 spirit condensing pills, and shall study under my tutelage. When the Great Elder finished, all the other squad disciples looked at Chu Xinghe with envy and jealousy. Only Chu Xinghe himself was stunned. What on earth was this? My peak martial emperor was gone. Could 10 spirit condensing pills heal the wound in my heart? Seeing the dumbfounded Chu Cheng beside him, Chu Xinghe suddenly had an idea. Great Elder, I am unworthy. In truth, it was our captain Chu Cheng who first discovered the Moying sect spies. I was merely the one who carried it out. If anyone is to be rewarded, it should be our captain. I deceived you, Great Elder. Please expel me from the sect. The moment Chu Xinghe said this, everyone was stunned, and Chu Cheng looked utterly incredulous. He never imagined that Chu Xinghe would hand over such a great merit to him. But just as Chu Cheng was getting excited, the Great Elder, who had been so kind, turned toward him with an icy expression. Your name is Chu Cheng, is it? Why, yes. Today I deliberately used this as a test to see whether any of you had the courage to step forward on your own. But as squad captain, you showed no sense of responsibility. You did not come to me at once and admit what had been done. You have disgraced the Haoyan sect. You and Chu Xinghe are fellow villagers, are you not? For the sake of that bond, Chu Xinghe was even willing to accept expulsion. Yet you said nothing. Now how can you have the face to claim this credit? Chu Cheng was dumbfounded. Chu Xinghe was also dumbfounded. By my order, as Elder, Chu Cheng is cast out of the inner sect. From this day forward, he shall become an outer disciple, as a warning to all. Chu Cheng was led away. The Great Elder, once again warm as a spring breeze, patted Chu Xinghe on the shoulder. Neither spoiled by reward, nor shaken by punishment. What a good child. With the Great Elder's departure, the storm came to an end. Countless new disciples gathered around Chu Xinghe, congratulating him for becoming the first elite disciple among this batch, and predicting that with the Great Elder's favor his future would be limitless. But Chu Xinghe's smile at that moment was worse than a grimace. My peak martial emperor. What elite disciple? What favor from the Great Elder? All nonsense. He just wanted to be expelled from the sect. Clad in the black disciple robes that signified elite status, Chu Xinghe had already donned his new attire. He had just seen off the 5th group of well-wishers who had come to congratulate him that day. Just as Chu Xinghe was about to rest, more visitors arrived. These were members of his former squad. Everyone had come except for Chu Cheng and those 2 traitorous wretches who had perished. Brother Chu. Congratulations. Now that Brother Chu has become an elite disciple, you mustn't forget about us, brothers. You'll have to look out for us in the sect from now on. The Haoyan sect, hailed as the foremost sect beneath heaven, possessed not only formidable strength, but equally stringent rules. Under normal circumstances, an ordinary inner disciple would need at least 3 to 5 years of grueling cultivation to rise to elite status if blessed with exceptional talent. For those of lesser aptitude, the feat was virtually unthinkable. Elite disciples enjoyed not only far greater standing than ordinary inner disciples, but also access to richer resources and more advanced cultivation techniques. Moreover, Chu Xinghe had been personally elevated and accepted as a disciple by the Grand Elder. How could his future be anything but brilliant? Cultivating goodwill with Chu Xinghe now could only bring benefits to anyone. Oh, why hasn't Chu Qing come? Chu Xinghe asked, fully aware of the answer. That bastard has already been demoted to an outer disciple. Inner Sect isn't a place he can simply waltz into anymore. Exactly. He never treated us like humans when he was team leader. Now that he's been banished to the outer sect, let's see how arrogant he can still be. The squad members were well aware that Chu Cheng had once broken Chu Xinghe's arm, so they knew better than anyone that despite being fellow townsmen, there was no brotherly bond between these two whatsoever. Right, he's an outer disciple now. What a pity. Chu Xinghe sighed. A pity. Upon hearing Chu Xinghe's words, Zhao Dong, the most cunning member of the squad, caught on immediately. Brother Chu, that bastard used to lay his hands on us all the time. What do you say we? The moment Zhao Dong spoke, everyone's eyes lit up. Tisk tsk. Dong, my boy, that simply won't do. Although that dog. Ahem. Chu Cheng fellow was indeed shameless, despicable, and contemptible. He and I are still fellow townsmen after all. Far from home, fellow townsmen are like one's own hands and feet. How could you possibly kick a man when he's down? Zhao Dong and the others hastily protested that they wouldn't dare. With heartfelt anguish, Chu Xing had declared, how about this? Just breaking one arm will suffice. We can't go too far after all. He's still an outer disciple, wouldn't you agree? Brother Chu is magnanimous. Brother Chu's heart is vast as the open skies. We brothers are full of admiration. We'll do exactly as Brother Chu says. After exchanging pleasantries, Chu Xinghe saw off his former squadmates. Subsequently, more ordinary inner disciples who had entered the sect in the same batch arrived to offer congratulations. Chu Xinghe entertained each of them graciously, humbly attributing his success to the Grand Elder's favor and his own good fortune. That evening, Chu Xinghe received word that several of his brothers from the squad had gone to visit Chu Qing only to have the man speak insolently to them. The group had beaten him severely, breaking one of his arms and leaving his face so swollen and bruised he was barely recognizable. But then again, who would care about an outer disciple? That night, Chu Xinghe lay in bed, gazing at the missions listed within the Calamity Compass. Countless tasks were displayed upon it. Any mission that could bring ruin to the Haotian sect was available at one's fingertips. Although he had missed the opportunity to be expelled from the sect and ascend to become a peak martial emperor, Chu Xinghe examined the Calamity Compass with nary a hint of panic. To stand out within the Haotian sect, the foremost sect beneath heaven, was exceedingly difficult even as an elite disciple. After all, above him stood core disciples, direct disciples, and even the chief disciple. But when it came to courting death in a manner that invited expulsion from the sect, the paths available multiplied considerably. The night passed without dreams. Early the next morning, Chu Xinghe donned his elite disciple robes and made his way to the elite disciples' dining hall for breakfast. He exchanged greetings with other elite disciples along the way. Needless to say, befitting an elite disciple's dining hall, the fare far surpassed that of ordinary disciples. Chu Xinghe devoured 4 bowls of braised pork in succession, leaving him thoroughly satisfied. Just as he was preparing to leave, 2 crestfallen elite disciples arrived from behind. At a single glance, Chu Xinghe noticed that their elite robes bore the same spirit crane insignia unique to the Grand Elder's lineage as his own, indicating they were fellow elite disciples under the Grand Elder's tutelage. Greetings, senior brothers. Oh, neither of them even bothered to look up at Chu Xinghe before finding their own seats to eat. Chu Xinghe paid it no mind and was about to depart when one of the elite disciples spoke up. Ma Biao, I'm done for this time, aren't I? Ma Biao sighed and replied, Shen Shun, you see, the Grand Elder is most adept at the art of alchemy, so all disciples under him must study pill refinement. However, the Grand Elder despises disciples who fail to apply themselves. Your pill refinement resulted in an exploded furnace this time, and the Grand Elder was so furious his beard nearly crooked itself. Punishment is absolutely inevitable for you. Aunt, Shen Shun exclaimed in terror, what kind of punishment will it be? At the very least, a month of confinement. At worst, your elite disciple status will be revoked outright. No. I just barely became an elite disciple. I can't lose it. Shen Shun was nearly reduced to tears, but Chu Xinghe's eyes lit up. What sorcery was this? Just causing a furnace explosion during pill refinement would earn punishment. A light offense earned confinement, while a serious offense resulted in the loss of elite disciple status. Could such wonderful news truly exist? He hurriedly glanced at the Calamity Compass, and sure enough, similar missions were listed. Receiving confinement punishment would allow a direct advancement to martial warrior. Losing elite disciple status would allow a direct advancement to great martial warrior. Holy smokes! Chu Xinghe grew so excited that the braised pork in his stomach began to churn. Cultivators of this world were divided into 9 ranks. From lowest to highest, they spanned from 1st grade to 9th grade. 1st grade Martial Apprentice, which corresponded to Chu Xinghe's current cultivation, barely counted as having stepped through the threshold. 2nd grade Martial Master. 3rd grade Great Martial Master. 4th grade Martial Ancestor. 5th grade Martial Spirit. 6th grade Martial King. 7th grade Martial Saint. 8th grade Martial Venerable. 9th grade practitioners were martial emperors, and beyond martial emperors legends spoke of the martial god realm, though such matters were beyond Chu Xinghe's comprehension. The unique ability of the Calamity Compass allowed him to entirely forge a path of reverse cultivation. A bout of confinement could elevate him to martial master. The loss of elite disciple status would propel him directly to 3rd grade Great Martial Master. Good heavens! Through steady methodical cultivation, despite his decent talent reaching such a level, without 2 or 3 years of effort would have been virtually impossible. But now, Chu Xinghe excitedly rushed over to the 2 despondent senior brothers, and without a word of explanation bowed deeply at a 90-degree angle in gratitude, leaving the 2 utterly bewildered and completely at a loss as to what had transpired. Leaving the dining hall, Chu Xinghe hurried, without pause, towards Spirit Crane Palace. The Haotian sect encompassed the entire Haotian mountain range, and each elder possessed their own designated peak. The Grand Elder's Peak was named Spirit Crane Palace, and aside from the sect master himself, it boasted the richest and finest spiritual energy in the entire sect. Chu Xinghe made his way up to Spirit Crane Palace, and after his identity was verified, entered its grounds. The Grand Elder was a 9th grade Grand Master of Alchemy, who had comprehended the Tao through medicinal arts, so disciples under him were also required to study the path of pill refinement. Chu Xinghe arrived at the Medicine King Palace, the central structure of Spirit Crane Palace, from which wafts of medicinal fragrance drifted outward. Breathing in the aromatic essence, Chu Xinghe hurried into the Medicine King Palace without pause. After making some inquiries, Chu Xinghe located an elite disciple named Feng Fei. The 4 cauldron emblems on his chest informed Chu Xinghe that Feng Fei was a 4th grade alchemist, and he was also the senior brother who typically guided disciples in their daily cultivation. The Grand Elder and the other elders were burdened with countless affairs and could not personally instruct their disciples each day. Thus the majority of instruction was delegated to selected disciples of higher rank, and Feng Fei happened to be the one assigned to teach that day. Junior brother Xinghe's composure in both honor and adversity has spread throughout the entire Haotian sect. That you would step forward courageously for a fellow townsman is truly admirable. Feng Fei was clearly aware of Chu Xinghe's reputation. His words left Chu Xinghe feeling somewhat embarrassed, given that his fellow townsman would likely be bettered in for no less than half a month. Senior brother Feng, I wish to learn how to expel. Refine pills. Chu Xinghe grew so excited that he nearly blurted out his true intentions. Since junior brother wishes to learn, I shall personally guide you. However, the art of alchemy demands extraordinarily high talent. Feng Fei prattled on at length, though Chu Xinghe retained not a single word until Feng Fei began discussing matters of caution, at which point Chu Xinghe's spirits lifted. Junior brother Xinghe, the first step in learning alchemy is fire control. Each person is innately capable of mastering different flames. Only those who can wield spiritual fire are qualified to study alchemy. I shall now test your spiritual fire for you. However, junior brother Xinghe, please remember this well, during the spiritual fire test, when the spiritual fire permeates the cauldron, you absolutely must not allow your concentration to waver. If your spiritual fire loses control and causes the cauldron to explode, that would spell tremendous trouble. The Grand Elder abhors such incidents above all else, and the punishment is exceedingly severe. Second, once the cauldron exploded, the punishment would be severe. Simply perfect. Following Feng Fei, Chu Xinghe arrived at the Vermilion Bird Hall for the spiritual fire examination. He meticulously explained the method to Chu Xinghe once more. He also admonished Chu Xinghe that even if the test failed, it would be fine, and he could always try again another time. However, he must absolutely not allow his concentration to slip and trigger an outbreak of spiritual fire that would explode the cauldron. He added that Chu Xinghe was a disciple personally elevated by the Grand Elder and must not disappoint him. Rest assured, senior brother Feng. Chu Xinghe gave Feng Fei a determined look. Seeing Feng Fei nod in satisfaction, Chu Xinghe was equally satisfied. Rest easy, senior brother Feng. When it comes to disappointing people, I have never disappointed anyone. With all preparations complete, Chu Xinghe seated himself before the earth fire. Following the method Feng Fei had described, he channeled his spiritual power into the earth fire. In an instant, the earth fire surged upward, its color transforming from crimson to a brilliant orange. Witnessing this scene, Feng Fei was immediately overjoyed. The direct color change of the earth fire indicated that Chu Xinghe possessed the capacity to manipulate spiritual fire. But just as Feng Fei was excitedly anticipating the grade of spiritual fire Chu Xinghe would achieve, the orange flames suddenly erupted. Boom! Terrifying spiritual fire erupted directly from the earth's core and instantly engulfed the cauldron. Under the searing heat of the spiritual fire, the cauldron glowed a deep incandescent red. Junior brother Xinghe, stop at once. Feng Fei realized upon seeing this that Chu Xinghe had lost control. Stop. After all the trouble I took to make the spiritual fire run wild, you expect me to stop? Chu Xinghe paid no heed whatsoever to Feng Fei's words, instead intensifying the flames with all his might. The cauldron would explode today no matter what. Seeing that Chu Xinghe showed no reaction, Feng Fei assumed his concentration had wavered. No longer concerned with anything else, Feng Fei hastily mobilized his own spiritual power in an attempt to suppress Chu Xinghe's spiritual fire. With the infusion of Feng Fei's power, the spiritual fire was indeed suppressed considerably, and Feng Fei breathed a sigh of relief. But Chu Xinghe was furious. He was on the brink of exploding the cauldron, and he absolutely could not allow Feng Fei to ruin his plan. At this moment, Chu Xinghe no longer cared about the consequences. He unleashed his full power, channeling every ounce of spiritual energy within his body into the spiritual fire all at once. In an instant, the spiritual fire that had been on the verge of being extinguished transformed from orange to crimson red, and then from crimson red to a blazing golden hue. The terrifying flames instantly swept away the spiritual power Feng Fei had used to suppress them. Feng Fei turned pale with fright. But just as he panicked, a faint cry echoed from within the spiritual fire. In the next moment, the blazing golden flames caused the already destabilized cauldron to collapse entirely under the strain of the fire's power. Boom! A tremendous explosion reverberated as flames scattered in all directions. Feng Fei could only rush forward to shield Chu Xinghe and carry him to safety. The cauldron exploded violently, and flames instantly engulfed the entire room within Vermilion Bird Hall. The room was reduced to ashes by the inferno. Feng Fei stared in stupefaction at the devastated room, his mind consumed by a single thought. It's over. But Chu Xinghe gazed upon the ruined room with a heart brimming with joy. This time he'd like to see who could stand in his way. Flames instantly engulfed the entire room, and the furnace explosion in Zhuke Hall shook the entire Yawang Palace. In an instant, countless disciples came rushing from all directions. Quick, extinguish the fire. Someone directed as they began putting out the blaze, but the flames were too fierce. Not only did they destroy the room where the furnace had exploded, but they also ignited the two adjacent rooms. Watching this scene, Feng Fei's face turned green. How had a simple spiritual fire test turned into such a disaster? On the surface, Chu Xinghe appeared utterly terrified, but inside, he was celebrating. Burn away. If only the entire Zhuke Hall would be reduced to ashes. It would be absolutely perfect if the Grand Elder in his wrath simply expelled me from the sect. However, Chu Xinghe's hopes were quickly dashed. News of the Zhuke Hall furnace explosion and fire reached the Grand Elder, who arrived immediately with his attendants. Together with the Grand Elder and several other elders, they eventually managed to extinguish the flames. Although they failed to burn down the entire Zhuke Hall, seeing the soot-covered faces of the Grand Elder and the others, Chu Xinghe knew he had succeeded. Who was responsible? The Grand Elder's voice resonated throughout Zhuke Hall. Neither disciples nor elders dared to speak for a moment. Feng Fei stared at Chu Xinghe with the expression one reserves for a dead man. He knew Chu Xinghe was thoroughly finished this time. Feng Fei, what exactly happened? The Grand Elder turned his gaze toward Feng Fei. Feng Fei hurriedly scrambled to his feet. Grand Elder, this was an accident today. Not daring to conceal anything, he recounted Chu Xinghe's spiritual fire test. But before he could finish, he added, I implore you to calm your anger, Grand Elder. Although junior brother Xinghe was involved in today's incident, as the supervising senior brother, I failed to stop it and should bear responsibility. Please do not place all the blame on junior brother Xinghe. Such a good person. Chu Xinghe actually felt a twinge of regret looking at Feng Fei beside him. He had indirectly set Feng Fei up, yet Feng Fei was willing to stand up and take the blame for him. This senior brother Feng filled Chu Xinghe's heart with gratitude. But the Grand Elder completely ignored Feng Fei and directly appeared beside Chu Xinghe in a flash. Yes, Grand Elder, it is not as senior brother Feng described. Senior brother Feng had explained all precautions to me thoroughly, but I failed to listen carefully, which led to these consequences. All blame rests solely on me. I implore you, Grand Elder, not to punish senior brother Feng. After hearing Chu Xinghe's words, Feng Fei was equally surprised. He never expected Chu Xinghe to take full responsibility alone. Earlier there had been much talk about Chu Xinghe stepping up to take the blame for his fellow townsmen, but later rumors spread that the townsman's arm had been broken and that Chu Xinghe and the townsmen were not actually close. They were merely pretending. But now Feng Fei just wanted to slap those people who spread such rumors behind their backs. Look at this. Junior brother Xinghe did not shift any blame even in this situation. Instead, he took everything upon himself out of fear of punishment. How could someone like junior brother Xinghe possibly be, as they claimed behind his back? Just as Feng Fei was so moved he was about to shed tears, the Grand Elder suddenly spoke. Is it really you? Absolutely. Xinghe feels unworthy of Grand Elder's cultivation and guidance, fully aware of the gravity of his transgression. I beg Grand Elder to punish me severely. A look of deep remorse crossed Chu Xinghe's face, but inside, he was overjoyed. Expel me from the sect. Hurry and expel me. If that's truly impossible, then at least revoke my status as an elite disciple. Even if I cannot reach the peak martial emperor realm, becoming a third-rank grand martial master would suffice. Advancing directly from a first-rank martial artist to a third-rank grand martial master. Just thinking about it brings such comfort. But Chu Xinghe did not receive the Grand Elder's punishment. Instead, the Grand Elder pulled him directly into another spiritual fire testing room, pointing at the earth fire and saying, "Come. Repeat what just happened again." Huh. Chu Xinghe was dumbfounded. What was going on? Quick, do it again. The Grand Elder looked anxious. Not understanding what was happening, Chu Xinghe glanced at the Grand Elder and the others who shared the same bewildered expressions. Clearly no one could grasp what the Grand Elder meant. But Chu Xinghe did not care anymore. You want to see a furnace explosion, all right? I'll give you another one. Sitting cross-legged as before, Chu Xinghe began channeling his spiritual energy into the earth fire. As before, the flames rose and turned orange. This time, with no one suppressing him, Chu Xinghe went all in. All his spiritual energy poured into the earth fire, and in an instant crimson gold flames appeared once more. Accompanying these flames, the scorched furnace began to emit a buzzing sound, a clear sign that it was about to explode. But when Chu Xinghe expected the Grand Elder to stop him, he discovered that the Grand Elder and the other elders watching were all staring at him with deeply alarmed expressions. What was happening? Just as Chu Xinghe was wondering, a piercing cry identical to when the furnace exploded earlier echoed through the air. Following that cry, a thunderous bang rang out. The furnace had exploded again. And the moment the furnace shattered, the Grand Elder pulled Chu Xinghe close and escorted him out of the room as flames engulfed everything inside. Zhuge spiritual fire. It's the Zhuge spiritual fire. That's right. It truly is the Zhuge spiritual fire. Heaven blesses our Haotian sect. After 400 years, our Haotian sect has finally given birth to the Zhuge spiritual fire once more. The sudden shouts stunned everyone. Chu Xinghe looked at the Grand Elder holding him. There was no trace of coldness or reprimand on the Grand Elder's face now. Instead, shock and unmistakable joy filled his expression. At that moment, everyone finally understood why the Grand Elder, upon discovering the furnace explosion and the room reduced to ashes, had not grown angry, but instead asked Chu Xinghe to try again. He had sensed something extraordinary about those flames. There was a hint of concealed Zhuge spiritual fire energy within them. When uncertain, he chose to have Chu Xinghe attempt it once more. This time, everyone witnessed it. The moment the flames shifted to crimson gold and erupted again, the Zhuge spiritual fire was drawn forth from the earth's core. The true rise of Haotian sect should be traced back 400 years ago, when this era produced several peerless powerhouses. Among them was Lu Chongfeng, known as the medicine saint, who possessed the Zhuge spiritual fire. It was precisely through this Zhuge spiritual fire that Lu Chongfeng became the person closest to the medicine god in this world. It was also thanks to Lu Chongfeng's pill refinement techniques that Haotian sect continuously rose in prominence, with its alchemy skills becoming unmatched throughout the world. Yet in the subsequent 400 years, Lu Chongfeng mysteriously vanished without a trace, and most of his legacy was lost. The Zhuge spiritual fire became a thing of the past. During these 4 centuries, Haotian sect had produced many grand masters of alchemy, but none could ever reach Lu Chongfeng's level. But today, this furnace explosion had summoned forth the Zhuge spiritual fire. The Zhuge spiritual fire that Chu Xinghe had drawn forth moved everyone deeply. 400 years had passed, and Haotian sect had finally produced another disciple capable of wielding the Zhuge spiritual fire. This Zhuge hall derived its name from the Zhuge spiritual fire. 400 years ago, it was Lu Chongfeng, and 400 years later, it would be Chu Xinghe. The Grand Elder was as excited as a child, while the other elders watched Chu Xinghe with mounting enthusiasm. Only Chu Xinghe himself remained confused. This wasn't the outcome he wanted. Where was the punishment? They said the furnace explosion was extremely serious. What does this mean now? After much hesitation, Chu Xinghe decided to speak up. Grand Elder, every nation has its laws, and every family has its rules. Even if I truly possess the Zhuge spiritual fire today, the crime of causing 2 consecutive furnace explosions cannot go unpunished. I implore Grand Elder to mete out justice impartially. As soon as Chu Xinghe spoke these words, not only the Grand Elder, but also the disciples of Lingyi Palace around them were deeply moved. Listen. This is what true realm looks like. This is what broad-mindedness means. Junior brother Xinghe had only just been promoted to elite disciple status, yet he showed no arrogance. Today he became the first person in 400 years to possess the Zhuge spiritual fire. Everyone knew that junior brother Xinghe's future was bright. Yet, even in this situation, junior brother Xinghe showed not the slightest sense of complacency. He remained deeply remorseful about his furnace explosion and still insisted that the Grand Elder punish him. What a remarkable level of character this represents. For a moment, even those disciples who had been envious of Chu Xinghe couldn't help but sigh. Chu Xinghe was truly an extraordinary person. Ha ha ha. Good, good, very good. Those 3 words once again. Upon hearing them, Chu Xinghe knew something was wrong. Indeed, the Grand Elder looked at Chu Xinghe with a gratified expression, truly worthy of being my chosen disciple. To cultivate martial arts, one must first cultivate virtue. I have seen too many young people with extraordinary talent, but insufficient moral character. Today you speak these words and this old man is deeply gratified, so gratified. The medicine saint has found his successor. Heaven blesses Hao Yan. A group of people chimed in once more to offer their congratulations. Xinghe, although this furnace explosion originated from you, I do not blame you. How could an ordinary pill furnace withstand the Zhuke spiritual fire? The explosion was inevitable, so you bear no fault. However, your words today have awakened me. For too long, I have punished disciples for furnace explosions. An error for these were all unintentional mistakes. From this day forward, disciples who cause furnace explosions through unintentional errors will no longer face punishment. As soon as the Grand Elder spoke these words, the disciples present were overjoyed. Thank you, Grand Elder, for your generosity. Countless disciples bowed to the Grand Elder, while Xin Shun, whom Chu Xinghe had met earlier at the cafeteria, was so moved that tears welled up in his eyes. You should thank your junior brother Xinghe. If not for him, how could this old man have freed himself from his own obsessions? The Grand Elder stroked his beard and laughed heartily. Thank you, junior brother Xinghe. The disciples of Lingyi Palace bowed to Chu Xinghe, once more their gazes filled with warmth and goodwill. Very well, from today onward I and the other elders will personally teach you the art of pill refinement. Xinghe, do not let down this Zhuke spiritual fire of yours. Thank you, Grand Elder. Chu Xinghe was on the verge of tears. He just needed to be expelled from the sect to reach the pinnacle, yet now he had to endure daily drilling from a group of old men. Was there any justice in this world? Where was the law? After the Grand Elder led the other elders away, Feng Fei and a group of Lingyi Palace disciples immediately surrounded Chu Xinghe. Junior brother Xinghe, we must thank you once more for today. Junior brother Xinghe, from this day forward, anyone who dares to harm you in Lingyi Palace will be considered an enemy of us all. Junior brother Xinghe is truly righteous. Previously, this senior brother believed slanderous rumors that you had ordered someone to break Chu Cheng's arm. Now upon reflection, I am truly ashamed. Rumors cease in the face of wisdom. How could junior brother Xinghe ever be such a person? I will immediately investigate who is spreading these malicious lies. I won't let them off. No need to investigate. I went to the outer sect today and heard that Chu Cheng himself admitted to it. Nonsense. That dog hasn't even seen junior brother Xinghe since being demoted to the outer sect. How could he possibly order someone to attack him? That scumbag must have become twisted with jealousy after junior brother Xinghe entered the elite disciple ranks. I won't let him off. With the crowd growing increasingly agitated, Chu Xinghe began to question whether he had actually done what happened that day. Senior brothers, please don't. Perhaps Chu Cheng's slander of me had some unspoken reason. But we are from the same hometown after all, and I already feel guilty about his demotion to the outer sect. If you senior brothers were to harm him further, how could I bear it? After hearing Chu Xinghe's words, the senior brother's determination only grew stronger. Listen, this is what true realm looks like. Two young men from the same support village. How vastly different their characters are. Perhaps it was Chu Xinghe's words that had the desired effect, for the senior brothers of the Lingyi Palace indeed did not raise their hands against Chu Cheng. However, they chose another method instead. Cut off his medicine. Indeed, although the treatment afforded to the outer disciples of Hao Yan sect could not compare with that of the inner disciples, it was after all the foremost sect under heaven. Even the resources allotted to its outer disciples far surpassed those given to inner disciples of ordinary sects, and even exceeded what many great sects provided to their own inner disciples. As for pills and elixirs, they naturally originated from the Lingyi Palace. It could be said that all pill resources within the entire Hao Yan sect were supplied by the Lingyi Palace. Each faction would come at designated times to collect their allotted pill resources, then distribute them among their disciples according to share. But this time the outer sect received no pills, the reason being simple: medicinal supplies were scarce. At first the outer sect did not think much of it. After all, they were but outer disciples, so when supplies ran scarce, being cut off first made a certain sense. Yet when they asked when the shortage might be replenished, the answer was that it could not be replenished at all. This time the outer sect was truly enraged. What? Are outer disciples not people? Being bullied on ordinary days was one thing, but now they were being humiliated in broad daylight. Just as the outer disciples were making a racket about going to confront the Grand Elder, a piece of news arrived from the Lingyi Palace. What? It's all because of that bastard Chu Cheng. He says it was Chu Xinghe who broke his arm. Bullshit. Chu Xinghe never even went to the outer sect. I was there that day. It was someone from his former team who came to visit him, and that fellow ran his mouth off, so he got beaten to a pulp by the crowd. I've heard that this guy had always been terrible to the people in his team. God damn it. Because of this bastard, none of us can get our pills. Seems like the people from the Lingyi Palace said he was slandering their junior brother Xinghe, and they couldn't stand by and watch anymore. I don't give a damn. Watch me cripple this mongrel. How vicious could a group of outer disciples denied their medicine be? Chu Cheng himself would know the answer best. Chu Cheng, who had been recovering for several days, though still bruised and swollen-faced, had finally been able to get out of bed. Chu Cheng swore an oath. 30 years east of the river, 30 years west. Never underestimate a youth in dire straits. One day Chu Cheng would return to the inner sect with the majesty of a great emperor. and the first thing he would do was make Chu Xinghe kneel before him and call him father. When that day came, he would not just break his 4 limbs. No, he would snap all 5 of his limbs. Yet, just as Chu Cheng was lost in fantasy, wielding a divine sword in his left hand and slaying all before him with divine techniques in his right, his door was kicked open by a mob of outer disciples. "So you're the one called Chu Cheng, huh?" A senior brother from the outer sect whose face resembled a fat-headed fish cocked his head as he peered at Chu Cheng. "Senior brother, what's the matter?" I am Chu Cheng. What are your orders, senior brother?" Chu Cheng plummeted from heaven back to earth, but soon earth could not contain him either, for the gates of hell swung open. Once the group of outer sect senior brothers had confirmed the person before them was indeed Chu Cheng, they cared nothing for reason or proportion. They set upon him and beat him without restraint. No one could say exactly how long that beating lasted, but everyone knew precisely how long it would take before he could get out of bed again. Half a year perhaps. After this thrashing, the news reached the Lingyi Palace. When the outer disciples went to collect their pills again, the once scarce medicines were suddenly in abundant supply. The outer disciples not only received their rightful share, but the fat-headed fish who had led the beating of Chu Cheng was even rewarded with an extra bottle of body-tempering pills by the senior brothers of the Lingyi Palace. And so it came to pass. Ganging up to beat Chu Cheng became a daily pastime among the outer disciples. Chu Xinghe also received the news. When Feng Fei came to deliver it, Chu Xinghe wore an expression of profound anguish. "Senior brother Feng, this. How am I to face myself?" "Junior brother Xinghe, you jest. What does this have to do with you? What does it have to do with our Lingyi Palace?" Chu Cheng is a man of narrow heart. When he served as team leader, he bullied others. This matter this senior brother has already investigated thoroughly. Furthermore, he was beaten by the crowd, yet dared to frame you, junior brother. It is truly infuriating. The outer sect disciples took matters into their own hands, this time out of righteous indignation, for they had to punish this contemptible wretch. Feng Fei's words left Chu Xinghe utterly at a loss for how to respond. How could bullying someone be dressed up in such grand righteous language? "Senior brother Feng, I've truly misjudged you. But oddly enough, why does it feel so satisfying?" Speaking of Chu Cheng, Feng Fei had also had people inquire about him. Both Chu Cheng and Chu Xinghe hailed from Kaoshan village. Although they were fellow villagers, Chu Xinghe had lost his parents at a young age and was an orphan. He had grown up only through the kindness of the elders in the village who had fed him bite by bite. Chu Cheng was different. His father was a wealthy household in the village, and Chu Cheng had been a local tyrant from childhood. Chu Xinghe being bullied by Chu Cheng in those years had long been a matter of routine. Furthermore, from Chu Xinghe's former teammates, Feng Fei learned that after entering Haotian Sect during an outside trial, this fellow had even broken Chu Xinghe's arm. Yet his teammates all said that Chu Xinghe was a man of vast magnanimity and had never reported the matter. The usually gentle Feng Fei, upon hearing all this, was truly enraged. "What? Picking on an honest man, are we? Bullying my junior brother Xinghe from childhood was bad enough, but to dare cause trouble even after entering the sect." Even Feng Fei could no longer stand by and watch. "I've been so caught up talking about this that I nearly delayed the important matter. Junior brother Xinghe, the Grand Elder, has been waiting at the Medicine King Palace. Today he intends to personally teach you the fundamentals. You are the first one to have the Grand Elder personally impart the introductory techniques of alchemy." Feng Fei, though envious, understood that Chu Xinghe was no ordinary person. Possessing the vermilion bird spirit flame, he was destined to reach the pinnacle in the future. Upon hearing Feng Fei's words, Chu Xinghe was at a loss. Truth be told, he had never actually wanted to learn alchemy. He had heard that learning alchemy required memorizing all sorts of tedious knowledge, and his memory was truly terrible. Utterly terrible. He simply couldn't do it. Yet no matter how much he protested, it was of no use. Led by Feng Fei, Chu Xinghe arrived at the Medicine King Palace. At the center of the Medicine King Palace stood an extraordinarily resplendent alchemy furnace bearing the phantom image of the vermilion bird. This was the treasured artifact of the Medicine King Palace, the vermilion bird furnace. This furnace had once belonged to the medicine Saint Lu Changfeng. Paired with the vermilion bird spirit flame, Lu Changfeng had swept through all alchemists under heaven, none of whom dared not bow in submission. This also established the Haotian Sect's reputation as the unrivaled #1 in the art of medicine. However, for 400 years no one had been able to use the vermilion bird furnace, for without the vermilion bird spirit flame the furnace could not be ignited at all. At this moment the Grand Elder stood beside the vermilion bird furnace. He gazed at the furnace, then turned his eyes to Chu Xinghe as he entered, momentarily lost in thought. He seemed to envision a day when the vermilion bird furnace would once again blaze with the vermilion bird spirit flame, carrying the Haotian Sect to a new pinnacle. Disciple Chu Xinghe. Feng Fei pays respects to the Grand Elder. The two bowed in unison to the Grand Elder. "Feng Fei, you have worked hard. Go instruct the other disciples." This disciple obeys. Feng Fei walked out of the Medicine King Palace. Left behind were the miserable Chu Xinghe and the Grand Elder, who brimmed with hope for the future. In the time that followed, the Grand Elder began with the vermilion bird furnace, recounting to Chu Xinghe the stories of the medicine Saint Lu Changfeng from days of yore. The tales were pleasant to hear, but he didn't want to learn alchemy. Chu Xinghe felt even more wretched. Alchemy begins with the identification of herbs. From this day forth, I will personally teach you the various methods of discerning herbs. The path of alchemy is arduous, but with the vermilion bird spirit flame within you, the future belongs to you. What did tedious truly mean? Chu Xinghe understood it within merely half an afternoon. What moon-viewing grass? Moonsoul grass? Moonspirit grass? Big brother. They all look identical. How is one to tell them apart? And the patterns are slightly different. Chu Xinghe felt his eyes were about to explode from staring, and he could not discern any difference whatsoever. Oh, misfortune compass. Is this not considered punishment? Won't you give me a peak martial ancestor to compensate? This is far more unbearable than being confined. Though his heart was tortured to the extreme, Chu Xinghe was powerless. Why was being expelled from the sect so difficult? He only wanted to become a martial emperor in 1 second. Chu Xinghe had once considered it. Could he point at the Grand Elder's nose and curse him out, thus being expelled from the sect on the grounds of disrespecting one's master and ancestors? But the consequence of disrespecting one's master and ancestors was not expulsion from the sect. It was being flayed alive. He wanted to be expelled from the sect, not reincarnated. Moreover, the misfortune compass seemed to impose some restrictions on this, forbidding actions that were too deliberate. To court death, yet do so precisely. That was the difficulty. Chu Xinghe gazed at the 3 herbs while internally screaming. Was this misfortune compass of his even a proper system? By all reason, shouldn't a system be there to offer him all sorts of assistance to help him rise against the heavens? Ever since he had obtained the misfortune compass, not the slightest assistance had come his way. The various tasks were dangled before him like beauties tempting him, yet they wouldn't let him touch, or even approach them. What was the meaning of that? Xinghe identifying herbs is not something mastered in a single day. You need not be discouraged. Seeing Chu Xinghe so crestfallen, the Grand Elder assumed that his first day of study had not gone smoothly, and that this was the source of his dejection. Thank you, Grand Elder. Then how long will it take to learn it roughly? Starting from my days as an apprentice, I needed only a mere 5 years to master the properties of 70% of all herbs under heaven. The Grand Elder stroked his beard with a light smile. Mere 5 years. Ahem. Xinghe, you may not know this, but although my talent cannot be called absolute, it is still that of one in a century. Mastering 70% in 5 years is unrivaled in this age. If one's aptitude were slightly inferior, 10 years, to grasp 30 or 50% would be the absolute limit. Crack. A thunderclap exploded beside Chu Xinghe's ears. 10 years. 30 to 50%. And that was for those with slightly inferior talent. What then for someone like himself who didn't even want to learn in the first place? 20 years. 30 years. Chu Xinghe seemed to glimpse himself as a withered old man still sitting here, trying to discern what the hell the difference was between moon-viewing grass and moonsoul grass. Enough for today, you may return and rest. Come again early tomorrow morning to continue the lesson. The Grand Elder smiled as he sent off the wooden expressionless Chu Xinghe. Chu Xinghe numbly greeted the senior brothers he passed along the way. Chu Xinghe now resided in the Lingyi Palace, sharing a room with Feng Fei. This arrangement made by the Grand Elder himself. Seeing Chu Xinghe return to the room like a lifeless statue, senior brother Feng Fei was taken aback for a moment, but then he thought that the Grand Elder was strict, and it was only natural for junior brother Xinghe to have been scolded on his first day. Junior brother Xinghe, the Grand Elder, is strict by nature, but his alchemy skills are unmatched in this world. To be able to study under the Grand Elder, junior brother must give it your utmost effort. Thank you, senior brother Feng. I will try my best. Chu Xinghe replied woodenly. He didn't want to try his best right now. He just wanted to die. What did the Grand Elder teach junior brother today? Feng Fei continued making conversation. Identifying herbs. Moon-viewing grass is moon-viewing grass. Moonsoul grass is moonsoul grass. Moonspirit grass is moon-viewing grass. Oh my god. Chu Xinghe's mind was in complete chaos. Feng Fei nodded as if he understood perfectly. Junior brother need not be discouraged. The path of herb identification is indeed difficult at the beginning, but once you pass the threshold, the Grand Elder will surely teach you the more profound arts of flame control. It will not be so tedious then. Moreover, you possess the vermilion bird spirit flame, and are the sole person capable of using the vermilion bird divine furnace. Your future is certainly boundless. However, junior brother must not be as reckless as you were the first time. If the vermilion bird furnace were to be damaged, that would not be good. Feng Fei patiently reminded Chu Xinghe. Yet of all Feng Fei's words, Chu Xinghe heard only one phrase. Damage the vermilion bird furnace. Is such a thing even possible? The vermilion bird divine furnace was a priceless treasure left behind by medicine sage Lu Changfeng. Over the course of 400 years, the Haotian sect had exhausted every method they could conceive, yet still could not reactivate the vermilion bird furnace. The conclusion was irrefutable: only the vermilion bird's spiritual flame could awaken the furnace. That was why the Haotian sect had waited so long for someone bearing the vermilion bird's spiritual fire to appear. Likewise, to the Haotian sect, the vermilion bird furnace was also a symbol of the medicine sage, an object of worship revered by countless hearts. And if such a divine artifact were to be destroyed, expulsion from the sect seemed unlikely. After all, he possessed the vermilion bird's spiritual fire. For him to face exile, the sect master would have to execute his wife and daughter first. But if he actually did that, he wouldn't even face expulsion. He'd be torn apart by 1,000 blades. So exile was not an option. But punishment. That was entirely reasonable. Punishment could still accelerate his cultivation. If he destroyed the vermilion bird furnace, the elders in their wrath might strip him of his inner disciple status and confine him for 3 to 5 years. With that kind of time investment, reaching martial ancestor wouldn't be far off. With this plan taking shape, Chu Xinghe found himself filled with renewed purpose and fierce determination. Moonlight grass, moon nether grass, moon soul grass, and countless other varieties. It took Chu Xinghe half a month to roughly memorize them all. Though his errors were occasional, they were enough to satisfy the elder. In the elder's words, Chu Xinghe was a rough jade stone, worthy of careful, devoted sculpting. That morning, Chu Xinghe arrived early at the Medicine King Palace and greeted his fellow disciples. Shen Shun approached and said, "Junior brother Chu Xinghe, in a few days the spirit tomb will open. All of you inner disciples must enter to choose your spiritual weapons. Have you decided what kind you want?" Spirit tomb. Spiritual weapon. Chu Xinghe was completely bewildered. Beyond moonlight grass, moon nether grass, and moon soul grass, he knew absolutely nothing about spiritual weapons. After disciples of the Haotian sect had trained for a certain period, they would enter the spirit tomb, which housed countless spiritual weapons. Each disciple could search for the one destined for them. If the weapon accepted them, they would become its new master. However, the more powerful the spiritual weapon, the harder it was to claim. Thus, choosing a suitable spiritual weapon was of utmost importance. After all, a spiritual weapon would become one's sacred treasure, a companion for an entire lifetime. Chu Xinghe cultivated at the martial artist level. Although he had spent this time studying at the Medicine King Palace, his spiritual energy growth had not slowed in the slightest. Come now, where was the Spirit Crane Palace? It was a pilgrimage site for pills. Disciples from other places received only a handful of pills each month. Even those who trained diligently day after day made mediocre progress. Chu Xinghe, a handful of pills. Non-existent. He essentially consumed pills like candied haws. Whenever his supply ran out, without him having to ask, senior brothers would immediately deliver new pills. Add to that the 10 spirit gathering pills the elder had rewarded him with earlier. Chu Xinghe, who barely trained at all, had somehow cultivated to a level that not only matched his hard-working peers, but arguably exceeded it. Yet when it came to selecting a spiritual weapon, Chu Xinghe had truly no experience whatsoever. It seems junior brother Chu Xinghe is not very familiar with this. But rest assured, if you can tell us what kind you prefer, senior brother will find the exact location for you. Thank you, senior brother Shen Shun. Think nothing of it. We should be thanking you. Moreover, with your vermilion bird's spiritual fire, there is every possibility you could one day take charge of the Spirit Crane Palace. When that time comes, won't we need your help? Senior brother must not speak so. I have never harbored such ambitions. With my shallow seniority, how could I dare to aspire to such things? I only wish to cultivate diligently at the Spirit Crane Palace and assist you all in the days to come. How comforting. Hearing Chu Xinghe's words made Shen Shun feel incredibly at ease. Even knowing the future might belong to the junior, the latter's humble posture and respectful attitude were deeply gratifying. So he had decided. This junior brother was his. Junior brother, leave the matter of the spiritual weapon to us. We will find the one best suited for you. Thank you, senior brothers, for your kindness. Chu Xinghe wore an expression of genuine gratitude. Enough lingering. Do not keep the elder waiting. Yes. Please go well, senior brothers. After seeing off Shen Shun, Chu Xinghe went to the Medicine King Palace again. Today the elder was not in his usual seat, but standing beside the vermilion bird furnace. Disciple Chu Xinghe pays respects to the elder. Chu Xinghe, you have studied with me for many days. Do you find the identification of herbs tedious and uninteresting? Disciple does not dare say so. But since the elder asks, I dare not conceal the truth. It is indeed somewhat monotonous. The moment these words left Chu Xinghe's mouth, the elder burst into laughter. This was precisely why he appreciated Chu Xinghe. Not only was the youth humble, but he was also honest. From the moment Chu Xinghe entered the Spirit Crane Palace, the elder had been watching his every move. He was profoundly respectful toward the senior disciples and never displayed the slightest arrogance despite possessing the vermilion bird's spiritual fire. Within merely a month, everyone in the Spirit Crane Palace, from disciples to elders, had grown fond of this youth. This made the elder extraordinarily satisfied with Chu Xinghe. Even when facing the elder himself, Chu Xinghe answered truthfully. Even if the answer might displease the elder or bring punishment, Chu Xinghe never avoided giving an honest reply. The elder had been angered before and had even considered real punishment, but ultimately reasoned that a disciple willing to speak the truth was far more valuable than a flatterer who offered nothing but empty praise. The elder truly wished to treat Chu Xinghe as his personal disciple, not only because of the vermilion bird's spiritual fire, but because of Chu Xinghe's character. To cultivate Chu Xinghe as the future leader of the Spirit Crane Palace was the elder's goal. Once the elder's greatest worry was that others would resent him. But Chu Xinghe's performance over this month had won over everyone. It had won over even the elder himself. Watching the elder's extremely gentle gaze, Chu Xinghe had no idea what the elder was thinking. Otherwise he surely would have said, "Was I being honest? I was simply courting death. I only beg for punishment, elder. Please. Today we shall set aside tedious matters. I will teach you the art of fire control, and you may attempt to communicate with the vermilion bird furnace." Chu Xinghe was stunned, like clouds parting to reveal a clear blue sky. Had he finally made it? Yes. Chu Xinghe was so excited he could barely contain himself. First, the art of fire control. The elder launched into a series of explanations that Chu Xinghe barely absorbed. It was not until the elder said, "The vermilion bird furnace is a divine artifact. Remember, do not act carelessly. The vermilion bird's spiritual fire is overbearing. Do not damage the furnace. Disciple shall heed your words." Chu Xinghe remembered perfectly. Every possible method that could damage the vermilion bird furnace was firmly etched in his mind. Today was a fine day. Everything he desired would come to pass. Divine artifact is it? The vermilion bird furnace, huh? Today it shall be you. Destroy the vermilion bird furnace, and even the elder won't be able to save me. Soon following the elder's guidance, Chu Xinghe began communicating with earth fire. The vermilion bird's spiritual fire was quickly drawn forth. But Chu Xinghe did not act recklessly at all. Instead, he continuously listened to the elder's instructions, guiding the vermilion bird's spiritual fire step by step toward the furnace. It wasn't that Chu Xinghe didn't want to do something dramatic. The elder was there after all, performing a moment of mental lapse right in front of him. He was not afraid of the elder discovering his intentions. The problem was the elder's methods were terrifyingly formidable. A single strike would suppress him completely, making any future attempt nearly impossible. So on the surface, Chu Xinghe dared not act the slightest bit out of line. When the vermilion bird's spiritual flame made contact with the furnace, the long-dormant vermilion bird furnace suddenly trembled. There's a reaction. The elder was overwhelmingly excited. The trembling furnace shifted and changed rapidly. Soon the phantom of the vermilion bird hovering above the furnace began circling around it. As expected, the elder was moved to tears of joy. Truly only the vermilion bird's spiritual flame can restore vitality to the vermilion bird furnace. 400 years. The Haotian sect has waited 400 years. The vermilion bird divine furnace has returned. The elder was beside himself with excitement. Meanwhile, the activation of the vermilion bird divine furnace attracted the attention of the Spirit Crane Palace elders. Soon countless elders rushed from all directions. When they saw the vermilion bird divine furnace reignited, they too were filled with overwhelming emotion. "Heaven blesses Haotian." The gathering of elders cried out in unison. Their gazes fell upon Chu Xinghe simultaneously. In this moment, all eyes were filled with relief and satisfaction. With the vermilion bird's spiritual flame and the vermilion bird divine furnace reunited, the Haotian sect's pill refinement techniques would surely climb back to their former peak. As the vermilion bird's spiritual flame receded, the vermilion bird divine furnace returned to normal. A group of elders surrounded the elder, and Chu Xinghe continuing to chant the words, "Heaven blesses Haotian." Today is a momentous occasion not only for the Haotian sect, but for the Spirit Crane Palace over 400 years. Today we must share a drink. Indeed, we must drink. Several elders spoke up. Even the elder who was usually solemn smiled today, and declared, "By my order the Spirit Crane Palace lifts its prohibition on alcohol today." Huzzah! The group of elders erupted with excitement. Word spread quickly, and the disciples of the Spirit Crane Palace rejoiced even more. The Spirit Crane Palace was the only place in the entire Haotian sect where alcohol was banned, simply because the elder disliked it. Even on happy occasions, disciples could only toast with tea instead of wine. But today was a 400-year celebration. This was a day to drink properly. In the Spirit Crane Palace kitchens, spatulas danced through the air as chefs worked furiously, sparks flying from their woks. Delicacies were served one after another, and the feast was set up at the Medicine King Palace. The elder raised his cup first to toast the ancestors and martyrs of the Haotian sect. Then he raised another toast to medicine sage Lu Chongfeng. Finally, he raised his cup to drink together with everyone. As the cups flowed, laughter and joy filled the entire Medicine King Palace. People constantly came to invite Chu Xinghe for drinks, for today's great celebration existed because of their junior brother Chu Xinghe. However, Chu Xinghe had a low tolerance for alcohol. He quickly became flushed, and his words grew slurred. Seeing that Chu Xinghe could not drink anymore, Feng Fei hastily stepped in to shield him. The various senior brothers were also amused by Chu Xinghe's drunken state, and ceased their attempts to get him to drink further. It was not until late at night that the feast finally ended. The elder and the assembled elders departed first, followed by the other disciples who could barely stay upright. Chu Xinghe appeared thoroughly drunk, but that was only outward. After seeing off, Feng Fei, who could no longer stand Chu Xinghe, asked the senior brothers to leave first, claiming he would help clean up. This gesture naturally drew enthusiastic wails from the senior brothers, who loudly proclaimed, "Junior brother is truly righteous and loyal." Chu Xinghe had no idea what righteousness they were talking about. Once everyone had left and the Medicine King Palace was empty except for him, Chu Xinghe's gaze fell upon the vermilion bird divine furnace. So, what next? Time to do some truly righteous deeds. Little vermilion bird, let big brother show you some real affection. Within the Medicine King Palace, Chu Xinghe gazed upon the vermilion bird divine furnace before him with burning eyes. At this moment, the vermilion bird divine furnace held far greater allure for Chu Xinghe than even the most beautiful woman. As for the intoxication from earlier, it had long since dissipated without a trace. His capacity for drink was something he had mastered completely. Approaching the vermilion bird divine furnace, Chu Xinghe reached out to touch it, and a lewd grin spread across his face. Little vermilion bird. At last we can play together without restraint. He sat down cross-legged. Guided by Chu Xinghe, the earth fire surged forth from the depths below, and the vermilion bird's spirit flame instantly flooded the entirety of the vermilion bird divine furnace. The phantom image of the vermilion bird atop the furnace began spiraling ceaselessly, as though a true vermilion bird were dancing in accompaniment to the flames. But Chu Xinghe had no time to watch the vermilion bird dance. Finding an opportunity to make the vermilion bird divine furnace explode was no simple matter, and today presented a once-in-a-millennium chance. Therefore, full power unleashed. The vermilion bird spirit flame embodied a single word: ferocity. Even the vermilion bird divine furnace, a treasure beyond compare, would begin glowing in angry crimson after merely a moment of being scorched dry by the vermilion bird spirit flame. Yet divine objects remain divine objects. Making such a thing explode was no easy feat. Therefore Chu Xinghe chose to go all in. Spiritual power surged into the earth fire with reckless abandon. Bolstered by this spiritual power, the vermilion bird spirit flame demonstrated precisely why it was hailed as the most domineering flame in existence. Even the vermilion bird divine furnace itself began trembling beneath the vermilion bird spirit flame. Soon, the explosion was about to come. Oof. No one can stop me this time. Even if I destroy the vermilion bird divine furnace, not even the Grand Elder can shield me from the consequences. It's likely that even the sect master in closed-door cultivation will have to emerge personally to punish me. Being expelled from the sect may prove difficult, but stripping my elite disciple status and confining me for 3 to 5 years is certainly within reach. I am determined to leave this martial sect. No one can stop me. Under Chu Xinghe's manipulation, the vermilion bird spirit flame had now transformed into a fiery tornado. Beneath this terrifying inferno, the vermilion bird furnace finally began to falter, its violent tremors causing the entire Medicine King Palace to shake along with it. Crack! A sound of shattering rang out and fissures began to appear across the vermilion bird furnace. Witnessing this scene, Chu Xinghe nearly leaped with excitement. The humble vermilion bird furnace had at last fallen beneath his vermilion bird spirit flame. Shortly after the first fissure appeared, the entire vermilion bird furnace began fracturing wildly. Seeing this, Chu Xinghe turned tail and fled without a second word. He wasn't joking. An ordinary cauldron explosion could incinerate a house or two. What kind of devastation would a divine furnace like the vermilion bird furnace unleash upon detonation? Would it obliterate the entire Medicine King Palace? If only that were true. Sprinting all the way to the outermost edge of the Medicine King Palace, Chu Xinghe turned back to see a wave of crimson gold flames spreading throughout the palace, followed by a thunderous explosion. Boom! A terrifying explosion erupted from the Medicine King Palace, its roar echoing across the entire domain of Lingyi Palace in an instant. The shockwave hurled Chu Xinghe more than 10 meters away, and he crashed to the ground covered in ash and dust. Yet at this moment Chu Xinghe was truly experiencing the agony mingled with ecstasy. He had merely intended to destroy the vermilion bird furnace, but never imagined that little vermilion bird would prove so capable. Now the entire Medicine King Palace had been blasted apart. He wondered who could possibly protect him now. The terrifying sound not only blasted Chu Xinghe away, but also jolted countless disciples and elders of Lingyi Palace awake from their drunken stupor. The Grand Elder, having been washed and prepared for bed by his attending disciples, normally detested drinking, yet today he had grown quite fond of his intoxicated state. His head was pleasantly woozy, yet he still found himself pondering Lingyi Palace's future. He seemed to envision Lingyi Palace ascending to new heights under his leadership, perhaps even surpassing its glory of years past. But a thunderous explosion yanked the Grand Elder straight out of his beautiful dream. The Grand Elder vaulted from the mattress in a single motion, and as spiritual power coursed through his body, the intoxication vanished in an instant. Rushing out of his quarters, the Grand Elder saw numerous disciples and other elders already gathered outside. What's happening? The Grand Elder cried out in alarm, but following everyone's gaze toward the distance, he understood. It was the direction of the Medicine King Palace, and right now that area was a pillar of fire reaching toward the heavens. Something terrible had happened. The Grand Elder wasted no further words with anyone and rushed directly toward the Medicine King Palace. Meanwhile, countless others were sobering from their drunkenness and hurrying toward the Medicine King Palace. Yet when everyone arrived outside the palace, what lay before their eyes left each and every one of them utterly dumbfounded. Blazing flames soaring skyward had engulfed virtually the entire Medicine King Palace. The fire had even tinted the night sky a deep crimson. This. The Grand Elder was utterly stunned. The Medicine King Palace was the most vital location within Lingyi Palace, yet now it had been reduced to such a state. Where was the heavenly protection of Haoyan? The Grand Elder could no longer afford to dwell on such questions. Right now, extinguishing the flames was the priority. Countless individuals had already begun channeling spiritual power to combat the blaze, but the flames within the Medicine King Palace were clearly no ordinary fire. Not only could ordinary disciples do nothing, but even many elders found themselves unable to fully extinguish the conflagration. This is the Vermilion Bird Spirit Flame. Finally, someone recognized the problem. This was no ordinary flame, making it incredibly difficult to extinguish. The Vermilion Bird Spirit Flame. At this realization, the Grand Elder's mind buzzed. The Vermilion Bird Spirit Flame. Throughout all of Lingyi Palace, only Chu Xinghe could wield the Vermilion Bird Spirit Flame. The Grand Elder vaguely recalled that Chu Xinghe had been the last one left to handle the aftermath. How could cleaning up have resulted in the entire Medicine King Palace being cleaned away? The Grand Elder's mind nearly ground to a halt. What on earth had Chu Xinghe done? Had he actually blown up the entire Medicine King Palace? Could something have happened to the Vermilion Bird Divine Furnace as well? The Grand Elder panicked and rushed forward to join the firefighting efforts without hesitation. Meanwhile, at the outermost edge of the Medicine King Palace, Chu Xinghe had been hiding in a corner for quite some time. The reason he hadn't charged out immediately was that he was waiting for the Grand Elder's arrival. From afar, Chu Xinghe caught sight of the Grand Elder's expression of utter despair and knew that he had truly succeeded this time. Now all he needed to do was rush out and inform the Grand Elder that he had accidentally not only caused the Vermilion Bird Divine Furnace to explode, but had burned down the Medicine King Palace as well. The Grand Elder would be failing in his duty as Grand Elder if he didn't slap him across the face on the spot. And then once the flames were extinguished, wouldn't all manner of punishment naturally follow? Chu Xinghe was overcome with joy. Heaven had not abandoned the diligent. His long ordeal was finally coming to fruition. Rising to his feet, Chu Xinghe prepared to charge out of the Medicine King Palace to accept his punishment. But just as he stood and prepared to rush outward, the Medicine King Palace suddenly detonated once more. Terrifying flames instantly formed a massive wave of fire, blasting everyone outside engaged in firefighting backward through the air. Manipulating the Vermilion Bird Spirit Flame, Chu Xinghe had no fear of being burned. However, just as he was about to burst through the flames of the Medicine King Palace, a crisp cry suddenly rang out. It was the cry of the Vermilion Bird. Accompanied by this cry, the Medicine King Palace, already on the verge of collapse amid the flames, instantly shattered into pieces. The Medicine King Palace, crumbling in thunderous collapse, struck the Grand Elder like a blade, dealing him another devastating blow. Chu Xinghe was so excited he could barely contain himself. He had been cheering internally, just about to dash out, when he reached the gates of the Medicine King Palace. From the heart of the flames behind him, a vermilion bird spread its wings and soared skyward. The colossal vermilion bird, accompanied by a sky full of flames, forced everyone outside the Medicine King Palace to retreat. After circling once above the palace, the vermilion bird seemed to have located its target. It then dove from the heights, directly toward the position where Chu Xinghe stood. "Don't come any closer." Watching the vermilion bird suddenly charge toward him, Chu Xinghe was dumbfounded. Had the Vermilion Bird Divine Furnace become sentient? Knowing that he had caused its destruction, was it seeking to perish together with him? Without time to think further, Chu Xinghe hurriedly channeled the Vermilion Bird Spirit Flame within him to obstruct its approach. But this time the Vermilion Bird Spirit Flame was powerless to block the onrushing Vermilion Bird. The Vermilion Bird pierced straight through the Vermilion Bird Spirit Flame, and with a thunderous boom slammed into Chu Xinghe's body. The imagined scene of being incinerated into ashes did not occur. The instant the Vermilion Bird struck his body, Chu Xinghe felt himself pulled into a world brimming with flames. Flames filled the entire sky, rushing madly toward his head, while countless things began flooding into his consciousness. Junior brother Xinghe. At this moment, Feng Fei had followed the descent of the Vermilion Bird and spotted Chu Xinghe standing amid the inferno. But before he could shout another word, the Vermilion Bird had already engulfed Chu Xinghe entirely. It wasn't just Feng Fei. Everyone present witnessed this scene. The Vermilion Bird has become sentient. This is the Vermilion Bird becoming sentient. An elder still reeking of alcohol spoke with a trembling voice, yet his words threw everyone outside the Medicine King Palace into an absolute frenzy. There had long been a legend within Haoyan Sect. The medicine Saint Lu Changfeng had once left behind an inheritance intended for the future disciples of Haoyan Sect. But the precise location of this inheritance had eluded Haoyan Sect for 400 years. Some theorized that the inheritance might be hidden within the Vermilion Bird Divine Furnace, but the furnace had remained dormant for 4 centuries, rendering it impossible to verify the truth of this theory. But today, as the Vermilion Bird soared skyward, everyone knew the legend was true. The Vermilion Bird rising into the heavens was the inheritance left behind by medicine Saint Lu Changfeng. And now this Vermilion Bird becoming sentient was the activation of the medicine saint's inheritance, with the one receiving this inheritance being Chu Xinghe amid the inferno. The Grand Elder stood stunned for a full half-minute. Yet once he recovered from his stupor, all the fury that had been on his face vanished without a trace. When the Medicine King Palace had been set ablaze, he had assumed, like everyone else, that it had been Chu Xinghe's careless doing. But now the Grand Elder realized it had not been Chu Xinghe. It was the Vermilion Bird Divine Furnace itself seeking its inheritor. The Vermilion Bird Divine Furnace must have erupted with the Vermilion Bird Spirit Flame, which had burned down the entire Medicine King Palace, and then the Vermilion Bird had burst forth from the furnace to bestow upon Chu Xinghe the Vermilion Bird Spirit Awakening inheritance. The Vermilion Bird had enveloped the entire Medicine King Palace, and the Grand Elder frantically shouted for everyone to retreat. At this moment, absolutely no one was permitted to continue fighting the fire. If firefighting were to impede the Vermilion Bird Spirit Awakening inheritance, each and every one of them would become traitors of Haotian Sect for all eternity. What did the Medicine King Palace matter? If it burned, then so be it. With Haotian Sect's strength, rebuilding the Medicine King Palace would be child's play. But this Vermilion Bird Spirit Awakening, Haotian Sect had awaited it for 400 years. Today at long last the Vermilion Bird had descended. The flames raged destructively, reducing the entire Medicine King Palace to ashes. Countless people who witnessed the towering flames rushed toward Lingyi Palace from various peaks, but everyone who arrived was utterly bewildered. The Grand Elder of Lingyi Palace had issued a stern decree: absolutely no one was allowed to attempt extinguishing the fire. Upon hearing this news, those who had come to help were dumbfounded. What on earth was Lingyi Palace up to? Your Medicine King Palace is already destroyed, and you still refuse to put out the fire. Has everyone in your Lingyi Palace been drinking too much? Then they noticed that everyone from Lingyi Palace reeked of alcohol. Good heavens, they really were drunk. But soon as elders from various peaks who had come to assist arrived at the Medicine King Palace, they finally understood what was happening. A colossal vermilion bird shrouded the entire Medicine King Palace, and within the endless sea of fire a figure clad in crimson gold flames hovered mysteriously in midair, the vermilion bird darting up and down around them in constant motion. The vermilion bird has attained spiritual consciousness. The arriving crowd finally understood why the Grand Elder had forbidden anyone from fighting the fire. Was this mere fire? No. This was the sacred flame born from the Vermilion Bird's spiritual awakening. The legendary inheritance of the medicine saint from 4 centuries past, which Haotian Sect had long sought, had truly manifested today. This inferno consuming the Medicine King Palace was none other than the spiritual flame of the Vermilion Bird, directly originating from the medicine saint's legacy. Good heavens! Now everyone finally understood why the Grand Elder had shown no anger or sorrow upon their arrival, but instead wore an expression of wild elation. At first they thought the Grand Elder's laughter came from suppressed fury, but now they realized he wasn't angry at all. He was genuinely overjoyed. Burn down a Medicine King Palace and gain the Medicine Saint's inheritance. Not only would the Grand Elder approve, he'd happily watch the entire Lingyi Palace burn to the ground if it meant securing such a treasure. The fierce flames continued to rage as the Vermilion Bird's inheritance finally reached completion within the fire. At last the great bird dissolved into a stream of radiant light and surged into Chu Xinghe's forehead. Behind him flames erupted magnificently, forming the spectral image of a vermilion bird wreathed in crimson gold fire. With its wings spread wide in flight, the vermilion bird seemed to give Chu Xinghe a pair of wings forged from living flame. And as Chu Xinghe emerged from the inheritance, his mind brimmed with countless alchemical doctrines, so densely packed they threatened to become an indecipherable tangle. Yet this inheritance bestowed upon Chu Xinghe benefits beyond imagination. The patterns of moonnight grass unfolded thus in his mind. The texture of moonshade grass revealed itself clearly. The faint luminescence of moonshade plant shone vividly. All the botanical knowledge he had once strained desperately to memorize now lay before him, with perfect clarity, requiring only a thought to recall. Chu Xinghe finally grasped what had transpired, but this was precisely what he had never desired. I never wanted to become an alchemist. I wished to reach the pinnacle of martial cultivation, the martial emperor realm. Even the martial lord tier would suffice as a compromise. Once the Grand Elder confirmed the inheritance had fully completed, he disregarded the searing heat of the Vermilion Bird's flames and charged directly into the inferno. Grasping the bewildered Chu Xinghe in his arms, he bore him from the fire in an undignified embrace that left both men thoroughly flustered. The Grand Elder's hair and beard were blackened by the Vermilion Bird's flames, yet he beamed wildly, flashing a set of gleaming white teeth as he cried out, "Heaven blesses Haotian." At that moment, whether they were members of Lingyi Palace or those who had arrived from other peaks, all gazed upon Chu Xinghe as the Grand Elder emerged from the flames with him and raised their voices in unified proclamation. Once again, "Heaven blesses Haotian." Those 4 words nearly made Chu Xinghe cough up blood. When will heaven grant even a fraction of its favor to me? How can it be so agonizingly difficult just to receive a punishment? Someone hurriedly fetched garments to drape over Chu Xinghe, for the flames that had just consumed him had reduced all his clothing to ash. The man they had carried from the fire had been entirely unprotected. Scarcely had he donned the robes when Chu Xinghe spoke with a woeful expression. "Grand Elder, disciple, accidentally caused the Vermilion Bird Divine Furnace to detonate and ignited the entire Medicine King Palace. Disciple accepts his guilt." Chu Xinghe could no longer afford to hesitate. Regardless of the outcome, he would make one final attempt to secure the punishment he craved. Yet the moment those words left Chu Xinghe's lips, the Grand Elder erupted into hearty laughter. Good child. What a fine child. Today the Vermilion Bird attained spiritual awakening. How could this be your fault? Moreover, the Vermilion Bird Divine Furnace is a sacred artifact. How could it possibly be so easily damaged? Behold, the Grand Elder pointed toward the Medicine King Palace, and when Chu Xinghe followed his gesture, he nearly fainted on the spot from frustration. There the Vermilion Bird Divine Furnace floated suspended in midair above the Medicine King Palace, wreathed in terrifying flames. The spectral image of the Vermilion Bird circled the furnace with such vigor and vitality that not a single fracture marred its surface. Did this in any way resemble something destroyed? The Vermilion Bird Divine Furnace before them now radiated splendor, far surpassing its former appearance. This is the true Vermilion Bird Divine Furnace. 400 years. Today the Vermilion Bird Furnace has finally reclaimed its original magnificence. The Grand Elder's manic laughter rang out once more. Chu Xinghe managed to smile in response, though it looked far more like anguish than joy. So what he had destroyed earlier was not the true furnace at all. Not only had he failed to damage the Vermilion Bird Divine Furnace, but he had also accidentally obtained the Medicine Saint's inheritance. What a farce. At last the flames subsided, and the Vermilion Bird Divine Furnace descended once more. Now transformed to a blazing crimson hue utterly different from before, yet in truth this was the furnace's authentic form. Good child, tell me. Did you receive the Medicine Saint's inheritance? The Grand Elder eagerly asked Chu Xinghe without delay. Yes. Chu Xinghe replied weakly. Though he longed to deny everything, he had no choice but to admit the truth. Not only had all his secrets been laid bare before the assembled crowd, but even the inheritance itself had been fully revealed for all to witness. Excellent. Magnificent. Wondrous. Those three words once again poured from the Grand Elder's lips, and Chu Xinghe felt his temples throbbing at the relentless praise. 400 years. 400 long years, and our Hao Tian sect has finally reclaimed the Medicine Saint's inheritance. Heaven blesses Hao Tian. At that moment, whether from Lingyi Palace or from the various surrounding peaks, all gathered voices rose in unison, echoing across the landscape. By my decree from this day forward, Chu Xinghe shall be elevated to core disciple. As if today's events had not been dramatic enough, the Grand Elder delivered yet another blow to poor Chu Xinghe. Chu Xinghe pressed a hand to his chest, struggling to catch his breath. He had not yet shed his status as elite disciple, and yet now he was being thrust directly into the ranks of core disciples. What manner of fate awaited him? After offering their congratulations to the Grand Elder and Chu Xinghe, the gathered visitors departed one by one. The Grand Elder, apparently restless, detained Chu Xinghe to question him on various aspects of alchemical knowledge. Questions that Chu Xinghe would have previously dismissed as incomprehensible foreign tongues now came effortlessly to his lips, for he now possessed the very inheritance of the Medicine Saint. Only upon being absolutely certain that Chu Xinghe had indeed received the Medicine Saint's inheritance did the Grand Elder erupt into unrestrained laughter once more. He then instructed Chu Xinghe to rest well and to bear no burden regarding the destruction of the Medicine King Palace. Subsequently, the Grand Elder summoned Feng Fei and conferred upon him various matters, including the crucial task of reconstructing the Medicine King Palace. With a cluster of elders in attendance, the Grand Elder departed amid peals of merriment. Once the Grand Elder had departed, Feng Fei and the others drew near to Chu Xinghe. Congratulations, Senior Brother Xinghe. The disciples of Lingyi Palace offered their congratulations, though their form of address had shifted from the familiar Xinghe Junior Brother to the newly bestowed title of Senior Brother Xinghe. There was no way to avoid it. The Grand Elder had declared publicly that Chu Xinghe had been promoted to core disciple, and by sect custom elite disciples must address core disciples as senior brothers. Esteemed senior brothers, this is most improper. What merit does Xinghe possess to warrant such respect? Chu Xinghe wore an expression of overwhelmed humility. Upon hearing Chu Xinghe's words, the senior brothers of Lingyi Palace were moved to tears on the spot. Behold, their own junior brother Xinghe. When others were elevated to core disciples, did they not all grow arrogant and look down upon others? Yet here was junior brother Xinghe, who had potentially set a record in the history of Hao Tian sect for the swiftest rise from inner sect disciple to core disciple. And despite this, he harbored not the slightest arrogance, maintaining the same reverence toward those who had once been his seniors. What noble temperament! Senior brother Xinghe is now a core disciple. By sect regulation, we are indeed required to address him as senior brother. Xinshun stepped forward to explain. What? There exists such a sect regulation. Chu Xinghe scanned the assembly with an anxious expression before speaking again. Esteemed senior brothers, the path I have traveled to this day exists solely through your unwavering support. Without you, there would be no Chu Xinghe today. While I understand the sect regulations dictate otherwise, I entered this sect last and dare not impose such a title upon you. How about this? Henceforth, when outsiders are present, you may address me according to sect protocol. But among ourselves, I respectfully request that you continue calling me by my former name. Chu Xinghe's words fell upon a silence that gripped the entire assembly. Feng Fei, himself a core disciple, regarded Chu Xinghe with unmistakable admiration. The surrounding elite disciples were equally moved. Listen closely. Junior brother Xinghe refers to them all as our own. Was this merely a matter of nomenclature? This was fidelity to one's roots. How could one find a junior brother as exceptional as Xinghe yet entirely devoid of arrogance, despite his unprecedented rise? Where could such a peerless companion be found? Let us follow junior brother Xinghe's suggestion. Feng Fei finally spoke. Upon his words, the assembled elite disciples nodded in agreement, their gazes toward Chu Xinghe, filled with warmth and deep affection. Enough. Junior brother Xinghe has borne the greatest burden today and deserves his rest. You should all return early as well, for tomorrow we shall begin reconstruction of the Medicine King Palace. Esteemed senior brothers, I am deeply ashamed that my misfortunes have burdened you all with additional labor. This disciple feels truly remorseful. Chu Xinghe spoke these words and bowed deeply once more to all the elite disciples. Witnessing Chu Xinghe's humility, even those who harbored the slightest resentment regarding the reconstruction were entirely reconciled. After all, Chu Xinghe was now a core disciple, yet he stood before them so many elite disciples with such profound modesty, an occurrence unprecedented in the sect's history. If such a peerless junior brother required assistance in rebuilding the Medicine King Palace, who could object? Amid the laughter and cheerful camaraderie of his fellow disciples, Feng Fei led Chu Xinghe away from the Medicine King Palace back to their quarters. Observing Chu Xinghe's bitter expression, Feng Fei simply assumed he was overwhelmed from the day's exertions. He advised Chu Xinghe to rest early and then departed to his own quarters. Once Feng Fei had departed, tears welled in Chu Xinghe's eyes. Why is it so impossibly difficult to receive a punishment? Early in the morning, disciples from Lingyi Palace arrived to deliver the exclusive robes for core disciples to Chu Xinghe. The black core disciple robes were edged with golden threads, as if speaking of the status that came with being a core disciple. According to the rules, the core disciple robes should have been delivered within 3 days. But alas, what junior brother Xinghe said the night before truly moved everyone. So the senior brother in charge of core disciple garments spent the entire night, without sleep, rushing to complete Chu Xinghe's robes and delivering them at dawn. Moreover, the golden threads adorning the robes were 2 taels heavier than those of ordinary core disciples, making them even more exquisite. Chu Xinghe donned the attire of a core disciple, yet there was little joy on his face. It's difficult. Giving up the elite disciple title was already hard enough. Now can I relinquish the core disciple title? That's even harder, isn't it? The only thing that brought Chu Xinghe some comfort was that the misfortune compass seemed to offer a higher reward for shedding the core disciple identity. Previously, relinquishing the elite disciple title had rewarded him with the peak of Wu Zone cultivation. Now if he were to give up the core disciple status, the reward would be an even higher grade. Peak Wu Ling cultivation at the 5th rank. Considering it this way, it wasn't entirely unacceptable. After washing up, Chu Xinghe had breakfast with the other senior brothers before heading over to Yaowang Palace. Last night's fire had reduced the entire Yaowang Palace to ashes. Aside from the Zhuke furnace, which still stood firmly in place, everything else that could burn had been completely consumed. Disciples from Lingyi Palace had already begun clearing the debris, preparing to rebuild Yaowang Palace. Chu Xinghe felt genuinely apologetic, so he joined the labor force. Junior brother Xinghe, I don't need help here. Brother Xinghe, you worked through the night yesterday. You should rest for a while. Despite being turned down repeatedly, Chu Xinghe still busied himself here, and they're volunteering for the most arduous and exhausting tasks. This left the group of senior brothers once again deeply moved. Look, other core disciples behave like idle lords, yet our junior brother Xinghe doesn't just talk the talk. He walks the walk. They labored until noon, when the other senior brothers began to rest. But Chu Xinghe did not stop. Today was the day when various palaces came to collect their pill resources. Although the Yaowang Hall had been destroyed and many pills reduced to ashes, Lingyi Palace's deep reserves ensured that supplies to all palaces would not be disrupted. Chu Xinghe busied himself helping the disciple in charge of distributing pills, leaving that disciple equally moved. Though tired, Chu Xinghe found that such physical labor served as a release for the guilt and resentment in his heart. Greetings, senior brothers. I am Lu Bo from the Outer Sect, here to collect our sect's pill resources. A portly fellow resembling a fathead fish spoke with a deferential air. There was no helping it. Outer Sect disciples were always like this. The disciple responsible for distributing pills casually handed over the resources to this fathead fish Lu Bo. But Chu Xinghe remembered this guy. Wasn't this very fathead fish the one who had mercilessly beaten Chu Cheng at the Outer Sect last time? Thinking of Chu Cheng, Chu Xinghe spoke up. Are you Lu Bo from the Outer Sect? Yes, senior brother. I am Chu Xinghe. Si Chu, senior brother Chu. Hello. Lu Bo clearly knew who Chu Xinghe was. Hello. Chu Cheng and I hail from the same hometown. The moment these words left Chu Xinghe's mouth, Lu Bo broke into a cold sweat. Last time he had beaten Chu Cheng precisely because Chu Cheng had been spreading rumors about Chu Xinghe behind his back, and Lu Bo had been rewarded with pills for it. Lu Bo couldn't fathom why Chu Xinghe had come looking for him today. Was it because he had struck too hard? Was Chu Xinghe seeking retribution on Chu Cheng's behalf out of native town ties? Lu Bo, Chu Cheng and I are fellow townsfolk. What happened before is in the past, but I still hope you will look after Chu Cheng in the Outer Sect. I will not forget our native ties. No matter what Chu Cheng has done, he remains my fellow townsman. Upon hearing these words, both Lu Bo and the surrounding Lingyi Palace disciples were stunned. Listen to this. This is what true cultivation realm looks like. Everyone already knew about Chu Cheng's slandering of Chu Xinghe behind his back. Some in the outer sect had even speculated that Chu Xinghe had orchestrated the beating of Chu Cheng. But now hearing Chu Xinghe's words, Lu Bo was genuinely convinced. Could there really be someone with such a broad-minded heart? And yet people suspected him of being the one pulling strings from behind the scenes. Is there any justice in this world? Any law? Chu Xinghe casually picked up a bottle of spirit pills from nearby and pressed it into Lu Bo's hands. Junior brother Lu, consider this a small token of goodwill. I beg you on my behalf to take good care of Chu Cheng in the outer sect. Lu Bo gazed at the pills in his hand in utter astonishment. Why yes. Yes. After confirming that Chu Xinghe's words were not meant sarcastically, Lu Bo said, with great solemnity, Senior brother Chu, rest assured. From today onward, as long as I am in the outer sect, no one will dare to bully Chu Cheng. With those words, I am at ease. Chu Xinghe wore a grateful smile. Lu Bo performed a salute and prepared to leave. Just then Feng Fei approached from nearby. Having witnessed everything that just transpired, Feng Fei genuinely admired Chu Xinghe. When he had previously arranged for people to teach Chu Cheng a lesson, Chu Xinghe had tried to stop him. At the time, Feng Fei had thought Chu Xinghe was merely putting on a show. But today's conversation with Lu Bo made Feng Fei realize something else. He had greatly underestimated junior brother Xinghe. His heart truly was broad and his sense of righteousness was genuine. Junior brother Xinghe, what you just did was wrong. Feng Fei shook his head and sighed. Is it about the pills? Senior brother Feng, don't worry, I will make up for them. Junior brother Xinghe, I'm not referring to the pills. When has Lingyi Palace ever lacked pills? I'm talking about what you just did. I know you are a good person, but Chu Cheng's character is extremely poor. He maliciously slandered you behind your back, and the punishment he received was well-deserved. Now you ask someone to look after him. Based on my understanding of him, he will not appreciate your kindness. Instead, he will only double down. Feng Fei's words caused those around them to nod in agreement. They all thought privately that junior brother Xinghe was still too naive. Furthermore, in Haoyan sect, whether inner or outer, strength is what matters. If Chu Cheng truly possessed exceptional talent, even after being demoted to the outer sect, he could rise again. But by having Lu Bo look after him, you are not helping him remember your kindness. Nor is this beneficial to his cultivation. Today he is weak and gets beaten, so you give Lu Bo pills to protect him. But what happens tomorrow if he gets beaten again? Feng Fei shook his head as he spoke. I understand what senior brother Feng means, but he is still my fellow townsman. This is all I can do for him. If indeed, as senior brother Feng says, if someone really beats him again, then all I can do is take out more pills and beg that person not to beat him. Chu Xinghe's innocent expression made Feng Fei shake his head repeatedly. Yet in the end, Feng Fei said nothing more. After all, wasn't this pure and sincere nature precisely why everyone liked junior brother Xinghe? As Feng Fei shook his head and walked away, the still not far fathead fish happened to overhear the conversation between Chu Xinghe and Feng Fei. The earlier words had nearly made him worry his pills would be taken back, but the later words made his eyes light up completely. Chu Xinghe's naivety or sophistication meant nothing to fathead fish. What mattered was, if anyone beats Chu Cheng again, Chu Xinghe will give out more pills. What the hell? Is there really such a good deal? Fathead fish was so excited that his lower body went slightly damp. His squinting eyes gleamed with dazzling brilliance. Pills. I'm coming. Excited beyond measure, Fathead Fish hurriedly left Lingyi Palace. What he did not know was that far away, Chu Xinghe watched Fathead Fish's departing figure and his excited expression with a satisfied smile. You little bastard Chu Cheng. You didn't die last time. Actually, that's fine. Keep him alive for slow torture. Just as well I'm in a bad mood anyway. Let Fathead Fish properly teach him how to behave. In the outer sect, Chu Cheng lay on his bed, his entire body wrapped like a mummy. My fate is my own, not heaven's. As the top talented youth of Kaoshan village, Chu Cheng had not fallen after one or two setbacks. He swore that when the opportunity arose, he would take a 3-foot sword in hand and sever Chu Xinghe's head. No, that fathead fish too. That guy must have been hired by Chu Xinghe. It has to be him. I'll chop his head off and make it into chili steamed fish head. Let him know the price of provoking Chu Cheng is one he cannot bear. Just as Chu Cheng was fantasizing about becoming a peak Wu Di and pointing his sword at the world, the door burst open with a loud bang. A fathead fish led a group of people charging in. Oh my, don't be like this. Senior brother Chu Xinghe specifically instructed us to take good care of his fellow townsmen. I must stop you. You must not lay a hand on Chu Cheng. Oh, I can't hold back all of you. Pathetic acting. Extremely pathetic. Before Chu Cheng could even use his mouth to comment on Fathead Fish's acting, a fist the size of a sand glass was already upon him. The dream of becoming a peak Wu Di was shattered by fists. A group of people mercilessly pummeled Chu Cheng. No one knew how long the beating lasted, but it was certain that Chu Cheng's plans to become a Wu Di and his oath of my fate is my own would be delayed by at least another year. In the afternoon, Chu Xinghe continued working alongside everyone at Yaowang Palace. The elder grandmaster accompanied by many other elders came to inspect. Upon seeing Chu Xinghe laboring together with the rest, both the elder grandmaster and the other elders nodded approvingly. This child possesses an excellent character. Indeed, elder grandmaster. Child Xinghe's nature is sincere and genuine. Even now that he has become a core disciple, he shows not a trace of arrogance. I've heard from the disciples below that he still addresses others as senior brothers. Only in front of outsiders does he follow the sect's formal titles. What a good child. Zhuke's spiritual flame, the medicine saint legacy. Which one of these displayed alone could make someone a chosen genius of the heavens? Yet this boy shows no pride whatsoever. Truly heaven blesses Haoyan. The elder grandmaster stroked his beard mostly burned away and smiled knowingly. Whether one excels in martial arts or alchemy talent is undoubtedly important, but character matters even more. How many gifted individuals in this world have upon achieving success gone on to betray their masters and destroy their sects? But look at Chu Xinghe, humble toward fellow disciples, respectful toward elders of the sect. Such a child deserves the Zhuke spiritual flame. He deserves the medicine saint legacy. And yet even so his original intention remains unchanged. The elder grandmaster felt that bringing Chu Xinghe to Lingyi Palace was the most correct decision he had ever made in his life. The grand elder and the other elders offered no praise for Chu Xinghe, for they understood that this fine young man needed no commendation. His conduct had already revealed his character to all. The grand elder departed with a group of elders, their faces wreathed in smiles. Though the Medicine King Palace had been destroyed, the resources of the Haoyan sect were so vast that its halls had grown rather cramped with the ever-increasing number of disciples. Now reduced to ashes by a single conflagration, the stage was set for an even grander Medicine King Palace to rise from the ruins. Truly the fire Chu Xinghe set was a magnificent one. At dusk the disheveled Chu Xinghe completed a day's labor alongside his senior brothers from the Lingyi Palace. Though exhaustion weighed upon him, the mere rumor that Chu Cheng had once again been soundly thrashed swept away all his weariness in an instant. Were circumstances different, he would have hastened to the outer gate to witness firsthand the sorry state to which Chu Cheng had been reduced. Just as he prepared to return with Feng Fei for some rest, Xinshun approached. Junior brother Xinghe. Greetings, senior brother Xinshun. Ha ha ha. Junior brother Xinghe, you must be utterly spent after bustling about all day long. When you return, do remove your core disciple robes and hand them over to the disciples within the sect. There will be attendants specifically tasked with laundering them. Such is the exclusive privilege afforded to core disciples, you know. How could I possibly? Senior brother Xinshun, say no more. Chu Xinghe declared with utmost gravity. I was the last to join the sect. How could I possibly impose upon my senior brothers to wash my garments? I already feel a measure of guilt for not being able to assist my senior brothers with their laundry. Therefore I shall wash my own robes. I know nothing of what privileges other core disciples enjoy, but I must implore my senior brother to speak no more of this. Treat me as an ordinary disciple. Your kindness toward me has already been beyond measure, and I am deeply grateful to all my senior brothers. Xinshun was moved to tears. As always, junior brother Xinghe. Very well. It shall be as junior brother Xinghe wishes. Oh, and speaking of which, junior brother Xinghe, in but a few days the spirit tomb shall be opened. I have already arranged for disciples to gather information regarding various locations within the spirit tomb for you. Tell me, what manner of spiritual weapon does junior brother favor? Chu Xinghe was taken aback. What manner of spiritual weapon did he favor? One must understand that those who enter the spirit tomb ordinarily rely upon fate. The Haoyan sect holds that a spiritual weapon's encounter with a disciple is a matter of destiny. A destined spiritual weapon shall accompany a disciple through life until the day of death, whereupon it shall return to the spirit tomb. Therefore fate is of paramount importance. As for this fate, how shall one describe it? It is utterly mysterious. Some possess extraordinary talent, yet due to a single misstep upon entering the spirit tomb, they choose the most inferior of weapons. Fate arrives indeed, but so does the end of their future. Yet there are others who obtain a powerful spiritual weapon, and for them it may very well alter the course of fate itself. However, what very few know is that this so-called fate is not absolute. Those who enter the spirit tomb are newly admitted disciples unfamiliar with its intricacies. Even disciples favored by the elders might glean some fragmentary intelligence before entering the spirit tomb, but the elders dare not reveal too much. After all, the sect's regulations stand immutable. But now, from Xinshun's meaning, could his own fate be selected at will? Senior brother Xinshun, would doing so not contravene the sect's regulations? Chu Xinghe inquired with utmost solemnity. It would not. I have secretly sounded out the grand elder on this matter, and he has given his tacit approval. Therefore it shall not violate the sect's regulations, nor shall any punishment befall you. Rest assured, junior brother. Rest assured, my foot. Upon hearing Xinshun's words, Chu Xinghe was so infuriated he could only laugh. Had he asked whether it violated the regulations for that reason? If it didn't violate the regulations, what fun would there be in it? If there were no punishment, what future could there possibly be? I see. Then thank you, senior brother Xinshun. I favor cheap. Ahem. Sword. A sword. Haha, rest assured, junior brother. Within the spirit tomb of our Haotian sect lie the 10 great divine swords. Though 5 now rest in the possession of the Grand Elders, and the sect master 5 remain masterless. Their locations remain a mystery, but the Grand Elder is certain to possess some intelligence. Worry not, junior brother. I shall quietly seek information from the Grand Elder, and I am certain we shall achieve results. If that is the case, I thank you most sincerely, senior brother Shinshan. What is there for fellow disciples to be so courteous about? I'm off. Shinshan departed, and Chu Xinghe returned to his own chambers. Feng Fei had already washed up, and was sitting leisurely sipping tea. Chu Xinghe briefly recounted to Feng Fei the matter of Shinshan's visit that day. His purpose was simple, as the saying goes, one task avoided is better than one undertaken. He wished merely to sound things out, and see whether there might be any avenue for rule-breaking. This matter is hardly any secret. The elders of each palace will inevitably open certain back doors for their favored disciples, and our Lingyi Palace is naturally no exception. Therefore it cannot be considered a violation. Chu Xinghe's face fell. If Feng Fei said it wasn't a violation, then it truly wasn't a violation. Junior brother Xinghe, with your talent, if you could obtain a divine sword, you would naturally soar to greater heights in the future. Therefore, junior brother, go forth and pursue this with abandon. Thank you, senior brother Feng. Chu Xinghe could only smile wryly in resignation. It appeared there would be no opportunity for breaking rules after all. Observing Chu Xinghe's bitter smile, Feng Fei mistook it for worry over being unable to subdue a divine sword. After a moment's consideration, Feng Fei spoke. Junior brother, the truth is that the 5 divine swords do not entirely depend upon fate. Certain subtle means are also required. So rest assured, the Grand Elder shall certainly find a way for you to obtain a divine sword. Ah, Chu Xinghe was dumbfounded. So behind this so-called fate there lurked manipulation in the shadows. Yet Feng Fei said no more, for all that needed saying had already been said. Chu Xinghe deliberated, should he expose this shadowy manipulation? Were it to come to light, the newly admitted disciples would surely erupt into chaos. It would likely deal a tremendous blow to the entire Haotian sect. Yet upon reflection, Chu Xinghe felt it would not do. For if he were to expose this matter, would he himself be expelled from the sect? It would be difficult. Extraordinarily difficult. Then would he face punishment? He would. But not severely, for the Grand Elder would spare no effort to suppress the matter. Given the Grand Elder's methods, the likelihood of it simply fizzling out was exceedingly high. At most, Shinshan, the one who served as the go-between, would be dragged out as the scapegoat, and to the outside world it would merely be declared a rumor, and that would be the end of it. Acts that harm others while benefiting oneself may be undertaken, but acts that harm others yet do not benefit oneself. Such deeds Chu Xinghe had deemed impossible to commit. Furthermore, obtaining a divine sword was immensely important to him. The 10 great divine swords of the Haotian sect were renowned throughout the realm. Treasures such as the sect master's heaven-supporting sword and the Grand Elder's soul-destroying sword were truly peerless weapons. If he could obtain such a divine sword as his spiritual weapon, only then could his future be said to hold boundless promise. 5 of the 10 great divine swords now remained within the spirit tomb. With the Grand Elder's covert machinations behind the scenes, securing one was absolutely within reach. He recalled how he had attempted to trap the Grand Elder on numerous occasions before, though all had ended in failure. Nevertheless, in his heart there lingered the faintest trace of guilt, did there not? That night Chu Xinghe had dreamt. He dreamed that Chu Chang, swathed head to toe like a dumpling, came seeking vengeance against him, proclaiming at every turn that rivers flow east for 30 years and west for 30 years. Never look down upon the poor, declaring that his fate was commanded by himself and not by the heavens, declaring that with a single stroke of his sword he would cleave off this dog's head. Damn it, had that little bastard not survived? How was he now playing at dream visitation? So excessive grievance could indeed produce the effect of appearing in dreams. So infuriated was Chu Xinghe that at the crack of dawn he stormed straight into the dining hall. Senior brother, 2 dumplings for me. The most tightly wrapped kind, meat-filled. Having devoured 2 meat-filled dumplings, Chu Xinghe felt considerably more at ease. Quite the depth of grievance, you little bastard. What hasn't your brother Chu seen in this world? Let alone mere dumplings. Were you to come in person, just see whether your brother Chu wouldn't chew you up and swallow you whole. The debris of the Medicine King Palace had been thoroughly cleared. The Haotian sect possessed its own construction corps, and a group of disciples cultivating earth and wood attribute techniques put on a live demonstration of how buildings were erected here. In the past, one constantly heard people speak of skyscrapers rising from the ground, all of it idle boasting. Here was the genuine article. Stone was truly pulled up from the very earth and shaped into stone pillars. Good heavens! Centered upon the vermilion bird cauldron, palace after palace truly rose from the earth. In but a few short days the Medicine King Palace had already taken shape under the hands of these earth and wood cultivators. Its area was more than 10 times what it had been before, a place so vast that one could easily become lost within its halls. Of course, various items would subsequently need to be furnished within the Medicine King Palace, but before the vast wealth of the Haotian sect, such matters were utterly trivial. Chu Xinghe observed the construction for several days. Though he harbored little interest in becoming a disciple of earth and wood techniques, his love for the Haotian sect's cultivation methods was utterly genuine. However, Chu Xinghe was presently, but at the peak of the first-grade martial warrior realm. To formally cultivate techniques, he must first obtain a spiritual weapon and properly advance into the second-grade martial master realm before he could begin learning methods suited to himself. During this period, the Grand Elder came to visit Chu Xinghe, even soliciting his opinions on the construction of the Medicine King Palace. Chu Xinghe, truly at a loss regarding such matters, could only express that the Grand Elder should handle it as he saw fit. Yet these several days were for Chu Xinghe the most comfortable he had experienced. Each day he needed only to watch the earth and wood cultivator's miserable performance of raising buildings from the ground. He truly had nothing to do. Indeed, even if he wished to do something, he lacked the capacity for it. Therefore, utilizing these days, Chu Xinghe had been continuously contemplating his next plan. Burn the spirit tomb. That was unrealistic. Should the spiritual weapons automatically defend the spirit tomb and pierce him with 10,000 swords, it would not be worth it. And just as Chu Xinghe found himself at an impasse, Shen Chun arrived. Shen Chun, with an air of mystery, placed a slip of paper into Chu Xinghe's hand. Chu Xinghe glanced at it. Good heavens! The locations of 4 of the 5 divine swords were marked upon it, and for 3 of them the methods of obtaining them were even written out in meticulous detail. No wonder the Grand Elder had come by and said something so cryptic as to seize the opportunity well. So this was what he meant. Many thanks, Senior Brother Shen Chun. Oh, no need for such courtesy between us, Junior Brother. I'm merely a messenger. Junior Brother must not let down the Grand Elder. Rest assured, Senior Brother Shun. Junior Brother, the Grand Elder instructed me to tell you it would be best to choose one of these 3 swords, touch not the others. Moreover, once you enter the spirit tomb, remember, well, not to converse too freely with others. During the previous opening of the spirit tomb, a disciple also obtained certain information. Yet this fellow, emboldened by his intelligence, carelessly offered guidance to all and sundry. In the end, an entire group of disciples obtained only the most inferior of spiritual weapons. The wrath of the various palaces knew no bounds, and not even an elder could protect that disciple. He was expelled directly from the sect. Therefore, Junior Brother, you. Rest assured, Senior Brother. I shall absolutely positively offer no careless guidance to anyone. Chu Xinghe's tears streamed down. Senior Brother Shen Chun. As always, you are the one. You are now the most venerable of all my senior brothers. I racked my brains for days on end with no progress whatsoever. Senior Brother, you are the true master. One move from you, and everything is revealed. So offering careless guidance to others can get one expelled from the sect, can it? Rest assured, Senior Brother. When it comes to the art of offering careless guidance, that disciple who was expelled from the sect is but a mere fledgling compared to me. Today was indeed a fine day when all things desired could come true. Chu Xinghe banished the gloom that had weighed on him, hopping and skipping all the way back to his quarters. Junior Brother seems to have gotten what he wanted. You're in such high spirits. Feng Fei looked at Chu Xinghe with a smile. Senior Brother speaks the truth. Chu Xinghe nodded with a smile. Just make sure you don't let down the Grand Elder's great kindness. Feng Fei clearly misunderstood the situation. He assumed Chu Xinghe's elation stemmed solely from obtaining the method to acquire the divine sword, yet Chu Xinghe's joy encompassed far more than just that revelation. There was also the news brought by Shen Chun. However, the mention of the divine swords prompted Chu Xinghe to eagerly unfold the document. Of the 5 swords, the Grand Elder knew the locations of 4 the Luoxing, Xinting Ho Guhong, and Zhanling divine swords. The 5th sword, known as Yuan, was different. Its location was only roughly known to the Grand Elder with no precise coordinates, so it was not recorded. Among the remaining 4 swords, aside from the Zhanling, which lacked a corresponding precise method, the Luoxing, Xinting Ho, and Guhong each had their acquisition methods clearly outlined, even specifying which cultivation paths were best suited for each divine sword. It was evident that the Grand Elder had truly gone all out for Chu Xinghe. Feng Fei sat stunned for a moment after reading through it all. The Grand Elder has put his heart into this. I dare say this is the most detailed record we've ever seen. Feng Fei's assessment was entirely accurate. The Haotian sect, as the foremost sect in the world, not only boasted exceptional strength, but also maintained a remarkably fair system. When the spirit tomb typically opens, elders from various factions attempt to look out for their own disciples, but usually this amounts to vague hints, telling them certain people might suit them, or that something might be located in a particular place or acquired through some method. That is usually the extent of it. Disciples who received such information were essentially being treated as their own children by their respective elders. But what the Grand Elder had written for Chu Xinghe, good heavens, this wasn't mere guidance. It was as though the Grand Elder himself had gone to the spirit tomb, retrieved the divine swords, and laid them before Chu Xinghe for him to choose from. Others offered only secretive morsels, but the Grand Elder practically pried open Chu Xinghe's mouth, forced the meal down with fire chopsticks, and even added digestive pills afterward to ensure everything was properly absorbed. No wonder Feng Fei was completely stunned after finishing the documents. Yet Feng Fei felt no sense that the Grand Elder had gone too far. After all, in Feng Fei's view, Chu Xinghe was destined to one day lead the Lingyi Palace, and thus the Grand Elder would spare nothing to clear his path. You're right, senior brother. Perhaps the Grand Elder feared I wouldn't fully grasp the significance. Chu Xinghe could read from Feng Fei's expression just how deeply this favoritism ran. Commit these to memory, then burn the paper. Feng Fei reminded him from nearby. Understood. Chu Xinghe carefully studied every character before burning the document in Feng Fei's presence. Junior brother, you must remain extremely discreet. These matters are for your knowledge alone. Never allow yourself to guide others carelessly. Feng Fei issued his warning. Senior brother, rest assured. Perhaps it was the zongzi from that morning that restored his energy or simply his buoyant spirits, but that night brought nothing but sweet dreams. At dawn, Chu Xinghe continued his inspection of the towering structures rising from the ground while contemplating his next strategic move. By afternoon, Chu Xinghe received word that the spirit tomb would open at first light the following morning, and since the sect master was in secluded cultivation, the Grand Elder would personally preside over the spirit tomb assembly. Once the announcement spread, disciples from every faction began harboring their own private schemes. Even those who had obtained insider information felt genuine apprehension. After all, rumor or not, there was no guarantee that others hadn't received identical intelligence. After all, when elders from different factions engaged in such behind-the-scenes maneuvering, they certainly wouldn't convene to discuss where each other's disciples should go. Hence, duplicate reports weren't entirely implausible, and in such cases victory went to whoever arrived first. Of course, someone like Chu Xinghe was entirely unique throughout the Haotian sect. The locations of divine swords were never disclosed to disciples unless they proved exceptionally suited to claim them. Beyond these favored few, the majority consisted of ordinary inner sect disciples of the Haotian sect. Outer sect members lacked the privilege to enter the spirit tomb altogether, needing only to advance to inner status before being admitted with the next cohort. This recruitment drive had drawn 3,000 disciples from across the land, and this spirit tomb assembly would undoubtedly determine the fate of many. Those who obtained quality spiritual weapons would find smoother paths ahead, while those who did not would face extraordinary hardship. News of the gathering spread quickly, and disciples from each palace clustered in small groups, discussing the spirit tomb assembly, though their deliberations held little practical value. Insights from senior brothers were the only reliable source of information about what lay within the spirit tomb. Which spiritual weapons were superior, and which would suit individual needs remained anyone's guess. Amidst the anxiety of countless disciples and the rare excitement of a select few, the spirit tomb assembly arrived as scheduled. 3,000 inner sect disciples assembled at the martial arena surrounding the central hall of Haotian. Though Chu Xinghe stood at the very edge, he remained the undeniable center of attention. The fellow who became a core disciple in record time. His black disciple robes look incredibly stylish. The golden embroidery is even more impressive. It's a pity I'm not wearing them. Core disciple. I wonder when I'll ever reach that level. Stop dreaming about it. Even becoming an elite disciple requires reaching at least the great martial master realm, plus outstanding merits. As for core disciples, that's impossible no matter how long you wait. Every core disciple is personally chosen by an elder and will become someone remarkable in the sect's future. Whispers and murmurs rippled through the crowd, some flattering, others less so, but Chu Xinghe paid them no mind. Silence. With that commanding voice, the Grand Elder ascended the raised platform, his gaze sweeping across the assembled disciples before he began. He opened with words of praise for the sect. Then he made clear that joining the Haotian sect was an extraordinary stroke of fortune that they should cherish, and concluded with a straightforward explanation of the spirit tomb's regulations. The rules were straightforward. Once inside, disciples could pursue any path they chose, but each had only half a day to select a suitable spiritual weapon. If they failed to make their choice within the allotted time, the sect would assign them the lowest grade weapon available. This was also a pointed reminder to those with inflated ambitions to examine themselves honestly and recognize their actual capabilities rather than chasing after legendary weapons and ending up with nothing. Though the Grand Elder's words were blunt, the reality they described was undeniable. Once the Grand Elder finished speaking, the platform beneath him descended, and as it lowered, a pathway leading behind the Hall of Haotian appeared before everyone's eyes. This was the route to the spirit tomb. Guided by sect disciples, everyone proceeded in orderly fashion into the tomb. Chu Xinghe noticed the Grand Elder giving him an almost imperceptible nod just before he entered. The Grand Elder was encouraging him. Chu Xinghe followed the main group through the underground passages of the spirit tomb, finally passing through a mist-laden gateway into the tomb itself. Before him stretched a subterranean cavern world with countless enormous stone formations rising unevenly in every direction. Embedded among these massive stones were various spiritual weapons, but they appeared shrouded in dust, making it impossible to discern their relative quality. While Chu Xinghe surveyed the terrain, some individuals had already set off, likely those who possessed insider information, heading directly toward the spiritual weapons they sought. Most, however, stood frozen in confusion. With countless paths and stone formations stretching as far as the eye could see, and even more spiritual weapons scattered about, how was one supposed to choose? It all came down to pure luck. As Chu Xinghe contemplated his approach, a clear voice rang out behind him. Excuse me, are you senior brother Chu Xinghe? A delicate young woman approached Chu Xinghe. Chu Xinghe's gaze briefly fell on her chest. Wow. No, that was the insignia of the Tzuling Palace. Indeed, Chu Xinghe only wanted to identify which palace she came from. The size of her assets was completely irrelevant to him. Hello, junior sister. I am Chu Xinghe. Senior brother Xinghe, my name is Wan Lin. As a core disciple, you surely know more than we do. Could you possibly help us? Those behind her turned toward Chu Xinghe as well, but she had already braced herself for rejection. After all, the spirit tomb involved personal interests, and dedicating precious time to assist others was something most wouldn't readily do. But just as she prepared to accept dismissal, Chu Xinghe spoke up. Junior sister Wan Lin, there's no need for such formality. While I hold the rank of core disciple, my knowledge isn't vastly different from yours. Still, I cannot refuse to assist my fellow sect members. If you're willing to follow me, I'll do my best to guide you. Thank you, senior brother Xinghe. Wan Lin and the disciples behind her were so overjoyed they nearly jumped for happiness. Wan Lin's eyes sparkled with admiration as she gazed at Chu Xinghe. Rumors had circulated about his righteousness and willingness to risk danger to protect his fellow villagers, and his deeds within the Lingyi Palace had earned widespread praise from his peers. She had dismissed such tales as mere legend, never imagining that a core disciple would be so genuinely approachable, making her reconsider whether those stories might actually be true. And to all the other junior brothers and sisters, if you're uncertain which path to take, feel free to follow me. I'll do my best to guide you. Chu Xinghe raised his arm and called out, instantly drawing cheers from the countless bewildered disciples around him. Thank you, senior brother Xinghe. I'm truly convinced now. I understand why he earned the rank of core disciple. Exactly. You wouldn't believe it. I met a core disciple the other day, addressed him respectfully as senior brother, and he didn't even acknowledge me. We're all core disciples, yet the difference in how they carry themselves is enormous. A great multitude chanted praises for senior brother Xinghe's righteousness, falling in behind Chu Xinghe as he led the way. Yet what Chu Xinghe didn't realize was that within the hall of Haoyan, a assembly of elders watched silently through the Haoyan mirror, observing every moment in the spirit tomb below. The Grand Elder stood at the forefront. As he witnessed Chu Xinghe willingly guiding his fellow disciples, he felt a mixture of pride and resignation. His satisfaction came from knowing that Chu Xinghe possessed such admirable character. Even if they weren't disciples of the Lingyi Palace, as long as they were fellow members of the Haoyan sect, he was willing to step forward and help. His concern stemmed from the fact that this generosity would consume valuable time, potentially costing him his own chance at claiming the divine sword. Beyond the Grand Elder, the other elders observed the scene, with similar understanding, nodding in agreement. They were all perceptive people. They understood the nature of these behind-the-scenes arrangements, even if they couldn't speak of them openly. They watched their own disciples rush blindly toward whichever tips they'd received, anxious not to fall behind and miss out on superior rewards. Meanwhile, everyone recognized that Chu Xinghe had clearly received guidance from the Grand Elder, guidance far more valuable than anything they could offer. Yet what about Chu Xinghe? Faced with requests from fellow disciples, he didn't hesitate for a moment. Just for this, he had already won the admiration of most of the elders present. As always, the same principle applied here when evaluating disciples. One must look not only at talent, but also at character. Everything within the spirit tomb was displayed with crystalline clarity within the Haoyan mirror. The movements of every individual could be observed with perfect precision. Some disciples, upon entering, immediately scrambled toward locations based on the whispered intelligence they had gathered beforehand. When fellow disciples called out for assistance, they wouldn't dream of offering aid. Not even a single glance spared in their direction. Yet in stark contrast, Chu Xinghe welcomed every approaching fellow disciple with open arms. The disparity between the two became immediately apparent. Our Haoyan sect stands as the unrivaled sovereign of the cultivation world. Every disciple beneath our banner possesses extraordinary talent. Yet talent alone is insufficient. Character shapes destiny. What reflections do my fellow elders hold in their hearts? The Grand Elder's voice was soft, yet it reached the ears of every elder with crystalline clarity. During the sect master's seclusion, the Grand Elder had assumed stewardship over all sect affairs, naturally extending his authority over each elder. Though his words bore no explicit accusation, the meaning beneath them was unmistakable to all present. Was this not tantamount to declaring, "Behold the precious disciples you have so carefully chosen"? What manner of conduct is this? Each one abandoning their fellow disciples in their singular pursuit of personal gain. These are the disciples you have selected. The Grand Elder's admonishment rings true. We shall certainly engage in profound self-reflection. The assembled elders found themselves flush with shame. Such is the cruelty of comparison. In previous openings of the spirit tomb, all disciples had performed in roughly equal measure and no comments were warranted. But today Chu Xinghe's brilliance shone with such intensity that everyone else was instantly reduced to mere backdrop. And most vexing of all regarding this young man, Chu Xinghe, even the elders facing the Grand Elder's censure could offer no complaint against him. What could they possibly say? Accuse Chu Xinghe of helping his fellow disciples. Though the Haoyan sect comprises numerous peaks and palaces, it has always been a singularly unified sect. Its rise to supremacy was no accident. Yet these newly admitted disciples remained ignorant of this truth, their hearts consumed by selfish ambition. They had forgotten that the Spirit Tomb Assembly was no martial tournament demanding life and death struggle. Those around them were not adversaries to be conquered, but brothers and sisters of the same lineage bound by shared destiny. Within the Spirit Tomb, the maidens of Qilin Palace fell into step behind Chu Xinghe. Yet it was not only they, greater and greater numbers of disciples began following in his wake. Regarding this core disciple who willingly sacrificed his own time to guide his fellow sect members, everyone held him in genuine admiration. Truly worthy of his status as a core disciple, his benevolence was beyond question. Fellow junior brothers and sisters, I stand among you as another first-time entrant to the Spirit Tomb. Though I have heard senior brothers speak of this place, my understanding remains limited. The selection of spirit weapons depends upon one's own destiny. I may guide you along the path, but what spirit weapon you ultimately obtain depends upon the fated connection between yourself and the weapon. Should any of you fail to acquire a spirit weapon to your satisfaction, I beg that you harbor no blame toward me. Chu Xinghe's words instantly moved the junior brothers and sisters behind him to tears. We shall engrave Senior Brother Xinghe's kindness upon our hearts. Senior Brother Xinghe need not speak thus. Guiding us at all is already the height of benevolence. Senior Brother Xinghe is so handsome. Wan Lin followed behind, Chu Xinghe, her eyes sparkling with admiration. She had initially intended only to try her luck, never expecting Senior Brother Xinghe to prove so genuinely virtuous. Under Chu Xinghe's guidance, the group pressed forward. As they advanced, the variety of spirit weapons around them gradually grew richer, clearly indicating that they had chosen the correct path. The Spirit Tomb contained countless branching paths, some leading to regions entirely devoid of spirit weapons. Taking a wrong turn would prove most troublesome. Yet the path Chu Xinghe traversed was one he had obtained in advance. However, Chu Xinghe had no intention of leading everyone toward the location of the divine sword at the end. Instead, he sought. Very soon after a turn ahead, Chu Xinghe found the place he sought. This place differed from the others, for a stone stele had appeared before the group. Spirit Pool. Wan Lin made out the characters inscribed upon the stele, and everyone present knew of this place. The Spirit Pool could be considered the absolute heart of the Spirit Tomb. It was also the location of Haotian Sect's earliest Spirit Tomb. When the founding ancestors of Haotian Sect passed away, their spirit weapons came to rest here. Gazing upon the Spirit Pool, Chu Xinghe spoke, "This is the place. Fellow junior brothers and sisters, you may select the spirit weapons you require here." As Chu Xinghe spoke, he gestured toward the location of the Spirit Pool. Yet the moment his words fell, including Wan Lin, countless people around him were instantly bewildered. Does Senior Brother Xinghe not know what this place is? Wan Lin stood dumbfounded. I do. The Spirit Pool. Then why does Senior Brother Xinghe tell us to select spirit weapons here? Indeed. The Spirit Pool is where Haotian Sect's earliest spirit tomb resided, and the spirit weapons here are the most ancient. Precisely. Many of these weapons are damaged or broken, and even those that remain intact are the most inferior. What does Senior Brother Xinghe mean by this? Selecting spirit weapons here. Isn't this deceiving us? Chaos erupted all around. As everyone had observed, the earliest spirit pool of Haotian Sect held the spirit weapons of the earliest ancestors. Yet in that era, Haotian Sect had not yet risen to supremacy. The spirit weapons within that ancient spirit pool were nowhere near as diverse or powerful as those of the present day. Whether in capability or any other aspect, they paled in comparison to modern weapons. Chu Xinghe having everyone select weapons here was blatant deception. In an instant, every gaze turned toward Chu Xinghe with confusion and fury. You promised to guide us. What is the meaning of this betrayal? Not only within the Spirit Tomb, but even in the Haotian Palace, the Grand Elder and the assembled elders before the Haotian Mirror underwent a dramatic shift in expression. No one had anticipated that Chu Xinghe would lead everyone to this place. Where was the righteousness he had displayed? Was this not obvious deception? Within the Spirit Tomb, Wan Lin likewise wore an expression of utter bewilderment. What exactly did Senior Brother Xinghe intend? This was clearly a scheme against everyone. The agitation among the surrounding disciples intensified by the moment. Several with particularly fiery tempers had already begun hurling accusations. They declared that even though Chu Xinghe was a core disciple, such grave betrayal could not go unpunished. They would submit a joint petition and ensure that Chu Xinghe paid dearly for his treachery. All of you be silent. Amidst the rising cacophony, Chu Xinghe roared with thunderous authority. The sound of his voice reverberated through the surroundings, successfully quelling all noise. You believe I am deceiving you, that I am forcing you to choose the most inferior spirit weapons. Chu Xinghe's words drew nods from countless people. Ha ha ha. How tragic. This is the greatest tragedy beneath the heavens. Chu Xinghe's face was etched with sorrow. His gaze swept across the entire gathering as he slowly began to speak. 1,000 years ago, the first-generation Grand Emperor of our Haotian Sect, the Great Emperor Haotian, emerged from a humble mountain village. The ancestor possessed neither unparalleled talent nor any divine weapon, yet through his own might alone, he established Haotian Sect. In the centuries that followed, countless sects across the realm rose and fell, swept away by the relentless river of history. Yet our Haotian sect advanced steadily from an obscure minor faction, braving countless trials and overcoming every obstacle in its path. 400 years ago, the 10th generation Grand Emperor of our sect was born, a prodigy of heaven itself. He beheaded demon lords, vanquished evil overlords, and upon that day, 4 characters were inscribed upon the mountain gates of our Haotian sect, supreme under heaven. For 400 years thereafter, our Haotian sect has remained seated upon the throne of the supreme sect, its position unshaken by any. Yet today I wish to ask my fellow junior brothers and sisters a single question: who among you still remembers what the spirit weapon of the 1st generation Grand Emperor Haotian was? And what of the 10th generation Grand Emperor's spirit weapon? The entire assembly fell into absolute silence. Allow me to tell you, the 1st generation Grand Emperor's weapon was named the Shentai sword. It is precisely the blade before your eyes. Chu Xinghe pointed toward a spirit weapon thrust into the highest position behind him. 1,000 years have passed, and it has long since become scarred and broken beyond recognition. Yet it is precisely these scars and fractures that bear witness to the glory it once knew. And the 10th generation Grand Emperor's spirit weapon was named the Mercury Sword. It too was an unremarkable blade standing right before your eyes. Chu Xinghe pointed once more toward the Mercury Sword, a spirit weapon that appeared no different from any other. 1,000 years have passed from obscurity to our present seat at the pinnacle. How many still remember the journey that brought us here? How lamentable, how worthy of sorrow. Chu Xinghe's countenance radiated genuine anguish. We enter Haotian sect, we come to the spirit tomb, we select our spirit weapons. But have we come merely to select spirit weapons? No. We have come to pay homage to the legacy our ancestors have bequeathed us, to understand the glory they once forged. Today you gaze upon these spirit weapons before you, and you dare to call them rubbish. Yet which of you remembers that each and every one of them fought alongside its master for Haotian sect until the very last breath? Silence. At this moment the spirit tomb was utterly still. The path of cultivation is arduous, more difficult than ascending to the heavens. A spirit weapon may ease our journey considerably. Yet examine your hearts. Did the 10th generation Grand Emperor not lead Haotian sect to its peak while wielding the Mercury Sword? Why then should we be unable to do the same? 400 years ago our ancestors possessed no divine weapons, yet they earned for Haotian sect the illustrious name of supreme under heaven. But here we stand today, 4 centuries later. You, each of you proud children of heaven, think only of obtaining a spirit weapon to smooth your path of cultivation. Are you worthy of being disciples of Haotian sect? Silence. At this moment not only was the spirit tomb utterly still, but even before the Haotian mirror, all was quiet. The Grand Elder and the assembled elders had all fallen into profound contemplation. 400 years ago marked the zenith of Haotian sect. Even unto this day it seemed that Haotian sect could no longer surpass the glory of that era. All asked why. Haotian sect possessed more resources than in those ancient days, and its disciples' talents surpassed those of yesteryear. Yet the fires of former glory could not be rekindled. Why? Precisely why? And today Chu Xinghe provided the answer to all. Our original aspiration. We have all forgotten our original aspiration. We yearn for stronger spirit weapons, we crave greater resources, yet on the path of cultivation external objects remain mere external objects. Only by rediscovering our original aspiration can we reclaim our former glory. Now I ask you, do you still find these spirit weapons of the spirit pool to be ordinary? Chu Xinghe spoke these words in a single breath, his voice thick with emotion, tears streaming down his face. As the saying goes, to persuade others. Ahem. To move others one must first move oneself. Whether they believed it or not, he had convinced himself. The original aspiration remains unchanged, and thus the end is achieved. The Grand Elder murmured these words silently, raising his gaze to look at Chu Xinghe in the Haotian mirror. Chu Xinghe, gazing at the countless disciples lost in deep thought, knew he must add fuel to the fire if he wished to succeed. 400 years ago our ancestors reached the pinnacle without relying on external things. Why should we not be able to do the same today? Do you consider yourselves inferior to others? We are not. It was Wan Lin who spoke, the young girl now tearful. With Wan Lin's words a chorus of voices rose from around them. Senior brother Xinghe, I was wrong. I used to think you were deliberately setting us up, but I never imagined your cultivation realm far surpassed ours. 400 years ago our ancestors relied on these spiritual weapons to build the empire we enjoy today, yet we have forgotten their legacy and blindly pursue external aids. Senior brother Xinghe speaks truly. The path of cultivation is thorny and arduous. While external objects can lend us strength, how can one reach the pinnacle by pursuing only material means? A youth utterly convinced by the speech stepped forward from the crowd and approached the spirit pool. He seized a spiritual weapon from its edge, dust scattering, as if in acknowledgement, and with a flash of light the weapon recognized its master. With the first success, the rest fell into place. Wan Lin emerged from the crowd, bowed deeply to Chu Xinghe, then stepped forward to select her own spiritual weapon, the one that would become her lifelong companion. More disciples came forward, but many still hesitated, watching from the sidelines. Witnessing this, Chu Xinghe steeled himself. If you don't risk something, you can't gain anything. After all, they were just spiritual weapons. He had just said it himself. External tools meant nothing. Today he would forego even the divine swords. He would not stop until every last one of them was convinced. Chu Xinghe stepped forward to the spirit pool. Gazing at these seemingly ordinary spiritual weapons, he did not hesitate long. His eyes settled on a silver sword that caught his attention, and with that his decision was made. The path of cultivation is filled with thorns. I have wavered, but I have never retreated. With those words, Chu Xinghe took a step forward. Seeing Chu Xinghe choose a weapon from among them, the hesitant disciples below hardened their resolve. Senior brother Xinghe, a core disciple with boundless promise ahead, dared to cultivate without relying on external aid. As he had said, though the path was thorny and he had faltered at times, he had never once retreated. Perhaps this was the true path of cultivation. If senior brother Xinghe could make such a choice, what reason did they have to hesitate? In that moment, countless disciples cast aside their final doubts and made their way toward the spirit pool. Spiritual weapons were chosen one after another, becoming lifelong companions. Though modest in rank, each weapon was received with unwavering determination in the eyes of its new master. Chu Xinghe watched as more and more disciples made their choices, knowing he would have to make a significant sacrifice today. Steeling himself, he seized the ordinary spirit sword before him and raised it high, singing to the heavens. Like the rock that rides the wind, soaring 90,000 li. Today we shall forge anew our glory. Today we shall forge anew our glory. At that moment, everyone cried out in unison with Chu Xinghe. But just as he channeled his spiritual energy to complete the weapon's recognition, an unexpected change occurred. Whoosh! The spirit sword in Chu Xinghe's hand was seized by an unknown force flying from his palm to return to its original position. As the sword re-established itself, eerie sounds echoed from all directions. A deep hum resonated through the air, and suddenly every spiritual weapon in the spirit pool began to tremble in unison. Chu Xinghe stood bewildered at the sight, unsure of what was unfolding. Yet before the Haotian mirror, the Grand Elder and the other elders erupted in startled exclamations. A divine sword has emerged. All spiritual weapons returned to one. The Grand Elder's eyes widened in shock. Within the Haotian Sect's spirit pool lay 10 divine swords, and each time one claimed to master countless spiritual weapons would tremble in response. This was precisely the phenomenon of a divine sword's emergence, where all spiritual weapons would converge. But there was no divine sword here. What was happening? The Grand Elder quickly sensed something amiss. The Haotian Sect's spiritual collection held far more than 10,000 weapons. It numbered in the hundreds of thousands, the accumulated treasures of a millennium. According to past occurrences, a divine sword's emergence would cause many spiritual weapons to resonate, yet there was no divine sword in Chu Xinghe's vicinity. So why were all these weapons trembling? And soon the elders discovered that the trembling wasn't confined to Chu Xinghe's location. Across the entire spirit tomb, every spiritual weapon, including those already bound to masters, began to quake. This resonance extended beyond the tomb itself. Radiating outward from the spirit tomb, every spiritual weapon in the hands of the entire Haotian sect began to vibrate. It wasn't just the disciples. The Grand Elder realized with shock that his own soul-devouring sword, one of his 10 divine swords, had broken free from his control, levitating in midair and trembling alongside the others. It seemed as though some force had stirred throughout heaven and earth, drawing every spiritual weapon across the Haotian sect toward the spirit tomb. What is this? The elders stood dumbfounded. They had never witnessed anything like this. A divine sword's emergence would cause spiritual weapons to resonate, but for the entire Haotian sect's arsenal to shake, that defied all precedent. Boom! As everyone grappled with the unfolding events, a deafening roar erupted from the spirit tomb. The central stone pillar of the spirit pool shattered in an instant. 1 ray, 2 rays, 3 rays. 9 luminous beams of different colors shot skyward from the ruptured pillar. The 9 beams moved with impossible speed, converging in an instant on Chu Xinghe's location. For a moment, 9 divine lights swirled frantically around him, as though celebrating. Accompanying the 9 divine lights, a white radiance also erupted from the shattered pillar. The Haotian sword case. This is the Haotian sword case. The Grand Elder cried out in shock, and behind him all the elders' expressions darkened dramatically. The Haotian sect was renowned throughout the world for its 10 divine swords. Yet few knew that the 10 divine swords were not the sect's greatest treasures. The Haotian sect's supreme spiritual weapon was the Haotian sword case, obtained by the 10th Haotian emperor in his later years. Within this sword case lay 9 ancient divine weapons. Even the 10th Haotian emperor could only possess it, but could not wield it. Thus he named it the Haotian sword case, and sealed it within the Haotian sect's spirit tomb, where it became the ultimate guardian, suppressing 1,000,000 spiritual weapons. For 4 centuries, every generation of powerful cultivators in the Haotian sect had attempted to communicate with the Haotian sword case, yet it had never responded to any of them. What even the Haotian emperor of old could not accomplish was ultimately abandoned by all. But now, today, the Haotian sword case had broken free from its seal. After 400 years, 9 divine swords emerged simultaneously to dance for Chu Xinghe alone. A divine artifact had manifested, and all spiritual weapons rejoiced in unison. Throughout the spirit tomb and across the entire Haotian sect, every spiritual weapon now bowed toward the Haotian sword case. Before the Haotian mirror, the elders' eyes nearly bulged from their sockets. None could have fathomed that Chu Xinghe's unwavering declaration, his pledge to remain true to his original aspiration and press forward, would awaken the Haotian sword case and compel it to recognize a master. 9 divine lights swirled continuously around Chu Xinghe. Fei Huang, Lei Ying, Xianjian, Bai Hong, Rao Jiro, Yi Xiantian, Kaixia, Sui Xing, Ding Han. Each of the 9 divine swords possessed unique attributes and extraordinary powers, their combined strength surpassing even the 10 divine swords of the Haotian sect. At that moment, the 9 divine swords orbited Chu Xinghe in relentless rotation, countless rays of light radiating madly outward from the Haotian sword case at their center. In an instant, every disciple nearby who had claimed a spiritual weapon was bathed in the divine sword's radiance, frozen in place, as though struck by a binding spell. The sword case has recognized its master, bestowing blessings upon all sentient beings. They have all entered a state of enlightenment. The Grand Elder cried out again upon witnessing this sight. Within the spirit tomb, everyone felt as though drawn into an independent realm, entering a state of sudden enlightenment. Not only did they awaken spiritually, but the spiritual weapons in their hands began emitting brilliant radiance, starting to merge with their very souls. The sword case emerges, blessing all beings. The spiritual weapons fuse with their souls. These youngsters have truly struck fortune. All the spiritual weapons in everyone's hands merged with their souls, their radiance intensifying momentarily. A symbiotic relationship formed between them and their weapons. Though these blades lacked high ranks, they could grow alongside their masters, elevating each one into a priceless treasure. Chaos erupted throughout the spirit tomb. Those who had committed to claiming a weapon entered enlightenment, while those who had hesitated found themselves with no opportunity to benefit. They rushed toward the spirit pool once more, but it was far too late. Wan Lin was the first to awaken. Gazing at the spiritual weapon now fused with her soul, she was so overjoyed, she nearly leapt into the air. What manner of spiritual weapon could possibly be the finest in this world? Was it a divine sword? No. While divine swords were undoubtedly powerful, only a spiritual weapon that could merge with one's soul served as the truest companion, one that would never betray, never disappoint. Today Wan Lin never dreamed she would claim a soul-fused spiritual weapon, all because of Senior Brother Xinghe. Senior Brother Xinghe's words had earned the Haotian sword case's recognition, and in return the sword case bestowed its greatest blessings upon all who shared his aspirations. Wan Lin and those who had claimed and fused with their spiritual weapons were overjoyed, while those who had hesitated and missed their chance felt as though they might vomit blood from frustration. Such a heavenly opportunity had slipped through their fingers. How could they have failed to understand Senior Brother Xinghe's benevolence? A tremor resonated once more as all 9 swords flew into the Haotian sword case. The case itself hovered before Chu Xinghe, then flashed forward, piercing his left shoulder before dissolving into a seal embedded within his body. The Haotian sword case. It has actually recognized a master. Just as all present watched the sword case merge with Chu Xinghe's arm, a voice shook the heavens. From between the mountains a figure emerged, treading upon empty air. The world beneath his feet seemed to shatter with each step. When he reappeared, he stood before the Haotian mirror in the main hall. Greetings, Sect Master. All present, including the Grand Elder, bowed to the newcomer. He was the lord of the Haotian sect, the one hailed as the greatest martial artist in the world today, the Haotian Wu Emperor Gu Mingxiao. Yet Gu Mingxiao paid no mind to the assembled elders. His gaze remained fixed upon the Haotian mirror, watching Chu Xinghe, as the sword case recognized him as its master. Gu Mingxiao had been in closed-door seclusion, a death seclusion in truth. Unless Haotian sect faced a crisis that only he could resolve, he would never have emerged. Even when Haotian sect's great bell had rung 9 times before, Gu Mingxiao had paid it no heed. But today Gu Mingxiao had emerged. For the one drawn forth by the Haotian sword case was not merely the soul-severing sword of the Grand Elder. Gu Mingxiao's own Pillar of Heaven sword had resonated as well. Only one thing could command such reverence from divine blades. Gu Mingxiao understood that within all of Haotian sect only the legendary Haotian sword case possessed such power. Yet when he beheld through the Haotian mirror all that transpired within the spirit tomb, even Gu Mingxiao, prepared as he was, found himself utterly stunned by the sight before him. The legendary Haotian sword case, the very same that even the great Emperor Haotian had failed to subdue, had today chosen a master. And this master was no supreme powerhouse, but a disciple who had only just entered the sect. After all, only newly accepted disciples were permitted to enter the spirit tomb. But it wasn't long before Gu Mingxiao detected something amiss. This disciple who had obtained the Haotian sword case was actually wearing the distinctive robes of a core disciple. So, he was a core disciple. But Gu Mingxiao recalled that among this batch of disciples who had entered Haotian sect, though a few were outstanding, they had only risen to the rank of reserve elite disciples at best. When had a core disciple appeared among this group? One must understand that core disciples and elite disciples were not the same. While elite disciples could be appointed directly by the elders of each palace, the authority to name a core disciple belonged to only two people in all of Haoyan sect. One was Gu Mingzhao himself, and the other was the Grand Elder. Therefore Gu Mingzhao turned his gaze toward the Grand Elder, at once seeking to understand what had transpired during the period of his seclusion. Congratulations, Sect Master, on emerging from seclusion. Seeing the somewhat dazed look in Gu Mingzhao's eyes, how could the Grand Elder fail to perceive the Sect Master's thoughts? And upon beholding Chu Xinghe within the Haoyan mirror, at this moment the Grand Elder's face beamed with pride. The Grand Elder then proceeded to give a faithful account of all that had transpired in recent days to the Sect Master. From the 9 tolls of the Great Bell, to Chu Xinghe willingly taking the blame for his fellow disciples from the same village, to the reappearance of the Vermilion Bird Hall's spirit flame after 400 years. And thereafter the Vermilion Bird Furnace fire setting ablaze the Medicine King Palace, the Vermilion Bird attaining spiritual sentience and bestowing the Medicine Saint's inheritance, and now the Haoyan sword case, choosing a master within the spirit tomb. Upon hearing the Grand Elder's account, Gu Mingzhao felt his mind reeling. So many momentous events had unfolded within the sect during the brief span of his seclusion, and such a heaven-defying disciple had emerged. What astonished Gu Mingzhao even more was this Chu Xinghe was a disciple of the Spirit Crane Palace to which the Grand Elder belonged, so it was understandable that the Grand Elder would praise him to the skies. But once the Grand Elder had finished speaking, the other elders had also joined in their commendations, and it was this that truly struck Gu Mingzhao with astonishment. From the accounts of the other elders, Gu Mingzhao gained a far deeper understanding of Chu Xinghe. His talent was unparalleled, his body possessed the Vermilion Bird spirit flame, he had gained the Medicine Saint's inheritance, and now he had obtained the Haoyan sword case. Yet beyond his gifts, his character and moral bearing had earned the unanimous recognition of the elders. Haoyan sect had never lacked for heaven-blessed prodigies, but a disciple who earned the approval of nearly all the elders. Such a thing was truly unprecedented in the history of the sect. At that moment, Gu Mingzhao's curiosity toward Chu Xinghe was thoroughly piqued. What manner of young man could this possibly be? Within the spirit tomb, the instant the Haoyan sword case merged into Chu Xinghe's body, the shackle that had confined him at the first-grade martial warrior realm for so long was finally shattered. His spiritual power surged forth in an instant, and Chu Xinghe successfully broke through to the second-grade martial master realm. Only at this step had he truly embarked upon the path of cultivation. Chu Xinghe was not the only one to reach the second grade. Every disciple who had believed in Chu Xinghe and chosen to select a spirit weapon here had not only achieved soul fusion with their weapons, but had also completed their breakthrough in the midst of sudden enlightenment, all stepping into the second grade in a single bound. Senior brother Xinghe, I Wan Lin shall never forget this debt of gratitude throughout my life. Wan Lin's chest heaved with emotion as he bowed deeply at a 90-degree angle toward Chu Xinghe. Senior brother Xinghe's grace, we shall never forget it for the rest of our lives. Behind Wan Lin, the other disciples who had awakened gazed at Chu Xinghe with overflowing gratitude and offered their salutations. Yet faced with such overwhelming gratitude from so many, Chu Xinghe could not tell whether he ought to laugh or weep. The truth was, I had only meant to swindle all of you. Who could have imagined that while trying to swindle you, I'd actually swindle the Haoyan sword case out? Originally, I had planned that after duping so many disciples, once they came to their senses, there would be an uproar. If word truly reached the sect master with so many disciples having been swindled by me, even the Grand Elder would not have been able to shield me. Even if I weren't expelled from the sect, severe punishment would be inevitable. But now the Haoyan sword case had been swindled out as well, and because of the sword case's grace that blessed all beings, those who should have been swindled had instead become the greatest beneficiaries of this occasion. But then again, having obtained the Haoyan sword case this time, I was reasonably satisfied. Senior brother Xinghe, please help the rest of us. At this moment others spoke up, and these were the very ones who had not been successfully swayed earlier, because they had hesitated and failed to choose spirit weapons here. When the Haoyan sword case recognized its master and blessed all beings, they had naturally been excluded as well. They had originally intended to wait and see, but that single act of holding back had caused them to miss a heaven-sent opportunity. Now each of them was consumed by bitter regret. Oof. And you lot still have the audacity to speak. Senior brother Xinghe guided us all and created such an opportunity for us, yet you dared to suspect him of ulterior motives. Now that you've brought this shame upon yourselves, you still have the nerve to ask Senior brother Xinghe for help. Wan Lin could bear it no longer. Senior brother Xinghe had created this chance for everyone, and these people had squandered it through their own hesitation. Yet here they were still entreating Senior brother Xinghe. They truly have no shame. In truth, Wan Lin had also suspected at first that Senior brother Xinghe might harbor ulterior motives, but the results had now spoken for themselves. Moreover, when selecting spirit weapons, just now Senior brother Xinghe had no knowledge whatsoever of the Haoyan sword case's existence. The one he selected was an ordinary spirit weapon like everyone else's, yet everything he did touched the sword case, and the sword case chose him as its master. And such a Senior brother Xinghe who had done so much for everyone should still have been distrusted by these people. Wan Lin wished nothing more than to deliver each of them a solid slap across the face. At this point, those who had not obtained spirit weapons were also consumed by overwhelming regret. Why had I failed to trust Senior Brother Xinghe? Senior Brother Xinghe's character was known throughout the entire sect. Had I but chosen to trust him, I would surely possess a soul-fused spirit weapon by now. They knew there was no medicine for regret in this world. At this moment, they could only silently vow that henceforth wherever Senior Brother Xinghe pointed there they would strike, and they would never again harbor even the faintest shadow of doubt toward him. Junior brothers, all the Haotian sword case's grace in blessing all beings is beyond my control. At this juncture, I can only offer you my apologies. However, there is still time remaining. Everyone may press onward and seek out the spirit weapons that call to your hearts. As I have always said, the path of cultivation is strewn with thorns. We may have faltered along the way, but I believe we have never once retreated. The moment Chu Xinghe's words fell, a wave of warm applause erupted all around. Wan Lin was moved to tears. Listen, this is what true magnanimity sounds like. Senior Brother Xinghe's bearing far surpasses our own. Even when faced with those who doubted and distrusted him, he harbored not the slightest grievance. And now at this very moment, he is still willing to point the way forward for them. This is nothing less than the very model of an exemplary senior brother. Countless disciples who had failed to obtain spirit weapons despite the regret that filled their hearts set forth once more upon the road to seek out spirit weapons. Chu Xinghe had shown them the right path. Perhaps it could offer them some aid. When Chu Xinghe and a group of disciples who had obtained spirit weapons emerged from the spirit tomb in high spirits, the many elders of Haotian Sect, along with Sect Master Gu Mingzhao, had already assembled at the entrance of the spirit tomb. This disciple pays respects to the Sect Master and all the elders. Chu Xinghe led all the disciples in offering the formal disciples' salute to the assembled leaders. Gu Mingzhao nodded slightly. Rise. Thank you, Sect Master. Once they had risen, the gazes of Gu Mingzhao and all the elders settled upon Chu Xinghe. Gu Mingzhao in particular had some impression of every slightly outstanding disciple among the 3,000 who had entered Haotian Sect, but Chu Xinghe alone left him utterly without recollection. Nevertheless, for one to rise with such astonishing swiftness, Gu Mingzhao believed it must have been an oversight on their part at the time. Chu Xinghe's acquisition of the Haotian sword case this day is heaven's blessing upon Haotian. The Grand Elder's face bloomed like a chrysanthemum in full flower. Heaven blesses Haotian. The other elders spoke in unison. Xinghe, come now and bring forth your Haotian sword case. Let us have a look. The Grand Elder stepped before Chu Xinghe, his face aglow with pride. Understood. Chu Xinghe said no more. Under the impetus of his spiritual power, a flash of white light erupted from the position of his left arm, and before him, the white light coalesced into the Haotian sword case, suspended in midair. Flying Locust. With a mere thought from Chu Xinghe, a streak of yellow light darted forth from the sword case. Flying Locust swiftly arrived before Chu Xinghe. Its form bore no resemblance to an ordinary sword. Instead, it took the shape of an oval stone. Yet as it flew, sword light spontaneously generated across its surface. This was Flying Locust, the first of the 9 swords within the Haotian sword case, and the only one Chu Xinghe could wield at present. Yet the moment Flying Locust appeared, the expressions of everyone present, Gu Mingzhao included, shifted dramatically. A flying sword. This is the legendary flying sword. Everyone gazed upon Flying Locust, which obeyed Chu Xinghe's every thought with utter disbelief. Flying swords. Such beings existed only in legend, capable of claiming a soul from 1,000 miles away with a single strike. To this very day, the world knew flying swords only through tales. Haotian Sect possessed 10 divine swords, of which the foremost was the Sect Master's Pillar of Heaven sword. Yet even the Pillar of Heaven, even in the Sect Master's hands, could at best achieve but fleeting sword flight. And that was not the Pillar of Heaven's own ability, but rather owed to Gu Mingzhao's overwhelmingly formidable cultivation, which allowed him to wield the sword through his own body. Even so, the Pillar of Heaven could not stray too far from the Sect Master. Yet Flying Locust was entirely different. Flying Locust was a genuine flying sword in the truest sense. And moreover, all 9 swords within the Haotian sword case were flying swords. Gu Mingzhao scarcely dared to imagine, should Chu Xinghe one day truly master the sword case with a single thought, unleashing all 9 swords at once. What a terrifying sight that would be. The 10th great Emperor Haotian was without question the mightiest figure in the entire history of Haotian Sect, yet even he had failed to subdue the Haotian sword case. Now on this very day, the sword case had chosen Chu Xinghe as its master. Perhaps this too was the decree of destiny. Xinghe, though my Haotian Sect possesses no art of the flying sword, I have spent half my life cultivating the way of the sword. Would you be willing to become my personal disciple and study swordsmanship under my guidance? Gu Mingzhao spoke, and with these words the entire scene fell into a deathly silence. The Sect Master wished to take Chu Xinghe as his personal disciple, ascending to the heavens in a single step. The Haotian Sect occupied the entirety of Mount Haotian, and within it the sect was divided into 18 palaces. Yet above those 18 palaces stood the Hall of Haotian, where the Sect Master resided. All disciples under the Haotian Sect would cultivate within the 18 palaces alongside their respective elders, with the exception of the Hall of Haotian. Within the Hall of Haoyan, there were no elite disciples, nor any core disciples. Only the Sect Master's personal disciples. Gu Mingxiao had assumed the role of Sect Master 30 years prior, yet in all those 3 decades he had never accepted a single disciple. Who could have imagined that today he would proactively propose taking Chu Xinghe as his personal disciple? Everyone present was frozen in shock. The Sect Master's sole personal disciple. What unparalleled glory. There was another title for the Sect Master's personal disciple. The Chief Disciple. That was correct. The Sect Master's personal disciple was the chief senior disciple of the Haoyan sect. Gu Mingxiao had not taken on disciples for 30 years, yet today, Chu Xinghe's acquisition of the Haoyan sword case had finally moved him. Gu Mingxiao intended to pass his legacy to Chu Xinghe as his heir. If he were to receive Gu Mingxiao's inheritance, then in the future, everyone present was deeply moved. Countless eyes fell upon Chu Xinghe. At this very moment, if Chu Xinghe simply nodded, he would become the Sect Master's personal disciple and leap directly to becoming the chief senior disciple of this generation of the Haoyan sect. I'm sorry, Master, but I do not wish to become your personal disciple. What? In an instant, everyone was rendered speechless, including Gu Mingxiao, who stared at Chu Xinghe with utter disbelief. He refused. Chu Xinghe actually refused. He turned down the opportunity to become the Sect Master's personal disciple and the position of chief disciple. Madness. This guy is definitely insane. Even the elder was staring at Chu Xinghe with an expression of utter disbelief. When the Sect Master first proposed taking Chu Xinghe as his personal disciple, the elder admittedly harbored some reluctance, for he did not wish to let such an outstanding disciple leave Lingyi Palace either. However, when he thought of Chu Xinghe's future, the elder ultimately held his tongue. After all, becoming the Sect Master's personal disciple meant there was a chance to become the next Sect Master. An opportunity the elder did not want Chu Xinghe to miss. Even the elder had assumed Chu Xinghe would nod and accept, but who could have imagined? Chu Xinghe refused. Master, I come from a small place called Kaoshan Village. I lost both my parents while still young and was raised on meals from 100 households. To join the Haoyan sect has been the greatest pride of my life. Here at the Haoyan sect, I felt the warmth of my fellow disciples, and I also encountered the elder who made me feel for the first time what the warmth of home and the care of parents feel like. On the day I entered Lingyi Palace, I silently told myself the elder treats me as his own, so I shall treat the elder as my father. One day as a teacher, a lifetime as a parent. I wish to remain in Lingyi Palace to serve the elder. Chu Xinghe spoke calmly and steadily, yet the moment his words fell, an absolute silence swept through the entire gathering. When Chu Xinghe rejected the Sect Master, everyone thought he had lost his mind. What an extraordinary opportunity to soar to the heavens overnight. But after hearing Chu Xinghe's words, even Gu Mingxiao could not help but feel moved. Faced with the chance to become his disciple, countless people across the world would have fought tooth and nail to seize it, yet Chu Xinghe had not forgotten his roots. Gu Mingxiao had merely noted when he heard Chu Xinghe cry out in the spirit tomb that one must never forget one's original aspiration, but at this very moment Gu Mingxiao was truly shaken. This young lad. He did not simply wear his original aspiration on his lips. He never dared to forget it, even in his heart. Xinghe. Good, good, very good. The elder stepped forward to Chu Xinghe's side and pulled him into a tight embrace. Those words had genuinely moved the elder from the bottom of his heart. Lingyi Palace had no shortage of disciples who had praised the elder as a father figure, but when faced with the opportunity to become the Sect Master's disciple, they would surely have cast such words to the winds long ago. Good child. A smile finally appeared on Gu Mingxiao's face. A smile that came from the depths of his heart. When he had previously inquired about Chu Xinghe's situation, he discovered that most of the elders were praising him, which had led Gu Mingxiao to suspect whether the elder had orchestrated it all. Otherwise, how could such an outstanding child possibly exist in this world? But at this moment, Gu Mingxiao harbored not the slightest doubt. This child not only possessed peerless talent, but his character was also unprecedented. Perhaps it was precisely because of this pure and sincere nature that the Haoyan sword case had recognized him. Good child, I permit you to remain in Lingyi Palace. However, your talent must not be wasted. I shall personally teach you the Haoyan battle will. Gu Mingxiao spoke once more, and at these words the entire venue erupted. The Haoyan battle will. The Sect Master was going to teach Chu Xinghe the Haoyan battle will. The Haoyan battle will could only be learned by the Sect Master's personal disciples, and those who mastered it were essentially guaranteed a place among the future successors to the Sect Master. Across the entire Haoyan sect, there were very few with the qualification to learn the Haoyan battle will. No one had expected that Gu Mingxiao, who had just been rejected by Chu Xinghe, would still be willing to teach him the Haoyan battle will. Hurry and thank the Master for bestowing this grace. Even the elder's eyes had reddened with emotion. Now he truly regarded Chu Xinghe as his own son. Thank you, Master. Chu Xinghe was bewildered. What on earth was happening? Why was he about to be taught the Haoyan battle will? Earlier, when Gu Mingxiao had proposed taking him as his personal disciple, Chu Xinghe himself had been stirred with excitement and was almost about to kneel and bow. But then Chu Xinghe suddenly realized. In Lingyi Palace, even trying to be stripped of his core disciple status was as difficult as scaling the heavens. If he became the sect master's personal disciple, what chance would he have of shedding his status? How could he ever hope to be expelled from the sect? Cultivating step by step to become a martial emperor. Don't be absurd. Look around at these old men before you. There were a few martial emperors among them, but they had each cultivated their entire lives to reach that state. My dream is to be expelled from the sect. Chu Xinghe had even considered refusing the sect master outright right then and there. With such a face-slapping gesture, surely the sect master would either expel him in a fury on the spot, or after storming off in rage use his authority as sect master to make things difficult for him until he was eventually forced out. That would be the normal sequence of events, wouldn't it? But here the sect master was offering to teach him the Haotian battle will without so much as a flicker of displeasure. What was the meaning of this? Yet at this point Chu Xinghe had no way to refuse, for he could not find a single suitable excuse. Good child, remain in Lingyi Palace. From this day forth you shall be my personal disciple. The elder, who had been moved to tears, spoke up, and at these words Chu Xinghe nearly wept. So in the end there was no escaping the identity of a personal disciple. The only consolation Chu Xinghe could find was that becoming the elder's personal disciple offered a higher probability of being expelled from the sect than becoming the sect master's personal disciple. Gu Mingxiao nodded with a smile, while the cluster of elders crowded forward to congratulate the elder one by one. Seeing the envious expressions on their faces, the elder's face bloomed like a chrysanthemum once more. Gu Mingxiao handed Chu Xinghe a Haotian token and departed. Holding the Haotian token, one could proceed to the Hall of Haotian to study the Haotian sect's most supreme technique, the Haotian battle, while under Gu Mingxiao. Countless disciples around watched the gleaming Haotian token in Chu Xinghe's hand with overwhelming envy. After all, since emerging from the spirit tomb, everyone's cultivation had either already reached the second rank or would soon do so, which meant it was time for them to head to the scripture tower to choose their techniques. The Haotian sect possessed countless techniques, but the supreme tier techniques were not accessible to ordinary disciples. One had to progressively demonstrate talent sufficient to impress the various elders before being granted the qualification to learn stronger techniques. But Chu Xinghe had bypassed all of that and reached the top in a single leap, able to learn the Haotian sect's strongest technique, the Haotian battle will. In other words, although Chu Xinghe had rejected the sect master bore him no ill will whatsoever and continued to treat him as a personal disciple. Otherwise he would never have offered to teach him the Haotian battle will. The Spirit Tomb tournament had concluded and most disciples had received spirit weapons. Whether they were the ones they desired was another matter. But the most unfortunate were not these ordinary disciples, rather they were those who had obtained inside information. They had barely pulled out their high-grade spirit weapons to boast to their own elders when they were immediately scolded from head to toe. What is there to be proud of? That scrap of junk, what is it worth? Look at your senior brother Chu Xinghe. Not only did he obtain the Haotian sword case, but he also received the Haotian battle will directly from the sect master. Comparing people leads to death, comparing goods leads to discarding them. And when measured against Chu Xinghe, their own disciples couldn't even be considered people. They were barely worth calling goods. When these favored sons of heaven returned to their respective palaces, not a single one escaped punishment. Upon hearing this news, Chu Xinghe nearly spat blood. He dreamed of being punished, yet no matter how he tried to provoke it, he never got the chance. These guys managed to get punished without even lifting a finger. Why couldn't such good fortune fall into his lap? The news of Chu Xinghe receiving the Haotian sword case's recognition, openly rejecting the sect master's offer of personal discipleship, and yet having the sect master not only refrain from anger, but also bestow the Haotian battle, will spread throughout the entire Haotian sect in a very short time. From the elders down to the outermost disciples, there was no one who did not know the name Chu Xinghe. When Fat Fish reported this news to Chu Cheng, the fellow vomited up half a pound of blood on the spot. That day in Lingyi Palace, Feng Fei personally delivered the disciple robes representing the elder's personal disciple, still black, but embroidered with additional golden cloud patterns atop the original gold thread trim. From today on I shall have to call you Senior Brother Xinghe, Feng Fei joked with a smile. Senior Brother Feng, if the other seniors tease me I can bear it. But why are you doing the same? Chu Xinghe put on an air of being offended. Ha ha ha. Very well, very well. Junior Brother Xinghe, alright. After his jest, Feng Fei continued with his tasks. Chu Xinghe did not disturb Feng Fei and instead walked out of the room, heading toward the direction of the Hall of Haotian. These past few days, everyone had begun heading to the scripture tower to study techniques, but he could not join them, for he alone would be studying the Haotian battle while directly under the sect master. With the Haotian token in hand, Chu Xinghe passed through unimpeded and soon found the sect master Gu Mingxiao in the Hall of Haotian. Seeing Chu Xinghe arrive, Gu Mingxiao smiled and gestured for him to approach. Xinghe, today I shall teach you the Haotian battle well. But before I begin, there are a few matters I must instruct you on lest you make mistakes in the future. Mistakes? At the mere mention of those two characters, Chu Xinghe perked up instantly, so the opportunity had come again. While everyone else went to the scripture pavilion to study cultivation techniques, Chu Xinghe had no such opportunity, which once frustrated him to the point of cursing his own misfortune. After all, that was the scripture pavilion, one of the most vital locations within the Haotian sect, If he could set that place ablaze, good heavens, he would ascend to greatness in an instant. Alas, the scripture pavilion remained beyond his reach, leaving him no choice but to follow the sect master at Haotian Palace to learn the Haotian battle intent. Though the technique was undeniably alluring, it paled in comparison to the thrill of torching the scripture pavilion. Xinghe listened carefully. The transmission of Haotian battle intent represents the supreme heritage of our Haotian sect. Under no circumstances shall this technique be disclosed without my explicit permission, or else. Chu Xinghe's heart stirred with excitement. An opportunity had presented itself. Or else what? Have one's cultivation crippled and be expelled from the sect. Or else the transgressor shall suffer death by the punishment of 1,000 cuts. Chu Xinghe. Good heavens, this had effectively sealed shut every avenue of escape. This disciple shall bear it firmly in mind. Very well. From this moment forth, I shall personally impart Haotian battle intent to you. Gu Mingqiao nodded with evident satisfaction, offering no further words as he began to transmit the technique to Chu Xinghe bit by bit. It had to be acknowledged that Haotian battle intent was truly a top-tier cultivation art. Within it lay various body tempering methods, spiritual refinement techniques, and combat methodologies, each one representing the pinnacle of existence in its respective domain. No ordinary technique found within the scripture pavilion could ever hope to rival it. Conventional arts tended to be singular in purpose, cultivation methods for cultivation combat techniques standing as entirely separate entities. Therefore, when selecting techniques from the scripture pavilion, one had to choose both a cultivation method and compatible martial skills. The slightest misstep in selection would result in either starting from scratch or at the very least achieving half the results with double the effort. Haotian battle intent, however, completely eliminated such concerns. Within it resided not only cultivation methods, but also perfectly matched martial techniques, a culmination of wisdom distilled by countless ancestors across generations of the Haotian sect. Every martial skill and its corresponding circulation route represented the optimal choice. One could say that Haotian battle intent was essentially a one-click perfect match. Moreover, what struck Chu Xinghe as even more astonishing was that a technique as magnificently overpowered as Haotian battle intent should logically be the most cumbersome to cultivate, shouldn't it? Yet the truth was precisely the opposite. This technique was far simpler than ordinary arts. In Gu Mingqiao's words, the supreme wisdom of their ancestors had achieved the transformation of complexity into simplicity. Over the span of an entire day, Gu Mingqiao transmitted Haotian battle intent to Chu Xinghe. Though his head buzzed from the torrent of knowledge, Chu Xinghe nonetheless committed everything to memory with flawless precision. This was likely connected to the inheritance of the medicine saint. Ever since acquiring that legacy, Chu Xinghe had discovered he possessed the ability of photographic memory, rendering his acquisition of various knowledge considerably swifter. From now on, you must diligently cultivate and refine your skills. Should any questions arise, you may come to Haotian Palace to consult me at any time. Gu Mingqiao was exceedingly pleased with Chu Xinghe. He had initially estimated that Chu Xinghe would require at least 3 days to master Haotian battle intent. Yet never could he have anticipated that this young man's talent was so exceptional, grasping it all within a single day, surpassing even Gu Mingqiao's own past performance by no small measure. Faced with such an outstanding Chu Xinghe, although he had failed to become a personal disciple, Gu Mingqiao had already resolved to nurture this young man with great care. After all, the title of personal disciple was merely a name. Having taken his leave of Gu Mingqiao, Chu Xinghe returned to Lingyi Palace. The main body of the Medicine King Palace had been fully constructed with various decorations nearly complete. Now came the period of substantial procurement, cauldrons, medicinal herbs, and all manner of necessary consumables. The daily procurement volumes were nothing short of astronomical figures. Chu Xinghe could witness daily the merchant guilds from all directions coming and going at the Medicine King Palace. Securing an order from the Haotian sect was undoubtedly a tremendous blessing. The Haotian sect was characterized by its extraordinary wealth and generosity. As long as one's goods were of sufficient quality, the sect would offer correspondingly handsome prices. Upon returning to his room, Feng Fei was slumped over a desk, visibly exhausted, tallying accounts so intently that he failed to even notice Chu Xinghe's arrival. Only when Chu Xinghe approached did Feng Fei finally notice his presence. "Junior brother Xinghe, how was your day of study?" "I've already completed it. The sect master said my talent is quite good. He himself required 3 days back, then yet I learned it all in a single day." Upon hearing Chu Xinghe's words, Feng Fei could not help but sigh in admiration. Junior brother Xinghe was truly heaven-defying. What manner of person was the sect master? To receive such commendation from him spoke volumes of just how exceptional Chu Xinghe truly was. "Senior brother Feng, what are you working on there?" "Sigh. Various procurement lists." Feng Fei made no attempt to conceal the matter, laying everything before Chu Xinghe for his inspection. At first glance, good heavens, no wonder Feng Fei was so troubled. The sheer volume of items requiring procurement was staggeringly immense. "Junior brother Xinghe, you have no idea. The scale of procurement for the Medicine King Palace this time is enormous. The slightest misstep would inflict unimaginable losses upon the sect. I dare not permit myself the smallest negligence." "What in the world?" Upon hearing Feng Fei's words, Chu Xinghe was instantly wide awake. The slightest misstep would bring unimaginable losses to the sect. And there was such wonderful news. Senior brother Feng, why didn't you mention this sooner? With such an opportunity at hand, no amount of hardship or exhaustion would deter this junior brother. I shall press forward against all odds. I simply cannot bear to watch senior brother Feng toil so laboriously. If you trust me, senior brother, allow me to lend a hand with these matters as well. Chu Xinghe's eyes sparkled with barely concealed anticipation. Over the past few days, having just broken through his cultivation, busying himself with consolidating his realm, and studying Haotian battle intent, Chu Xinghe had found no opportunity to indulge in mischief. Now that such a golden opportunity had presented itself, he absolutely could not let it slip away. Junior brother Xinghe, whatever do you mean? How could this senior brother possibly distrust you? However, these are all trivial matters, and involving you would inevitably affect your cultivation practice. Senior brother, those words wound me. As a disciple of the Haotian sect, should devoting my utmost efforts to the sect not be my inherent duty? If everyone neglected the sect's various affairs in favor of their own cultivation, how could we call ourselves a sect? Chu Xinghe's countenance radiated with righteous solemnity. Feng Fei nodded inwardly with profound approval. Just listen. Worthy indeed of junior brother Xinghe. Previously, when he had sought others to assist, each and every one of them had offered excuse after excuse. Yet junior brother Xinghe displayed such admirable awareness. Those fellows would all be consumed with shame upon hearing this. Feng Fei spoke no further and handed a procurement list to Chu Xinghe. It was a procurement list for medicinal herbs with various required herbs and quantities annotated upon it. The variety and sheer number were enough to make one's head spin at a single glance. Junior brother Xinghe, all the medicinal herbs we need to procure are listed here. Organize this, and tomorrow the president of the Daxing Merchant Guild will come in person. At that time you shall have him prepare the goods according to this list. For pricing you may refer to this reference book. Understood. Chu Xinghe seized the procurement list and pricing reference, retreating to a corner to begin his research. The varieties to be procured numbered in the thousands, consisting primarily of commonly consumed medicinal herbs, while the pricing reference likewise documented the price of each herb. When the Haotian sect purchased goods, it never inquired what price the seller wished to charge. Rather, it dictated the price at which it wished to buy. Even the Daxing Merchant Guild, which proclaimed itself the foremost trading guild under heaven, possessed no leverage to bargain with the Haotian sect over prices. Such was the absolute confidence of the number one sect under heaven. Naturally, the prices offered by the Haotian sect were never exploitative. All conformed to market rates, ensuring profit for the seller, yet making any attempt to swindle the sect an absolute impossibility. Gazing at the pricing reference, Chu Xinghe fell into distress. With all prices clearly established, what room remained for negotiation? Was this not merely errands running? What happened to the promised careless mistakes that would inflict severe losses upon the sect? How exactly was one supposed to cause losses here? This wouldn't do. When difficulties exist, we rise to meet them. When none exist, we must create our own difficulties and rise to meet them all the same. Prices cannot be touched, but surely the herbs themselves offer some room for manipulation, don't they? Very soon Chu Xinghe discovered precisely what he sought. The procurement called for 3 million stalks of medium spirit grass. Medium spirit grass was a medicinal ingredient used for refining the medium spirit pill, a fairly common herb with a notably modest price. However, if one were to accidentally add a single stroke, transforming it into Shin spirit grass, the matter would take an entirely different turn. What manner of thing was Shin spirit grass? Chu Xinghe had to search through every corner of his memory to recall. This herb could only be used to refine a single type of pill known as the stone-breaking pill. Listen to the name itself, stone-breaking pill. Just hearing it, one would assume it could only accomplish some trivial feat, and indeed the stone-breaking pill could only accomplish trivial feats. This thing possessed detoxification and immunity effects solely against petrification-type toxins, yet petrification-type poisons happen to be the rarest among all toxins. Even if one summoned Shinnong himself to taste another cycle of the 100 herbs, he likely would not fall victim to petrification. You may think the stone-breaking pill serves no purpose whatsoever, yet the Shun spirit grass itself is far from ordinary. How should one put it? In Chu Xinghe's own words, it fulfilled all three criteria for being the perfect swindling material: rare, expensive, and utterly useless. Yet such a herb was nothing less than the stuff of his dreams. How much would 3 million stalks of medium spirit grass even cost? But 3 million stalks of Shun spirit grass. That price would simply take flight, inflicting losses upon the sect. Such is the sacred duty of our generation. Chu Xinghe's grin stretched so wide that saliva practically dribbled down his chin, as though he could already envision the expression on the Grand Elder's face when confronted with 3 million stalks of Shin spirit grass. Perfect. Having tidied up everything, Chu Xinghe slept soundly through the night. The following morning, after washing up and taking breakfast, Chu Xinghe encountered the emblem of the Daxing Merchant Guild, which had long been waiting at the Medicine King Palace. There stood a rotund fellow weighing at least 300 jin, with a pig-like head adorned with a face full of smiles. I am Wei Deqian of the Daxing Merchant Guild. It is an honor to meet you, young hero Xinghe. Although Wei Daqian was the president of the Daxing Merchant Guild, while the guild might command respect in the outside world, before a colossal entity like the Haotian Sect it amounted to nothing. Thus this gentleman presented himself with marked humility. Leading Wei Daqian into a reception room within the Medicine King Palace, Chu Xinghe wasted no words and casually tossed the procurement list to Wei Daqian. Upon receiving the procurement list, Wei Daqian's eyes gleamed with sudden brightness. He knew the Haotian Sect required substantial quantities of medicinal herbs, yet upon truly laying eyes on the list, he could not help but be struck with astonishment. Chu Xinghe then casually tossed the pricing reference to Wei Daqian as well. This fellow was clearly acquainted with the Haotian Sect's conventions. Taking up the pricing reference without uttering a single unnecessary word to Chu Xinghe, he immediately nodded in agreement and began transcribing the prices onto the procurement list. However, the expression on Wei Daqian's face swiftly changed. Young hero Xinghe, please take a look here. This Shen spirit grass. Could there be an error? Wei Daqian pointed at the procurement list entry for 3 million stalks of Shen spirit grass, his own face betraying utter bewilderment. Had the Haotian Sect gone mad? What did it mean by purchasing 3 million stalks of Shen spirit grass? Such an enormous quantity would require the Daxing Merchant Guild to expend tremendous manpower and material resources, gathering them from every corner of the world. To speak without exaggeration, the Haotian Sect had effectively purchased the entire worldly output of Shen spirit grass in one fell swoop. The Haotian Sect was wealthy beyond measure, yes. But however wealthy one might be, what purpose could so much Shen spirit grass possibly serve? Therefore, Wei Daqian's first reaction was that a mistake had been made. If it had been any other household, he might have dared to fudge the matter, but with the Haotian Sect, apologies, Wei Daqian possessed neither the courage nor the audacity. Thus he cautiously brought the list to Chu Xinghe for confirmation. Yet, just as Wei Daqian expected Chu Xinghe to likewise recognize the error, he instead observed Chu Xinghe nod slightly and declare, "There is no error in the list. Prepare everything exactly as specified." Wei Daqian, huh? Wei Daqian was truly bewildered. 3 million Shenling grass. What was the Haotian Sect trying to do? But he dared not ask. Glancing at the robe Chu Xinghe wore, which only direct disciples were permitted to don, Wei Daqian swallowed all his questions. If he had been negotiating with an ordinary disciple today, even an elite one, he would have asked them to double-check. But Chu Xinghe, so young and already the direct disciple of the Grand Elder of Lingyi Palace, was by no means ordinary. How could such a person possibly make a mistake? It must be some secret of the Haotian Sect, but that was hardly something he had the right to inquire about. After confirming the rest of the list was in order, Wei Daqian produced the procurement contract. Chu Xinghe barely glanced at it before signing his name with a bold stroke of the brush. Young hero Xinghe, this contract requires not only your signature, but also the Grand Elder's Elder Token to be valid. The Elder Token. Chu Xinghe froze. The Grand Elder kept the token. If he showed the contract to the Grand Elder, and the Elder discovered the truth, wouldn't his plan be completely ruined? Suddenly Chu Xinghe thought of something. The Grand Elder has been busy these past 2 days, and no one knows where he's gone. The Elder Token is hard to find. Would the Haotian Token work? This works perfectly. Wei Daqian was stunned, staring at the Haotian Token in Chu Xinghe's hand. What on earth was this Chu Xinghe's background? Only the Sect Master of Haotian Sect could bestow the Haotian Token, and possessing it meant one carried the Sect Master's authority. Chu Xinghe was so young, not only the Grand Elder's direct disciple of Lingyi Palace, but also in possession of the Haotian Token. What was this guy's background? Though 100,000 questions swirled in Wei Daqian's mind, he dared not ask a single one. The Haotian Token left its seal upon the contract, and the agreement became officially binding. Wei Daqian struggled to rise from his chair with his 300-pound frame and bid Chu Xinghe a smiling farewell. After seeing him off, Chu Xinghe breathed a long sigh of relief. 3 million Shenling grass. The Grand Elder would absolutely be thrilled, wouldn't he? Humming, "Today is a good day," Chu Xinghe took a stroll through the newly built Medicine King Palace and nearly lost his way. In the end, he had to ask several senior brothers for directions before finding his way out. Over the following days, the procured goods arrived at Haotian Sect in steady streams. This was what people meant by spending money like water. Chu Xinghe had truly witnessed it. Every single order was enough to bankrupt a great family on the spot, yet Haotian Sect paid, without even blinking an eye. This could not help but evoke Chu Xinghe's sigh. As the #1 sect under heaven, the first sect lived up to its reputation. Their depth and resources were overwhelmingly formidable. To destroy Haotian Sect was simply too difficult. But as the saying went, the road ahead is long and has been never-ending, yet I shall seriously seek it in every direction. No matter how arduous the path to bringing down Haotian Sect might be, as long as he never abandoned his original intention, one day he would destroy the sect and prove the Tao. With massive quantities of procured goods arriving at the Medicine King Palace, order there began gradually to be restored, and Chu Xinghe's grueling days commenced. The moment the Medicine King Palace could resume alchemy, the Grand Elder sought out Chu Xinghe. He said meaningfully, "Xinghe, although you have inherited the Medicine Saint's legacy, the path of alchemy is long and arduous. You must also seek it in every direction. Only by never abandoning your original intention can you one day use alchemy to prove the Tao. What the hell? Why did this sound so familiar? Then the Grand Elder personally instructed Chu Xinghe in various alchemical techniques. Though he no longer needed to distinguish between moon nether grass, moon soul grass, and moon-seeing grass, alchemy itself was a grueling craft. Chu Xinghe vowed that alchemy was the thing he hated most in this life. That vermilion bird must have heard his inner thoughts despising alchemy and deliberately passed on this legacy as revenge. It was pushing him to the brink of madness. But outwardly Chu Xinghe played the part of a well-behaved disciple following whatever the Grand Elder arranged. For he knew the gift he had prepared for the Grand Elder was about to arrive. One day under the Grand Elder's guidance, Chu Xinghe refined the 4th grade pill, Fire Spirit Pill. The medicine saint's inheritance was truly heaven-defying. Though Chu Xinghe disliked it immensely, within just a few short days he had advanced from a mere furnace-exploding novice to a 4th grade alchemist. Now he could even hold his own against senior brother Feng Fei in alchemy. Yet the Grand Elder was clearly unsatisfied with Chu Xinghe's progress. That was the medicine saint's inheritance after all. By all rights, if Chu Xinghe grasped even a fraction of it, becoming a 9th grade alchemy grandmaster should have been child's play. Surpassing him would have been only a matter of time. Now the Grand Elder looked upon Chu Xinghe as if he were his own son. Which father does not wish his son to succeed? The Grand Elder's greatest hope was that Chu Xinghe would surpass him immediately, at which point he would hand over the entire Lingyi Palace without hesitation. Blessed by the vermilion bird's spiritual flame, the pill within the furnace gradually took shape. A crimson-red fire spirit pill appeared before everyone's eyes. A group of alchemy-practicing senior brothers clicked their tongues in astonishment at the fire spirit pill. After all, this was Chu Xinghe's first attempt at refining a 4th grade fire spirit pill, and he succeeded in one try. The medicine saint's inheritance was too overbearing. Yet the Grand Elder wore an equally dissatisfied expression. Xinghe, the pills refined through the medicine saint's inheritance are far from ordinary. You still have a long way to go. From now on, any pill you refine that is merely of ordinary grade shall be considered a failure. Only those reaching the supreme quality shall count as success. Chu Xinghe nearly spit blood, but could only nod and accept it, while the senior brother's expressions toward him changed as well. Truly worthy of being our junior brother Xinghe. For others, a 70% success rate in pill refinement was cause for gratitude, yet junior brother Xinghe maintained a 100% success rate since he began. And now even that was no longer sufficient. The Grand Elder demanded only supreme grade pills, counting anything else as failure. How ruthless was that? All right, rest for now. We shall refine other pills later. Good, Chu Xinghe said helplessly. Alchemy was far too tedious. The only solace was that during the refinement process one could absorb spiritual energy to strengthen oneself. Thus, although every member of Lingyi Palace practiced alchemy, and some even entered the Tao through it, their cultivation levels were by no means inferior to those of other palaces. Chu Xinghe rarely got to rest. The Grand Elder began attending to other matters. Just then Feng Fei dashed in from outside, rushed straight to the Grand Elder's side, glanced around, and leaned close to whisper in his ear. What? The Grand Elder's eyes widened suddenly, his face filled with disbelief. Seeing this expression, Chu Xinghe knew his plan had succeeded. Everything proceeded exactly as Chu Xinghe had anticipated. The Daxing Commerce Guild arrived, delivering the various goods listed. When 3 million stalks of Shunling grass were placed before Feng Fei, he was utterly dumbfounded. When had Haotian Sect ordered 3 million Shunling grass? Haotian Sect was wealthy, but we are not stupid, alright. Were we sick in the head? Were they buying so much Shunling grass to use as fodder? Feng Fei immediately quarreled with the fat Wei Daqian on the spot, but when Wei Daqian produced the list and contract, Feng Fei froze. The contract clearly stated 3 million Shunling grass with nothing amiss. And the most crucial point was that the signature on it belonged to junior brother Xinghe. Moreover, he had not used the Elder token, but directly used the Haotian token. Feng Fei realized something was wrong, and hurriedly came to report to the Grand Elder. Following Feng Fei outside, the Grand Elder snatched the contract from Wei Daqian's hands. A single glance at it, and he nearly vomited blood from anger. Chu Xinghe's name was clearly written upon it, and the seal of the Haotian token was beyond doubt. But the problem was those 3 million Shunling grass. Chu Xinghe also came out and saw the Grand Elder's dumbfounded expression, his heart racing with excitement. Wasn't the Grand Elder about to strip him of his direct disciple status in a fit of rage as punishment? After all, he had brought tremendous trouble and loss to the sect. If this were not severely punished, it would be hard to justify. More and more Lingyi Palace disciples gathered around. Upon hearing that a procurement error had resulted in 3 million Shunling grass being purchased, each one drew in a sharp breath in shock. Grand Elder, this disciple is guilty. Feng Fei suddenly knelt before the Grand Elder. Grand Elder entrusted the procurement to me, yet I handed it to junior brother Xinghe, who had never engaged in such matters before. Now the procurement has erred. I beg Grand Elder to punish me. Feng Fei bowed his head on the ground, his face full of bitterness. Chu Xinghe saw this and thought, no way. You can claim credit without my saying a word, but if you try to steal my punishment, that is unacceptable. Grand Elder, this matter has nothing to do with senior brother Feng. It was I who insisted on participating. The procurement error is entirely my fault. Senior brother Feng has exhausted himself for the construction of the Medicine King Palace and has not rested properly for days and nights. Moreover, I violated sect rules by not presenting this procurement to Grand Elder for review, which led to these consequences. I beg Grand Elder to punish me severely. Wei Deqian was stunned. His head was ringing. By now he could see the procurement had gone wrong, but he did not worry about Haotian sect reneging on the deal. After all, what was Haotian sect's status? Would they really be so shameless as to break a contract? But what truly bewildered Wei Deqian was that while he had seen others snatch credit, this was his first time witnessing someone snatch punishment. And punish me severely. What the hell? Are you addicted to being punished? The Grand Elder's face was full of helplessness as he looked at Chu Xinghe and Feng Fei kneeling on the ground. Both were his most prized disciples. But such a mistake was indeed unacceptable. As for Feng Fei, that could be understood. After all, he was human and would grow tired, so seeking assistance was reasonable. But regarding Chu Xinghe, getting the procurement list wrong was forgivable. The critical issue was that he had used the Haotian token without the Grand Elder's permission through the Elder token. This was a grave offense. Grand Elder Junior Brother Xinghe has been in the sect for a short time and is unfamiliar with its rules. This was unintentional on his part. I beg Grand Elder to forgive Junior Brother Xinghe. Shin Chun suddenly knelt on the ground to plead for Chu Xinghe. Grand Elder. Junior Brother Xinghe is indeed at fault, but considering his youth, I beg Grand Elder's mercy. Junior Brother Xinghe is honest and sincere. Since joining the sect, he has always worked diligently and never dared to err. This must have been unintentional. Grand Elder, please show mercy. Grand Elder. Grand Elder. Whoosh. They all knelt on the ground, every disciple surrounding them. Even those who had rushed over and learned what had happened joined in kneeling together to plead for Chu Xinghe. This scene left Wei Deqian dumbfounded. To be honest, this was his first time seeing such a young direct disciple of Haotian sect, and he even suspected whether this fellow might be the Grand Elder's illegitimate son. But at this moment Wei Deqian knew he had been too narrow-minded. It was not difficult for someone to speak on behalf of a single erring person. What was difficult was that one person erred, and every single disciple of Lingyi Palace knelt to plead for him. How popular must this person be in Lingyi Palace? The news of the procurement error spread through Lingyi Palace like wildfire. Whether ordinary disciples, elite disciples, or core disciples, all of them came rushing upon hearing the news. Each person who arrived kneeled down, without hesitation, to plead for Chu Xinghe. This scene made Wei Deqian's scalp tingle with fear. It was hard to imagine how one person could possibly make the entire Lingyi Palace come out to plead on their behalf. Not only was Wei Deqian shocked, but the Grand Elder was equally stunned. Yet beyond his shock he felt more joy. The Grand Elder knew that Chu Xinghe was extremely well-liked throughout Lingyi Palace, and in the past his fellow disciples had gone to great lengths to prepare for his spirit tomb journey. But witnessing this today made him realize he had underestimated Chu Xinghe all along. As the saying goes, it is easy to share prosperity, but hard to share adversity. If Chu Xinghe had been honored today, and everyone came to congratulate him, the Grand Elder would have had no qualms about it. But Chu Xinghe had committed a grave error today. Under such fury, these children should know his temperament. There had been cases before where others pleaded for him, and he punished them all together. Get up at once. Anyone else who dares to plead will be punished alongside them, the Grand Elder thundered. Yet at this moment, not a single person rose, all remained kneeling in place motionless. This scene truly shook the Grand Elder. But more than that, he felt a deep sense of gratification. That remark was meant as a test, to see whether they would flee from punishment or genuinely risk everything to protect their junior brother Xinghe. The Grand Elder now had his answer. This Chu Xinghe, since the founding of the Haotian sect and the establishment of Lingyi Palace, no one had ever possessed such charisma, to make the entire palace willing to accept punishment on his behalf in such a short time. Yet upon reflection, the Grand Elder understood Chu Xinghe had done nothing extraordinary. He simply remained true to himself, showing utter humility toward every senior brother and eagerly taking on all the arduous tasks. From elite disciple to core disciple, then to his personal disciple, and nearly becoming the sect master's personal disciple. If it were anyone else, wouldn't they be soaring arrogantly through the 9 heavens? But Chu Xinghe was different. He remained the peerlessly good junior brother others admired, never letting his status change how he treated his seniors. Even when encountering the most ordinary Lingyi Palace disciple, he would respectfully bow and greet them with a simple, "Good morning, senior brother." Whoever sought Chu Xinghe's help could always count on his willingness to assist, taking on what others refused, and enduring what others found exhausting. This Chu Xinghe had quietly influenced the entire Lingyi Palace, and whenever someone broke the rules while others feared to plead for them, Chu Xinghe was never hesitant. Even when he had threatened to expel anyone from the Haotian sect for daring to plead, the Grand Elder still recalled Chu Xinghe's resolute gaze and words from that moment. "Grand Elder, if expelling me from the sect would ease your anger, then please do so. My senior brother may have erred, but an unintentional mistake does not warrant such punishment. Punish me instead. Please spare my senior brother." These were Chu Xinghe's words. Ever since joining Lingyi Palace, whenever a senior brother made a mistake, Chu Xinghe would be there pleading for mercy or offering to take the punishment in their place. Once, twice, Every single time. The Grand Elder could no longer recall how many times this had happened, but he knew that within Lingyi Palace junior brother Xinghe was constantly spoken of. Even in private he had never heard anyone speak ill of Chu Xinghe. Elders from across Lingyi Palace also rushed to the scene, their faces etched with shock upon witnessing what was unfolding. But soon the elders began to speak as well. Grand Elder, no one is flawless. You understand this child's character better than anyone. This was indeed his first time handling such matters, so mistakes were inevitable. And who among us never erred in our youth? Exactly, Grand Elder. Using the Haotian token was certainly overstepping, but since the sect master entrusted it to Chu Xinghe in the first place, there was no prohibition against its use. That's right. The sect master never said it couldn't be used. Moreover, Chu Xinghe didn't employ the Haotian token for any illicit purpose. You've been so overwhelmed with affairs these past few days, Grand Elder. It's understandable that he couldn't reach you. Being unfamiliar with the protocols, this led to the misunderstanding. Wei Deqian, did Chu Xinghe mention that you were too busy to be found at the time? An elder glared at Wei Deqian. Yes. I recall junior hero Xinghe searching desperately for the Grand Elder, without success. Afraid of delaying the procurement, he had no choice but to use the Haotian token. It's partly my fault. I failed to clarify the matter with him at the time, so it truly wasn't deliberate on his part. Wei Deqian was spouting complete nonsense. But if even a single neuron remained functional, he knew exactly what could and couldn't be said. If he recounted the full details of what transpired, these Lingyi Palace people would skin him alive. Even weighing over 300 caddies, he wouldn't provide enough for each of them to take a single bite. Who would speak ill of someone capable of mobilizing the entire Lingyi Palace to plead on his behalf? The Grand Elder regarded Wei Deqian's response with obvious satisfaction. Everyone present was pleased, with the sole exception of Chu Xinghe. You fat bastard. What nonsense are you spouting? Did I really act like that back then? Chu Xinghe wanted to leap up and slap that fat bastard across the face, yet he couldn't. Today's scene, so many senior brothers, including elders, pleading on his behalf, was a profound shock to him. One must know when to act, and when to hold back. With so many senior brothers and elders pleading for him, he could say absolutely nothing more. Chu Xinghe, this disciple is present. Unauthorized use of the Haotian token constitutes a grave offense within the Haotian sect. However, given your brief time as a disciple and limited familiarity with our regulations, your actions are somewhat understandable. Yet wrongdoing demands consequence. Do you accept this judgment? Merits shall be rewarded, transgressions shall be punished. This disciple accepts whatever penalty you impose, Grand Elder. Chu Xinghe's heart raced with excitement. Finally, I'm about to be punished. Very well. You bear responsibility for the procurement error as well, Feng Fei. Your penalty is half a year's resource allocation. This disciple thanks the Grand Elder for his mercy. Feng Fei bowed in gratitude, for in the domain of pill refining within Lingyi Palace, such a penalty was merely symbolic. Chu Xinghe, unauthorized use of the Haotian token warrants punishment. Yet given the extenuating circumstances, your sentence is 3 months of confinement within the Medicine King Palace. During this period you may only refine pills and may not step beyond its grounds. The Haotian token will be reclaimed by the sect, and I shall report this matter to the sect master. We thank the Grand Elder for his mercy. Countless senior brothers and elders alike bowed in gratitude, their faces finally breaking into smiles. Confinement in the Medicine King Palace for 3 months. This hardly qualified as punishment. Junior brother Xinghe could simply cultivate diligently during this period, and if he needed anything his senior brothers would surely procure it for him. Everyone laughed, but Chu Xinghe was weeping. Is this it? Grand Elder, couldn't you have at least stripped me of my personal disciple status? Losing one's personal disciple rank meant an immediate promotion to the 5th rank. What exactly was the purpose of mere confinement? Yet there was no other option. 3 months of confinement it would be. Something was better than nothing. At the moment the Grand Elder finished speaking, Chu Xinghe felt a jolt in his mind. The next instant the fortune compass hidden within his consciousness began to turn for the first time. The needle rapidly came to rest on the 3-month confinement penalty, indicating that his mission had been completed. The reward materialized before his eyes. Penalty of 3-month confinement, reward peak 2nd rank martial master cultivation. Chu Xinghe felt an invisible power surge forth from the compass, and his spiritual energy exploded in an instant. Having just broken through to the early stage of 2nd rank, he immediately reached the peak of 2nd rank martial master. Exquisite. Though meager as a mosquito's leg, it was still meat. Finally I can see hope. The Grand Elder departed Lingyi Palace with the Haotian token. This matter was too significant to keep contained. He had to report it to the sect master. Numerous senior brothers came to comfort Chu Xinghe. Junior brother Xinghe, it was senior brother Feng's mistake. I shouldn't have accepted your kindness. Feng Fei said, his face heavy with remorse. Senior brother Feng has it wrong. I am the one who should apologize. My carelessness brought about this outcome, and now you're being punished alongside me. My heart. Sigh. Junior brother Xinghe, how could senior brother Feng's penalty be considered punishment? When it comes to pill resources, what's a matter for our Lingyi Palace? There's no need for you to feel guilty. Exactly. Last time when I made a mistake without you, junior brother Xinghe, I'd have been expelled from Lingyi Palace. And me? Junior brother Xinghe, you've always been so loyal to your senior brothers. We won't simply stand by and watch you be punished. Right. Don't worry, junior brother Xinghe. 3 months will pass quickly. Just focus on your cultivation in the Medicine King Palace. Speak when you need anything, and your senior brothers will bring it to you. Thank you all, senior brothers. Chu Xinghe was truly moved at this moment. Many elders also came forward to comfort Chu Xinghe, saying not to harbor any grievances over the Grand Elder's punishment. The Grand Elder's character was such, his strictness stemmed from deep care. Love so deep that discipline becomes sharp. Chu Xinghe almost spat on the ground. Was this even considered punishment? The punishment I wanted was nothing like this. The Grand Elder personally entered Haoyan Palace to return the Haoyan token. Upon hearing the circumstances, the sect master was equally stunned. It wasn't difficult for a disciple to have a group of people plead on their behalf, but to have the entire Lingyi Palace plead for one disciple was truly inconceivable. Regarding the Grand Elder's punishment, the sect master simply said he was informed and instructed him to keep an eye on that rascal Chu Xinghe. Not only should he study pill refining, but he must not neglect the cultivation of the Haoyan war intent. Hearing these words from the sect master, the Grand Elder finally breathed a sigh of relief. He knew this obstacle had passed as well. After all, the Grand Elder himself knew what kind of punishment that was. Whether the sect master had any dissatisfaction was uncertain, but the fact that he spoke thus indicated satisfaction with the Grand Elder's approach. News spread quickly throughout the entire Haoyan sect. The fact that Chu Xinghe's individual fault had caused the entire Lingyi Palace disciples to kneel and plead was something many found hard to believe. Let me tell you, if I had been there, I would have definitely pleaded for senior brother Xinghe. Wan Lin had already become an elite disciple of Qilin Palace. Upon hearing this news, regardless of what her fellow Qilin Palace senior and junior sisters thought, she was firmly supporting Chu Xinghe. Senior brother Xinghe is the most righteous person I've ever encountered. When it comes to fellow disciples, there's nothing to be said. He's beyond compare. I may not be eloquent, but if senior brother Xinghe faces hardship, I, Wan Lin, will risk my life to help. Wan Lin had already unintentionally become Chu Xinghe's little fangirl. Wan Lin had become a devoted fan of Chu Xinghe. And in the Haoyan sect, Wan Lin was far from the only one. Those who had previously accompanied Chu Xinghe to obtain spiritual weapons were absolutely full of praise for his character. Senior brother Xinghe's character is the finest I have ever encountered. I will only ever be devoted to senior brother Xinghe in this life. Back then at the spiritual tomb, I even suspected that senior brother Xinghe might be setting us up. Even now, just thinking about it keeps me awake at night. How narrow-minded I was to have entertained such thoughts about senior brother Xinghe. 3 months of confinement. Such a severe punishment for senior brother Xinghe. Wouldn't 3 days suffice? At the notion that 3 months was too harsh, countless people were left speechless. Brother, do you even know what wrong Chu Xinghe has committed? First, he purchased 3 million Shenling grass plants. Our Haoyan sect, though vast and wealthy, wouldn't be left crippled by such an expenditure, but 3 million plants. The cost alone could bankrupt a minor kingdom. Then there was the unauthorized use of the Haoyan token. What was the Haoyan token? It could only be employed by the sect master. Even the elders had no authority to wield it unless the sect master was absent. This was a grievous transgression. To put it plainly, anyone else who committed such an offense would have been torn apart on the spot. Even a core disciple might have faced expulsion from the sect. But what of Chu Xinghe? 3 months of confinement. In the Medicine King Palace. Some might call this imprisonment, yet if he remains within the Haoyan sect itself, wouldn't that qualify as well? He was already a disciple of the Lingyi Palace. The newly built Medicine King Palace boasted 100 rooms, and 3 months would not even allow him to sleep through a tenth of them. Such a vast estate hardly constituted confinement. Regardless, Chu Xinghe's punishment was undeniably lenient. Unauthorized use of the Haoyan token, and the penalty amounts to merely 3 months of confinement. An unprecedented precedent in Haoyan sect's long history. Yet, even those inclined toward jealousy cannot resent him, for every disciple of the Lingyi Palace knelt and pleaded on his behalf, with all the elders present without exception. Is this a matter of envy or not? Beyond the Lingyi Palace, numerous disciples also stood in his support. When the matter reached the sect master, he merely acknowledged it and showed no intent to pursue further action. Thus the verdict was sealed. Yet upon reaching the outer sect, Chu Cheng coughed up blood once more. Chu Xinghe is a scoundrel. He presents one face, but harbors another. His inner nature is utterly vile. You've all been deceived by his outward appearance. Chu Cheng ranted throughout the day, but no one paid him any mind. Meanwhile, at the Medicine King Palace, the elder continued his instruction as usual, helping Chu Xinghe accelerate his mastery of the Medicine Saint's inheritance. The previous incident was never mentioned by the elder, as though it had never occurred. Yet the elder kept a watchful eye on Chu Xinghe, concerned whether the punishment had weakened his spirit. Soon enough, the elder felt reassured. Whenever Chu Xinghe erred in speech or deed, he still challenged the elder head-on, without yielding an inch, even when faced with further discipline. When other senior brothers erred, Chu Xinghe likewise stood to intercede, showing no fear of punishment. Witnessing this, the elder sighed, moved by heaven's blessing upon Haoyan sect. This child's nature is pure and sincere. He has not been shaken by this punishment, indicating that he genuinely recognizes his mistakes and accepts his sentence without resentment. This child proves worthy of everyone's advocacy. Moreover, this confinement allows the elder to properly instruct Chu Xinghe, enabling him to master the knowledge more thoroughly. By morning, Chu Xinghe practiced the Haotian fighting intent under the elder's direct supervision. By afternoon, he studied medicinal refinement theory, with the elder personally explaining each concept. A favored son could hardly receive better treatment. At the Daxing Merchant Guild, Wei Duqian had not yet shaken off the events at Lingyi Palace after returning from delivery. He did not know precisely who Chu Xinghe was, but he knew one thing. He was someone Wei Duqian could never afford to provoke. A person capable of rallying an entire Lingyi Palace to plead on his behalf. If you provoked him, would you not believe that the Lingyi Palace disciples could strike far more viciously in vengeance than they ever did in supplication? Wei Duqian recorded Chu Xinghe's name in a small notebook and instructed all his chief managers there was a cultivator named Chu Xinghe in the Haotian sect. Whoever provoked him should hang himself at home and not drag the Daxing Merchant Guild into the trouble. After settling these matters, Wei Duqian exhaled in relief. Just as he had put the Chu Xinghe affair to rest, a servant arrived to announce, Master Elder Ma from the Xingyue sect has arrived. Quick! Escort Elder Ma to the VIP chamber at once. We have already done so and await your presence. Excellent, excellent. Let us hurry. Wei Duqian rose hastily. The Xingyue sect was also beyond his capacity to offend. The Xingyue sect was among the 10 great sects of the world. Though slightly inferior to the Haotian sect, it remained a colossus. A mere flick of its finger could destroy the Daxing Merchant Guild. Normally, such powers demanded service at their doorstep. Why had an elder come in person today? Upon entering the VIP chamber, Wei Duqian repeatedly apologized for failing to welcome the elder properly. Elder Ma seated himself, cast a casual glance at Wei Duqian, and waved him to sit and speak. Wei Duqian, business thrives indeed. The Haotian sect has purchased heavily from you recently, Elder Ma remarked, stroking his small beard in jest. Elder Ma, you flatter me. The Daxing Merchant Guild is but a humble servant to great sects like ours. Any profit we earn is bestowed by nobles such as yourself. How unworthy! I am merely favored by your grace. Ha ha ha. Old Wei, that tongue of yours. Elder Ma was delighted after merely a few words. Elder Ma, what honor brings you to grace us with your presence? Name your command, and I shall serve without delay. The Xingyue sect requires a batch of medicinal herbs. Here is the list. Deliver them to our sect at the same prices given to Haotian sect. I need not ask further. Very well, Elder Ma, fear not. The herbs shall be delivered without a single shortfall. Wei Duqian began to agree, but froze upon glancing at the list. Elder, Master, may I modestly ask you to reconsider this list? The Shunling grass upon it. Wei Duqian presented the list to Elder Ma. Everything else was ordinary save for the 50,000 stems of Shunling grass, which made no sense whatsoever. Are all great sects prone to the same mistakes? Haotian sect had recently misordered Shunling grass, and now the Xingyue sect repeated the same error. No need. The quantity of Shunling grass is correct. Prepare as listed. Elder Ma waved dismissively. Yet upon hearing these words, Wei Duqian nearly wept. Elder Ma, everything else is fine but this. This Shunling grass. We truly do not have it. You do not have it. Does the Daxing Merchant Guild fail to procure even Shunling grass? 50,000 stems, though considerable, are hardly impossible to obtain. Elder Ma frowned. Did this rotund man desire death? Tears welled in Wei Duqian's eyes. Elder Ma, you do not understand. Formerly procuring 50,000 Shunling grass was not difficult for our guild, but just days ago the Haotian sect purchased 3 million stems in a single transaction. All Shunling grass available on the market has been acquired by them. Every last stem is now in the Haotian sect. What? Elder Ma's expression darkened dramatically. How many can you secure now? I must confess honestly, let alone 50,000, not even 5,000 remain. Elder Ma was stunned. He glanced at Wei Duqian, certain the man lacked the audacity to joke thus. Then only one possibility remained. Had the Haotian sect discovered that matter? It was plausible. Given the Haotian sect's extensive intelligence network, they must have already learned of it, and by purchasing all Shunling grass first, they sought to cut off the Xingyue sect's supply line. Burdened with heavy thoughts, Elder Ma departed the Daxing Merchant Guild, for he needed to report the matter to his sect immediately. Wei Duqian saw Elder Ma off with trembling nerves. Barely had he sat down to catch his breath when a servant reported, Master Elder Shang from the Dongyue Pavilion has arrived. What? Wei Duqian was dumbfounded. What was happening today? Were all these VIPs afflicted with madness? Still he hurried to the VIP chamber and flattered Elder Shang until the man was thoroughly pleased. Then Elder Shang produced a procurement list as well. A single glance and Wei Duqian was rendered speechless. The procurement list also contained Shunling grass, at an equally staggering quantity of 50,000 stems. Had a ghost haunted the marketplace today? Shunling grass, once unsaleable, had become an object of contention among all factions. What in the world? Did they intend to weave straw sandals from it? Wei Duqian offered the Dongyue Pavilion's Elder Shang the same response. The man too bore an expression of shock before departing with a heavy heart. What on earth was happening? Curiosity gnawed at Wei Daxian, yet he dared not send anyone to inquire. The affairs of the 10 great sects. Was a modest merchant guild like his qualified to pry. He courted death if he did. Just as Wei Daxian exhaled in relief, once more another servant arrived. Master, Elder Su from the Beiming City has arrived. To the VIP chamber. Wei Daxian walked into the chamber with a numb expression, but the moment he entered, his face once again blossomed into a welcoming smile. Flattery served as the customary prelude, followed by the familiar list. The familiar Shenling grass. The familiar response. The familiar heavy-hearted departure. Now Wei Daxian himself grew troubled. What special property did Shenling grass possess when woven into straw sandals? Or perhaps consuming stone-splitting pills granted immortality? Otherwise, why had all the 10 great sects suddenly fallen ill with madness? Also burdened with heavy thoughts was Chu Xinghe of the Medicine King Palace. That's odd. I purchased Shenling grass and caused the sect such enormous loss, yet the fortune compass awarded no reward. Chu Xinghe realized the discrepancy. According to the established pattern, he should receive rewards for both suffering punishment and inflicting losses upon the sect. So why had none been granted? Chu Xinghe pondered this question for several days. The sole explanation he eventually arrived at was this: although he had purchased excessive Shenling grass, its market value remained intact. Though piled in the Medicine King Palace warehouse, it still counted as fixed assets. The fortune compass did not calculate loss merely upon erroneous purchase, it required actual deprivation. Simply buying worthless goods with valuable currency would not suffice, provided the total value remained unchanged. Thus it was not considered a loss. With this reasoning, Chu Xinghe understood. Attempting to cause the sect financial loss through procurement was a dead end. He would need to pursue more direct measures. At the palace of the Medicine King, the Grand Elder devised a daily regimen of seclusion training for Chu Xinghe. Each morning, he cultivated the Haotian war intent and familiarized himself with the Haotian sword case. A rotation of elders from throughout the palace of the Medicine King took turns sparring with him. Though grueling, the improvement in his combat prowess was visibly remarkable. However, Chu Xinghe discovered that he could still only wield a single flying locust sword from the Haotian sword case. The other divine swords remained beyond his reach, likely because his cultivation had not yet reached the requisite level. The afternoons were nothing short of torment. The Grand Elder personally instructed him in the art of alchemy. Though Chu Xinghe possessed the inheritance of the medicine saint, realizing its full potential still required proper guidance. The Grand Elder's teaching method was brutally straightforward: practice. Refine pills as though his very life depended upon it. The results proved the Grand Elder's methods undeniably effective. When Chu Xinghe first refined a 4th-grade pill, a supreme-grade blood spirit pill, the Grand Elder finally allowed a smile to grace his lips. At the same time, Chu Xinghe had genuinely grasped certain essences of the craft. Thereafter, whenever he refined the blood spirit pill, provided his focus did not waver, he could produce a supreme-grade pill in the majority of attempts. This is what the medicine saint's inheritance ought to look like, the Grand Elder remarked with a beaming smile as he beheld Chu Xinghe's supreme-grade pills. Yet Chu Xinghe was not the only one suffering within the palace of the Medicine King. Feng Fei had found these past days utterly miserable as well. Though no one blamed him for the matter of the 3 million Shenling grass stalks, Feng Fei still felt profoundly guilty. Thus he had spent these past days deliberating over how exactly to dispose of such an enormous quantity. The Haotian sect possessed its own merchant caravan, and Feng Fei had approached them as well. Yet when they learned he wished to sell 3 million stalks of Shenling grass, the steward of the caravan nearly soiled himself in fright. It was no exaggeration to say that the outside world's demand for Shenling grass was practically non-existent. Forget 3 million. Disposing of 30,000 stalks in a single year would require a combination of deception and coercion. Therefore, aside from being stored in the newly constructed herb repository of the Palace of the Medicine King, these 3 million stalks of Shenling grass served absolutely no purpose whatsoever. Feng Fei had also consulted the Grand Elder, whose response was that Feng Fei should handle the matter himself. Grinding his teeth in determination, Feng Fei resolved that if there were truly no other option, they would simply lower the price. Though it meant accepting a loss, at the very least the stock would be cleared. While Feng Fei agonized endlessly over the Shenling grass predicament on this particular day, as the Grand Elder was instructing Chu Xinghe in pill refinement, a disciple entered through the door. The Grand Elder raised his gaze to behold Xin Shan. Grand Elder, Elder Ma of the Star Moon Sect, Elder Shangwan of the Eastern Moon Pavilion, and Elder Su of the North Ming City have all arrived together. What? The Grand Elder was momentarily stunned upon hearing the names of these 3 factions. The Haotian sect held an unshakable position as the foremost of the 10 great sects of the realm, but beneath it stood 9 other exceedingly powerful sects, and these 3 were counted among them. Although the 10 great sects maintained occasional contact with one another, the simultaneous appearance of elders from 3 of these sects at the Haotian sect was truly an unprecedented occurrence. The Grand Elder understood that unless some matter of grave importance had arisen, they would never have made such a visit. Glancing at Chu Xinghe, who was resting, the Grand Elder spoke: "Stop feigning death on the ground. Accompany me to meet the elders of these 3 sects." Additionally, Shin Chun informed Feng Fei to receive our 3 honored guests first. I shall arrive shortly. Shin Chun departed to carry out his orders, while Chu Xinghe scrambled to his feet with alacrity. Anything was preferable to being forced to refine pills. With the elders of 3 major sects arriving together, the Grand Elder dared not show the slightest discourtesy. He donned his ceremonial robe of purple gold lightning patterns, the vestment that signified his status as Grand Elder. Chu Xinghe likewise changed into his personal disciple's attire, a black robe adorned with golden borders, patterns of clouds woven throughout, and further embellished with scattered star motifs exclusive to direct disciples. The garment radiated an air of resplendent nobility. Following the Grand Elder into the grandest guest hall of the Palace of the Medicine King, they were met at the threshold with the sight of 3 old gentlemen gesturing admiringly at the newly constructed palace, their praises flowing freely. Honored elders, my apologies for the delay. The Grand Elder entered with a genial smile. Grand Elder, we were just remarking upon this Palace of the Medicine King. The newly built edifice is truly magnificent. Elder Shangguan had likewise embarked upon his cultivation through the path of alchemy, yet the Eastern Moon Pavilion could never dream of possessing a refining sanctuary as vast and opulent as the Palace of the Medicine King. The Haotian sect truly lives up to its reputation. A Palace of the Medicine King of such grandeur. What an extraordinary feat of ambition. Elder Su added his own courteous remarks. But more than this Palace of the Medicine King, I confess, I am far more eager to behold the disciple who has received the Medicine Saint's inheritance. I presume this must be the young man standing behind you, Grand Elder. Elder Ma's gaze locked firmly upon Chu Xinghe. The Vermilion Bird's spiritual awakening had rendered the news of the Medicine Saint's inheritance impossible to conceal. All parties had long since received word, though the particulars remained unknown. Now as Elder Ma broached the subject, every eye in the chamber turned to settle upon Chu Xinghe. This junior is Chu Xinghe. I pay my respects to the esteemed elders. Chu Xinghe stepped forward and offered a respectful bow to the 3 elders. What a fine young man. Rise, please. Forgive me for arriving in such haste, I haven't even prepared a proper gift. The 3 elders laughed heartily, yet their gazing swept over Chu Xinghe from head to toe for the longest while, as though they wished to memorize every single hair upon his person. The Grand Elder invited the 3 elders to take their seats while Chu Xinghe and Feng Fei busied themselves serving tea. Thereafter Chu Xinghe took his place, standing behind the Grand Elder. After a lengthy exchange of pleasantries utterly devoid of substance, Elder Ma was the first to steer the conversation toward the true purpose of their visit. Grand Elder, we have come today with a matter in which we humbly request your assistance. Elder Ma, you are too courteous. The 10 great sects are bound by shared purpose. Surely there is no need for such formalities. Whatever aid the Haotian sect can provide, name it, and we shall not hesitate for a moment. Though the Grand Elder's words rang with conviction, Elder Ma remained utterly unmoved. Not hesitate for a moment. What utter nonsense. Yet outwardly he maintained a facade of gratitude as he declared, my Star Moon sect wishes to purchase 500,000 stalks of Shunling grass from the Haotian sect. The instant those words left Elder Ma's lips, the Grand Elder was visibly taken aback. What in the world? 500,000 stalks of Shunling grass. Had Elder Ma taken leave of his senses? Yet before the Grand Elder could even begin to fathom what sorcery this might be, the other 2 elders spoke in turn, and their requests were identical to Elder Ma's. They too wished to purchase 500,000 stalks of Shunling grass. 3 sects each requesting 500,000 stalks, altogether 1,500,000 stalks of Shunling grass. Upon hearing this, even Chu Xinghe was left dumbfounded. Had the world gone mad? What could possibly possess them to fight over this worthless weed called Shunling grass? Yet Feng Fei for his part was so overcome with emotion that he nearly leapt to his feet. He had been tormenting himself for days over how to dispose of 3 million stalks of Shunling grass, and now a single stroke of fortune had secured buyers for 1,500,000. Though half would remain, this was still a heaven-sent blessing beyond measure. Feng Fei gazed at the Grand Elder with barely contained excitement, his eyes practically pleading, accept their offer quickly. Sell to them at once. Yet just as Feng Fei's excitement reached its peak, the Grand Elder spoke. Honored elders, you jest. 1,500,000 stalks of Shunling grass. Even if we mobilized every man, woman, and child within the entire Haotian sect, we could not produce such a quantity. I fear you have made this journey in vain. Feng Fei was rendered speechless. Chu Xinghe was equally bewildered. Only yesterday the Grand Elder had been agonizing over how to dispose of the Shunling grass. How could he now refuse to sell it when buyers had finally appeared? There was a scheme at work. There was certainly a scheme lurking beneath the surface. No one had anticipated the Grand Elder's refusal. 3 million stalks of Shunling grass. The Haotian sect clearly intended to handle them. Yet why, when the 3 sects came to purchase them, did the Grand Elder respond in this manner? Feng Fei was nearly beside himself with frustration. But Chu Xinghe quickly caught on. A scheme. There was definitely a scheme at work here. For elders from 3 of the 10 great sects to appear simultaneously, all demanding Shunling grass, it was blatantly suspicious. Under normal circumstances, purchasing Shunling grass would never require their personal presence. Any random disciple could have handled the exchange with Feng Fei. Though the quantity was enormous, did it truly warrant the attendance of elders? Grand Elder, we have already been to the Daxing Commerce Guild. Elder Ma spoke directly, as though he had already anticipated the Grand Elder's response. Oh, since when did that fatty Wei learn to spout nonsense? Feng Fei arranged for someone tomorrow to teach that fatty Wei a proper lesson. Yes. Feng Fei acknowledged the order. The Grand Elder sipped his tea leisurely, wearing an expression that said, "Say whatever you like. I simply refuse to acknowledge anything." At last the most hot-tempered among them, Elder Shangwan, could restrain himself no longer. Grand Elder, we are all enlightened souls here. Let us cease this pretense of ignorance. That spirit cave was discovered by our 3 sects, and the Haotian sect must certainly be aware that the cavern within teems with petrification venom worms. Without the petrification-breaking pill, no disciple can possibly enter. Yet for the Haotian sect to sever our path so ruthlessly, surely this crosses the line. The moment these words left Elder Shangwan's lips, Elders Ma and Su nodded in unison. Yet the Grand Elder was utterly dumbfounded. What in the world? Spirit cave? Chu Xinghe was equally stunned. When he purchased the Shunling grass, he hadn't given a single thought to anything beyond spite. He only wished to fleece the Haotian sect. Yet who could have foreseen that while failing to swindle the Haotian sect, he had inadvertently swindled these 3 sects instead? Not long ago, the 3 sects had jointly discovered a spirit cave. However, upon exploration, they found the underground cavern riddled with peculiar insects capable of inflicting petrification poison upon any who entered. To venture inside, they would need to prepare vast quantities of the petrification-breaking pill. The 3 sects had agreed, each to prepare their own. Yet to their utter disbelief, upon attempting to purchase Shunling grass, they discovered that the Haotian sect had acquired the entirety of the supply. Their first instinct was that word had leaked. The Haotian sect must have also learned of the spirit cave and was employing these tactics to coerce them. Hence the unprecedented visit of 3 elders arriving at the mountain simultaneously. At this juncture, everyone resolved to speak plainly. The intent of the 3 sects was abundantly clear, since the Haotian sect already knew they would dispense with pretense. The spirit cave share should be divided equally among the 4 parties. Half. The Grand Elder set down his teacup and spoke. Grand Elder, surely this is excessive. The spirit cave offers merely 300 slots in total. For the Haotian sect to claim half, absolutely impossible. Elder Shangwan was so enraged he nearly smashed his teacup to pieces. The atmosphere grew taut. At last Elder Ma heaved a sigh and spoke. 100. The Haotian sect shall receive 100 slots from this spirit cave. That is our absolute limit. If the Haotian sect still refuses, then we shall have no choice but to seek the Martial Emperor City. Given their vast reserves, surely they could prepare these Shunling grass as well. Deal. The Grand Elder agreed without a moment's hesitation. Upon concluding this transaction, the Grand Elder obtained all manner of intelligence regarding the spirit cave from the 3 men. As for the 1.5 million stalks of Shunling grass, he waved his hand dismissively. We are all branches of the 10 great sects bound by shared destiny. Why speak of purchase? We shall give them to you as a gift. And not merely shall we gift them, we shall also refine the petrification-breaking pills on your behalf and deliver them to you together. The 3 sect elders were so infuriated by the Grand Elder's bundle deal that their beards nearly stood on end. 1.5 million stalks of Shunling grass. How much are they truly worth? And as for his offer to refine the pills, does that even count as assistance? He is clearly terrified that our 3 sects might leave the Haotian sect in the lurch. So long as the petrification-breaking pills remain in the Haotian sect's grasp, the 3 sects can never truly shake them off. The Grand Elder beamed as he saw the 3 sect elders off beyond the Haotian sect's mountain gates. Once certain they had departed, he burst into thunderous laughter. A spirit cave? The Grand Elder had never dared dream that Chu Xinghe's reckless blunder would, by some twist of fate, seize the 3 sects by the throat and bring news of a spirit cave to the Haotian sect. The so-called spirit cave is born when certain ancient relics absorb the essence of heaven and earth. Spirit caves are ideally suited for disciples below the great martial master realm. The spirit liquid within can cleanse their marrow and temper their bones, granting them the miraculous effect of being reborn anew. Spirit caves are exceedingly rare. Any sect that discovers one guards it as the most precious of secrets. This time the 3 sects had uncovered a spirit cave, and even the Haotian sect's intelligence network had gleaned not the slightest whisper of it. Yet the calculations of mortals pale before the designs of heaven. Who could have imagined that Chu Xinghe's erroneous procurement list, 3 million stalks of Shunling grass, would instantly render all the 3 sects' elaborate schemes utterly futile? The 3 sects remained wholly unaware that the Haotian sect's purchase of Shunling grass had been a complete accident. After all, no one in their right mind could possibly conceive that the illustrious Haotian sect would be capable of such a blunder. Yet this blunder bestowed upon the Haotian sect benefits beyond imagination. The Grand Elder reported the news to the sect master without delay. Upon hearing the Grand Elder's account, Gu Mingzhao was stunned into silence for a long moment. Chu Xinghe's purchase of 3 million Shunling grass had originally been a catastrophic mistake. Yet now that very mistake had transformed into a magnificent stroke of fortune for the Haotian sect. Gu Mingzhao could only remark that this was likely the decree of destiny itself. Subsequently, the Grand Elder disseminated news of the spirit cave to every hall. The moment the news spread, every hall was thrown into an uproar. First and foremost were the elders of each hall. These 100 slots would be distributed among the various halls, meaning every hall would reap its share of benefits. After their disciples underwent marrow cleansing and bone tempering, their future paths of cultivation would become considerably smoother. This was a heaven-sent opportunity. When the hall elders learned that all of this stemmed from Chu Xinghe's inadvertent purchase of 3 million stalks of Shenling grass, they could not decide whether to laugh or to weep. Meanwhile, the disciples of every hall were utterly exhilarated upon hearing the news. Though merely 100 disciples could journey to the spirit cave for marrow cleansing and bone tempering among the Haotian sects, 3,000 newly admitted disciples, the overwhelming majority, had virtually no chance of securing one of these coveted slots. However, one must not forget that even after being diluted through marrow cleansing, the spirit liquid within the spirit cave could still be brought back. Through alchemical methods utilizing the residual spiritual energy, it could be refined into marrow cleansing pills. Though their efficacy fell short of direct marrow cleansing and bone tempering, they remained treasures of extraordinary rarity. Thus, Chu Xinghe's unwitting gesture had not only secured 100 slots for direct marrow cleansing and bone tempering in the spirit cave, it would also grant every newly admitted disciple a single marrow cleansing pill. In an instant, an atmosphere of jubilant celebration permeated every corner of the Haotian sect. Yet amid this jubilation, Chu Xinghe could not decide whether to laugh or to weep. Life was simply too cruel. He had merely wished to purchase 3 million stalks of Shenling grass to inflict some losses upon the sect. Yet not only had there been no losses, he had even unearthed a spirit cave into the bargain. If there was one thing that could console Chu Xinghe, it was that due to the spirit cave affair, his confinement had been lifted ahead of schedule. Moreover, at the Grand Elder's proposal, Chu Xinghe had been appointed as the leader of this 100-person expedition. Chu Xinghe's expression turned solemn. "So you want me to be the leader, is that it? Just watch as I lead every single one of you straight into the ditch." Chu Xinghe's confinement was lifted ahead of schedule. No one questioned his release, for in this expedition senior brother Xinghe had arguably rendered the sect an extraordinary service. As for the eldest elder's proposal to appoint Chu Xinghe as the expedition leader, the sect master agreed without a second thought. The 100 selection slots were swiftly allotted by the elders across all palaces, and those chosen were invariably the finest disciples of each realm. The Medicine King Palace mobilized its full capacity, with all disciples redoubling their efforts to refine breakstone pills in preparation for the Spirit Cave expedition. All arrangements were being made in earnest. Wan Lin was also among the selected 100. Overjoyed, she rushed to the Medicine King Palace, and upon entering she immediately spotted Chu Xinghe, whose brow was clouded with worry. Senior brother Xinghe must surely be overwhelmed by the pressure of leading the expedition. He must be worried about failing to bring greater benefits to all of us. With this thought, Wan Lin's esteem for senior brother Xinghe grew even higher. Senior brother Xinghe. Wan Lin stepped forward to greet Chu Xinghe. Chu Xinghe looked up toward her chest. Ahem. Quite impressive. Wrong focus. It was the emblem of the Kunlun Palace on her chest. He recalled. This girl's name was Wan Lin. Hello, junior sister Wan Lin. Is there anything I can help you with? Chu Xinghe did his best to keep his gaze properly directed. Senior brother Xinghe, I am also one of the 100 selected. I came specifically to thank you for creating such an opportunity for everyone, but seeing your troubled expression, I assume you are worried about whether you can lead us to greater rewards. Wan Lin gazed at Chu Xinghe with pure admiration. Chu Xinghe nodded along, while secretly thinking, do you really think I'm worried about failing to bring you benefits? I'm trying to figure out how to screw every one of you over. I'm troubled because I can't find a way to trap you all. Senior brother Xinghe, please don't worry. Although our Haotian sect is the farthest away, the elders told us a teleportation array has been prepared, so we won't be late. There are still several days until the spirit cave opens, and we have plenty of time. Besides, we hold all the breakstone pills. The other 3 sects absolutely cannot enter early. If we can't make it, no one else will get their hands on the benefits inside. What? Chu Xinghe froze stunned for 3 full seconds. Damn, what an absolutely brilliant junior sister. Throughout this entire spirit cave expedition, Chu Xinghe had been tormented by one question: how could he trick everyone without actually endangering their lives? The eldest elder had warned him that the spirit cave held real dangers, and one careless move could prove fatal, urging him to exercise extreme caution. This made Chu Xinghe genuinely uneasy at the prospect of accidentally leading everyone to their deaths. He wanted to undermine the Haotian sect, not massacre it. These senior and junior brothers and sisters were all good people. So he needed a plan that would harm no one's life while still achieving his goal. That was terribly difficult. But Wan Lin's words suddenly opened a completely new path in Chu Xinghe's mind. The opening of the spirit cave was time restricted. It would open at a specific moment which the 3 sects had already calculated 5 days from now. Once that moment passed, the spirit cave would seal itself, and the next opening could come at any time. In 10 years, in 100, perhaps never. Haotian sect was the farthest from the spirit cave. Although a teleportation array could quickly bring everyone there, nothing was guaranteed. What if they failed to arrive on time? What if they missed the opening? Then not only would Haotian's sect be excluded, the other 3 sects would be locked out as well, since all the breakstone pills were in their possession. In that case, the ones harmed wouldn't just be Haotian's sect, the other 3 sects would suffer too. And if the disciples of those 3 sects were denied their marrow cleansing and bone forging opportunity due to Haotian's sect's failure, do you think they would let it go peacefully? Bless this girl. Chu Xinghe nearly shed tears of joy. What an absolutely perfect junior sister. Seeing Wan Lin off in high spirits, Chu Xinghe's previously gloomy mood instantly lifted. Today is a good day. Things will go my way. Spit, spit, spit. That song is bad luck. Last time he sang that song, he'd acquired 3 million spirit grass, but it led to the spirit cave incident. He absolutely must not let anything go wrong this time. That song was never to be sung again. In the days that followed, the eldest elder showed Chu Xinghe just how terrifying the Medicine King Palace could be when operating at full capacity. Nearly 2 million spirit grass was consumed and massive quantities of breakstone pills were refined simultaneously. The eldest elder divided the pills 4 ways, with Haotian's sect receiving the largest share. Not only would there be enough to counteract the petrification poison, but even if trapped inside the spirit cave for 10 days or half a month, they wouldn't need to bring rations. They could simply survive on breakstone pills alone. As the eldest elder put it, preparation ensures no regret. At the same time, the eldest elder stuffed Chu Xinghe with an assortment of miscellaneous pills, wound healing ones, antidotes, and more. Basically anything that might prove useful was included. Furthermore, the eldest elder produced his elder token and handed it to Chu Xinghe. When traveling abroad, do not act recklessly. Hold on to this elder token and use it whenever you feel it necessary. Will I be penalized the same way as last time with the heaven token? Chu Xinghe asked. Don't worry. I have already reported to the sect master, and I am personally entrusting this to you. As long as you do not act maliciously, you will face no punishment. The eldest elder's words left Chu Xinghe deeply disappointed. After explaining all the precautions, the eldest elder finally departed. Hardly had the eldest elder left when Feng Fei arrived, bringing a group of senior disciples from the Spirit Crane Palace. Junior brother Xinghe, these are various pills I prepared for you. Store them well. On the road, we should never hesitate to spend these. Safety comes first. While giving his instructions, Feng Fei kept stuffing pills into Chu Xinghe's hands. Junior brother Xinghe, I prepared some pills for you as well. And me too. Good heavens, pills were piled into Chu Xinghe's arms by the handful. With all these provisions, even if they were trapped in the spirit cave for half a year, they could survive solely on these medicines. Junior brother Xinghe, take these spirit stones. When traveling, expenses add up. This may not seem like much, but it should cover your immediate needs. Feng Fei then produced a large chest overflowing with high-grade spirit stones. You call this not much? Brother, do you even understand spirit stones? Chu Xinghe, coming from a poor background, understood money well. Among ordinary people in the outside world, gold, silver, and copper coins were used for daily transactions, but above those lay spirit stones. One lowest grade, low-grade spirit stone could exchange for roughly 1,000 gold coins, though few would bother making such a trade. And it took 100 low-grade spirit stones to exchange for 1 mid-grade spirit stone, and 100 mid-grade spirit stones for 1 high-grade spirit stone. Chu Xinghe vaguely remembered that in his home village, roughly 10 gold coins could allow a family of 3 to live comfortably for an entire year. Considering what Feng Fei had just handed him, all told, that mountain village could be purchased 50 times over. Senior brother Feng, how can you be so stingy? It's junior brother Xinghe's first time traveling abroad, and he'll inevitably face tight moments. This amount won't cover anything. Come, senior brother Xinghe, I have more over here. Take it all, I won't be needing it. Junior brother Xinghe, I also have a bit more. Just take it. Soon trunk after trunk was placed before Chu Xinghe, each high-grade spirit stone gleaming brilliantly. Gazing at this mountain of wealth, Chu Xinghe realized his mathematical abilities were truly woeful. He couldn't even calculate how many mountain villages this entire collection could purchase. After seeing off this wave of senior brothers, another group arrived. Some brought pills, some brought spirit stones, and a few had even prepared various secret treasures for Chu Xinghe, though those treasures were of slightly higher grades, well beyond his current ability to use. Once all the senior brothers had left, Chu Xinghe looked silently at what the eldest elder had packed into his spatial ring. He had always heard stories of mountain village youths defying the heavens, slapping the faces of arrogant young masters at the slightest provocation. But at this moment, Chu Xinghe wanted to point at that mountain village youth's face and ask, on what grounds do you get to flip the script? Just look at what's inside my spatial ring. Without even throwing a punch, I could bury your entire village under a landslide of spirit stones. Tell me, how exactly are you supposed to achieve a comeuppance arc against me? The wealth given by merely the Spirit Crane Palace senior brothers alone had already exceeded Chu Xinghe's ability to comprehend. It seemed he was destined never to walk the path of the underdog, for not only did he not need to swim upstream, he practically owned the entire river. After a night of pleasant dreams, early the next morning, Chu Xinghe and the disciples selected from each palace assembled at the Heaven Hall. Surprisingly, the sect master himself had come in person. First came the eldest elder's pre-departure exhortations. essentially warnings never to act recklessly, never to tarnish the reputation of the Haotian sect, and always to prioritize personal safety. The sect master then walked directly among the crowd, his gaze sweeping over everyone before finally landing on Chu Xinghe. Xinghe, as the leader of this expedition, you must be mindful of your words and actions. Protect every junior brother and sister under your charge, and strive to bring back as many resources as possible for our Haotian sect. Rest assured, sect master. If I fail to secure more than 70% of the resources, I willingly accept expulsion from the sect. The sect master was taken aback. Didn't he just say strive? I didn't ask for a military pledge. Xinghe, I know you seek to bring honor to the sect, but if being expelled becomes the consequence, will no other disciple dare lead expeditions in the future? The sect master chuckled. Sect master speaks wisely, but as a leader, I must bear the weight of leadership. If I fail to secure more than 70% of the resources this time, I beg you to strip me of my status as a direct disciple. The sect master sighed helplessly. Good child, I know you wish to win honor for the sect, but there is no need to press yourself so harshly. Hearing this, the other elders nodded in agreement. They had all seen how disciples usually spent their time after returning, pointing fingers and shifting blame, terrified of shouldering any punishment. But look at Chu Xinghe, such a fine young man, taking full responsibility as the leader, never evading accountability. Where else could one find such a leader? The sect master looked at Chu Xinghe's earnest expression, then at the other elders, nodding in approval. Though he felt the pledge was somewhat excessive, he still gave his assent. As the saying goes, the greater the ability, the greater the responsibility, and the greater the responsibility, the heavier the pressure. Gu Mingxiao also wished to see whether Chu Xinghe could truly deliver under such heavy expectations. Whether he could still deliver a flawless performance despite such immense pressure. As for stripping his status as a direct disciple, well, if it can be taken away, it can surely be restored, can it not? Beyond the gates of Haotian Palace, upon the martial arena, an enormous teleportation array had been arranged. The spirit cave this time would open in the Yulin mountain range, far too distant from the Haotian sect. Thus, utilizing the teleportation array to reach the nearest city, Yuqing, was the swiftest method. However, by now the area surrounding the array was already teeming with people. At a glance, disciples from every palace were present, yet the disciples of Lingyi Palace were by far the most numerous. Gu Mingxiao cast a glance and thought, good heavens. Aside from those Lingyi Palace disciples assigned to special duties that prevented them from leaving, it seemed every single one had shown up. Previously, when Gu Mingxiao had heard that the entire Lingyi Palace from top to bottom had pleaded on Chu Xinghe's behalf, when he was punished, he had been deeply moved. But today, witnessing so many senior brothers come to send Chu Xinghe off, he was moved all over again. However, Chu Xinghe was merely journeying to a spirit cave. Though danger existed, everyone understood in their hearts the degree of peril within. Was all this truly necessary? It looked as though Chu Xinghe were being led to the execution ground. Senior brother Xinghe, have a safe journey. Senior brother Xinghe, display your valor. Senior brother Xinghe shall surely return laden with treasures. Since this was not within Lingyi Palace, the senior brothers had switched to addressing Chu Xinghe as senior brother. After all, he was a personal disciple. Chu Xinghe exchanged greetings with his senior brothers along the way. Upon reaching the teleportation array, he found the sect master and the grand elder already awaiting them. Yet the two of them shared a tacit understanding, neither interrupting Chu Xinghe's heartfelt farewells with his fellow disciples. After all, in all these years, Chu Xinghe appeared to be the very first person capable of winning the affection of so many martial brothers. All 100 people had gathered at the center of the teleportation array. The sect master did not delay further and directly activated the array. A pillar of spiritual light soared skyward, and in an instant Chu Xinghe felt a violent swirl of heaven and earth. This was in fact his very first time riding a teleportation array. The disorienting sensation the contraption produced nearly caused Chu Xinghe to vomit. Yet he was faring relatively well. Standing not far behind him, Wan Lin had already lost the contents of his stomach on the spot. As the surrounding radiance faded, Chu Xinghe discovered they had materialized at the edge of a city. This should be their destination, Yuqing. However, looking back at this moment, good heavens. At least a third of the 100-person contingent had collapsed. What kind of preposterous teleportation array was this? Was its power truly this overwhelming? Senior brother Xinghe. Ugh. Wan Lin retched repeatedly as he spoke. Chu Xinghe glanced over. The rice dumplings from breakfast. Everyone rest where you stand. We shall stay in Yuqing for today and depart at dawn tomorrow. Chu Xinghe issued his very first command as the appointed leader. Senior brother Xinghe, this hardly seems appropriate. It will delay our schedule, won't it? Wan Lin hastily offered his reminder. Delay the journey. That is precisely what I intend. From Haotian Sect to Yuqing there remain 2 days before the spirit cave's opening. If we travel normally, a single day would suffice to arrive. The reason for allocating 2 days was the sect's concern over unforeseen circumstances. Chu Xinghe had been racking his brains over how to stall through those 2 days, but the teleportation array had handed him the perfect opportunity. Junior sister Wan Lin, from here to the Yulin mountain range, a single day's travel is enough. We shall spend the remaining day recuperating within Yuqing. Though claiming treasures is important, remember this. Each and every one of you is the most precious resource our Haotian sect possesses. Your lives are worth far more than any spirit cave. The moment Chu Xingha's words fell, Wan Lin's eyes welled with tears on the spot. The other junior brothers and sisters looked upon Chu Xingha with eyes brimming with gratitude. After all, Chu Xingha had previously sworn a military pledge before everyone. Everyone had assumed he would demand they rush to the destination at all costs, formulating various plans along the way. But never could anyone have anticipated that even under such circumstances, senior brother Xingha still placed the well-being of his junior brothers and sisters as his foremost concern. Everyone donned a plain outer garment before entering Yuqing. Yuqing lay at the edge of the Yulin mountain range and was the largest city in its vicinity. Upon entering the city, the dazzling array of goods and the streams of people coming and going wove together into the prosperity of Yuqing. Chu Xingha recalled what the Grand Elder had mentioned. Although Yuqing was large, it should not be quite this prosperous. Very soon, Chu Xingha understood why Yuqing was as it was. It turned out that in recent days, over a dozen surrounding cities had jointly hosted the Wanhua Grand Gathering. The so-called Wanhua Grand Gathering was in essence a contest to select the most beautiful courtesan. Good heavens, the top courtesans from a dozen nearby cities converging at Yuqing's Wanhua Tower. How could such a spectacle fail to draw lecherous men from every direction? Setting aside the seasoned degenerates, even Chu Xingha, who considered himself a chaste and upright young gentleman, felt tempted to take a look. The group made their way to Yuqing's largest establishment, Fanlu, which also served as the city's grandest inn. Due to the Wanhua Grand Gathering, nearly every inn in the city was fully occupied. However, when Chu Xingha slammed a mid-grade spirit stone upon the counter before the proprietor and announced his intention to reserve the entire Fanlu within 10 minutes, not a single guest could be found anywhere in the establishment. Money makes even ghosts labor. A single mid-grade spirit stone equaled half a year's revenue for an inn of Fanlu's caliber. Any innkeeper not suffering from mental deficiency would know precisely how to choose. Fanlu boasted over 100 rooms, so everyone was free to select their own. However, before the room selection, Chu Xingha addressed all his junior brothers and sisters with earnest and solemn words. We shall rest here for one day. Departing at dawn tomorrow will not delay our schedule in the slightest. But I must warn you, do not under any circumstances go to view the Wanhua Grand Gathering. Do not under any circumstances go to view the courtesans. No matter how utterly captivating those courtesans may be, no matter how much you might regret missing them for the rest of your lives, you must maintain control over yourselves. The moment Chu Xingha's words fell, the junior sisters nodded in vigorous agreement. But the junior brothers? They had only heard of the Wanhua Grand Gathering before and given it little thought. Yet why, after hearing senior brother Xingha's words, did their hearts begin to itch all the more? Senior brother Xingha, this is hardly necessary, is it? So long as we don't delay our journey or violate the sect's rules, may we not go? A disciple named Ma Liang spoke up with visible displeasure on his face. Excellent. The troublemaker has arrived. I've been waiting for you this whole time. Your efficiency is lacking. Glancing at the troublemaker Ma Liang, Chu Xingha offered no further remarks, saying calmly, I have spoken my piece. What you do is for your own conscience to decide. Having finished, Chu Xingha proceeded directly to select his room. Having chosen a room, Chu Xingha sat within, suffering no small torment. Ma Liang, you must deliver. Don't merely speak and fail to act. Go forth. Those courtesans are utterly captivating. Take the other junior brothers to see them. Better yet, become entangled in some indescribable affairs with the courtesans tonight. It would be absolutely perfect if they all turned into limp noodles by morning. Chu Xingha remained in his room, praying with devout sincerity. Junior brothers, please deliver. A barely audible creak drifted from the neighboring room. Chu Xingha nearly leaped to his feet in excitement. Finally, a junior brother could no longer contain himself. I told you. A group of young men in the prime of their vigor, who among them could resist the Wanhua Grand Gathering. Crouching by the window, Chu Xingha hunched low, eager to see who would be the first bold soul to take the plunge. Ma Liang, or perhaps some other hidden troublemaker in the team he hadn't yet discovered. Focusing his gaze, Chu Xingha saw a figure wrapped tightly from head to toe sneak out of Fanlu and vanish into the lantern-lit night. But as he watched that vanishing figure, Chu Xingha was utterly dumbfounded. Wan Lin. Though Wan Lin was bundled up like a rice dumpling, Chu Xingha recognized her instantly from her distinctive figure. Damn, the first to lose patience was neither Ma Liang nor any other junior brother, but Wan Lin. Little girl, you're into that. No. What if junior sister Wan Lin merely wanted to step out for a bite to eat? What if junior sister Wan Lin simply wanted to see the excitement? Yet amid Chu Xingha's endless conjectures, yet another door opened. Ma Liang peered around furtively, lingering especially on Chu Xingha's room for several seconds. Having confirmed nothing was amiss, he slipped from his room in a flash and quietly departed the inn. Following Ma Liang, one after another, numerous junior brothers, unable to contain themselves, also snuck out. How regrettable, fewer than 30 in total. This number left Chu Xingha somewhat disappointed. Did the remaining junior brothers hold no appreciation for the courtesans? And those junior sisters? Take a page from junior sister Wan Lin. Actually, I'm quite open-minded about these things. I'm not saying I cannot accept that you may have certain particular preferences. Although it fell short of his expectations, Chu Xinghe consoled himself. This was not a small number. With so many junior brothers out carousing through the night, having them all listless and weary come morning was a foregone conclusion. Under such circumstances, it would be perfectly reasonable to let them rest longer along the way. And then because the junior brothers were simply too feeble, the rest period extended longer, and ultimately they failed to reach the spirit cave in time. Perfectly reasonable, wouldn't you say? And then the three great sects flew into a rage and came knocking at Hao Yin Sect's door. He would be stripped of his personal disciple status, then pushed forward to take the blame. Even if expulsion from the sect wasn't possible, demotion to the outer sect was certainly within the realm of possibility. Chu Xinghe reveled in visions of his glorious future. Though the courtesans were alluring, he resolved to remain steady and not act rashly. What good are courtesans? They only slow the speed of my sword. Once I become a martial emperor, finding courtesans would be child's play. I could even find a Li Kuei without issue. As the night deepened, Chu Xinghe continued pondering. He could still comprehend the other junior brothers seeking out courtesans, but junior sister Wan Lin seeking courtesans. How exactly would that particular entertainment unfold? Two beauties. Oh dear, the image is too indecent to entertain further. Yet just as Chu Xinghe was banishing these unsavory visions from his mind, a sudden disturbance erupted outside. Accompanied by the commotion, a knock sounded at Chu Xinghe's door. Ma Liang was supported inside by two junior brothers. Chu Xinghe frowned upon seeing a wound on Ma Liang's arm deep enough to expose the bone. Asking no questions, Chu Xinghe swiftly retrieved a medicinal pill, crushed it, and applied it to Ma Liang's wound. The pills of Hao Yin Sect were extraordinary. The bleeding ceased swiftly, and the flesh began to knit together. Yet Chu Xinghe's gaze settled upon the faces of Ma Liang and the others. Soon Chu Xinghe understood what had transpired. After Ma Liang had sneaked out, he made for the Wanhua Grand Gathering. He had taken a fancy to a particular courtesan and sought to win her favor. But to his utter surprise, he encountered a rival suitor. After a contest of wills, Ma Liang emerged victorious. Yet unexpectedly, the vanquished rival flew into a rage and launched a sneak attack. Ma Liang, caught off guard, nearly had his arm severed by a single sword stroke. The other junior brothers arrived soon after, and the assailant fled in the chaos. With no alternative, they brought Ma Liang to senior brother Xinghe to treat his wound. Have you taken everything I said? As the empty whistling of wind. Chu Xinghe stored away his pills and spoke calmly. A man must answer for his own deeds. Today I have brought shame upon the sect. Punish me as you will when we return. Report it all truthfully. Ma Liang possessed a measure of mettle and had even steeled himself for Chu Xinghe to embellish the report upon their return. Yet just as Ma Liang was contemplating the punishment awaiting him, Chu Xinghe's voice reached his ears. Zhang Biao, Zhao Tong, Lu Hai, Sun Xiangqian. Name after name spilled from Chu Xinghe's lips. Over a dozen junior brothers, summoned by his voice, hastened to gather. All of you, come with me to the Wanhua Grand Gathering. I shall see for myself what manner of mangy cur dared lay a hand on my junior brother. Has he grown weary of living, has he? Ma Liang stood dumbfounded. Ma Liang had never particularly liked Chu Xinghe. They had all entered the sect gate on the same day. By what right was Chu Xinghe constantly praised and placed upon the highest pedestal? In Ma Liang's eyes, everything about Chu Xinghe was merely a product of luck. And as for the rumors that Chu Xinghe possessed impeccable character, Ma Liang only scoffed at such notions. People who played one face before others and another behind their backs were legion. This Chu Xinghe was surely a two-faced schemer, merely exceptionally skilled at concealing his true nature. Therefore, though he remained among the 100-person group, Ma Liang was perpetually unconvinced and bitter. Chu Xinghe claimed they were not permitted to attend the 10,000 Flowers Festival. But on what authority? I am going there regardless. Yet Ma Liang had never imagined he would find himself in such a predicament. Though Ma Liang regretted his actions, there was nothing he could do about it now. In his view, Chu Xinghe would certainly seize upon his defiance as grounds for severe reprimand, and upon their return, would surely embellish the matter at the sect, guaranteeing that Ma Liang would suffer punishment. But Ma Liang had already steeled himself. At worst, he would forfeit his status as an elite disciple, and with his strength he could reclaim it sooner or later. However, just as Ma Liang awaited Chu Xinghe's rebuke, Chu Xinghe instead summoned over a dozen senior and junior brothers. Follow me to the Wanhua Pavilion. I want to see which bastard dares lay hands on my junior brother. Chu Xinghe's words stunned not only Ma Liang, but also the disciples who had helped carry him back. They had entered the sect alongside Ma Liang and belonged to the same palace, sharing exceptionally close ties in their daily lives. Today Ma Liang had violated the rules first and been ambushed and injured afterward. Punishment was inevitable. Both were already pondering how best to plead on Ma Liang's behalf. Yet to their utter bewilderment, senior brother Xinghe showed no sign of reprimanding Ma Liang at all. Instead, he immediately began mustering men to go to the Wanhua Pavilion. This completely floored the two of them. What are you standing around for? Move out. With a wave of his hand, Chu Xinghe led the entire group in force toward the Wanhua Pavilion, where the 10,000 Flowers Festival was being held. Even now, the area before the Wanhua Pavilion was thronged with crowds. It was evident that the earlier incident had not significantly disturbed the festivities here. Ma Liang remained utterly dazed until they reached the entrance of the Wanhua Pavilion. What was Chu Xinghe planning? While Ma Liang was lost in thought, Chu Xinghe had already led everyone inside. Confronted by a group of menacing young men, the staff of the Wanhua Pavilion clearly understood these visitors were not here to select a flower queen. Moreover, someone recognized Ma Liang as the person who had just been ambushed. "Ladies and gentlemen, please stay." A man who appeared to be the head guard stepped forward to intercept them. But before he could finish his sentence, Chu Xinghe delivered a fierce kick straight to his chest, sending him flying backward. The Wanhua Pavilion descended into chaos as tables were shattered by the flying body. Countless beautiful courtesans stood pale with fright. It was not only the Wanhua Pavilion staff who were stunned. Even the junior brothers who had followed Chu Xinghe were taken aback. Is senior brother Xinghe really this volatile? Attacking without even letting someone finish speaking. Countless guards began closing in from all directions. With a single wave of his hand, Chu Xinghe commanded, "Knock them all down." "Yes, sir." Seeing their senior brother already in action, the junior brothers hesitated not at all. They needed no spirit weapons at all. 100 prodigies of the Haotian sect, handpicked from the finest, were far beyond the capability of these mere guards to withstand, even if their cultivation realms were not exceptionally high. Within 10 breaths, not a single guard remained capable of standing. The Wanhua Pavilion staff were dumbfounded. They had encountered unreasonable patrons before, but nothing like this. They had never heard of such audacity. Shouldn't one at least explain the situation before striking? All bystanders clear out immediately, or you will end up crawling on the ground like them. If the manager of the Wanhua Pavilion does not appear within 10 breaths, I will tear this establishment down. Chu Xinghe finally spoke, and as his words fell, his junior brothers cracked their knuckles ready for action. The onlookers began scattering in all directions. 10, 9, 8. Chu Xinghe began counting down. When the count reached 3, a middle-aged man in his 40s came sprinting down the stairs. "My lord, please hold. I am the manager of the Wanhua Pavilion." Looking at the manager who had rushed to his side, Chu Xinghe pointed toward Ma Liang. "Do you know him?" I do not." The manager glanced over and began to speak, but before he could finish, a fierce palm strike sent him spinning through the air 3.5 times before he crashed to the ground. Blood and several teeth erupted from his mouth. Everyone was stunned, and Ma Liang too was paralyzed with shock. In that moment, the Chu Xinghe before him completely shattered Ma Liang's understanding of who he was. When Chu Xinghe had first said he was bringing people to avenge him, Ma Liang had suspected it was merely a show. But now, Ma Liang realized he had been mistaken. Terribly, terribly mistaken. Senior brother Xinghe was not putting on an act at all. He truly cared about him. Blood streaming from his mouth, the manager clutching his swollen jaw, tears welling in his eyes. I recognize him. That young hero earlier was involved in a conflict here. Who was the other party? Chu Xinghe's voice was ice cold. I don't. The moment he spoke the character Dot, another brutal palm strike flew. Crack, and the manager's remaining teeth on that side were gone. This is your final chance. As Chu Xinghe spoke, he snatched a candlestick from the table and hurling it toward the wooden staircase of the Wanhua Pavilion. The candle flame ignited the stairs and flames erupted instantly. Your time is running short. Speak slowly, and the Wanhua Pavilion will be no more. Chu Xinghe maintained a calm expression while his junior brothers watched in utter astonishment. My lord. It was the Huang family. Young Master Huang Xiaohua of the Huang family. Finally facing the flames consuming the Wanhua Pavilion, the manager broke down completely. He had encountered countless ruthless individuals, but he had never seen anyone quite like Chu Xinghe. Not a single wasted word. Attacking without hesitation and setting fire to the Wanhua Pavilion immediately. Had he hesitated even a moment longer, the fire would have been utterly unstoppable. Having obtained his desired answer, Chu Xinghe said nothing further, waved his hand, and led everyone away without delay. On the other side, because the manager had answered quickly enough, the fire was ultimately contained. However, the Wanhua Pavilion had already suffered significant losses. Quick! Send word to the Huang family. Forgetting his swollen mouth, the manager immediately issued orders to his subordinates. The manager did not know who Chu Xinghe truly was, but he understood one thing: the Huang family had definitely struck an iron plate this time. Having encountered many ruthless people in his life, the manager had never before met someone as unreasonable as Chu Xinghe. Meanwhile, Chu Xinghe had already returned to the Fan Lu with Ma Liang and the others. Those who had sneaked away, including Wan Lin, had all hurried back upon hearing the news. Seeing Chu Xinghe return with a group, everyone immediately closed in around him. It was Huang Xiaohua, the third young master of the Huang family. Everyone prepare yourselves. I want to see just how bold this Huang family dares to be, to lay hands on my junior brother. Yes, all received the order and returned to their rooms to prepare. At the Huang residence, Huang Yongtang had just finished spending pleasant time with his 13th concubine. Before he could even savor the moment, a flurry of urgent knocks disturbed him. Who is it? Trying to die? Though furious, Huang Yongtang opened the door to find the family head steward, Huang Liang, speaking with visible urgency. The third young master has caused trouble. Huang Liang reported every detail of the day's events to Huang Yongtang, including the matter of Chu Xinghe and his companions nearly setting fire to the Wanhua Pavilion. A group of formidable young people. They are not from the Xingyue sect, are they? Huang Yongtang hesitated. But upon hearing the steward confirm they likely were not from the Xingyue sect, he breathed a sigh of relief. Within the territories of Yu City aside from the Xingyue sect, there was truly no one the Huang family held in any fear. They may have been a branch line, but that branch belonged to the Pingyuan Huang family. The Pingyuan Huang family was one of the three great aristocratic houses of the realm. Leveraging the prestige of the main house, the Huang family in Yu City commanded respect from everyone in the region. I understand the matter. Find someone to investigate the backgrounds of these youngsters. After Huang Yongtang gave his instructions, Huang Liang nodded and went to carry them out. On the other side, the 100-person group had fully prepared themselves. All followed silently behind Chu Xinghe. The matter of senior brother Xinghe setting fire to the Wanhua Pavilion was now known to everyone. Those who had been unable to join the expedition were filled with immense regret. Was this really the senior brother Xinghe they had known? So utterly domineering. Not a single word before striking first. Anyone who dared say the word no would find the entire Wanhua Pavilion burned to the ground. As the first rays of dawn illuminated the grand courtyard of the Huang residence, Chu Xinghe arrived at the Huang estate gates with the 100-person group. The guards stationed at the entrance, sensing the lethal energy radiating from the group, immediately sent word upward. The message quickly reached the steward Huang Liang. Last night the master had ordered him to investigate the identity of the opposing party, but he had not yet had time to report when, suddenly, they had come to their doorstep. However, this saved him the trouble. Huang Liang hurried to find Huang Yongtang. Upon hearing that the others had come attacking directly, Huang Yongtang was so enraged that he overturned his breakfast table. A pack of bastards utterly ignorant of their own survival. Don't they know to inquire first? In Yu City, aside from the Xingyue sect, whom does our Huang family fear? Huang Yongtang let out a thunderous roar, and countless Huang family disciples converged from all directions. Huang Yongtang vowed that anyone arriving today who was not a disciple of the Xingyue sect would not leave with their lives intact. But just as Huang Yongtang was mobilizing his forces, a tremendous explosion reverberated from the Huang family's main gate. The 5-meter-tall gates of the Huang residence were blasted clean off their hinges, and half the courtyard wall collapsed along with them. As the dust settled, Huang family disciples lay scattered across the ground outside the estate. Could they truly be disciples of the Xingyue sect? Huang Yongtang was momentarily stunned himself. Such audacious aggression, attacking directly with such arrogance, was beyond the capability of an ordinary person. But just as Huang Yongtang finished speaking, someone from the Huang family interjected, "Uncle, it cannot be disciples of the Xingyue sect. The Xingyue sect is currently holding their grand ceremony. Unless for extraordinary reasons, disciples would never leave the sect." Hearing this news, Huang Yongtang felt a surge of relief. If they were not from the Xingyue sect, then this would be far easier to handle. It seems they are merely a bunch of ignorant youths who have no idea what they are dealing with. How dare they destroy the Huang family gate? Today, every last one of them will pay. All Huang family disciples hear my command. Today these arrogantly reckless youths shall not leave with their lives. Yes. Countless Huang family disciples raised their voices in unison. And amid their rallying cries, the 100-person group, led by Chu Xinghe, stepped over the collapsed courtyard wall and walked steadily into the Huang residence. Once everyone had crossed the threshold, Chu Xinghe tore away his outer garment, revealing the black elite disciple robes of the Haotian sect to all present. The others behind Chu Xinghe followed the same procedure, all tearing open their common clothes to reveal the uniform black elite disciple attire of the Haotian sect. Indeed, not the Xingyue sect. The Xingyue sect does not wear black disciple robes. Seeing the uniformly black robes, Huang Liang's face lit up with delight. But his joy lasted only a single second before a fierce palm strike snapped him back to reality. The one who struck him was none other than Huang Yongtang. Huang Yongtang had also seen it. These were indeed not disciples of the Xingyue sect. But upon those disciple robes the characters, Haotian, could be found nowhere else in the world. They were disciples of the Haotian sect, the #1 sect under heaven. In Yuqing and throughout the Yulin Mountains, the most influential force was the Xingyue sect, the sole hegemon of this world. Thus, although the Huang family held extraordinary power in Yuqing, their prerequisite was that they never provoked the Xingyue sect. And indeed, the Huang family acted precisely this way. Whenever the Xingyue sect intervened, the Huang family would immediately retreat 300 paces. This was precisely why they had been able to act so arrogantly until now. But today these people were not from the Xingyue sect. Yet they were far more terrifying than that formidable organization. The #1 sect under heaven, the Haotian sect. If the Xingyue sect ruled the Yulin Mountains, then the Haotian sect reigned supreme over all under heaven. Even the formidable Xingyue sect would shudder in terror before the Haotian sect. The black robes of the Haotian sect disciples sent a chill down Huang Yongtang's spine. Common disciples wore gray. Only elite disciples wore black. These were all elite disciples of the Haotian sect, but what terrified him most was the figure at the forefront. His black robe bore embroidered cloud patterns and star motifs. Huang Yongtang's mind struggled to comprehend. Poor disciples could wear golden thread borders, but cloud and star patterns denoted direct disciples. the sect master's personal students. Was the figure standing foremost truly a direct disciple of the Haoyan sect? Huang Yongtang could barely catch his breath. Yesterday the manager of Wanhua Tower had warned that the Huang family might have struck iron, but this was far worse than a mere iron plate. This was an entire mountain forged from the hardest steel. Let the patriarch of the Huang family come forth and speak. Chu Xingha's voice was as cold as ice. Huang Yongtang's entire body trembled at those words. Glancing at the disciples surrounding him, he stammered, Yes, I am Huang Yongtang, patriarch of the Huang family. He hurried from among the crowd, running straight toward Chu Xingha. When he reached Chu Xingha, Huang Yongtang plastered on a servile grin. But before he could utter another word, smack. Chu Xingha's palm connected with Huang Yongtang's unguarded face in a single devastating strike, sending the patriarch staggering and nearly losing his footing. Huang Yongtang sat frozen. The Huang family members shared his paralysis of shock. Even Chu Xiong and the junior disciples from this side stood motionless, dumbfounded. Huang Yongtang was a fifth-rank martial spirit cultivator, negligible within the Haoyan sect, yet if he truly fought, so many second-rank martial masters would hardly escape standing. After all, a 3-rank gap meant that even if they were exceptional, numbers alone would not save them. That sudden strike obliterated every trace of Huang Yongtang's obsequiousness. Humiliation and rage contorted his face into something monstrous, his spiritual energy surging wildly, as though ready to tear Chu Xingha apart. I'll kill you. Huang Yongtang's spiritual power erupted forward, launching a devastating strike at Chu Xingha. Yet the latter remained completely motionless, allowing the terrifying energy to approach unhindered. Everyone expected Chu Xingha to be blasted away by the spiritual energy, but the light halted mere centimeters from his body. Chu Xingha regarded the frozen energy with undisguised contempt. At least you have some backbone, though not much of it. Do you really want to kill all of us? You could try it. Bet that the Haoyan sect remains ignorant while over 100 elite disciples are slaughtered without a trace. Of course, you could also wager every life in your Huang family and see whether the Haoyan sect shows mercy or annihilates your entire bloodline. Chu Xingha spoke with chilling calm, yet each word struck Huang Yongtang like a hammer blow to his chest. He couldn't afford to anger the Xingyue sect, let alone the Haoyan sect. Even the colossal Plains Huang family would never dare challenge them recklessly. With over 100 elite disciples slaughtered in a single day at the Huang residence, any mercy shown by the Haoyan sect would be nothing short of miraculous. By the time it was over, the entirety of Yuqing would be razed to the ground. Every earthworm dug from the soil and split vertically, every egg shattered and scattered. It wouldn't stop at Yuqing alone. The distant Plains Huang family would also bear the full fury of the Haoyan sect's thunderous wrath. Neither Huang Yongtang nor the Huang family could survive such a price, so despite the humiliation of Chu Xingha's slap, the fifth-rank cultivator restrained himself. Young hero, is there perhaps some misunderstanding? The ferocity on Huang Yongtang's face dissolved into obsequious flattery. Misunderstanding? There's no misunderstanding. Hand over Huang Xiaohua. He struck my junior brother with a blade, and in return I demand only his arm. Striking someone with a sword and being asked for just one arm. Wasn't that perfectly reasonable? Huang Yongtang felt that if the Haoyan sect itself had made this demand, it truly would not have been excessive. Yet Huang Yongtang had lost his first 2 sons to women in his early years, and Huang Xiaohua was his only remaining flesh and blood, a son he had doted on extravagantly. How could he possibly accept surrendering his only son's arm? Young hero, I've heard of my son's transgression. I implore you to show mercy given his youth and ignorance. How about this? Let me offer compensation for your junior brother's injuries. As he spoke, Huang Yongtang retrieved a treasure box from his spatial ring. Upon opening it, brilliant spiritual light erupted from the half-filled container of mid-grade spirit stones, making the Huang family members' eyes burn with greed. Young hero, surely you won't hold a petty grievance against. Before Huang Yongtang could finish his sentence, Chu Xingha kicked the entire chest of spirit stones aside with contempt. A single chest of mid-grade spirit stones. Who do you think you're insulting? Do you have any idea how many high-grade spirit stones fill my spatial ring? I could empty them all into your Huang residence, and still have plenty left over. Offering mid-grade stones was nothing short of an insult. If Huang Xiaohua doesn't appear within 10 breaths, I'm leaving. Chu Xingha didn't give Huang Yongtang a moment to consider. He had already begun counting down. 10, 9, 8, 7, 6. When Chu Xingha reached 2, still no one came forward. Just as Chu Xingha was about to speak the final count, Huang Yongtang intervened with a voice thick with desolation. Bring Huang Xiaohua to me. He understood this was his last chance. If Chu Xingha turned and left, the consequences would far exceed the loss of a single arm. Soon the Huang family members dragged forward Huang Xiaohua, who struggled violently. Father, please don't. Spare your son. I'll never dare defy him again. I won't compete with him. I was wrong. His pants were soaked from terror. You do it yourself. Chu Xingha barely glanced at Huang Xiaohua before addressing Ma Liang. Yes, Ma Liang had long simmered with suppressed rage, and without hesitation his blade descended. A scream pierced the air as blood splattered across the Huang courtyard. Huang Xiaohua collapsed unconscious on the spot. Master Huang, you must discipline your children more strictly in the future. Not everyone is as lenient as I am. With those words, Chu Xinghe turned and walked away without looking back, leaving Huang Yongtang sprawled on the ground. The 100-person retinue followed in his footsteps, stepping over the collapsed walls of the Huang estate as the onlookers outside parted in silence. Amidst countless gazes, Chu Xinghe departed with composed grace. Watching him vanish into the distance, countless young hearts along the street stirred with longing. Brother, is this the legendary Haotian sect? Absolutely domineering. A 5th-rank martial spirit cultivator slapped someone to their face on a whim and demanded a son's arm. The father had to personally retrieve him. No wonder they're called the #1 sect under heaven. Father, I've made up my mind. I'm not going to the Xingyue sect anymore. I'm joining the Haotian sect. Son, let's just go home and sleep. The destruction of the Huang family gates, Chu Xinghe slapped to their patriarch, and the severing of Huang Xiaohua's arm spread through Yuqing like wildfire. The Wanhua Tower manager touched his swollen cheek, still breaking into a cold sweat, just remembering the incident. The Haotian sect. Those killing machines belonged to the Haotian sect. Thank goodness he hadn't hesitated in revealing Huang Xiaohua's location. Otherwise his face wouldn't just be swollen. The entire Wanhua Tower would have been reduced to ashes, and he might very well be dead. The Haotian sect stood above all else. By noon, beyond Yuqing's gates, Chu Xinghe led the group forward with an expressionless face, though all his junior brothers and sisters behind him carried heavy countenances. Senior brother Xinghe, this disaster is entirely my fault. Because I disobeyed your orders, we've brought all this trouble upon us. There's no way we'll reach the spiritual cave in time now. Ma Liang's tears streamed down his face as he spoke. Though the others said nothing, their glances held a certain strange quality. What are those looks for? Ma Liang may not have followed my orders this time, but as he said, the sect rules don't forbid what he did, and the ambush wasn't his choosing either. As for the delay in our journey, that stems from my own decision. So junior brothers and sisters, don't hold any grudge against Ma Liang. Even if we truly miss the deadline, the responsibility falls entirely on me, and I will bear whatever punishment the sect imposes alone. Woo woo woo. This time Ma Liang truly broke down in tears. Clutching Chu Xinghe's legs, he sobbed, while slapping his own face repeatedly. Senior brother Xinghe, I'm not human. I'm narrow-minded. I'd always heard how virtuous and generous senior brother Xinghe was, yet I believed you were two-faced, so I deliberately opposed you. Senior brother Xinghe, I was wrong. I was truly wrong. Ma Liang wept like a river in floods. Those around him now gazed at Chu Xinghe with nothing but reverence in their eyes. Before departing for the spiritual cave, everyone knew Chu Xinghe had signed a military pledge. Yet despite the discomfort from the transmission array, he still insisted everyone rest properly, in consideration of every junior brother and sister. After that, when Ma Liang disobeyed orders and went out on his own causing trouble, Chu Xinghe didn't punish him first. Instead, he led people to find the true culprit and dealt severe punishment, refusing to allow anyone to harm his junior brother or damage the Haotian sect's reputation. As for the time wasted because of this, not a single person resented Chu Xinghe. Each one asked themselves if they were senior brother Xinghe, could they bear the military pledge and all subsequent punishments just to protect their junior brother and uphold the sect's honor. Among the 100-person team, 30% had obtained spiritual weapons following Chu Xinghe, and like Wan Lin, they had long harbored zero doubts about senior brother Xinghe's character. The remaining 70% came from various palaces, having barely interacted with Chu Xinghe before, mostly just hearing rumors. Yet within just a day and night, all of them, including the troublemaker Ma Liang, gained an entirely new understanding of senior brother Xinghe. Warm to fellow disciples like spring, cruel to enemies like winter. Knowing full well that delaying the spiritual cave mission would bring severe punishment, yet still willing to bear it alone rather than implicate any junior brother or sister. Where on earth could one find such an unparalleled senior brother? Ma Liang wiped the tears from his face, vowing this would be the last time he cried in his life. From this moment forward, he would strive to become as outstanding as senior brother Xinghe. No, he might never reach senior brother Xinghe's level, but even learning 1/10,000th of his virtue would be enough to guide him through his entire life. Before the Haotian mirror within the Haotian palace, the sect leader Gu Mingqiao, the grand elder, and the chief elders of each hall had all gathered here. And the scene displayed upon the Haotian mirror before them was none other than the footage of the 100-member contingent. Although the Haotian sect stood as the foremost sect beneath the heavens, these youngsters like Chu Xinghe had each seen precious little of the wider world. Under such circumstances, how could the sect's elders possibly set their hearts entirely at ease? Though no one had breathed a word of it, in truth, every event that had unfolded since their arrival at Yuqing had unfolded under the silent, watchful gaze of these venerable figures. And now, as they beheld the events of that day and night reflected within the Haotian mirror, all present fell into solemn silence. In the end, it was the sect leader who shattered the stillness. Excellent. Truly excellent. Unflinching in the face of peril, possessed of both courage and cunning, swift and decisive in action, this young fellow Xinghe. Excellent. The sect leader uttered the word excellent 3 times in succession. Beside him, the grand elder's face had nearly split into a chrysanthemum with his beaming grin. When Xu Xinghe's orders were first defied by Ma Liang, and Ma Liang was injured in a sneak attack. To speak plainly, even the Grand Elder's very first instinct had been to charge Ma Liang with the offense of disobeying the team leader and bringing disgrace upon the sect. Such a charge was no trivial matter. Had Xu Xinghe truly reported the matter to the sect, setting aside whether Ma Liang would be cast into the outer disciple quarters, his identity as an elite disciple would most certainly have been stripped from him. Moreover, that a disciple of the illustrious Haotian sect should suffer a sneak attack that nearly severed his arm. Upon returning to the sect, he would inevitably become the object of mockery upon every senior and junior brother's lips. Yet Xu Xinghe did none of these things. Leading his team at the first possible moment, he stormed the Myriad Flowers Pavilion and set it ablaze, forcing the proprietor to reveal the true culprit. And even the Grand Elder was left utterly astonished. At the time, many elders had wondered why Xu Xinghe would believe the proprietor possessed such knowledge. It was later the sect leader himself who unraveled the mystery for everyone. This child Xinghe truly possesses a swift mind. At a grand assembly, such as the Myriad Flowers gathering, if the proprietor of the Myriad Flowers Pavilion were to encounter an ordinary brawl, his very first instinct would be to dispatch his guards to suppress it. Should casualties arise, apprehending the perpetrators would be an absolute certainty. Yet how had the Myriad Flowers Pavilion acted at that moment? They gave chase to no one, they interfered with nothing. To claim the proprietor did not know the culprit's identities, not even a ghost would believe it. Xu Xinghe had not been present at the scene, yet from the accounts of his two junior brothers, and the subtle traces he discerned upon arriving, he rendered his decision in an instant. Without a word, he struck first, sweeping through the entirety of the Myriad Flowers Pavilion with the force of a thunderbolt, catching them wholly unprepared. Thereafter, his act of casting the candle to ignite the Myriad Flowers Pavilion became the final straw that broke the camel's back. The proprietor shattered completely, not daring to conceal even the slightest truth. Afterward, everyone had presumed that Xu Xinghe would report this matter to the sect for handling. But once again, they had all guessed wrong. Leading the 100-member contingent at the break of dawn, he hurled open the gates of the Huang family residence. Whatever dog's branch of the Pingyuan Huang family they might be, he marched straight up and delivered a resounding slap to a 5th-grade martial spirit. And what pleased the sect leader most was that Xu Xinghe, before striking, first revealed his identity. It was this that formed the greatest foundation for his boldness in striking a 5th-grade martial spirit. The facts proved Xu Xinghe right. Dog's spirit stone compensation, he wanted none of it. A sword slash against his junior brother demanded the price of a severed limb. Upon hearing Xu Xinghe's demand, many of the elders could not help but shake their heads and sigh. This child Xinghe is still far too merciful. Had it been me, I would not have annihilated the entire Huang family, but I would most certainly have slaughtered that Huang Xiaohua. Elder Zhang, your words are mistaken. Why must we annihilate an entire family? Since the matter was Huang Xiaohua's doing, subjecting him to the death of 1,000 cuts would suffice. At most we might add that Huang Yongtang to the same fate. For the others, severing one arm each as a light punishment would be more than adequate. Elder Zhang speaks rightly. This child Xinghe, everything about him is admirable save that he is too soft-hearted. Not a single soul deemed Xu Xinghe's methods excessively overbearing or tyrannical. For they were the members of the Haotian sect, the foremost sect beneath the heavens. Had Xu Xinghe this time merely ascertained that the Huang family would not dare to come knocking in the future and then return to report to the sect, although such conduct would be entirely reasonable, it would nonetheless have truly disappointed everyone. You led your junior brothers out. Setting aside whether your junior brothers had erred, your junior brother was slashed by another, and yet you dared not even seek vengeance. In the future, how could you bear the heavy responsibilities of the Haotian sect? But today, whether the sect leader or any of the elders, all were utterly satisfied with Xu Xinghe's actions. With so many of them gathered before the Haotian mirror, they had truly wished to observe what sort of disposition Xu Xinghe and these disciples possessed. For one must understand, certain disciples before their elders in the sect are as meek as well-behaved babes, but once they venture beyond, each and every one of them becomes like wild hounds slipped from their leashes. Are there so few who run amok? With Xu Xinghe serving as team leader this time, everyone was deeply curious. Aside from his elders' watchful eyes, what manner of person would Xu Xinghe prove to be? And on this occasion, Xu Xinghe's performance earned the recognition of all present. This child was indeed pure and sincere in nature. Within the sect as he was, so was he beyond its walls. So long as his senior and junior brothers faced hardship, he would spare no cost to intervene, even if it meant bringing upon himself the gravest of punishments. Yet Xu Xinghe never retreated the slightest step. This child is free-spirited, but at this moment the others are all worrying that Xu Xinghe will be punished for missing the entrance to the spirit cave. Look at how pale their little faces have grown. Facing the Huang family, each of them was like a little tiger, yet before the sect they are frightened thus. In the future you must not be too severe with your disciples, especially you, Grand Elder. The sect leader Gu Mingqiao could not help but intercede on behalf of the young disciples. Sect leader, you are not aware. I was once strict with my disciples, that is true. But ever since this child Xinghe entered my spirit crane palace, the number of disciples who receive punishment within the Spirit Crane Palace has dwindled to almost none. Having received the care of so many senior brothers, he refuses to forget his roots. So long as a senior brother faces hardship, he is absolutely the first to leap forth and plead for mercy. Even when I threaten to punish him alongside them, he never retreats. Therefore these days, my temper within the Spirit Crane Palace has grown considerably milder. The assembled elders nodded in agreement, their envy plain to see. What a pity that their own peaks possessed no disciple like Chu Xinghe. Gu Mingqiao and the group of elders chatted amiably among themselves, seemingly paying no heed whatsoever to the matter of missing the spirit cave. Were Chu Xinghe present at this moment, he would surely have perceived at a single glance that something was amiss. But alas, Chu Xinghe was not present. Beyond the walls of Yuqing at this very moment, all of them had already set foot upon the road leading toward the spirit cave. After numerous painstaking calculations, Chu Xinghe had come to realize that unless they could take flight, they were absolutely doomed to fail in arriving on time. Even pushing forward at the greatest speed possible would not suffice. Although his heart surged with secret delight, and he even wished to persuade his junior brothers and sisters to abandon the endeavor on the spot and prepare to return home, the proper appearances still had to be maintained, did they not? Thus Chu Xinghe presented himself with an expression of utter urgency, as though he longed to sprout wings and fly to the spirit cave's location within the Fish Scale mountain range. It was not until evening fell that the group still found themselves some distance from the spirit cave. Panting and heaving for breath, Wan Lin could not help but heave a sigh. Senior brother Xinghe, I fear we shall not make it in time. The final deadline the sect has set is evening. Should we fail to arrive at the spirit cave by this time, it shall seal itself, and none of us shall ever again possess the opportunity to enter. Regardless of whether we have missed the spirit cave's opening, we must still press forward. Even if we truly have missed it, we must at the very least provide an accounting to the three sects. Bear this in mind. We are members of the Haotian sect, the foremost sect beneath the heavens. In the face of any matter, we must never choose to flee, but to confront it head-on. Chu Xinghe's words brought tears welling to the eyes of his junior brothers and sisters. Senior brother Xinghe had long known they could not arrive in time, yet he did not lead everyone back to the sect. Instead, he chose to journey onward to the spirit cave to face the censure of the three sects. Even at this moment, senior brother Xinghe did not shirk from any responsibility in the slightest. Such breadth of spirit, such willingness to bear the burden, truly put everyone to shame. Senior brother Xinghe. Ma Liang opened his mouth to speak further, only to be rebuffed by Chu Xinghe. Return to the ranks. This matter has naught to do with you. Even upon returning to the sect, you are absolutely forbidden to speak recklessly. Do you hear me? Ma Liang nodded in silence, biting down hard to prevent the tears from falling. Everyone understood that senior brother Xinghe's rebuke of Ma Liang was solely to prevent him from losing his head. After all, missing the spirit cave was a matter of such tremendous gravity that if the sect were to learn of Ma Liang's conduct, it would be far from a mere matter of being cast into the outer disciple quarters. The destruction of his cultivation and expulsion from the sect was by no means impossible. Such a calamity was one Ma Liang could not bear. Indeed, not a single person among them could bear it. Only senior brother Xinghe, though he too faced grave punishment, would at the very least not suffer the destruction of his cultivation and expulsion from the sect. Yet even so, everyone knew that what senior brother Xinghe must face would surely be a punishment of thunderous severity. Yet despite all this, senior brother Xinghe's countenance remained unchanged, and the one he sought to shield was none other than Ma Liang, the very same troublemaker who had previously defied him at every turn. In truth, everyone understood in their hearts that had any one of them committed the same transgression, senior brother Xinghe would have shouldered the burden on their behalf just the same. This was the mark of a true leader, not merely bearing responsibility, but capable of bearing the weight of all its consequences. Enough of this wrangling. We press on. Chu Xinghe's spirits soared within. The deadline for the spirit cave had already passed. Setting aside all that had transpired before, the mere fact of missing the spirit cave was alone sufficient to warrant severe punishment upon himself, was it not? Moreover, Chu Xinghe could already envision the consequences. The disciples of the other three sects, having failed to obtain the stone-breaking pills from their persons, would thereby be unable to enter the spirit cave, forfeiting a magnificent opportunity. The three sects were no soft persimmons. Because of one man's fault, Chu Xinghe's own, causing so many to lose their chance, the three sects would surely raise a tremendous uproar against the Haotian sect. When that moment came, even the Grand Elder, that mastermind behind the scenes, would have no hope of shielding himself. As for what punishment he himself would face, what might it be? His status as a personal disciple was surely forfeit. Being stripped of his cultivation and expelled from the sect was perhaps unlikely, but being cast into the outer disciple quarters was a certainty, was it not? After all, the Haotian sect still had to render an accounting to the three sects, did they not? From a personal disciple cast directly into the outer disciple quarters. How glorious! Suffused with boundless exhilaration, Chu Xinghe arrived at the location of the spirit cave late into the night. The disciples of the three sects had by this time each gathered in their own respective places. Yet the scene of furious outrage he had imagined did not materialize. Just as Chu Xinghe was puzzling over whether these fellows had all been rendered dumbstruck by their fury, a young man attired in the robes of a personal disciple of the Star Moon Sect strode forth toward Chu Xinghe. You must be Senior Brother Xinghe. I am Guoqizhen of the Star Moon Sect, and I serve as the leader of our contingent for this expedition. I never imagined the Haotian sect would have arrived a full half-day early. By half a day. Chu Xinghe's very first reaction in that moment was, have I by some miracle traversed through time itself? Guoqizhen brought over the leaders of the Dongyue Pavilion and the Beiming City delegation and introduced them to Chu Xinghe, yet Chu Xinghe had not even managed to catch so much as a syllable of their names. At this moment there was but a single question swirling through Chu Xinghe's mind. Have I actually transmigrated? Quick, someone tell me right now, have I really transmigrated? Bring on the ding-dong, the system activating, or whatever. Surely by the tropes of these things shouldn't a voice sound in my ears right about now announcing something about having chosen a host to embark upon a heaven-defying path. Yet not a single sound reached his ears. Chu Xinghe turned to look at the fellow disciples behind him, and they stood there every bit as dumbstruck as he was. Could this actually be a mass transmigration? Chu Xinghe's very first thought was that their party of 100 had all crossed over together. But that dream of transmigration was soon shattered to pieces. From Guoqizhen, Chu Xinghe learned that they had neither transmigrated nor missed the Lingku, for from the very beginning the Lingku had never been set to open until tomorrow. The disciples of the three sects had assumed that the Haotian sect, being the one with the farthest journey to travel, would only arrive tomorrow morning. As it turned out, however, the Haotian sect arrived by evening without incident, so naturally there was no sense of urgency. Yet Chu Xinghe had rushed here at breakneck speed the entire way. Convinced he had missed the appointed hour, he arrived only to discover that the Lingku doesn't even open until tomorrow. Chu Xinghe was utterly dumbfounded. Yet just as Chu Xinghe stood there in a daze, the junior brothers and sisters behind him suddenly erupted in jubilant cheers. Wan Lin, without a care for any impropriety it might cause, seized Chu Xinghe in a fierce embrace and let out a wild howl of triumph. Ma Liang fell to his knees and began kowtowing furiously toward the heavens as though his prayers had at last been answered. And amidst that jubilant crowd, Chu Xinghe alone wore an expression of utter bitterness. Where's the promised severe punishment? Where's the promised missed deadline? This is just too much. The disciples of the three sects were thoroughly bewildered by the Haotian sect's behavior, each of them secretly wondering whether every single person in the Haotian sect had lost their mind. Yet at this very moment before the Haotian mirror, a group of venerable old fellows was laughing themselves into utter hysterics. Ha ha ha. Look at the expression on Xinghe's face. It seems even he isn't truly unafraid of punishment after all. He was putting on that breezy, unconcerned act before, but now that he's heard they made it in time, that bitter look on his face is simply the bitter contrast that comes from joy being too overwhelming. Indeed, this boy is still a child at heart after all. That air of indifference he put on before was merely to keep any burden from weighing upon his junior brothers and sisters. Little did he expect that sect master would outplay him at every turn, advancing their schedule by an entire day out of fear that these children might bungle things. He. They are still children venturing out for the first time, and caution is the surest companion on a long road. Though I must say that expression on this boy's face is simply too hilarious for words. The grand elder too was laughing uproariously, bending forward with merriment. Before the Lingku, a group of junior brothers and sisters cared not a whit whether the three sects regarded them as lunatics and swarmed around Chu Xinghe in uninhibited celebration. Senior Brother Xinghe, I told you, where there is a will, heaven itself shall not disappoint. Indeed. Someone like Senior Brother Xinghe, heaven itself would never allow him to suffer punishment. Heaven bless the Haotian. Heaven bless the Haotian. The Haotian sect disciples erupted in a fervent chant, and those very four words made Chu Xinghe clutch his head in his hands. Every single time he heard that phrase, nothing good ever came of it. It must be because he had sung that damnable Happy Days. It absolutely had to be because of that. Far too inauspicious. The Haotian sect made camp, and Chu Xinghe watched the group, who had traveled at full speed for an entire day, yet showed not a trace of fatigue, instead singing and dancing with abandon around the bonfire, utterly at a loss for what to say. Chu Xinghe swore that had he known it would come to this, he would have led them straight back to the Haotian sect without a second thought. All that pretense, all that acting. What a performance. And in the end it was he who had performed himself into a corner. But now any and all regrets had come too late. All he could do was consider how to maneuver within the Lingku itself. He had made a solemn military pledge. Beyond the marrow-cleansing and bone-forging spiritual liquid, he was to compete for the remaining 70% of the spoils to bring back to the Haotian sect. Should he fail, his identity as a direct disciple would be stripped away as well. Calculated that way, he still had a chance. A great chance, in fact. The group sang and danced long into the night before finally retiring, yet every single junior brother and sister was absolutely overjoyed. That night no one could say how many awoke from their dreams laughing, nor how many disciples of the three sects suspected that every last person in the Haotian sect was a lunatic. Early the next morning, Chu Xinghe sought out Guoqizhen along with so-and-so and so-and-so. for the names of those two were genuinely things he had failed to commit to memory. I am Fan Sheng. Even if the Haotian sect is the foremost sect under heaven, my Donghua Pavilion is still one of the 10 great sects. You, the leader of the Haotian sect contingent, cannot even remember my name. Are you insulting our Donghua Pavilion? Fan Sheng was beside himself with fury. I am Sun Xuang. Senior brother Fan speaks true. The Haotian sect is excessively arrogant, is it not? Chu Xinghe was at a loss, yet had no desire to explain. So the Haotian sect is arrogant, you say? Yes, that is right, we are arrogant, so what of it? Go on then, go out and sully my Haotian sect's reputation, drag the Haotian sect down from its position as the foremost sect under heaven. Please, I beseech you. Paying no heed to the discontent of the two men, Chu Xinghe distributed the agreed-upon quantities of breaking stone pills as promised. Only after the allocation did Fan Sheng and Sun Xuang calm down somewhat, though the two still refused to acknowledge Chu Xinghe. Instead, they pulled Guo Qizhen aside to deliberate on something. Witnessing this scene, Chu Xinghe was overjoyed. They're going to isolate us. Magnificent. The three of you sects unite and ostracize our Haotian sect. And when the time comes, snatch up every last drop of the spiritual liquid for yourselves. Best to leave not a single drop for us at all. Returning to his own side, Wan Lin and Ma Liang approached. Senior brother Xinghe, are they trying to isolate us? Wan Lin furrowed his brow. Didn't we agree to advance and retreat together? Ma Liang was likewise incensed. Sigh. It's my fault. Yesterday, when it turned out we hadn't missed the Lingku, I was momentarily distracted, and as a result, I failed to even remember the leaders' names. They've taken to saying that our Haotian sect is excessively arrogant and overweening. Let them say what they will. What care we for their isolation? Wan Lin did not for one moment hold it against senior brother Xinghe that his failure to remember their names had caused offense. Ma Liang also nodded vehemently. Now whatever senior brother Xinghe said was right, and following closely in senior brother Xinghe's footsteps was the surest way to soar ever higher. The three sects must have reached some sort of private accord, for none of the three was willing to come over and engage with the Haotian sect. Nor did the Haotian sect side see much cause for concern. After all, with the most members among them, they had nothing to fear. Time trickled onward until the appointed moment for the Lingku to open. Upon the cliff face, those long-faded rune carvings began to flicker with radiance, and beneath that light, the Lingku's great gates swung open. This was the path that led within. Ma Liang, ever the vanguard, moved to volunteer as the pathfinder, but was checked by Chu Xinghe. Are you a fool? Let them do the pathfinding. Until they move, we don't move. Understood. Ma Liang nodded without a shred of doubt. And the very same notion had in fact arisen on the side of the three sects as well. After all, no one could say what dangers awaited one upon first entering the Lingku. Although the disciples of the Star Moon sect had previously scouted the route and knew that within lay petrified poisonous insects, just how many of those petrified venomous creatures were there? Were there other lurking dangers besides? No one could say for certain. Whoever entered first at this juncture was bound to face risk. The three sects looked toward the Haotian sect, saw that the Haotian sect remained utterly still, and they too held their ground. Minute after minute slipped past from midday all the way until nearly dusk. The Lingku was on the verge of closing, yet the two sides still refused to stir. Chu Xinghe regarded the gazes that Sun Xuang and Fan Sheng cast in his direction without the slightest hint of disquiet. So long as they didn't move, Chu Xinghe certainly wouldn't budge. Let them wait until the Lingku sealed shut. At that point, each side could go home and accept its punishment. Would that not be simply perfect? Yet, just as Chu Xinghe was fantasizing that the opposition might truly see this standoff through to the end, the most fiery-tempered of them all, Fan Sheng, could contain himself no longer. The Haotian sect, as the foremost sect under heaven, has always led the way without question. Who would have thought that this generation of disciples would prove so utterly craven? Cowards, every last one of you. Watch your filthy mouth. Trying to morally hijack me, are you? On what grounds must the foremost sect under heaven be the first to enter? Besides, it was the Star Moon sect who first discovered this Lingku, and there are more of you three sects combined. Shouldn't you be the ones to lead? You. Guo Qizhen never expected Chu Xinghe to turn and snarl at him. Enough quarreling. At this rate, the Lingku will seal shut. If the Haotian sect lacks the spine to go first, we shall. In the end, it was Sun Xuang who, gnashing his teeth, finally spoke up. The others had no alternative but to follow suit, and the disciples of the three sects began filing into the Lingku one after another. Meanwhile, the radiance of the Lingku's runes began to fade by degrees. Once that light vanished entirely, entry would truly be impossible. Watching until every last member of the three sects had gone, and Chu Xinghe did not choose to enter immediately, but waited. Waited for the rune light to dim just a little further. At last the rune light began to flicker unsteadily. This was the portent that the Lingku was about to seal shut. Move. We go in. At his command, everyone surged through the runes and into the Lingku. What greeted their eyes was a shattered subterranean city, an ancient relic without question. Yet before anyone could clearly discern the nature of this primordial ruin, Chu Xinghe's voice rang out once more. Everyone, turn back the way we came. Upon hearing Chu Xinghe's command, the majority froze in bewilderment. They were well aware that the Linku had already begun to close. Were they to exit now, there would truly be no re-entry. Had this been before Yuqing faced with such an order from Chu Xinghe, anyone else might have held their tongue, but Ma Liang would undoubtedly have been the first to leap forward and accuse Chu Xinghe of harboring ulterior motives. Yet now upon receiving the order, Ma Liang was the very first to fall in behind Chu Xinghe, obeying his command without an instant's hesitation. The others naturally harbored no doubts either, and all followed suit. Chu Xinghe had at last cast caution to the wind. No more acting. No more schemes. To avoid acquiring the spiritual liquid, I'll simply turn right back. Tell me how I lose this one. With a single counter-move, he had led the entire group out of the Linku. This expedition of the Haotian sect would yield not a drop of spiritual liquid. Nay, the disciples would not even have the chance to cleanse their marrow and forge their bones. Tell me who in this world could defeat me here. As for the reason, Chu Xinghe had it all prepared. The moment he stepped inside the Haotian sword coffer sent him a warning, and on instinct he sought to lead everyone in retreat. He simply hadn't thought it through. Was that so unacceptable? The reason didn't matter in the slightest. What mattered was whether the punishment existed or not. Chu Xinghe nearly laughed aloud. Such an overt betrayal of his own team. Surely this would guarantee things now. Yet before that laughter had lasted a single heartbeat, the world that unfolded before his eyes left Chu Xinghe utterly dumbfounded. It was still a shattered subterranean city, yet why did an eerie green glow pulse from within? Wasn't I supposed to have appeared outside the Linku? What in the world is this? Is this an actual transmigration? This time there was definitely no transmigration, because Chu Xinghe discovered that all of his junior brothers and sisters who had been behind him had followed along. Chu Xinghe was certain that a transmigration of such a large group would be far too difficult to achieve. But shouldn't he have walked out of the spirit cave? Why had he come to this place? This is the second level. Senior Brother Xinghe is simply divine. Senior Brother Xinghe, how did you discover that the entrance to that level could be triggered by retreating just as it was about to close? That created a spatial displacement that brought us to the second level without the slightest effort. Wan Lin leaped up excitedly, so giddy and lightheaded that watching him made one's eyes spin. But Chu Xinghe was nearly cursing himself out. How the hell would I know anything about spatial displacement? I just wanted to trick you all. I burned through so many brain cells, I even had the explanation prepared in advance. I understand now. Senior Brother Xinghe didn't refuse to walk at the front, not because he was worried about safety, but because he already knew about this kind of mechanism. That's why he had to stay at the very back to trigger it right. Ma Liang automatically pieced together all of Senior Brother Xinghe's previous strange behavior in his mind. Upon hearing Ma Liang's words, all the junior brothers and sisters nodded in agreement, expressing that at this moment they finally understood. Senior Brother Xinghe had truly treated heaven and earth as his chessboard, every single move calculated with perfect clarity. Several junior brothers and sisters who had harbored even the slightest doubt earlier ran over to apologize to Senior Brother Xinghe, saying they shouldn't have questioned his strategy. At this moment, Chu Xinghe, now on the second level, was deeply distressed, extremely distressed. He had only intended to trick everyone once, but what was the meaning of having directly tricked them all the way to the second level? The three sects had entered earlier, yet they still had to explore bit by bit before reaching the second level. Meanwhile, his group had appeared on the second level, directly claiming every advantage of timing, terrain, and unity. This time, all the spirit liquid belongs to us. Ma Liang declared with an air of absolute confidence. Yes, all the spirit liquid is ours. Wan Lin and the other junior brothers and sisters chimed in agreement. Chu Xinghe felt even more aggrieved. Before, at least there were opponents. Now there weren't even any opponents left. In a standard base return scenario, how could one possibly lose? Now he knew. When the return goes wrong, you end up teleporting back into the gold mine. Everyone, don't rush to explore just yet. Let's first assess our surroundings. Under the circumstances, Chu Xinghe could only think of ways to buy time. Three sects, you all had better give me a solid performance. I'm here single-handedly taking on the entire Haotian sect for your sake. Don't you dare let me down. Soon following Chu Xinghe's instructions, many disciples were dispatched in groups of 3 or 5 to scout the surrounding areas. Chu Xinghe demanded that they be as meticulous as possible, not to worry about wasting time, for safety came first. As long as even one junior brother or sister failed to return, none of them would leave. With the junior brothers and sisters deployed, Chu Xinghe led Ma Liang, Wan Lin, and the others to begin exploring in one particular direction. This spirit cave had once been a rather grand city. For reasons unknown, it had ultimately been buried underground. The green ghostly lights drifting about were the petrifying poisonous insects mentioned earlier. These creatures moved in swarms like clouds of mosquitoes, impossible to completely eradicate. One could only withstand them through the neutralizing properties of the stone-breaking pills, which was precisely why the three sects had to acquire so many stone-breaking pills. Chu Xinghe distributed ample stone-breaking pills to every junior brother and sister. 1 pill every 10 minutes, enough for each person to last 8 or 10 days without any strain. After traversing the harassment of the poisonous insect swarms, Chu Xinghe approached the edge of this abandoned ancient city. 2 paths appeared ahead, one seemingly leading to the left side of the city, the other toward the city center. Without hesitation, Chu Xinghe chose the path leading to the city center. After all, it looked more complex and would surely cause more delay, wouldn't it? And indeed, just as Chu Xinghe had anticipated, the path toward the city was labyrinthine. Though everyone managed to pass through using various methods, a large number of peculiar statues suddenly appeared ahead. These statues stood densely packed at the city's entrance as though they were soldiers guarding the city. Senior Brother Xinghe, passing through here should allow us to enter the city where the spirit liquid should be. Don't act rashly. I have a feeling something isn't right. Let's go back first and discuss before doing anything else. All right. Although he felt his senior brother was being overly cautious, Wan Lin still nodded in agreement. The others followed suit and returned to the previous area. Meanwhile, on the first level, the three sects were steadily advancing. Why haven't the people from Haotian sect caught up yet? Fan Sheng was somewhat puzzled. Logically speaking, they were clearing the path ahead, while Haotian sect followed behind. They should have had an easy time and should have caught up by now. I bet they're just too lazy to exert any effort waiting for us to clear the path downward for them. Sun Xueheng said with an irritable expression. Who does this Chu Xinghe think he is? If a petty person like him can become a direct disciple, then Haotian sect is done for. Junior brother Fan, mind your words. Guo Qizhen hurriedly cautioned from the side. Fan Sheng, though clearly displeased, said no more. The three sects continued their advance, fighting as they went, constantly clearing away the various insects, mechanisms, and poisonous mists on the first level. They had no idea whatsoever that the very despicable petty person they were cursing, Chu Xinghe, was fighting against the entire Haotian sect single-handedly just to buy them time. As the saying goes, good people never get rewarded. Chu Xinghe mapped the route as he went left. Markers even deliberately led the group down wrong turns. In short, every possible method of delay that Chu Xinghe could think of, he used them all. But in the end, they returned to where they had started. Is everyone here? Chu Xinghe sighed helplessly. It seems junior sister Mishue's group hasn't returned yet. That's wonderful. That's just too much. How can you all just stand here waiting? Hurry up and come with me to find junior sister Mishue. Chu Xinghe was so moved, he nearly wept. Junior sister Mishue was truly a good person. She had finally created an opportunity to buy more time. Under Chu Xinghe's leadership, everyone split up to search for junior sister Mishue. They all remembered senior brother Xinghe's words. Since he had brought them all out of Haotian sect, he would bring every single one back. Not one could be left behind. The search for junior sister Mishue lasted half a day. In the end, they discovered that she had been trapped by some poisonous creatures in a hidden location. Through their united efforts, the rescue was finally a success. But when everyone returned to their starting point, they found that the three sects had already descended from the first level. At this sight, the Haotian sect disciples couldn't help but sigh. But there was nothing to be done. They couldn't just leave junior sister Mishue behind, could they? Yet this rescue ultimately cost them their initiative. The Haotian sect sighed while the three sects were dumbfounded. What on earth? Why were the Haotian sect people on the second level? The three sects had fought tooth and nail on the first level for so long, while Haotian sect had been resting on the second level. But what Fan Xing couldn't figure out was why Chu Xinghe would lead his people to rest here instead of exploring the second level. Was there some sort of scheme? It seems senior brother Xinghe knows of some hidden passage we don't. Guo Qizhen said with a cheerful smile as he approached. Just luck, sheer luck. May I ask whether senior brother Xinghe and your group have discovered anything during your long time down here? Guo Qizhen probed cautiously, trying to extract information from Chu Xinghe. He hadn't held out much hope, but just when Guo Qizhen expected Chu Xinghe to immediately claim he knew nothing, Chu Xinghe directly handed over the map he had just drawn. To the astonishment of everyone present, he spoke. Junior brother Fan, junior brother Sun, my failure to remember your names earlier was truly a misunderstanding. I was momentarily distracted. Both junior brothers were far too agitated at the time, so I couldn't explain myself well. This is a map of the areas our Haotian sect previously explored. It contains the path leading into the city, which should save you considerable effort. Please consider it an apology from this senior brother. At this, the scene fell silent. The people of the three sects held the map completely at a loss. Especially Fan Sheng and Sun Xuang. They had cursed Chu Xinghe as a despicable petty person the entire way, and only to be greeted at the door with a grand gift. This left them utterly ashamed. The 10 great sects should stand united and support one another. I ask everyone to forgive my earlier improprieties. As Chu Xinghe spoke, he bowed humbly toward the three sects. Meanwhile, in his heart, he thought, Bro, I've written out the entire script for you all. You can't let me down now. The three sects were now thoroughly perplexed, especially Fan Sheng and Sun Xueheng, who were deliberating whether Chu Xinghe was scheming or genuinely offering an apology. But the map was real. This much was evident from the shocked expressions on the Haotian sect disciples' faces when Chu Xinghe handed it over. All right, let's set off again. Chu Xinghe waved his hand grandly. At this, everyone gathered together. The Haotian sect disciples and the three sects set off together according to the map. This left the three sects even more baffled. They had suspected the map might be false, but now it seemed there was nothing wrong with it. Everyone quickly arrived at the fork in the road shown on the map. There were still 2 branches, one leading toward the city where those strange statues stood, and the other leading to the left side of the city. The path toward the city should be the correct one, Fan Sheng declared decisively. Sun Xueheng and Guo Qizhen nodded in agreement. As the saying goes, where treasures lie, dangers must also dwell. Only by overcoming various perils can one obtain the ultimate prize. This is practically a universal law. Therefore, within the spirit cave, if one wishes to find the treasure's location most quickly, simply locate the most dangerous spot. Of these two paths, the one leading toward the city was lined with statues that looked distinctly unapproachable, while the other path to the city's left side. What on earth was over there? Moreover, there wasn't even a single poisonous insect visible along that path. It was clearly a trap. After deliberation, Guo Qizhen spoke. Senior brother Xinghe, let's tackle this path together. This should be the correct route. But just as everyone looked on with anticipation, Chu Xinghe shook his head. No, no, no. I believe the other path is the correct one. You mean over there? Why? Instinct. Senior brother Xinghe, your instinct may not be entirely reliable. I trust my own instinct. If you choose this path, then I'll choose the other one. Or shall we go together? After all, the path toward the city is far too dangerous. One careless moment. Senior brother Xinghe worries too much. Where in the spirit cave is there no danger? If a treasure could be obtained without facing peril, could it truly be called a treasure? I choose the city. We also choose the city. The three sects had all made their decision. Chu Xinghe said no more, nodded to everyone, and then led the Haotian sect disciples toward the other path. Not a single person from Haotian sect doubted senior brother Xinghe's instinct. After all, his instinct had delivered them straight to the second level. But the three sects were a different story. Once the Haotian sect people had gone far enough, Fan Sheng sneered coldly. I actually thought he was sincerely apologizing to us. Turns out he's just a cowardly wretch, afraid we'd report that incident to our sects and get him punished, which is why he handed over that map. And now he retreats at the slightest hint of danger. Such a mouse-hearted creature is a disgrace to Haotian sect, a disgrace to the 10 great sects. Though the other members of the three sects said nothing, they all nodded silently, clearly endorsing Fan Sheng's label of Chu Xinghe as a disgrace to Haotian sect. Among the disciples of the Haotian sect, some may not have understood the decision to hand over the path through the city gate to the enemy, yet everyone supported senior brother Xinghe's approach with absolute conviction. After all, throughout their journey thus far, senior brother Xinghe had never been wrong. Even those seemingly unreliable hunches of his always managed to earn everyone's trust. Ma Liang took up the position of vanguard, leading a squad to explore the path ahead. Yet as they pressed forward, let alone any strange stone statues, there was nothing threatening to be found here, save for the occasional green insects that would charge up and inflict petrification poison. Moreover, the path was exceedingly smooth, giving everyone the impression they had merely come to tour some underground city rather than to seize treasure. Elsewhere, the three sects had plunged into the midst of the statue grove. The stone shells encasing these statues suddenly shattered, and a swarm of ghoul-like creatures crawled forth from within. The disciples of the three sects were immediately locked in a bloody battle against the statues. Chu Xinghe led his people on a leisurely stroll elsewhere, faintly hearing the sounds of slaughter from that direction, and knew with certainty that fighting had erupted over there. But what did that have to do with him? His objective was to come away empty-handed. Finding treasure was no easy feat, but was handing it away for free really that hard? Couldn't he simply treat this as a day-long sightseeing tour of the underground city? After all, whose intuition had never erred right. Yet, just as Chu Xinghe was wandering about in supreme leisure, Ma Liang, who had been scouting ahead, came charging toward him like a hound that had slipped its leash. Senior brother Xinghe. Senior brother Xinghe. Ma Liang's hands trembled with excitement, and the junior brothers behind him had reddened their eyes as well. Damn, surely nothing has gone wrong. Chu Xinghe panicked inwardly. Senior brother Xinghe's intuition is truly divine. The spiritual liquid is up ahead. Upon hearing this news, the surrounding Haotian sect disciples erupted in an instant. Everyone regarded senior brother Xinghe with expressions of awe, as if gazing upon a deity. Chu Xinghe. No. Ma Liang, say that again. Senior brother Xinghe's intuition is truly divine. The spiritual liquid is up ahead. Ma Liang repeated it once more. Chu Xinghe felt his head go dizzy, nearly sending him to his grave on the spot. Ma Liang, oh Ma Liang, you truly are a walking disaster. All I wanted was for everyone to return empty-handed. All I wanted was for the sect to suffer some losses and punish me. Why was even that so difficult? At this point, there was no need for Chu Xinghe to say a word. Everyone surged forward in a frenzy, and indeed, in a vast open expanse, a pool of spiritual liquid lay serene as a blue mirror. Yet the spiritual energy emanating from it confirmed beyond doubt that it was indeed spiritual liquid. Elsewhere, the three sects were locked in a bloody struggle against the statues. These statues possessed bodies as hard as stone, and they could unleash a strange petrification wave. Anyone struck by this wave required a large quantity of stone-breaking pills to be cured. However, the three sects had never possessed that many such pills to begin with, and now disciples were already finding themselves in peril as their pills neared depletion. Everyone hold steady. Once we break through, we win. Fan Sheng raised his battle blade and shouted at the top of his lungs, but as his words fell, a strange sound drifted from afar. The next moment the city gate swung open, and beyond it the stone shells of densely packed statues began flaking off one after another. They awoke from their slumber and came shrieking toward the three sects. On the Haotian sect side, Senior Brother Xinghe, what should we do now? Ma Liang, who styled himself a lucky general, looked at Chu Xinghe with a beaming smile. What else can we do? We're already here. Might as well bathe. Chu Xinghe was helpless. Given the circumstances, what else could he possibly do? Please let Senior Brother Xinghe descend first. They say the spiritual energy is richest for the one who goes in first. Yes, this opportunity absolutely must be reserved for Senior Brother Xinghe. If Senior Brother Xinghe doesn't go in first, I'll accept no one else. Before long, Chu Xinghe was elected as the first to enter the spiritual liquid. Amidst the gazes of countless onlookers, Chu Xinghe entered the pool. There was no need for an actual bath. Simply drawing near the liquid would allow its spiritual energy to autonomously consume a portion of itself, to cleanse Chu Xinghe's marrow and refine his bones. Spring breeze-like spiritual energy flowed into Chu Xinghe's body, and in an instant he felt a searing heat surge through him as every bone and every drop of blood within him underwent a sublime transformation. At the same time, his cultivation, which had been at the peak of a second-rank martial master, advanced directly into the realm of a third-rank grand martial master. Previously, the misfortune compass had elevated him straight to the peak of second rank, and now the spiritual liquid had enabled him to break through once more. Congratulations to Senior Brother Xinghe on breaking through to Grand Martial Master. Truly worthy of Senior Brother Xinghe. We all entered the sect together, yet Senior Brother Xinghe has already reached third rank. Enough chatter, let's enter the spiritual liquid one by one. Everyone formed an orderly queue. Ma Liang, having been the vanguard who first discovered the spiritual liquid, secured the second slot to enter. After all the earlier one entered, the stronger the spiritual energy received. Ma Liang was so moved on the spot that he delivered an impromptu acceptance speech. He thanked Senior Brother Xinghe for his unwavering trust, for not giving up on him even when he had been a troublemaker, and for giving him the opportunity that had led to his current achievements. In short, it all boiled down to one sentence: follow Senior Brother Xinghe, and all manner of achievements shall follow. After Ma Liang completed his marrow cleansing and bone refinement, his cultivation advanced from the early stage of second rank straight to its peak, a mere step away from third rank. Thereafter, Wan Lin, who had been the earliest to become Senior Brother Xinghe's little admirer, entered third. Wan Lin delivered no lengthy acceptance speech. Only a single sentence: wherever Senior Brother Xinghe points, that's where I strike. After that, the remaining disciples entered in succession. As for the fact that one need not disrobe to enter the spiritual liquid for cleansing, the Senior Brothers were nonetheless somewhat disappointed. Of course, Senior Sister Wan Lin was also a touch disappointed. The entire 100-person contingent completed their marrow cleansing and bone refinement through the spiritual liquid. True to their status as elite disciples of the Haotian sect, every single one of them reached the peak of second rank. Though still a hair's breadth away from third rank, their strength had undeniably surged. Senior Brother Xinghe, let's take all the remaining spiritual liquid with us. That should be the exit over there. The three sects are done for. As Ma Liang's words fell, many nodded in agreement. From the direction of the city, the ceaseless cries of agony and sounds of slaughter could be heard. One could well imagine how grisly the battlefield was, how the three sects might at any moment suffer total annihilation. And at this moment, all they had to do was nothing, and they could claim everything. Yet just as everyone was nodding in agreement, Chu Xinghe spoke. No, we go to save them. Huh. Ma Liang was bewildered. After all, the choice of path was each sect's own decision, and it had nothing to do with the Haotian sect. Why save them? Among the 10 great sects, the Haotian sect ranks foremost. In days past, when the demonic path ran rampant, the 10 great sects joined hands against it. We were truly of one heart and one mind. Yet to this day, the demonic path remains unextinguished. I care not what the other sects are like. Could the Haotian sect bear to watch them perish here? The moment these words left Chu Xinghe's mouth, Ma Liang lowered his head, and the others lowered theirs as well. A man without credibility cannot stand. When the Haotian sect agreed to enter the spirit cave, we only selected 100 people. The spiritual liquid here is enough for 300. The remainder is reserved for the three sects. Since the Haotian sect gave its word, we shall absolutely not monopolize it. Chu Xinghe finished speaking in one breath, and only after seeing everyone nod did he finally exhale in relief. It would be one thing if this hadn't caused the Haotian sect any losses, but if they were to take all the remaining spiritual liquid back with them, how could that possibly be allowed? Thus at this moment, Chu Xinghe swept his arm forward in a grand gesture. Move. Reinforce the three sects. At the city gate, a third of the three sects' 200-person contingent had already been wounded or petrified, while the stone-breaking pills in the hands of those remaining were steadily diminishing. Yet the monsters within the city gate continued to swell in number, appearing as if they were endless. Senior Brother Guo, take the others and go first. We can't hold on anymore. Tears glistened in Fan Sheng's eyes. Their Dongwei pavilion had charged at the very front and suffered the heaviest losses, and now there was no longer any opportunity to retreat. Junior brother Fan, come with us. Sun Xueheng rushed forward attempting to pull Fan Sheng back. But Fan Sheng wrenched himself free with a single motion. The two of you I led the Dongyue Pavilion disciples out, yet let them perish here. What face have I to return to the sect? Please convey to Shi Min that Fan Sheng is a disgrace to the Dongyue Pavilion. Having spoken, Fan Sheng charged headlong into the swarm of monsters without looking back. Guo Qizhen and Sun Xueheng surveyed their surroundings. Given the situation, they truly had no power to turn the tide, and could only seek a way to retreat, watching helplessly as Fan Sheng was encircled by ever more monsters. Go! Guo Qizhen bellowed, and they began their retreat. As they withdrew, the monsters surged en masse toward the remaining Dongyue Pavilion disciples, who, already lacking the strength to resist, began to be petrified one after another. Fan Sheng raised his battle blade again and again to strike, casting aside all thought of life and death, yet still unable to stem the tide of so many monsters. Junior sister Tong Ling. Junior brother Zhao Hong. So many junior brothers. Watching one junior brother and sister after another being petrified before his very eyes, Fan Sheng's heart plunged into utter despair. His strength gradually began to fail him, and at this moment he felt that death for him might just as well be a release. Yet just as Fan Sheng closed his eyes, prepared to await his end, a streak of yellow light pierced through the firmament above, flashing down in an instant to the city gate below. In the blink of an eye, the sword light split into 2, into 4, into many more. Hundreds of yellow rays of light descended from the heavens and crashed directly into the swarm of monsters. The Haoyan Sword Pavilion. The Flying Locust manifests. Among the 9 divine swords, although the Flying Locust sword was the first to be usable, and it didn't even take the form of a sword, its power was by no means lacking. The light of the Flying Locust sword could in an instant transform into countless blades. Of course, Chu Xinghe's current strength was far from that level, but splitting into 100 sword lights was still within his capability. 100 sword lights formed a sword formation descending from the heavens, tearing apart every monster lunging toward Fan Sheng. The Haoyan is indestructible. The Haoyan Qi endures forever. The Haoyan Sect 100-person contingent shouted the battle cry of the Haoyan Sect as they burst forth from one direction. Everyone follow me. We must rescue every single one of them. Chu Xinghe charged at the forefront, surging toward the swarm of monsters. All the Haoyan Sect disciples, like war gods incarnate, followed closely in senior brother Xinghe's footsteps, plunging into the formation to slay the enemy. In that instant, the Xingyue Sect and the Beiming City, who had been on the verge of withdrawing, were stunned. The Haoyan Sect. It was actually the Haoyan Sect. They had actually come to reinforce them at this moment. At this sight, both Guo Qizhen and Sun Xueheng were dumbfounded. They could scarcely believe it. The Haoyan Sect had truly come. And at their forefront, charging at the very head of the charge, was none other than the so-called disgrace of the Haoyan Sect, Chu Xinghe. The heavens stand eternal. The celestial Qi endures forever. The warriors of the Haoyan Sect descended upon the battlefield without warning. A locust sword formation rained down from the heavens, and in the span of a breath, every monstrosity surrounding Fan Sheng was obliterated. Fan Sheng, upon seeing Chu Xinghe charging toward him, was struck utterly dumb. Not long ago, he had proclaimed with unwavering conviction that Chu Xinghe was a disgrace to the Haoyan Sect, indeed a disgrace to all 10 great sects. Yet at this very moment his voice caught in his throat. As the old saying goes, flowers added to brocade come easily, but charcoal delivered through snow is a rarity beyond measure. Today Fan Sheng had resigned himself to perish upon this very ground. Yet it was the Haoyan Sect that arrived at the final desperate hour. Whoosh! Countless petrification-breaking pills streamed forth from Chu Xinghe's Qianquan ring, scattering across the entire battlefield. What are you all standing around for? Administer medicine to those who have been petrified and free them. Those without pills, replenish your supply immediately. The Haoyan Sect shall form the central vanguard, the Star Moon Sect the left wing, the Northern Darkness City the right wing. Every one of you follow my charge. Yes, Commander. Sun Xueheng and Guo Qizhen acknowledged the order in perfect unison. In that singular instant, the two men felt as though they had been transported back to the legendary days their elders spoke of, when the demonic paths were purged from the world. Why did the Haoyan Sect stand first among all sects? In those days of annihilating the demonic cults, the Haoyan Sect always led the charge at the very forefront. Where the Haoyan token fell, all beneath the heavens bowed in submission. Today, though they faced no demonic gate, though mere moments ago they had reviled Chu Xinghe as a disgrace to the Haoyan Sect, when Chu Xinghe truly led the Haoyan Sect back in a storm of glory, they were struck dumb by the sheer magnitude of his magnanimity. The Haoyan Sect could have simply stood by and watched them perish upon this soil. In truth, the greater their losses, the greater the spoils that would fall into Haoyan Sect's hands. Yet the Haoyan Sect did no such thing. They came nonetheless to rescue their former allies. What manner of heart could harbor such magnanimity? In that moment, neither Sun Xueheng nor Guo Qizhen harbored a single dissenting thought against Chu Xinghe. Senior brother Xinghe says charge, so we charge. That is all there is to it. Whoever dares to utter once more that senior brother Xinghe is a disgrace to the Haoyan Sect shall have their wisdom teeth knocked down their throat. Of course, this hardly seemed the appropriate moment for wordplay. Having been tempered by the spiritual liquid, the warriors of the Haotian sect wielded power that the three allied sects could scarcely hope to match. Coupled with an inexhaustible supply of petrification-breaking pills, the monstrosities arrayed before them were not but earthbound chickens and clay dogs awaiting the slaughter. Yet more terrifying still was Chu Xinghe himself. Above his head the locust sword blazed across the firmament, and wherever it descended it conjured forth a hundredfold storm of swordlight and sword formations. None survived the passage of the locust, not a single soul. A flying sword. That is a flying sword. Sun Xueheng beheld Chu Xinghe's flying sword, and his entire being trembled with astonishment. Nor was Sun Xueheng alone. Hua Qizhen's countenance mirrored the same profound disbelief. Legend tells that the Haotian sect possesses a singular treasure, the Haotian sword case, within which slumber 9 divine blades. Yet for 400 years not a single soul within the sect could bend these swords to their will, such that the tale had lapsed into mere myth. But today the Haotian sword case has emerged from obscurity for the very first time, and it rests in the hands of Chu Xinghe. At last all understood why Chu Xinghe had risen to command the Haotian sect's forces, why he had earned the station of direct disciple of the sect master. He was the master of the Haotian sword case. Among the 10 great sects, all who partook in this endeavor were prodigies favored by the heavens themselves, and commanders, such as Hua Qizhen, stood as prodigies among prodigies. Yet at this moment, upon beholding the Haotian sword case, every prodigy paled into insignificance before Chu Xinghe. Such was the unfathomable foundation of the Haotian sect. The swordlight of Chu Xinghe flickered without cease as he carved his way to where Fan Sheng stood. Senior brother Xinghe. Fan Sheng found himself utterly at a loss for words. Take these pills. Save the disciples of the Eastern Moon Pavilion at once. Chu Xinghe cast the medicines to Fan Sheng, and without a word further plunged back into the fray. Fan Sheng with trembling hands began administering the pills to his petrified junior brothers and sisters. Fortunately, the petrification had not endured for long, and with the copious consumption of petrification-breaking pills, they were gradually liberated from their stony prison. Swiftly the disciples of the Eastern Moon Pavilion regained their faculties and rejoined the battle. The monstrosities were steadily driven back, and at last the glimmer of hope dawned upon them all. Roar! An abrupt, earth-shattering bellow erupted from within the city gates. In the next instant the very ground quaked and sections of the city wall crumbled and fell. Beyond the collapsed wall the stone shell of a colossal statue shattered with a thunderous crack, and a monstrous creature, standing 5 to 6 meters tall, its maw gaping like a vat of blood, surged forth from the rubble. Fan Sheng took the vanguard, his spirit blade cleaving through the air. Yet when the blade struck the gargantuan monstrosity it rebounded violently, and Fan Sheng was sent sprawling, blood spraying from his lips as he hurtled backward from a single backhanded blow. Fan Sheng was repulsed, and others surged forward to attack in his stead, but the creature's defenses were so formidable that none could even breach its hide. Step aside. I shall handle this. Chu Xinghe beheld the creature's wanton carnage, and understood in that instant that he himself must intervene lest more lives be lost. Locust. A river of yellow swordlight surged heavenward, and a sword formation descended from the firmament. In the span of a heartbeat the locust sword rain engulfed the creature's form. Each blade that fell pierced the monstrosity's flesh, leaving wounds that marred its hide. The defense had been breached at last. However, to vanquish this creature utterly it still fell short. The monstrosity, assailed by the sword rain, was driven into a frenzy of rage, and it hurled itself toward Chu Xinghe with savage abandon. Senior brother Xinghe, retreat at once. Ma Liang interposed himself directly before Chu Xinghe, intent upon covering the senior brother's withdrawal. But just as Ma Liang sought to escort senior brother Xinghe away, an aura of violet thunder manifested in every direction about them. The currents unleashed by the thunderlight caused even Ma Liang's hair to levitate of its own accord. Thunder shadow emerged. Chu Xinghe struck his left arm, and a bolt of thunder erupted skyward. A flash of violet lightning. The thunder shadow descended from the firmament, and the monstrosity, hurtling toward Chu Xinghe, was struck squarely upon its crown. With a resounding detonation, its skull shattered into fragments. Its gargantuan form crumpled in tandem, yet momentum bore it forward, sliding across the ground, until it collapsed at Chu Xinghe's very feet. Only then did all present perceive with clarity. A divine weapon, neither thunder nor lightning in the conventional sense, suspended above Chu Xinghe's head. The second blade of the Haotian sword case. Thunder Shadow. In the flash of violet lightning, Thunder Shadow had already smitten the foe. With the fall of the great monstrosity, the lesser creatures appeared utterly terror-stricken, retreating in waves like the ebbing tide. Yet though the monstrosities had withdrawn, all present remained in a state of stupefied disbelief. The locust's transcendent sword rain had already strained the bounds of credulity, but that flash of violet lightning moments prior. What manner of divine weapon could that possibly be? The violet lightning returned to its place within the Haotian sword case, and the locust likewise took its station. Chu Xinghe's gaze swept the surroundings, and once more he wore his customary genial expression. Yet at this moment, whether the eyes of the Haotian sect disciples or those of the three allied sects fell upon Chu Xinghe, they bore an altogether different quality. Why had the Haotian sect ever borne a firebrand like Ma Liang among its ranks? Previously, it was because Ma Liang harbored resentment within his heart. On what grounds, after all? My own strength is no less than that fellow Chu Xinghe's, is it? Is he not merely a touch more fortunate? Were blades truly to be crossed, I would not necessarily taste defeat. Such sentiments were far from uncommon, and among the three allied sects they were even more prevalent. Even Fan Sheng had harbored suspicions that Chu Xinghe was merely a scion of privilege. But with the emergence of the Haotian sword case, at this moment, whether of the Haotian sect or of any other, not a single soul harbored further doubts regarding Chu Xinghe's prowess. Senior Brother Xinghe, was he truly this formidable? I have never once witnessed Senior Brother Xinghe engage in combat. He has always maintained that his talent was ordinary and his cultivation modest. Ordinary. Senior Brother Xinghe delights in goodwill toward all, unlike certain others who revel in challenging this one and that one. Yet he received the sect master's personal transmission of the Haotian war intent. Can you still not comprehend? I believed I had perceived Senior Brother Xinghe in his entirety, yet only now do I realize that all I had witnessed was but a hair plucked from the hide of 9 oxen. Senior Brother Xinghe's depths are truly unfathomable. Not only did the disciples of the Haotian sect perceive Senior Brother Xinghe as unfathomable, at this juncture the disciples of the three allied sects had also gathered close. First among them was Fan Sheng, who dropped to his knees before Chu Xinghe with a thunderous thud. Junior Brother Fan, what is the meaning of this? Rise at once, rise. Chu Xinghe hastened to raise him up. Senior Brother Xinghe, I Fan Sheng am lower than a dog or swine. I reviled Senior Brother Xinghe without restraint, yet today you bore no grudge and led the Haotian sect to our rescue, saving all of the Eastern Moon Pavilion. I Fan Sheng am wholly without means to repay such grace. Fan Sheng's voice fractured into sobs. He himself had once branded Senior Brother Xinghe a craven mouse, a creature clinging to life and terror. Yet the power Senior Brother Xinghe had displayed mere moments ago had been witnessed by all. What manner of strength was that? The flying sword. The legendary Haotian sword case. With such power one could lounge in the spirit grotto without a care in the world, yet he had harbored his own petty suspicions, believing the man to be a scion of privilege. The other had graciously delivered maps as a gesture of remorse for past grievances, yet he had construed it as harboring ulterior designs. Never in all his life had Fan Sheng known such corrosive guilt. The remaining disciples of the Eastern Moon Pavilion likewise prostrated themselves upon the ground. In that moment Chu Xinghe could only summon his own Haotian sect disciples to hastily raise them. Yet though the men were lifted to their feet, every gaze from the Eastern Moon Pavilion disciples that fell upon Chu Xinghe had been transformed beyond all recognition. Where before they had regarded him with contempt, now every eye shimmered with reverence. Junior brothers and sisters, there is truly no need for such formality. The 10 great sects are bound by a common destiny. This I have declared on many occasions. Many may well have regarded those words as mere lip service. Today I tell you plainly I spoke in earnest, and I have borne it in my heart. Today, with the 3 sects in dire straits, the Haotian sect could never stand idle and watch them perish. Just as upon another day, when the Haotian sect itself faces calamity, would the 3 sects truly stand by and do nothing? Never. The disciples of the 3 sects declared as one. Good. I shall say no more. There's no need for excessive ceremony. But there is one matter: we have located the spiritual liquid. It lies upon another path. At present the spiritual liquid awaits us there. My fellow junior brothers and sisters are welcome to follow us and partake in the marrow washing and bone forging it bestows. The moment Chu Xinghe's words fell, the 3 sects were once more seized with astonishment. What? The spiritual liquid truly lay there. The Haotian sect had already secured the spiritual liquid, yet they had still come to our rescue. Even though saving us might well result in the spiritual liquid being divided among others, they had not hesitated in the slightest. The disciples of the 3 sects stood transfixed. What manner of magnanimity was this? Senior Brother Xinghe, the preservation of our lives is already a boundless grace. By rights the Eastern Moon Pavilion truly dare not lay claim to the spiritual liquid yet. Fan Sheng stammered and hesitated. I understand. The sect's mandates bind your hands, and you dare not disobey. Therefore the spiritual liquid remains yours. Chu Xinghe escorted all present to the site where the spiritual liquid lay. Though the 3 sects felt deep disquiet at accepting such generosity, they nonetheless began to absorb the spiritual liquid. Fan Sheng stood before the pool of spiritual liquid. Mercifully he refrained from delivering any acceptance speech and contented himself with but a single declaration: henceforth Senior Brother Xinghe shall be as a blood brother to me, Fan Sheng. He then proceeded to absorb the spiritual liquid. Though the others spoke no further words, their gratitude was beyond question. While they occupied themselves absorbing the spiritual liquid, Chu Xinghe made his way back toward that city to take a closer look. To orchestrate such a tremendous spectacle, what manner of marvel might lie hidden within those city walls? Yet after a thorough circuit he found not a single trace, nor any treasure worthy of mention. Upon Chu Xinghe's return to the spiritual liquid's location, the disciples of the three sects had already completed their absorption. Within the spiritual liquid pool, a remainder still remained sufficient to be carried away. Let us divide this remainder equally among our four sects. Chu Xinghe declared, gesturing toward the spiritual liquid. Senior Brother Xinghe, this cannot be. You have sworn a military oath that failure to bring back 70% would cost you your status as a direct disciple. Wan Lin grew anxious upon hearing Chu Xinghe's words. The other disciples likewise grew distressed. The Haotian sect could have claimed the entirety for themselves, yet they had chosen to share it with all present. That alone was magnanimity beyond measure. Were they now to divide it equally, as well, then upon his return Senior Brother Xinghe would face punishment. This was grossly unjust. Junior Sister Wan Lin, when our four sects entered this place, an equal division was only proper. Now enough, you shall say no more. Chu Xinghe hastened to silence Wan Lin. Good heavens, if she continued on in such fashion his military oath would be forfeit entirely. Yet it was already too late. The moment Chu Xinghe's words faded, the three allied sects exchanged glances among themselves, came to a resolute decision with firm nods, and then Guo Qizhen spoke. Senior Brother Xinghe, an equal division is unacceptable. All remaining spiritual liquid shall belong to the Haotian sect alone. Chu Xinghe, what? The disciples of the three sects were absolutely resolute. They refused to take a single drop of the remaining spiritual liquid, insisting on giving every last bit to the Haotian sect. Chu Xinghe was nearly moved to tears. He had painstakingly braved countless dangers to rescue them, and this was how these ungrateful wretches chose to repay him. That simply won't do. You all came here carrying your own missions as well. If you fail to secure the remaining spiritual liquid, you'll surely face severe punishment upon your return, won't you? Seeing that gentle persuasion had failed, Chu Xinghe resolved to try a different approach. Each sect's contingent undoubtedly had its own objectives, and failing to complete them meant punishment back home. True enough, the mere mention of punishment caused hesitation to flicker across many faces. That's more like it. To avoid punishment, let's split it evenly. What say you? I'll bear whatever consequences come our way alone. But before Chu Xinghe could celebrate for even a second, Fan Sheng spoke up. Senior Brother Xinghe, our sect did indeed assign us this task. But if the Donghua Pavilion hadn't been rescued by the Haotian sect, I, Fan Sheng, wouldn't have even kept my own life, let alone worried about spiritual liquid. Senior Brother Xinghe risked his life to save us, and was even willing to let us absorb all the spiritual liquid first. If we dare to take the remainder now, would we even deserve to be called human? Senior Brother Xinghe, say no more. If we truly took the spiritual liquid, we'd be heartless and unjust creatures. Senior Brother Xinghe, you mustn't lead us astray. Fan Sheng's words drew nods of agreement from everyone present. Everyone, that is, except Chu Xinghe. I'm the one scheming against you. You're the one scheming against me. Chu Xinghe wished to make one final attempt, but there was no longer any opportunity. The disciples of the three sects had already gathered all the remaining spiritual liquid for the Haotian sect, and handed it over to the fortunate general, Ma Liang, by Chu Xinghe's side. Not wanting to risk any error, the three sects meticulously verified their work several times. Only after confirming that every last drop of spiritual liquid had been given to the Haotian sect did they finally breathe a sigh of relief. With the spiritual liquid completely removed, the exit of the spirit cave opened. Everyone filed out of the cave in high spirits. Everyone, that is, except Chu Xinghe. Senior Brother Xinghe, the Star Moon sect is closest to here. Why don't you all come with us to the Star Moon sect? After this spirit cave expedition, our sect master and elders will surely want to express their profound gratitude to you. Guo Qizhen extended his invitation with great warmth, but Chu Xinghe flatly refused. What a joke. Although it was true that one less trouble was better than one more, if that extra trouble meant the Star Moon sect thanking the Haotian sect, then Chu Xinghe would rather decline. Though somewhat disappointed by Chu Xinghe's refusal, Guo Qizhen couldn't help but sigh. Senior Brother Xinghe was truly a man indifferent to fame and fortune. This time Senior Brother Xinghe led the Haotian sect to rescue everyone from peril and willingly ceded the spiritual liquid to all. What tremendous grace this was. One could well imagine that if Chu Xinghe had brought the Haotian sect disciples to the Star Moon sect, the sect would have showered them with grand thanks. What a glorious occasion that would have been. Yet Senior Brother Xinghe had simply declined with the excuse of having sect duties to attend to. Remaining unmoved by such a face-giving opportunity, truly this Senior Brother Xinghe inspired Guo Qizhen's heartfelt admiration. Senior Brother Xinghe, I'm no good at expressing gratitude, but I, Fan Sheng, have engraved your kindness in my heart. Should you ever need anything in the future, one word from you, and Fan Sheng will travel 1,000 miles without hesitation, willing to lay down his life. Senior Brother Xinghe is one of the people I, Sun Xueheng, admire most in this life. Should you ever need anything in the future, please remember to call on this junior brother of yours. Fan Sheng and Sun Xueheng came to bid farewell to Chu Xinghe. After all that had transpired in the spirit cave, they too needed to hurry back to report every detail to their respective sects without delay. Chu Xinghe clasped his fist in farewell to each and every one of them. But back in the Haotian sect, the group of old-timers gathered before the Haotian mirror were utterly bewildered by the scene. What happened in there? What is this? The Haotian mirror could, through certain secret techniques, track the movements of Chu Xinghe and the others, but once they entered the spirit cave its vision became obscured. Therefore the group of old-timers had no idea whatsoever what had transpired within the spirit cave. But they clearly remembered that when the disciples had entered the three sects and the Haotian sect had been at daggers drawn. How then in such a short span of time could everyone emerging from the spirit cave have done a complete 180 in their attitude toward Chu Xinghe and the Haotian sect? Just what had happened inside. I've already arranged for people to wait at the Star Moon sect. The moment Guichijin returns we shall have our answers. The Grand Elder's foresight was as always impeccable. After bidding farewell to the three sects, Chu Xinghe set off with the 100-man team toward Yuqing. Along the way the fortunate general, Ma Liang swaggered along flaunting his Qianquan ring with insufferable smugness. He, junior brothers and sisters this time, were bringing all the spiritual liquid back. Although this remaining liquid isn't as effective as direct absorption, once the senior brothers of our Lingyi Palace work their magic it can all be refined into marrow-cleansing pills. With so much spiritual liquid, every newly admitted disciple should be able to receive a marrow-cleansing pill this time. And that's not all. There will be leftovers too. I calculated that if we followed Senior Brother Xinghe's 70% proposal, each person would get one pill. But now that it's all ours, there will be surplus. When Senior Brother Xinghe first made his military pledge of 70%, I tell you, I nearly wet myself with fright. But now it seems Senior Brother Xinghe underestimated. He should have said 90%. The junior brothers and sisters chatted with great enthusiasm, bursts of laughter ringing out one after another. Their state upon departing was entirely different from when they had arrived. Chu Xinghe joined in the laughter, but the bitterness in his heart was his alone to know. How had this accursed spirit cave expedition turned out like this? Chu Xinghe couldn't understand. How does one lose by arriving late on purpose? How does one lose by retreating to the city? How does one lose by choosing the opposite path? How had he lost? Damn it. When others vie for treasure, they exhaust every scheme only to return empty-handed. Yet he had painstakingly avoided every possible treasure and somehow still ended up with all of it. What kind of demonic logic was this? But at this point Chu Xinghe had no recourse but to swallow his bitterness. The group spent a full day traveling before finally arriving at Yuqing. Meanwhile, in the Haotian sect inside the Haotian palace gathered before the Haotian mirror, whether it was sect master Gu Mingqiao the Grand Elder or the chief elders of the various palaces, all stared in utter disbelief at the Haotian sect disciple who had just returned from gathering intelligence at the Star Moon sect and was now delivering his report. Say that again. The Grand Elder murmured somewhat dazedly, and not a single person present objected. Yes. From the intelligence gathered at the Star Moon sect, the 100-man team, led by Junior Brother Xinghe, was the last to enter the spirit cave. Junior Brother Xinghe and his group must have discovered some special mechanism as they proceeded directly to the second floor. Afterwards, despite his lead, Junior Brother Xinghe did not rush to claim the spiritual liquid first. Instead, he explored the second floor, mapped it out, and shared the map with the three sects. At the fork in the road, Junior Brother Xinghe let the three sects choose the inner city, where treasure was most likely to be found, while he himself chose the outer city. The three sects encountered monsters in the inner city and were surrounded while the spiritual liquid actually appeared in the outer city. Junior Brother Xinghe and his group could have stood by and watched them die to claim the spiritual liquid for themselves, but they didn't. Instead, they led the Haotian sect disciples to rescue the three sects. Junior Brother Xinghe's flying sword cut down countless monsters, ultimately saving everyone from the three sects. He declared that the Haotian sect's word was its bond, and that having promised only 100 shares, they would take not a single drop more, distributing the spiritual liquid to the three sects. Afterwards, the three sects absorbed the spiritual liquid, but the remaining residue was entirely given over to the Haotian sect. The disciple repeated the intelligence he had gathered, and the Haotian palace remained utterly silent. The Grand Elder waved his hand, indicating that the disciple was free to leave. After the disciple departed, Sect Master Gu Mingqiao spoke. That child. Though he spoke only 4 words, the admiration in Gu Mingqiao's eyes could not be concealed no matter how hard he tried. The other elders nodded in succession. The Grand Elder meanwhile stroked his not yet fully grown beard, his face blooming into a chrysanthemum-like grin. This spirit cave expedition had ostensibly involved 4 sects working together, but everyone knew the truth. Because Chu Xinghe had inadvertently purchased the spirit grass and used it to choke the 3 sects into reluctantly ceding their 100 slots, the 3 sects had been somewhat hostile toward the Haotian sect from the start. This had been evident from the moment they entered. The 3 sects targeting the Haotian sect had been a foregone conclusion, so the elders of the Haotian sect had all worried whether Chu Xinghe could handle the situation inside. They feared he might be schemed against by the 3 sects and return empty-handed. But now, upon learning what had actually transpired inside, they were genuinely stunned. What shocked them most was neither how Chu Xinghe had discovered the mechanism nor how fortune had guided him to the right path, but rather the fact that in the 3 sects' moment of greatest peril, Chu Xinghe had not chosen to stand by idly nor to add insult to injury, but had instead led the Haotian sect disciples to their rescue without a moment's hesitation. What magnanimity! What bearing! Only such magnanimity and such bearing could be worthy of the supreme throne of the world's foremost sect. The three sects might isolate the Haotian sect, but the Haotian sect as the world's foremost sect would never abandon anyone in their time of need. Chu Xingha's choice and his magnanimity had utterly conquered the three sects. This was why at their parting the disciples of the three sects had each looked upon Chu Xingha with both guilt and reverence in their eyes. That child is even better than the best outcome I had imagined. Gu Mingqiao could not help but sigh. The best outcome he had initially envisioned was that Chu Xingha would lead the team to secure the spiritual liquid and as promised fight for the remaining 70%. But now Chu Xingha hadn't merely secured the entirety of the remainder. He had also won the respect and admiration of the finest young disciples of this generation from the three sects. If Gu Mingqiao were to grade this spirit cave expedition, he would give Chu Xingha a 99. The remaining 1 point would be withheld only lest the child grow proud. But this child, so steady and composed, would he truly grow proud? Grand Elder, this time Xingha has rendered great meritorious service to the sect. All of this remaining spiritual liquid will need to be refined into marrow-cleansing pills by your Lingi Palace. Gu Mingqiao was in exceptionally high spirits. Rest assured, Sect Master, leave it to my Lingi Palace. The Grand Elder puffed out his chest with pride. This time Chu Xingha had truly brought honor to the Haotian sect and to the Lingi Palace as well. Although Chu Xingha was not their direct disciple, the chief elders of the various palaces were nevertheless overjoyed. With so much spiritual liquid secured, every one of their newly admitted disciples would be eligible to receive a marrow-cleansing pill. This was a tremendous blessing indeed, and delight bloomed upon each of their faces. Everyone was overjoyed, all except Chu Xingha. At this moment Chu Xingha stood in Yuqing, thoroughly dejected by this spirit cave expedition. And what better way was there to vent such frustration? Shopping, of course. Chu Xingha gazed at the spirit stones in his Qinquan ring and made his decision. They absolutely had to be squandered. They say that when a woman is unhappy, going on a shopping spree can soothe her melancholy. In truth, the same holds for men. And when the money being spent isn't your own, the relief is all the greater. Ma Liang. Here, the lucky General Ma Liang leaped forth from among the crowd of disciples. I intend to make some purchases in Yuqing next. Go and inquire which merchant guild is the largest here and have them come to me. The goods I acquire will need to be transported back to the Haotian sect. Huh. Senior brother Xingha, we have the Qinquan ring. Ma Liang began with a wave of his hand, but Chu Xingha shook his head. Ma Liang asked no further questions. Whatever arrangements senior brother Xingha made, he would follow without hesitation. Before long, Ma Liang had located the largest merchant guild in Yuqing. Impressively enough, it turned out to be none other than their own Haotian Commerce Guild. The one who came was a man in his 40s, and upon meeting Chu Xingha, he bowed with utmost deference. His name was Qin Xianqian, the branch president of Haotian Commerce Guild's Western District. A figure who would be regarded as a fearsome powerhouse anywhere else in the world. On ordinary days in Yuqing, anyone who encountered Qin Xianqian would respectfully address him as Master Qin. But today when Master Qin met Chu Xingha, he was the very picture of reverence and humility. For Ma Liang had already thoroughly informed him of exactly who Chu Xingha was. The direct disciple of the Grand Elder, one who had obtained the Vermilion Bird's spiritual flame and the inheritance of the Pill Saint, the master of the Haotian sword case. The very disciple whom the sect master himself wished to take on as a personal student, only to be flatly refused by senior brother Xingha. Yet the sect master, far from taking offense, imparted to him the Haotian battle intent and even bestowed upon him the Haotian token. And senior brother Xingha became the first disciple in the entire history of the Haotian sect to abuse the Haotian token and receive nothing but a 3-month confinement as punishment. So Ma Liang left Qin Xianqian to ponder for himself what manner of person senior brother Xingha truly was. Did this even need consideration? Qin Xianqian had risen to become the branch president of the Western District, not solely on account of his rotund belly. Though Qin Xianqian had originated as an outer disciple, the Haotian sect had many such disciples who after a certain number of years were unable to enter the inner sect, and so the sect would arrange other positions for them. Joining the Commerce Guild, for instance, was one such path. That Qin Xianqian had risen from an outer disciple all the way to branch president of Haotian Commerce Guild's Western District spoke volumes about what an extraordinarily shrewd and capable man he must be. Thus, after hearing Ma Liang's account of his senior brother Xingha, Qin Xianqian understood perfectly. Treating this one as though the Grand Elder himself had arrived could not possibly be amiss. While one could not say with certainty that he would be the next sect master of Haotian sect, the position of master of Lingi Palace was as good as his. Qin Xianqian, branch president of Haotian Commerce Guild's Western District, pays his respects to senior brother Xingha. Qin Xianqian addressed him as such the moment he opened his mouth, and there was nothing improper about it. For however imposing Qin Xianqian might be, he remained nothing more than an outer disciple, addressing a direct disciple, like Chu Xingha, as senior brother, was entirely within propriety. President Qin, I dare not accept such an address. Chu Xingha looked at Qin Xianqian, whose hair had already begun to turn gray, and felt rather helpless. Senior brother Xingha speaks in jest. You are of the inner sect, and I of the outer. For an outer disciple to address an inner disciple as senior brother is the rule of the Haotian sect. Though I Qin Xianqian do not often move about within the sect, I have never dared to forget its regulations. At these words from Qin Xianqian, Ma Liang nodded in approval. Chu Xinghe, resigned to the matter, did not intend to continue disputing it, and proceeded to speak directly of his plans for the day. President Qin, I intend to purchase some things in Yuqing. One might say gifts to bring back for my fellow disciples and elders of the sect. How many portions shall I prepare? I would be glad to assist in selecting them. One for every person, including the outer disciples. Qin Xianqian. This time Qin Xianqian was truly stunned. One for every single person. How many people did the Haotian sect have? There were 18 palaces within the inner sect alone, and with the Haotian palace that made 19. The larger palaces numbered tens of thousands, while even the smaller ones had thousands, or close to 10,000. Calculated thus, the total number of inner sect disciples within the Haotian sect was an incomprehensibly vast figure. It was no exaggeration to say that the Haotian mountain range, home to the foremost sect under heaven, the Haotian sect, was such that each peak and each palace resembled a city unto itself. Gifts for everyone, including the outer disciples. Truth be told, Qin Xianqian's mind could no longer calculate the cost. It's quite simple. We'll use the mystery box format. Purchase in bulk and each person draws a box at random. Whatever they receive is what they receive. Seeing the utterly bewildered expression on Qin Xianqian's face, Chu Xinghe revealed his plan. Mystery boxes. Qin Xianqian did not understand, but Chu Xinghe offered an explanation. All the gifts would be thoroughly mixed together, then packed into boxes of varying sizes, but identical appearance. Everyone would choose for themselves, and whatever they picked was theirs to keep. This novel method of gift-giving left Qin Xianqian dumbfounded. He had assumed that Chu Xinghe intended to purchase precious gifts for the sect master and the various elders. Never in his wildest imaginings had he expected. Ma Liang was equally astonished. No wonder senior brother Xinghe hadn't used the Qinquan ring, with such a quantity the ring could never have held them all. Though Qin Xianqian did not understand why Chu Xinghe chose this approach, he immediately arranged for men to prepare the boxes Chu Xinghe had described. As for Qin Xianqian himself, he accompanied Chu Xinghe as the shopping in Yuqing commenced. He led Chu Xinghe to the largest commercial street in Yuqing, the city's greatest trading district. Yet within mere minutes, Qin Xianqian bore personal witness to what could only be described as the Xinghe method of shopping. This shop looks rather fine. I'll take it. Take what? Everything except the owner and the staff. Be very well. This shop is quite nice as well. Gold and silver jewelry throughout. I'll take it all. This jeweler's is passable too. I'll take the whole lot. This clothing shop. I'll forget the clothes itself. I'll purchase all the ornaments. Other people shopped by the piece. Chu Xinghe shopped by the establishment. Thus in the span of mere moments the entire commercial street was set abuzz. A supreme magnate had arrived in Yuqing. One who did not shop by individual items, but purchased entire shops at a time. Sweeping through the entirety of the commercial street, Chu Xinghe left nothing purchasable in his wake save for a handful of shops that failed to meet his discerning eye. The shopkeepers of every establishment were not to be found within their stores today. Each stood outside their doors in reverent attendance. They had seen wealthy men before, but one of such staggering wealth was a sight entirely new to them. Qin Xianqian could not help but feel humbled. Within the Haotian sect, if one were to ask which palace was the strongest in battle, none would concede to any other. But if one were to ask which palace was the wealthiest, when Lingyi Palace declared itself second, every other palace would denounce Lingyi Palace for its shamelessness. But precisely how wealthy was Lingyi Palace? Today Qin Xianqian beheld the answer with his own eyes. For Chu Xinghe had informed him that all of this was merely pocket money given to him by his senior brothers. Just listen to that. Pocket money. Could your family's pocket money buy out one entire street, and still have enough to purchase another? Were it not for the unnecessary trouble it would cause, Qin Xianqian suspected that Chu Xinghe would have bought the entirety of Yuqing and carried it away. The shopping continued until evening fell. Chu Xinghe had emptied out 7 entire districts of Yuqing in a single afternoon, and throughout the city nothing was spoken of but the legendary magnate who had swept Yuqing clean. That night the group did not return to the Haotian sect, as preparations still needed to be made at the teleportation array. They would lodge in Yuqing for the time being. However, they did not choose Fanlu this time. After all, Qin Xianqian was here, and so was the Haotian Commerce Guild. How could they possibly allow their own people to lodge elsewhere? Qin Xianqian arranged for everyone to rest within the Western District branch of the Haotian Commerce Guild. After dinner, Qin Xianqian accompanied Chu Xinghe on a stroll through the guild, but they had taken only a few steps when a subordinate came hurrying over to make a report. Whatever it is, speak freely. Senior brother Xinghe is one of our own in the Haotian sect. Qin Xianqian said bluntly, seeing how his subordinate hesitated. Upon hearing this, the subordinate hastily paid his respects to Chu Xinghe and reported the matter. President, that Jia Gui from Listening Snow Tower has come again. Didn't I tell him to leave? Why is he back again? Qin Xianqian was furious, but catching the puzzled look on Chu Xinghe's face beside him, he hastened to explain, Senior brother Xinghe may not be aware. Our Western District branch is nearest to Lingmai Mountain. Beyond the Yulin Mountain range lies Lingmai Mountain, and it is our Western District that is responsible for the mining of raw spirit stones. Some days ago a major mine was discovered. Several merchant guilds, including our own Haotian Commerce Guild, acquired a vast quantity of raw ore from it. Once this batch of ore is transported from Lingmai Mountain to the Sher family in the Eastern District, merely reselling it would yield a tenfold profit. The Sher family that Qin Xiangqian spoke of was one of the 3 great clans under heaven, ranked even above the Huang family. The Sher family had built their fortune upon spirit stones. It was no idle boast that when it came to spirit stones across the realm, the Sher family reigned supreme. The Sher family had long procured massive quantities of raw spirit stone, or from all quarters. Through the Sher family's unique techniques, the spirit stones could be extracted from within the raw ore. After an elder of the Sher family appraised this recently discovered great mine at Lingmai Mountain, it was determined to be a superlative mine capable of yielding high-grade spirit stones. The various parties had rushed to purchase and transporting the raw ore from Lingmai Mountain to the Sher family, where by means of the Sher family's methods the spirit stones could be extracted, would yield a profit of at least tenfold. A staggering windfall indeed. As for Jia Gui and his listening snow tower, it was one of the 10 great sects. Having received word of the discovery too late, they had failed to acquire any raw ore whatsoever. Jia Gui had gone about begging everyone in sight, and upon learning that the Haotian sect had obtained the greatest quantity of raw ore, he offered to purchase the spirit stones from the sect at 5 times the price of the raw ore. How could Qin Xiangqian possibly agree? They had already acquired the raw ore. All they needed was to transport it to the Sher family, and upon extraction, they would earn tenfold the price. Now this fellow wished to purchase it for merely 5 times. Are we fools? Wouldn't this be making the Haotian sect suffer a loss? Qin Xiangqian explained all of this to Chu Xinghe with great agitation. Yet at the very mention of the word loss, a gleam appeared in Chu Xinghe's eyes. Originally capable of earning tenfold, if they were now to sell at 5 times the price, wouldn't that mean the Haotian sect was in effect losing a 5-fold profit? This was arithmetic even he could manage. President Qin, take me to see the raw ore. Chu Xinghe spoke, and Qin Xiangqian, naturally saying nothing further, led Chu Xinghe to the underground warehouse of the Haotian Commerce Guild. Before long, within the warehouse, Chu Xinghe beheld mountains upon mountains of raw ore. Good heavens, with such a vast quantity of ore and tenfold the price to be had. The gleam in Chu Xinghe's eyes intensified. Senior brother Xinghe, once this transaction is complete, our Western District will surely rise to become the foremost of the 4 districts this year. This ore alone is sufficient to supply the Haotian sect's consumption for an entire year. Qin Xiangqian's eyes had gone red with excitement, and so too had Chu Xinghe's. The Haotian sect's spirit stone consumption for an entire year. This was a figure of such astronomical magnitude that his own arithmetic could never have computed it. In that moment Chu Xinghe arrived at his decision. Sell the ore to Jia Gui. Huh? Qin Xiangqian stared at Chu Xinghe in utter bewilderment. I say sell all the raw stones here to Jia Gui, will take only 5 times the price. This, senior brother Xinghe, this won't do. If we sell to Jia Gui now, we'll be forfeiting half our gains for nothing. Qin Xiangqian couldn't fathom what had come over Chu Xinghe, but before he could finish speaking, Chu Xinghe already had something in his hand. I say sell all these raw stones to Jia Gui of the Listening Snow Pavilion, 5 times the price tonight. Chu Xinghe held the elder token in his hand, and Qin Xiangqian had already fallen to his knees upon the ground. But Qin Xiangqian truly could not comprehend Chu Xinghe's demands. They could have earned 10 times the profit. Why would he cast away the remaining 5? Senior brother Xinghe holds the elder token, so I have no choice but to obey. But I must ask senior brother Xinghe to tell me the reason why. If senior brother Xinghe cannot give me an explanation, then even with the elder token in hand, I shall seek justice at the sect itself. Heh, an unexpected windfall, is it? Give you an explanation. Give you a hammer of an explanation. Am I supposed to tell you that I planned all along to let the sect lose half its gains? What if I just showed my hand openly? Causing such enormous losses to the sect, and you still want to report me? How wonderful. Once the sect learns of this, coupled with my reckless use of the elder token, tisk, this time my expulsion from the ranks of personal disciples is all but certain. Chu Xinghe offered Qin Xiangqian no explanation, but once the elder token was presented, Qin Xiangqian had no choice but to comply. Over at Jia Gui's side, upon receiving word that the Haotian sect intended to sell raw stones, he was utterly dumbfounded. He had already abandoned all hope, yet the Haotian sect had actually agreed to sell. Has this fool Qin Xiangqian lost his mind? But there was no time for questions. That very night, Jia Gui had people prepare a vast quantity of spirit stones and devoured every last raw stone from the Haotian sect in one gulp. Although he had paid 5 times the original price for these raw stones, once delivered to the Sher family and processed, it would amount to a bloody profit of 5 times over. Are the people of Haotian sect complete idiots? Jia Gui was not alone in his assessment. Qin Xiangqian also believed Chu Xinghe to be a fool. Yet the elder token left him no choice but to comply. However, Qin Xiangqian had already spread word that he would accompany the group back to the sect. The matter was too grave. He had to report everything truthfully to the sect master, for such a loss could never be blamed upon his shoulders alone. Qin Xiangqian passed a sleepless night, so furious that his hair nearly turned white. Chu Xinghe meanwhile dreamed sweetly through the night, waking several times with laughter upon his lips. Once this batch of raw stones is off our hands, it'll equate to directly costing the Haotian sect half a year's worth of spirit stone shares. Tell me, how could I possibly lose this time? Today is a wonderful. Tui Tui. Why am I singing that wretched song again? How inauspicious, how inauspicious. Chu Xinghe rose early that morning and shared a delightful breakfast with his junior brothers and sisters. Yet in stark contrast to Chu Xinghe's elation, a veil of bewilderment hung over the faces of every one of his juniors. Clearly Qin Xiangqian had already informed the others of what had transpired. Fortune-bearer Ma Liang even tiptoed over to Chu Xinghe with utmost caution. Senior brother Xinghe, is this Jia Gui perhaps your brother-in-law? Scram. Chu Xinghe delivered a swift kick to this fool. What kind of ridiculous brain did this fellow possess? Am I such a shallow person? Do I pursue mere wealth and beauty? From this day forth I shall become a man of noble character, a man of greatness, a man who has transcended base desires, a man who schemes only against the sect itself. Though Ma Liang could not fathom why senior brother Xinghe would act in such a manner, he could only believe that senior brother Xinghe was truly no ordinary man. Over the following days Qin Xiangqian did not return to seek out Chu Xinghe. Originally this batch of raw stones could have allowed him to vault to the very pinnacle of the 4 regional divisions for the year, bringing him one step closer to the legendary position of president of the Haotian Commerce Guild. But with Chu Xinghe's meddling, Qin Xiangqian felt his very liver ache with torment. Qin Xiangqian had already composed in his mind how he would report the matter truthfully. The blame was too great a burden for him, Qin Xiangqian, to bear. The thought of Jia Gui's grinning face as he carted away the raw stones made his suffering all the worse. By his calculations, Jia Gui's shipment must have nearly reached the Shi family by now. 5 times the profit handed away for nothing. The teleportation array was finally prepared. When they had come they numbered 100 souls, when they departed there were 101. Qin Xiangqian, his hair now streaked with several new strands of white, returned to the Haotian sect along with the rest. The familiar wave of dizziness, the familiar urge to retch. Yet this time only Qin Xiangqian vomited. Though the others wore pallid complexions, none succumbed, likely owing to their elevated cultivation. As the dust settled, all had materialized upon the martial arena of the Haotian Palace. And at the distant gates of the Haotian Palace, led by Sect Master Gu Mingqiao, flanked by the Grand Elder and the chief elders of each palace, stood a complete assembly of the sect's highest authorities. We pay our respects to the Sect Master and all the elders. Chu Xinghe led the 100-member contingent in offering their salutations. Ha ha ha. Well done. Good children. We have been informed of each and every one of your performances abroad. The sect is exceedingly satisfied with your conduct during this expedition into the Spirit Cave. However, you must not grow complacent from this, for you have still committed some minor errors. Upon your return you shall reflect upon yourselves and ensure such mistakes are never repeated. As the sect master spoke these words, his gaze swept briefly over Ma Liang. Tears welled in Ma Liang's eyes. The sect master's words made it clear that he already knew of certain matters, yet chose to pursue them no further. At last he had weathered the storm. Looking at senior brother Xinghe before him, Ma Liang understood that everything he had achieved today was owing to senior brother Xinghe. Thereafter Ma Liang surrendered the spiritual liquid from his Qianquan ring to the Grand Elder for the refinement of marrow-cleansing pills. The disciples of each palace departed under the guidance of their respective chief elders. Yet each one before leaving hastened to Chu Xinghe to bow and express their gratitude for senior brother Xinghe's care throughout their journey. The many elders who witnessed this scene nodded with approving smiles. Qin Xiangqian, watching from the side, felt his very heart tremble. It was not that he had never seen personal disciples of the Haotian sect before, but a personal disciple like Chu Xinghe. This was truly his first encounter. The 100-strong contingent hailed from every palace, yet their reverence toward Chu Xinghe stemmed not from his position as expedition leader, but from genuine heartfelt respect. And then there was the sect master and the Grand Elder, whose gazes upon Chu Xinghe mirrored the fondness one reserves for one's very own son. As for the other elders, rather than harboring any resentment at Chu Xinghe stealing the spotlight, each regarded him with unbridled benevolence. Just what in the world was the background of this Chu Xinghe? Though Ma Liang had offered so many explanations, Qin Xiangqian still could not comprehend. One could accept that a person possessed fortune, luck, and exceptional talent. But how could one person command the affection of absolutely everyone? What sorcery was this? Moreover, having returned via teleportation today by proper protocol, they should have entered the Haotian Palace to pay respects to the sect master and elders. Yet why had the sect master and elders come out to receive them instead? I recall your name is Qin Xiangqian, yes. The branch president of the Western District. It was only after everyone else had departed that the Grand Elder turned his gaze toward Qin Xiangqian, who had returned along with them. This disciple Qin Xiangqian pays his respects to the sect master and the Grand Elder. Qin Xiangqian hastened to bow. Qin Xiangqian gazed upon the Grand Elder before him. At this moment the Grand Elder's eyes upon him were cold, as ice utterly devoid of the affection he had shown Chu Xinghe. But Qin Xiangqian understood that no matter what he had no choice but to report everything truthfully now. So steeling himself he spoke, reporting to the Grand Elder this matter. Concerns Senior Brother Xinghe. Senior Brother Xinghe. Before Qin Xiangqian could finish, Gu Mingqiao interrupted. Whatever you have to say, we shall discuss it inside the Haoyin Palace. Good heavens! Qin Xiangqian had intended to speak while there were still many witnesses, but the sect master had discerned this was no pleasant matter. What did he intend by summoning him into the Haoyin Palace? To shield Chu Xinghe? Would he not resort to silencing him permanently? For all that he was a branch president of the Western District, if one were to perish within the Haoyin Palace, not a soul in this world would dare question what had transpired. With a heart trembling between life and death, Qin Xiangqian followed them into the Haoyin Palace. This was the first time in his life as an outer disciple that he had set foot within these sacred halls, yet he had no heart to admire its splendor. Instead, he fell to his knees directly before the Grand Elder and the sect master. This is how the matter unfolded. Qin Xiangqian had initially contemplated embellishing his account, but now he dared not deviate in the slightest. He could only recount every detail exactly as it had occurred. When Qin Xiangqian had finished, the Grand Elder turned his gaze toward Chu Xinghe beside him. Is what he says true? The Grand Elder's countenance remained one of kindly benevolence. Qin Xiangqian was seized with regret, for from the Grand Elder's expression, he understood that should Chu Xinghe but utter a single word of denial, the Grand Elder would dispatch him without the slightest hesitation and leave him to bear the blame alone. After all, he had been far too naive. Qin Xiangqian knew that today he was unlikely to escape his fate. Yet just as Qin Xiangqian had steeled himself to become the scapegoat and prepared for death, Chu Xinghe spoke. What he says is correct. It was I. Off. At this, Qin Xiangqian was utterly dumbfounded. The Grand Elder and the sect master likewise furrowed their brows. In truth, when Qin Xiangqian had laid out his accusations, their first instinct had been disbelief. Yet Qin Xiangqian had no motive to fabricate. Accusing Chu Xinghe offered him no benefit whatsoever. But deliberately causing such losses to the sect was simply not something a child like Chu Xinghe would do. If one were to speak of who might betray the sect, the Grand Elder would suspect every last soul of the Spirit Crane Palace, even himself, before ever casting doubt upon Chu Xinghe. Thus this matter was utterly bizarre. Xinghe, speak. What exactly were you thinking? Gu Mingqiao spoke from the side. What was he thinking? At this point, Chu Xinghe had cast all caution to the wind. What else could he have been thinking? His intention had been to inflict losses upon the sect. But such words could never be spoken aloud. Utter them directly, and he'd be smitten down on the spot, rendering all his schemes for naught. Just as Chu Xinghe was racking his brain for an excuse that wouldn't get him struck down, a sudden streak of golden light flew forth from afar. It was a golden spirit bird. Gu Mingqiao reached out into the void, and the spirit bird alighted upon his palm. This was the Haoyin sect's spirit bird, charged with the transmission of vital intelligence. Generally, the spirit bird only appeared when matters of grave significance had transpired. Thus Gu Mingqiao could attend to nothing else for the moment. He first unsealed the spirit bird to discern what intelligence it bore. But at a single glance, Gu Mingqiao stood frozen in place. His gaze swept from Chu Xinghe to Qin Xiangqian kneeling upon the ground, and suddenly he laughed. A laugh of unbridled joy. Ha ha ha. Good child. Xinghe, you truly are a fine child indeed. The Grand Elder took the spirit bird from the sect master's hand, glanced at its contents, and he too began to laugh. Ha! So that's how it is. This child Xinghe nearly led us to misunderstand him. Qin Xiangqian, witnessing this scene, was left utterly baffled. What was happening? Chu Xinghe was equally baffled. Though he knew not what had transpired, a sense of foreboding gnawed at his heart. The sect master and the Grand Elder burst into laughter together, sending shivers down Qin Xiangqian's spine, while Chu Xinghe was struck by a foreboding sense of doom. In no time, the Grand Elder directly activated the information on the spiritual messenger bird, and the message appeared before both Chu Xinghe and Qin Xiangqian simultaneously. Upon reading the contents, Qin Xiangqian was utterly dumbfounded. Chu Xinghe felt as though a blade had pierced his heart. Damn it! His premonition of misfortune had indeed come true. The message on the spiritual bird was simple: trouble had befallen the raw stones. After the raw stones harvested from the great mine were delivered to the Sure family, it was discovered that they had yielded no high-grade spirit stones whatsoever. Every last one was of the lowest quality. This spelled catastrophe, for the 10 great sects had each invested tremendous sums in purchasing those raw stones, which the Sure family had previously inspected and confirmed to be sound before the transactions. With circumstances like these, could any sect possibly accept such an outcome? They immediately took action against the Sure family on the spot. The Sure family patriarch was beaten so severely that he vomited blood, and each sect declared that the Sure family would face relentless consequences unless they provided a satisfactory explanation. It was said that the one who beat the Sure family patriarch until he coughed up blood was someone from the Listening Snow Pavilion, and a fellow named Jia Gui reportedly fainted dead away on the spot. Because compared to the other sects, although everyone suffered considerable losses, theirs amounted to merely losing the base price. they would simply no longer receive the tenfold return. Calculating it out, they had indeed incurred losses, but nothing catastrophic. However, the Listening Snow Pavilion situation was entirely different. They had boldly bought at the absolute peak, paying 5 times the price for the Haotian sect's raw stones. Since the Haotian sect had possessed the largest quantity to begin with, their loss was not merely catastrophic. It was an absolute bloodbath. Chu Xinghe read the message on the spiritual bird and felt as though he might faint on the spot, just like Jia Gui. But just as Chu Xinghe was nearly spitting blood in despair, the calamity compass began to spin once again. What in the world? Just as Chu Xinghe was bewildered, the calamity compass came to a halt at the reward of peak 3rd grade. He himself had received a reward. What was going on? Had he not prevented the sect from suffering losses and even reaped tremendous profits? Why would there be a reward? But the instant he caught sight of the deathly pale Qin Xianqian beside him, Chu Xinghe suddenly understood. What a remarkable young man. It seems you discovered the issues with these raw stones beforehand. The art of stone appraisal was indeed part of the medicine saint's legacy. Why didn't you tell Qin Xianqian earlier? Otherwise he wouldn't have come running here to file a complaint, making the sect master and me think you were up to mischief again. The Grand Elder regarded him with utter benevolence. When he had first heard of Chu Xinghe's actions, the Grand Elder had been genuinely shocked. After all, there was the previous matter with the Haotian token, and though this time he had granted authorization using an Elder's token in such a manner, and causing the sect to suffer losses meant he truly could not shield Chu Xinghe. He would inevitably face severe punishment. The Grand Elder had been perplexed about why Chu Xinghe would act thus, but now everything suddenly became clear. He even conjured up his own explanation, that this fine young man, fearing losses for the sect, had gone so far as to employ the Elder's token. His refusal to inform Qin Xianqian beforehand must have been out of concern that word would leak. Ha ha ha. The Medicine Saint's legacy is truly extraordinary, yet the Medicine Saint chose his successor wisely. This child, he truly is heaven's blessing upon Haotian. Qin Xianqian, now that matters are clear, you must thank Xinghe for cleaning up your mess. Without Xinghe's intervention, do you have any idea what consequences you would have faced? The sect master's voice rang with authority once more. Qin Xianqian, consider yourself fortunate to have escaped disaster in this affair. As for your previous accusation against Xinghe, I trust that Xinghe, with his magnanimous heart, will not hold it against you. Let this matter rest here. Yes. Qin Xianqian, his face the color of ash, paid his respects to the sect master and Grand Elder before taking his leave. Fine lad. You may also go rest now. The Grand Elder waved Chu Xinghe away as well. Upon exiting Haotian Palace, Chu Xinghe spotted Qin Xianqian in the distance, utterly lost in despair. In truth, Qin Xianqian was not the only one in such a state. Chu Xinghe himself was in no better condition. Still, the peak 3rd grade reward from the Calamity Compass offered some small consolation. Qin Xianqian. St. Senior Brother Xinghe. Qin Xianqian remained in his dazed hollow state, but upon seeing Chu Xinghe, panic gripped him once more. How much did you set aside? Up. Qin Xianqian's legs buckled at Chu Xinghe's words, and he nearly collapsed to the ground, but thankfully Chu Xinghe's quick reflexes caught him in time. People always spoke of Ma Liang as a harbinger of fortune, but Chu Xinghe felt that Qin Xianqian was the true lucky charm. This time, had it not been for him, Chu Xinghe himself would have been utterly ruined. Fortunately, because Qin Xianqian had been disobedient and secretly hoarded some raw stones, the sect had suffered losses indirectly related to him, which was why he had received the reward. Someone so deliciously troublesome, Chu Xinghe decided absolutely had to be kept around. In an era where everyone schemed against him, finding a lucky charm like Qin Xianqian was no easy feat. Say, Senior Brother Xinghe, I deserve death. I truly deserve death. Qin Xianqian was so terrified his face had turned the color of paper. Just how much did you keep? 1/10. Senior Brother Xinghe, I truly had no idea of your well-intentioned intentions. I. Qin Xianqian was genuinely panicking now. He knew that once this matter became public, no one could protect him. Defying an Elder's token alone was enough for Qin Xianqian to die 100 times over. Enough, I understand. Whatever method you use, go back and fill the gap yourself. Let this matter end here. Chu Xinghe spoke flatly. Upon hearing these words, Qin Xianqian froze on the spot. In that moment he could hardly believe it. Senior Brother Xinghe had actually spared him. He had been ignorant of Chu Xinghe's true intentions, and had even come to the sect to accuse him. Yet Senior Brother Xinghe, so magnanimous and free of grudges, had not revealed to the sect master the matter of Qin Xianqian secretly hoarding raw stones. Now he was even giving him a chance, telling him to go back and patch the deficit. At this moment Qin Xianqian was truly won over. The first time he had come to Haotian Palace, seeing so many people respect Senior Brother Xinghe. Even the elders of each palace held him in high regard. Qin Xianqian had not understood why. But now he understood. He truly understood. If before he had addressed him as Senior Brother Xinghe purely out of deference to Chu Xinghe's high status, then now that title had nothing whatsoever to do with status. He was genuinely and thoroughly conquered, completely won over by Senior Brother Xinghe's magnanimity and grace. A man who, though misunderstood and falsely accused by others, bore no grudge and ultimately helped the very person who accused him. What noble character must he possess? Slap. Qin Xiangqian delivered a fierce slap to his own face. Senior Brother Xinghe, this junior shall engrave today's events upon his heart. I thank Senior Brother Xinghe for your boundless magnanimity in sparing me. Enough, don't carry on like this. You have toiled diligently for the sect all these years. Even without merit, there is hardship. But remember this well. Never let there be a next time. Rest assured, Senior Brother Xinghe. From this day forth, if you tell me to go east, I shall not venture west. If you tell me to chase a dog, I shall not startle a chicken. Qin Xiangqian departed, leaving Haotian sect with boundless reverence for Chu Xinghe. In this raw stone incident, thanks to Chu Xinghe's intervention, Haotian sect emerged as the sole victor. Though Chu Xinghe was pained, at least his true lucky charm Qin Xiangqian had lent him a hand, so the trip was not entirely without gain. Not long after Qin Xiangqian's departure, the Haotian merchant caravan finally arrived at Haotian sect. When the massive convoy of carts bearing countless boxes emblazoned with Haotian sect's cloud emblem entered the sect, it drew countless onlookers. What on earth is all this? No idea. I heard it was bought by Senior Brother Xinghe. What did Senior Brother Xinghe purchase? There's so much of it. No idea. How much must this have cost? Senior Brother Xinghe is a disciple of Spirit Crane Palace. I've heard the senior brothers of Spirit Crane Palace treat him like the apple of their eye. Would this sum even amount to anything in their eyes? The vast quantity of mystery boxes was brought into Haotian sect, and just as everyone was speculating about Chu Xinghe's intentions, the boxes were distributed. Honored elders, this is my first time descending the mountain, and I wish to present gifts to all the elders and fellow disciples. Yet unsure of everyone's preferences, I employed this method. The mystery boxes contain all manner of things. Whatever you receive, consider it a small token of this disciple's sincerity. I humbly ask that the elders not laugh at my humble offering. Chu Xinghe presented mystery boxes to the elders of each palace. The elders receiving such gifts for the first time were momentarily stunned, but soon could not help but smile. This child. In the past, disciples from various palaces would also descend the mountain, and upon returning they would bring precious gifts. But those gifts were always reserved for those who had aided them or might advance their standing. Though there was nothing improper in such gift-giving, those who received nothing could not help but feel a twinge of envy. Yet Chu Xinghe's approach was quite ingenious. Everything was packed into mystery boxes. He himself had no idea what each contained. From the sect master to the elders, to every disciple, even outer disciples, Chu Xinghe had prepared a mystery box for each without distinction. You might be an elder and open a worthless cloth doll, while you might be an outer disciple and open an item of immense value. Such an approach not only delighted everyone with its novelty, but also drew quiet admiration for Chu Xinghe's impartiality. This child, he truly has put his heart into it. The elders all received mystery boxes, and so did Gu Mingxiao. When Gu Mingxiao opened his box and beheld the grasshopper figurine inside, he could not help but smile knowingly. The grasshopper figurine was of little monetary value, yet in Gu Mingxiao's eyes at that moment it was more precious than any treasure brought back by other disciples. For Chu Xinghe's approach was firstly fair and secondly impartial. How could Gu Mingxiao help but love such a Chu Xinghe? Gu Mingxiao carefully placed the grasshopper figurine in the most prominent position on his treasure shelf. Compared to the priceless artifacts surrounding it, the grasshopper figurine might amount to little, but in Gu Mingxiao's heart, it was infinitely more precious than those treasures. For while others bestowed gifts with ulterior motives, Chu Xinghe's gifts carried only sincerity. Is there any gift more precious than sincerity in this world? These past few days, the entire Haotian sect has been buzzing with unprecedented excitement, rivaling even the festivities of the New Year celebration. From the sect master down to the humblest outer disciple, even the elderly uncle and aunt who cook in the dining hall, all had received Chu Xinghe's mysterious blind box gifts. The topic on everyone's tongue was what each person had drawn from their box. I heard the sect master pulled out a grasshopper plushie. Wow. Really? I thought Senior Brother Xinghe was merely jesting. I never expected they truly were blind boxes, even for the sect master. What are you saying? Others may not know Senior Brother Xinghe's true character, but do we disciples of Haotian sect not know it well? Senior Brother Xinghe has never been one to flatter the powerful or bully the weak. These presents were given from the heart, never as sycophantic tributes to the upper echelons. Those who came back from outside journeys in the past always prepared gifts for the elders and sect master. People like us would never even be noticed. But look at Senior Brother Xinghe now. Alas, people fear nothing so much as comparison. I heard that an outer disciple received a spiritual ornament pendant crafted from a top-grade spirit stone. Its value is extraordinary. What's so special about that? I heard our chief elder received a rag doll. Haha. Those who received fine prizes rejoiced, while those who did not felt no sorrow. After all, if even the sect master only got a grasshopper plushie and the elders received rag dolls, their own humble prizes didn't seem so bad by comparison. Throughout Haotian sect, every soul delighted in the blind box they had received. Meanwhile, news of the 100-man squad's expedition to the Spirit Cave began spreading far and wide after their return. All that Chu Xinghe and the 100-man squad had accomplished soon became known throughout Haotian sect. For a time, whether elder or common disciple, all secretly nodded in approval at Chu Xinghe and the squad's deeds. Brave and resourceful. Warm as spring toward fellow disciples, cold as winter toward enemies. Chuxingha's conduct earned the quiet admiration of every soul within Haoyuan's sect, especially the retrieval of every last drop of spirit essence. It moved the new 3,000 disciples to cheer that senior brother Xinghe was simply too magnificent. They had originally grieved at being excluded from the 100-man squad, and thus denied the chance to enter the spirit cave for marrow cleansing and bone tempering. But now with the spirit essence brought back, each of them would receive at least one marrow cleansing pill. Though it paled in comparison to the spirit cave itself, the benefits were undeniably substantial. For every one of them, it represented an immense advancement. Senior brother Xinghe had essentially brought tremendous benefit to all 3,000 disciples. How could anyone not rejoice? While the entirety of Haoyuan's sect rejoiced, there was one exception. In the outer division, Chu Cheng, who could finally manage to get out of bed, also received Chu Xinghe's blind box. You cur Chu Xinghe, such despicable behavior currying favor with the masses. Chu Cheng seethed as he hurled the blind box straight onto the ground. The blind box shattered, spilling out a Zongzi plushie. By some uncanny coincidence, the color and wrappings of that Zongzi plushie bore a most unfortunate resemblance to Chu Cheng's current appearance. You vile cur Chu Xinghe, how dare you humiliate me thus? Chu Cheng snatched up the Zongzi plushie and tore it into shreds. Yet this could not quell the fury burning in his heart. Who was he? He was Chu Cheng, the foremost talent of Kaoshan village. Chu Xinghe, that cur, had always ranked beneath him. As the champion of Kaoshan village, his future was destined to become a figure who wielded a 3-foot blade and ascended straight to the 9 heavens. Even though he had temporarily suffered countless injustices, Chu Cheng firmly believed this was merely the heavenly Tao's trial being set before him. As the saying goes, when heaven intends to bestow a great mission upon one, it first tempers the heart and strains the sinews. He was undergoing this very trial. Once he endured it, he would surely leap over the dragon's gate and soar to the heavens in a single bound. But what was Chu Xinghe? How dare he humiliate him so? He was nothing but a lowly wretch ranked second in Kaoshan village. He should forever remain trampled beneath his feet. After shouting himself hoarse, Chu Cheng finally felt considerably relieved. But just as Chu Cheng was about to lie back down and continue savoring the trials preceding his grand destiny, the door was kicked open. A group led by the rotund fatty fish Lu Bo strode in, their faces thunderous. Damn it! What is this cur yowling about in here? I was in the middle of taking a crap and nearly had my bowels squeezed clean off by his screeching. Hey, this is a blind box from senior brother Xinghe. You wretched cur! How dare you smash senior brother Xinghe's heartfelt gift? Senior brother Xinghe shares your hometown and has helped you time and again, yet you show such ungrateful, wolf-hearted ingratitude. What? You've torn the gift to shreds as well. Damn it! I can't hold back any longer. What a fine man senior brother Xinghe is, and yet you wretched cur dare to act thus. Brothers, get him. No one knew how long that mob beating went on for, but one thing was certain. The grand mission heaven had in store for Chu Cheng would surely require another half-year of suffering and tribulation. The little interlude in the outer division never reached Chu Xinghe's ears. For these past 2 days, he had been busy refining marrow cleansing pills. The marrow cleansing pill was a 4th-grade pill, and as a 4th-grade alchemist, Chu Xinghe naturally had no trouble refining it. Yet thanks to the legacy of the pill, Saint Chu Xinghe was quite literally weeping. The Grand Elder had said pills refined by others are all merely ordinary quality, such a waste. But the pills you Chu Xinghe refine are of supreme grade, a tremendous blessing to our junior brothers and sisters. So, all the marrow cleansing pills were handed directly to Chu Xinghe to refine. Chu Xinghe was instantly struck dumb. After all his careful calculations, he had never anticipated this twist. Doesn't this count as punishment? Even the misfortune compass won't intervene. Is there still justice in this world? Is there still reason? Day after day, Chu Xinghe refined pills in the Medicine King Palace with a mournful face, while the many senior brothers and sisters of the Medicine King Palace were far from idle. With every supreme-grade marrow-cleansing pill distributed, they instructed the recipient. Do you know? This was personally refined by junior brother Xinghe for you. Throughout the entire Lingyi Palace, the only one who can guarantee the refinement of supreme-grade marrow-cleansing pills is junior brother Xinghe alone. The gap between supreme-grade and ordinary marrow-cleansing pills is beyond measure. For your sake, senior brother Xinghe hasn't left the Medicine King Palace for half a month now. Even we feel for him watching from the sidelines. With the enthusiastic assistance of the senior brothers and sisters, every junior disciple who consumed the marrow-cleansing pills was moved to tears of gratitude. Look, this is our senior brother Xinghe. For the swift advancement of his junior brothers and sisters, he has devoted himself unto exhaustion. The elders of each palace also expressed their gratitude toward Lingyi Palace and Chu Xinghe for such painstaking efforts. But the less they expressed gratitude, the better. But once they did, the Grand Elder became even more delighted, personally keeping watch over Chu Xinghe, leaving him no chance to slack off. Yet under such grueling training, Chu Xinghe was not without gains. At the very least, his pill refining mastery had advanced to the 5th grade. It took a full 2 months before Chu Xinghe finally completed refining all the marrow-cleansing pills. The moment he stepped out of the Medicine King Palace, Chu Xinghe finally understood what it meant to be released after serving one sentence. What fifth-grade alchemist? That's all horse dung. I hate alchemy the most. Damn it all. Back in his room, Chu Xinghe resolved to become a salted fish. From now on, no more courting death. He would simply slack off. After the raw stone incident, Chu Xinghe knew that playing with face-up cards didn't guarantee winning either. He needed a more reliable method for under no circumstances should he act rashly again. God only knew what consequences might follow. Junior brother Xinghe has finally emerged from his closed-door training. Feng Fei returned to see Chu Xinghe sprawled out like a dead dog and burst into hearty laughter. Senior brother Feng, just stab me to death with your blade. I feel I have nothing left to live for. Oh, I can't do that. I just received news that people from the Martial Emperor City and the Heavenly Medicine Palace are arriving soon, and they come with ill intentions. The elders from each palace are gathered at the Haotian Palace now deliberating on how to respond. War is breaking out. Chu Xinghe exclaimed in shock. Not war. Our Haotian sect ranks as the foremost sect under heaven, while Martial Emperor City comes second. For years, Martial Emperor City has yearned to surpass Haotian sect and claim the title of world's greatest. Then let them surpass us. Chu Xinghe could hardly resist interrupting Feng Fei. Feng Fei continued, but whether in heritage or strength, Martial Emperor City still lags considerably behind our Haotian sect. To surpass us would be the stuff of idle fantasy. Yet Martial Emperor City refuses to let the matter rest. 15 years ago, they proposed a disciple martial exhibition, meaning each generation the finest newly admitted disciples from Martial Emperor City would come to Haotian sect ostensibly to seek guidance. But you understand the true meaning, don't you? As for the Heavenly Medicine Palace, they are the only alchemy aristocracy that can hold its own against our Lingyi Palace. This time, they've come alongside Martial Emperor City under the pretext of seeking instruction, but in reality, they are birds of a feather. After Feng Fei finished, Chu Xinghe's gaze lit up. I wager that among this generation of newly admitted disciples, junior brother Xinghe, you will surely take the field. Moreover, you won't only be matched against Martial Emperor City. The Heavenly Medicine Palace will definitely require your intervention as well. After Feng Fei finished, Chu Xinghe ventured cautiously, what if I lose? Lose, eh? Junior brother Xinghe speaks in jest. In 15 years, our Haotian sect has lost only once against Martial Emperor City, and that single defeat was truly due to disciples of inadequate caliber coupled with insufferable arrogance. Yet that loss damaged our sect's reputation severely, and we paid an enormous price to ultimately stabilize the situation. So junior brother, harbor no thoughts of losing. Once you lose, not only will the sect be harmed, but you too will surely face severe punishment. After all, this is a contest against Martial Emperor City. To lose would mean forfeiting the sect's very face. When that day comes, even if everyone pleaded on your behalf, it would serve no purpose. Chu Xinghe's tears streamed down. Senior brother Feng, the absolute best of senior brothers. Martial Emperor City. Just by virtue of your righteousness, the title of world's greatest shall one day be yours. If you lack the ability, then I, Chu Xinghe, shall carry you to the top, even if I must prop you up there myself. 15 years losing but once. And after that single loss, the sect's reputation suffered, its face was lost. An enormous price had to be paid to stabilize the situation. Haotian sect, the foremost sect under heaven. How utterly shameful it would be to lose to Martial Emperor City, the second under heaven. Yet regarding such shame, Chu Xinghe declared that he feared no shame. His lifelong ambition was to embrace it. So Martial Emperor City has come to challenge, have they? I, Chu Xinghe, will not shirk this duty. Watch closely now. 15 years, and but a single loss, you say? I'll deliver you a second and third loss, because against the Heavenly Medicine Palace, I'm destined to lose as well. No one shall sway me. Watching Chu Xinghe's agitated state, Feng Fei mistook it for excitement born of facing a challenge. Junior brother Xinghe, you will undoubtedly be called to fight. Moreover, word outside now has it that you should represent this generation's chief disciple against their chief. But I've also heard that a fellow named Zheng Yu from their side has inherited the supreme legacy of Martial Emperor City, the seven-colored glazed body, and he won't be easy to deal with. Not easy to deal with. Chu Xinghe's excitement surged anew. Not easy to deal with was precisely right. If the opponent were truly some worthless trash, he couldn't even act convincingly enough to lose. The stronger the opponent, the more naturally he could lose. Rest assured, senior brother Feng. If I am granted the honor of representing the sect, I shall not betray the sect's great trust. Feng Fei beheld Chu Xinghe's battle-willing visage and revealed a look of satisfaction. And Chu Xinghe seemed to see a bright light beckoning to him. Today, tui tui tui. Absolutely no singing that song this time. As an actor of the very highest caliber in a true martial contest with no interference whatsoever in his purest state as an actor, tell me how on earth could he possibly lose? The sect did not keep Chu Xinghe waiting long. News from the Haotian Palace arrived swiftly. Upon receiving the message, Chu Xinghe departed for the Haotian Palace without delay. Outside the Grand Haotian Hall, he encountered Wan Lin and Ma Liang. Senior brother Xinghe. The two greeted him with smiles and respectful bows, and the three of them entered the Haotian Hall together. At this moment within the Haotian Hall, the sect master, the Grand Elder, and the chief elders of each palace had all gathered. Greetings to the sect master and all the elders. After the three paid their respects, the Grand Elder spoke first. You must have already learned of the visit from the Martial Emperor City and the Heavenly Medicine Palace. So the three of you must also understand why you have been summoned here today. Hearing the Grand Elder's words, Chu Xinghe nodded with an utterly impassive expression, his heart undisturbed. But Wan Lin and Ma Liang widened their eyes in shock, and soon expressions of wild elation bloomed across their faces. The arrival of the Martial Emperor City and the Heavenly Medicine Palace was no secret. Nearly every palace had received word of it. As for the Heavenly Medicine Palace, there was no doubt. It would be Senior Brother Xinghe. Not a soul in the entire Haotian sect would question this. But what about the Martial Emperor City side? 3 disciples would compete in the trials. Senior Brother Xinghe would surely take the field, and his lone opponent would be Zheng Yu, who was renowned for possessing the 7-colored glazed body. But as for the remaining 2 slots, who would claim them? Everyone was speculating, for whoever was chosen would have earned the recognition of the sect master and the elders, standing among the most exceptional of this generation's 3,000 disciples. When Wan Lin and Ma Liang were summoned, their hearts had been trembling with anxiety. Especially upon seeing that Senior Brother Xinghe had appeared alongside them, the two seemed to sense what was about to unfold. Yet, even after hearing it confirmed from the Grand Elder's own lips, they could not contain their excitement. As the two rejoiced, the many senior figures of the sect observed this scene in silence. On one side stood Chu Xinghe, his composure as still as an ancient well. On the other, Ma Liang and Wan Lin, their delight written plainly across their faces. Stark as the contrast was, neither the sect master nor the elders could deny it. This child Xinghe was truly extraordinary. So young yet so steady, faced with momentous matters, he remained unruffled. This was the hallmark of true composure. To possess such magnanimity at such a tender age, the heavens truly blessed the Haotian sect. The 3 of you must prepare yourselves well upon returning. In 3 days, the people from the Martial Emperor City and the Heavenly Medicine Palace will arrive. These trials concern the honor of our sect. You must not allow the slightest carelessness. The Grand Elder declared. At these words, the elation on Ma Liang and Wan Lin's faces vanished, replaced by the immense tension and anxiety brought on by the crushing pressure. And Chu Xinghe remained as unruffled as ever. The elders nodded once more, unmoved by either favor or disgrace. This child Xinghe was truly remarkable. That Xinghe might represent the Haotian sect was perhaps something he had long anticipated. His lack of surprise or excitement was understandable. But the Grand Elder's words had just placed considerable pressure upon him. Look at Ma Liang and Wan Lin. The two could no longer smile after hearing that. Yet Chu Xinghe, faced with such pressure, displayed not a ripple of emotion. The boy had truly won the admiration of the elders. The Grand Elder did not press them further with additional burdens. After a few brief remarks, he dismissed the 3 from the Haotian Hall. As they stepped out of the Haotian Hall, Ma Liang and Wan Lin each seized one of Chu Xinghe's arms. Without even needing to look, from the sensation alone, Chu Xinghe knew that the one on his right was junior sister Wan Lin. The pressure from her grip was considerable. Senior Brother Xinghe, what do I do? What do I do? I'm so nervous I could die. Representing the sect in combat. If I lose, won't I bring disgrace upon the entire sect? I right now. Wan Lin was rendered nearly incoherent by her anxiety. Senior Brother Xinghe, I suspected what this was about when I came. At the time, I was only overjoyed that I had somehow managed to stand out among 3,000 disciples. But as you've always said, with greater ability comes greater responsibility. To represent the sect in battle, if by any chance. Ma Liang, the fortunate general, did not finish his sentence, but its meaning was clear to all. What if they lost? Overwhelmed by tension and anxiety, the two fixed their gazes upon Chu Xinghe. Watching Senior Brother Xinghe, whose heart was as still as placid water, they were filled with profound admiration. As expected of Senior Brother Xinghe, did he perhaps not even know the meaning of nervousness? Senior Brother Xinghe, don't you have even a little? Wan Lin began, but was cut short by Chu Xinghe. I don't. The reason you feel anxious and tense is that you fear you will perform poorly and lose. You are simply afraid of losing. But I am not. A person who lacks the courage to face defeat will never learn to win. Chu Xinghe wore an inscrutable expression as he spoke, but the meaning behind his words was faultless. Why were these two so nervous? Frankly, they were simply afraid of losing. Being chosen from among 3,000 disciples meant excellence, true. But if they went up and lost, wouldn't they become sinners of the sect? That was why the pressure was so immense. But what pressure did he have? Their pressure came from their fear of losing, their desire to win. What pressure did I have, damn it? I am here to lose you. I have absolutely no intention of winning. I only want to lose. I've given up trying. No matter who the opponent is, I feel no pressure whatsoever. If one lacks the courage to face defeat, how can one ever learn to win? Senior Brother Xinghe's words echoed ceaselessly in the ears of Wan Lin and Ma Liang. Much of the original anxiety faded from their faces. They understood that Senior Brother Xinghe was telling them to cast aside all pressure. When you no longer fear defeat, what is there left to dread? When representing the sect in combat, do not constantly fixate on how to win. Instead, contemplate how you could possibly lose. Senior brother Xinghe was reminding them to identify every conceivable factor that could lead to defeat, so that once all those factors had been eliminated, victory would become inevitable. As expected, senior brother Xinghe was truly senior brother Xinghe. He had seen through everything long ago. The three parted ways and returned to their respective palaces. What the three did not know, however, was that their entire conversation at the doorway had been overheard with perfect clarity by the sect master and the elders within the Haotian Hall. Without the courage to face defeat, how can one learn to win? This boy is truly remarkable. Sect master Gu Mingchao's face shone with boundless gratification. The Grand Elder and the assembled elders all nodded in agreement. Throughout all these years of competing against the martial emperor city, not one of the disciples chosen has failed to be consumed by anxiety and nerves. Yet Xinghe is the first to view victory and defeat with such penetrating clarity. Only by not fearing defeat can one win. This child sees more clearly than we do. The group of old veterans nodded in private approval. Lingyi Palace. Today is a wonderful day. Whatever I wish for shall come true. Chu Xinghe sang cheerfully as he skipped along. What? That song is inauspicious. That was in the past. In this clash with the martial emperor city across 3 bouts, he would face the foremost disciple of their generation, Zheng Yu. A one-on-one duel. With no outside factors to interfere under such circumstances, tell me, how could I possibly lose? In buoyant spirits, Chu Xinghe returned to the Medicine King Palace. The news of the 3 being chosen quickly spread throughout the entire Haotian sect. Chu Xinghe required no elaboration. Among the 3,000 entering disciples, his strength had long been acknowledged by all. Ma Liang had ranked first among the 3,000 disciples upon entry, which was precisely why he had harbored resentment in his heart when traveling to the spirit cave alongside Chu Xinghe. As for Wan Lin, although her ranking in the entrance examination had not been particularly high, the journey to the spirit tomb had granted her a spirit weapon bound in soul union. Later, her expedition to the spirit cave had propelled her to the peak of the 2nd grade, and shortly after returning to the sect, she broke through once more. Moreover, rumors held that Wan Lin had mastered the supreme technique of Qilin Palace, the as-you-will staff art, which explained her rise to prominence. Therefore, no one found the selection of these 3 to be objectionable in any way. Over at Lingyi Palace, Chu Xinghe's inclusion was naturally expected by everyone, yet the warmth shown by his senior brothers still moved him deeply. Junior brother Xinghe, here is the various information I gathered on Zheng Yu. Junior brother Xinghe, although I have never witnessed the martial emperor city's supreme technique, the 7-colored glazed body, I did manage to locate some general references in the secret archives of the Merit Pavilion, which may serve as a reference for you. Even the Grand Elder did not remain idle. After summoning Chu Xinghe, he shared what he knew about Zheng Yu as well. Chu Xinghe did not listen carefully to the Grand Elder's specific words. After all, his goal was to lose to Zheng Yu. Listen to the fellow's weaknesses. I believe there is simply no need for that. The Zheng Yu described by the Grand Elder could be summed up in a single word: extraordinarily powerful. In the Grand Elder's words, this Zheng Yu was hailed by the martial emperor city as a supreme prodigy unseen in a millennium, with every attribute maxed out to its absolute limit. He had even comprehended the martial emperor city's supreme technique, the 7-colored glazed body. The martial emperor city had already proclaimed boldly that this time Zheng Yu would sweep the Haotian sect clean. The Grand Elder naturally acknowledged Chu Xinghe's ability, yet cautioned him never to grow complacent. Chu Xinghe nodded solemnly. Indeed, he could not afford to be complacent. Zheng Yu was so formidable that if he merely lost to him in a straightforward manner, it wouldn't be entirely unacceptable to speak of it afterward, would it? But what if everyone then came forward pleading on his behalf, and the sect master softened and sentenced him to another 3 months of confinement? Wouldn't all his efforts have been for nothing? Therefore, upon learning of Zheng Yu's fearsome strength, Chu Xinghe realized he had been far too naive. This time not only must he must lose with finesse, lose with absolute disgrace. To squander every last shred of the sect's honor. Such is the duty we owe our generation. Afterward, the Grand Elder also mentioned the matter of the Heavenly Medicine Palace. The Heavenly Medicine Palace had come alongside the martial emperor's city this time, it seemed, because they had produced a supreme prodigy of their own and wished to test themselves against the Lingyi Palace of the Haotian sect. Regarding the contest against the Heavenly Medicine Palace, the Grand Elder did not entertain any alternative. As for the match with the Heavenly Medicine Palace, the Grand Elder had only one demand: not only must they win, but they must win with finesse, win with absolute honor. The sect must not be disappointed. Chu Xinghe nodded vigorously upon hearing this. Rest assured, Grand Elder, when it comes to disappointing people, I have never once disappointed anyone. 3 days passed in the blink of an eye, and the martial emperor city and the Heavenly Medicine Palace arrived as promised. At the Haotian mountain range, the gates of the Haotian sect stood wide open today. The Grand Elder personally came to the mountain gate to welcome the arriving guests. Such grand reception was primarily due to the fact that today's visitor was the city lord of martial emperor city Qing Xiaodian, a figure who could match wits with Gu Mingzhao. A powerhouse naturally deserved the treatment befitting one. City Lord Xiaoyan, you've traveled from afar. The Haotian sect welcomes you. The Grand Elder warmly ushered Qing Xiaodian and his party through the mountain gate. Everyone exchanged pleasantries along the way as they arrived at the Haotian Palace. Gu Mingzhao had been waiting in the Haotian Grand Hall for quite some time. When the Grand Elder led the delegation from Martial Emperor City and Heavenly Medicine Palace to the gates of Haotian Palace, Gu Mingzhao rose from his seat and went forth to greet them. As he walked, Gu Mingzhao spoke to Chu Xinghe, who stood nearby. "Xinghe, follow behind me." "All right." Chu Xinghe, though uncertain of the reason, followed the sect master. But the expressions of the surrounding elders subtly shifted. One must understand that a major sect like the Haotian sect has many rules of its own. When receiving distinguished guests like the city lord of Martial Emperor City, every person's designated position is strictly prescribed. And the position directly behind the sect master is reserved for only two people. One is the Grand Elder, and the other is the chief disciple. By having Chu Xinghe stand in that position at this moment, the sect master had implicitly acknowledged Chu Xinghe as the chief disciple of this generation. The elders exchanged glances with one another, yet none spoke further. After all, Xinghe's abilities and character were evident to all. No one could truly object to him becoming the chief disciple. "Brother Mingzhao, after 10 years apart, your elegance remains unchanged. City Lord Xiaoyan, you flatter me. It is you who has truly become renowned throughout the world these past 10 years. As Gu Mingzhao and Cheng Xiaodian exchanged pleasantries, the people of the Haotian sect turned their attention to the three young men following behind Cheng Xiaodian. The one standing in the front position was, how should one put it? In Chu Xinghe's words, this fellow looked as if he had stepped right out of a comic book as the male lead seemingly bathed in light. He was Zheng Yu, the once-in-a-millennium genius the Grand Elder had spoken of. Behind Zheng Yu stood a girl carrying a long sword on her back. Though the girl herself looked ordinary, the sword on her back was anything but. The sword seemed alive, trembling ceaselessly behind her, as though ready to leap from its sheath at any moment. Sword intent. How young is this girl to have already cultivated sword intent? An elder had discerned the profound mystery hidden within the sword behind the girl. That was sword intent, the sword intent that cultivators of the sword path dream of attaining. Yet sword intent was notoriously difficult to manifest. Many people toiled their entire lives never even touching the threshold of sword intent, let alone possessing one of their own. But this young girl before them at such a tender age had already comprehended her own sword intent. Martial Emperor City had come bearing ill intentions indeed on this visit. And further behind the third person was a youth standing a full 2 meters tall. His skin exhibited an eerie gray hue, and his muscular physique made one wonder if he might burst out of his clothes at any moment. However, this fellow's appearance was truly rather unsightly, and he seemed to lack a certain intellectual spark. It's the bloodline of the ancient dragon rhinoceros. Martial Emperor City has actually found a disciple bearing the bloodline of the ancient dragon rhinoceros. The well-traveled elders of the Haotian sect recognized the dragon rhinoceros bloodline within this third youth. Good heavens! A sword Dao prodigy who comprehended sword intent at such a young age, and a bearer of the dragon rhinoceros bloodline. Either one alone would be a supreme genius among geniuses. Yet these two stood behind Zheng Yu, who appeared to possess nothing particularly special. What made Zheng Yu worthy of leading? Was it because he was handsome? In addition to Martial Emperor City, the master of Heavenly Medicine Palace, Wu Kun, had also brought his own prodigy, a girl whose age you couldn't tell at a glance. Judging solely by her height and appearance, you would certainly think she was underage. But the moment your gaze happened to drift toward her chest, you would realize that calling her underage might have been rather presumptuous. The girl's eyes were now fixed intently on Zheng Yu, never leaving him since she had entered. She had likely already planned out where she and Zheng Yu would be buried together after growing old side by side. Wu Kun cleared his throat and introduced the young girl, whose name was Luo Ying. Chu Xinghe also memorized the names of the two from Martial Emperor City. The girl with sword intent was named Xiao Ling, and the great rhinoceros was called Zheng Bo. And what Chu Xinghe found most unbelievable was that the great rhinoceros Zheng Bo was actually Zheng Yu's biological brother. Chu Xinghe could only marvel at how truly formidable their parents must be. Perhaps a paternity test was in order to determine who wasn't the real child. Gu Mingzhao also briefly introduced Chu Xinghe and the others, and naturally all eyes fell upon Chu Xinghe. Having received the inheritance of the Haotian sword casket, I must say, even I am eager to witness your flying sword art, Cheng Xiaodian said with a smile as he looked toward Chu Xinghe. It was no longer a secret that Chu Xinghe had obtained the Haotian sword casket, and the legend of the 9 flying swords had already spread throughout the land. You should learn a thing or two from senior brother Xinghe. Yes, Zheng Yu greets senior brother Xinghe. Junior brother Zheng Yu is too courteous. Let us learn from each other. Gu Mingzhao led everyone to their seats. To welcome the arrival of Martial Emperor City, the Haotian sect had prepared a grand banquet. The banquet was dreadfully tedious, nothing but the elders from both sides engaging in mutual displays of humble boasting. Chu Xinghe, accompanied by Wan Lin and Ma Liang, also went over to offer them wine and welcome. Zheng Yu drained his cup in a single gulp, continually spouting polite niceties about how he must seek guidance from senior brother Xinghe in the days to come. Xiao Ling offered tea in place of wine, explaining that she had only recently comprehended sword intent and feared that alcohol might suppress her control over it. As for the great rhinoceros, he didn't even acknowledge Chu Xingha's presence, simply gnawing on a chicken leg by himself. This fellow wasn't merely pretending to lack intelligence. He was genuinely not very bright. As for Luo Ying, even when Chu Xingha came over to offer wine, the girl couldn't tear her gaze away from Zheng Yu. Chu Xingha left in resignation, but junior sister Wan Lin mentioned she felt a connection with Luo Ying and sat down beside her. Yet, Chu Xingha watched as the two chatted, and somehow, junior sister Wan Lin's hand ended up in a place it shouldn't have been. And the way she looked at Zheng Yu. Of the two girls, Luo Ying gazed at Zheng Yu with stars in her eyes, but the look in junior sister Wan Lin's eyes, as she regarded Zheng Yu. Why did it seem as though she bore the grudge of a murdered father and a stolen wife? The banquet concluded in an atmosphere of harmony and joy. The Haotian sect also arranged accommodations for the guests. After escorting the visitors to their lodgings with the Grand Elder, Chu Xingha returned to rest as well. The night passed dreamlessly. Early the next morning, Chu Xingha was summoned by the Grand Elder to the Medicine King Palace. This martial assembly is set for tomorrow. The first match will be Wan Lin versus Xiao Ling, the second will be Ma Liang versus Zheng Bo, and your duel with Zheng Yu will be the third. Chu Xingha nodded. Last night the sect master and I already discussed. In this first match I'm afraid Wan Lin will have a very difficult time securing victory. Chu Xingha shared the Grand Elder's view. Wan Lin was excellent. Remarkably so, but that Xiao Ling had comprehended sword intent at such a young age. Even though both of them were at the third grade, the gap in combat prowess was far from negligible. Though Chu Xingha wore a worried expression on his face, his heart was already singing a joyous tune. What was this called? An opening loss. If junior sister Wan Lin falls in the opening match, the Haotian sect suffers an early defeat. What could be more delightful than that? If Ma Liang then loses to that great rhinoceros in the second match, it would be even more perfect. As for the third match, he certainly wouldn't let them down. 3 defeats in 3 matches. Was there a more perfect ending than that? Even if Ma Liang cannot win the second match, he won't lose either. The ancient dragon rhinoceros bloodline grants the strongest defensive capabilities, and Zheng Bo should be practicing the elephant armor art, the signature technique of Martial Emperor City, which pushes defense to its absolute extreme. But as you saw yesterday, this fellow. The Grand Elder tapped his temple as he spoke, and the implication was clear. Therefore Ma Liang won't be able to break through the opponent's defense in this match, but he possesses an absolute advantage in speed, and the opponent won't be able to harm him either. In the end, it's very likely to end in a draw. A draw. Well, that was acceptable, he supposed. Therefore victory or defeat still rests between you and Zheng Yu. The first 2 matches are merely preamble. Winning or losing them doesn't matter. As long as you can defeat Zheng Yu, even if Martial Emperor City wins the first 2 matches, they will still have lost overall. The Grand Elder regarded Chu Xingha with solemn gravity. Chu Xingha nodded heavily. I have full confidence. The Grand Elder looked at Chu Xingha's solemn expression and broke into a broad smile. Xingha, don't put so much pressure on yourself. As you once said, don't let the fear of failure make you too afraid to even desire victory. The Grand Elder gave Chu Xingha's shoulder a firm pat and left thoroughly satisfied. After the Grand Elder's departure, disciples from the various palaces came running over one after another to cheer Chu Xingha on. Senior brother Xingha, you're the best. Who does that Zheng Yu think he is? Knock him flat. Junior brother Xingha, you must believe in yourself. Given your strength, as long as you perform normally, victory is absolutely assured. Senior brother Xingha, we're sure you can win, but could you perhaps not hit Zheng Yu in the face? It would be such a shame to ruin it. These were the junior sisters of Qilin Palace. Indeed, beauty is justice. Their loyalty had already wandered halfway into Zheng Yu's bed. Those who came later to offer Chu Xingha their encouragement were eventually stopped by the Grand Elder on the grounds that they shouldn't place too much pressure on Chu Xingha. But as for pressure, in those days I strode with my hands in my pockets, knowing not what pressure meant. That evening Feng Fei observed that junior brother Xingha had fallen asleep with not a trace of pressure and couldn't help but sigh in admiration. Junior brother Xingha is truly no ordinary man. The Haotian sect's Grand Martial Arena was packed to capacity today. Everyone in the Haotian sect who could come had gathered in the martial arena. The sect master personally presided over this martial assembly. After a few polite remarks about the camaraderie between the Haotian sect and Martial Emperor City, the assembly officially commenced. Under the gaze of thousands, Wan Lin ascended the martial platform. The large staff she held in her hands looked particularly eye-catching. Chu Xingha glanced at it. The staff in junior sister Wan Lin's hands was called the Coiled Dragon 3-section staff, a spiritual weapon fused with her very soul. What she cultivated was also the supreme technique of Qilin Palace, the Rui staff art. What Chu Xingha couldn't quite figure out was why Qilin Palace, which consisted entirely of female disciples, was so fond of researching staff techniques. Was this a moral decline or a distortion of human nature? Or perhaps, they were compensating for a certain lack. The moment Wan Lin stepped onto the arena wielding her Coiled Dragon 3-section staff, the martial grounds erupted into earth-shaking cheers. Such was the blessing of fighting on home soil. Xiao Ling leapt gracefully through the air, her figure descending like a feather as she landed lightly upon the dueling platform. The two stood facing each other. The Grand Elder positioned at the center of the platform received a confirming nod from each combatant before solemnly announcing the commencement of this first bout. Without the slightest pleasantry, a dragon's phantom suddenly materialized around the coiled dragon 3-section staff in Wan Lin's grasp. In the span of a single breath, the staff, which had been barely half a meter in length, swelled to several times its original size, resembling an enormous chicken drumstick with a starving coiled dragon coiled ravenously around it. Wielding the colossal drumstick, Wan Lin surged forward, the staff sweeping through the air amid dragon shadows as it crashed toward Xiaoling. Yet faced with the descending might of the coiled dragon 3-section staff, Xiaoling showed not the faintest intention of dodging. The very instant the massive drumstick was about to strike her, the sword at her back suddenly resonated with a piercing keen. Amid violent trembling, the blade was drawn from its scabbard by Xiaoling's hand. With the sword unsheathed, nothing remained to suppress Xiaoling's sword intent. In that fleeting instant, her sword intent pierced straight into the heavens, terrifying in its might as though it possessed the power to rend asunder all creation. No command from Xiaoling was needed. The skyward rushing sword intent collided directly with Wan Lin's colossal drumstick in the air above. Beneath the onslaught of sword intent, the phantom of the enormous drumstick was cleaved in twain amidst the heavens. The sword intent transformed into a tempest that swept across the surroundings, utterly shredding the drumstick's phantom into oblivion. Yet the violent sword intent did not end there. Descending from above like an awakened primordial beast, it hurled itself toward Wan Lin with murderous intent. Wan Lin raised her coiled dragon 3-section staff in defense, but the sword intent proved far too ferocious. The tremendous force of impact sent her entire body flying backward, crashing down from the dueling platform. The sword intent returned to Xiaoling's side. The blade returned to its scabbard, and the sword intent was once again sealed away. "You have my concession." Xiaoling spoke these words indifferently, as though she were commenting on something utterly trivial. Yet at this moment, the entire martial grounds of the Haotian sect fell into absolute silence. Everyone gazed at Wan Lin, who had been sent flying from the platform by a single strike of sword intent, their faces bearing expressions of utter disbelief. Some may have anticipated Wan Lin's defeat, but none could have imagined she would lose in such a manner. One strike, defeated in an instant by a single move. Yet everyone understood equally well. It was not that Wan Lin was too weak, but that Xiaoling's sword intent was simply too terrifying. Though the violent sword intent that had suddenly surged skyward had now dissipated, it still left an indelible impression upon every heart present. Who could have imagined that such a seemingly gentle and quiet young girl would wield a sword intent so devastatingly ferocious? She lost. That's it. That's all it took. Senior sister Wan Lin never even had the chance to display her full strength. It's useless. Senior sister Wan Lin's opponent wields a sword intent far too terrifying. Wan Lin was no match. Following a brief silence in the viewing gallery, the crowd instantly descended into pandemonium. The martial exchanges between the Haotian sect and the martial Emperor City disciples had been conducted for many years, yet such an instantaneous defeat was an unprecedented sight. In the past, regardless of victor or vanquished, the outcomes were typically decided only at the very last moment. Yet today Wan Lin was defeated in a single strike. The disparity. Was it truly so immense? Cheng Xiaodian struggled to contain the smile upon his face, but try as he might, he could not suppress it, for he was genuinely delighted from the depths of his heart. Through countless years of exchanges between the martial Emperor City and the Haotian sect, they had indeed claimed victory before, though always by the narrowest of margins. But today, such a clean and decisive triumph. That was a first. Conversely, though Gu Mingxiao maintained a smile upon his countenance, that smile appeared increasingly strained the longer one looked. Junior sister Wan Lin. A figure darted forth from not far away, arriving directly at Wan Lin's side. Chu Xinghe gazed at Wan Lin, who sat there in a daze. She resembled a wooden figure frozen by some immobilization art, sitting blankly with her eyes now devoid of their former brilliance. At this moment, the one most unable to accept this outcome was not those surrounding her, but Wan Lin herself. She had prepared so many days for this battle. Countless senior sisters and senior brothers had offered her advice and strategies, yet the result. One strike, just one strike, and she had been utterly annihilated. Having lost in such a disgraceful manner, Wan Lin felt she truly possessed no face to continue living in this world. Just as despair threatened to consume her entirely, a voice pulled her back to reality. Junior sister Wan Lin, what is there to grieve over? Your loss was not due to any deficiency in your cultivation, but because your opponent possessed sword intent, while you possessed no staff intent. Senior brother Xinghe. Wan Lin looked up to see her senior brother Xinghe before her, and with a wailing cry, she threw herself weeping into his embrace. Junior sister Wan Lin, this defeat is not your fault. Your opponent's sword intent was simply too overwhelming. Once you comprehend staff intent in the future, you will certainly be able to claim victory in return. While Chu Xinghe offered these comforting words, his heart was already singing a merry tune. What a stroke of fortune. Junior sister Wan Lin had truly not disappointed him. With such an auspicious beginning, he wondered how he could possibly lose this time. Staff intent. Senior brother Xinghe, what is staff intent? Wan Lin gazed at Chu Xinghe through her pear-blossom tears. Staff intent, you see. Ahem. It is actually quite simple. Have you heard of the principle of 9 shallow and 1 deep? That is staff intent. And 9 deep and 1 shallow. Have you heard of that? That too is staff intent. 9 shallow and 1 deep is staff intent. 9 deep and 1 shallow is also staff intent. Wan Lin stared wide-eyed at Chu Xinghe, and upon witnessing her gaze, Chu Xinghe inwardly cried out that things had taken a disastrous turn. He had carelessly steered onto a treacherous path. Yet just as Chu Xinghe prepared to swiftly change the subject and continue consoling Wan Lin, a terrifying wave of energy suddenly erupted from Wan Lin's body, a fluctuation so powerful that it shoved Chu Xinghe away from her side entirely. What is this? Chu Xinghe stared at Wan Lin before him in utter bewilderment. But just as he stood there perplexed, the Grand Elder's voice suddenly echoed from not far away. Everyone hold your silence. Xinghe, do not touch her. Your junior sister Wan Lin has achieved sudden enlightenment. Sudden enlightenment? What in the world? Chu Xinghe was utterly dumbfounded. Yet at this moment, it was not only Chu Xinghe who stood bewildered. Every single person present felt their minds buzzing. What on earth had just transpired? Wan Lin had been defeated in a single strike by Xiao Ling during this first bout, appearing utterly desolate. Yet Chu Xinghe had rushed to her side and spoken with her, and somehow Wan Lin had suddenly achieved enlightenment. So, had Chu Xinghe just opened the door to enlightenment for Wan Lin? Not only were those from the Haoyan sect side wearing expressions of utter disbelief, but those from the martial Emperor's city were equally astonished. Zheng Yu sat to the side observing the defeated Wan Lin. He understood that if Wan Lin failed to pull herself together in time, this battle would become the inner demon of her lifetime, potentially casting a tremendous shadow over her future. When Chu Xinghe rushed over to comfort Wan Lin, Zheng Yu's initial assessment was that it would serve absolutely no purpose. Wan Lin's current state could not be resolved through mere consolation. She needed to find her own way out of this predicament. But before this thought had even faded from Zheng Yu's mind, Wan Lin had directly entered a state of enlightenment, a sight that left even him utterly stunned. This Chu Xinghe. What on earth had he done? How could he possibly cause a person who had suffered such a crushing defeat to achieve enlightenment rather than despair? Just as everyone wondered what Chu Xinghe had actually done, a terrifying shockwave rippled outward from Wan Lin's body. Accompanying the rippling shockwave, Wan Lin seized her coiled dragon 3-section staff. The very next moment, under the gaze of countless onlookers, a fluorescent glow suddenly appeared upon the staff. This radiance continued to expand until it enveloped the entire length of the weapon. The fluorescent glow appeared to cloak the coiled dragon 3-section staff in an illusory phantom that continuously expanded and contracted upon the weapon's surface. If one counted carefully, this phantom would suddenly surge larger after rippling 9 times, then shrink after another 9 expansions. A curious rhythm of 9 and 1. This is staff intent. The 9 revenate 1 staff intent. The Grand Elder widened his eyes in utter disbelief. Wan Lin now awoke from her state of enlightenment. Upon witnessing the staff intent emanating from her coiled dragon 3-section staff, she immediately dropped to her knees before Chu Xinghe. Wan Lin thanks senior brother Xinghe for the grace of his guidance. Whoosh. The scene instantly descended into chaos. Staff intent. Wan Lin had actually comprehended staff intent under such circumstances. And what was even more terrifying was that this staff intent had been comprehended under Chu Xinghe's guidance. Every gaze fell upon the composed Chu Xinghe. At this moment, even Sect Master Gu Mingxiao found it incomprehensible. Just how had this young man Xinghe accomplished such a feat? With merely a few words, he had caused Wan Lin to comprehend staff intent. And not just any staff intent, but the supreme 9 revenate 1 staff intent among them all. Zheng Yu regarded Chu Xinghe with a solemn expression. Before coming to the Haoyan sect, he had heard countless tales of Chu Xinghe, but the prevailing opinion was that his accomplishments stemmed entirely from the flying swords of the Haoyan sword box. At most, it was attributed to extraordinary luck. Yet having witnessed the events of today with his own eyes, he realized that everyone had been mistaken. This Chu Xinghe was unfathomably deep. Although the battle between Xiao Ling and Wan Lin had lasted only an instant, Chu Xinghe must have grasped the essence of Xiao Ling's sword intent in that fleeting moment, then transformed that essence into an understanding of staff intent before imparting this knowledge to Wan Lin. This was how Wan Lin had achieved her battlefield enlightenment of staff intent. The soaring staff intent now seemed to strike at the hearts of every person present. The entire Haoyan sect was gradually emerging from the shadow of its recent defeat. Although Wan Lin had lost, she had seized this opportunity to comprehend staff intent. How could this possibly be considered a loss? Of course, everyone also understood that Wan Lin's comprehension of staff intent was entirely due to Chu Xinghe's guidance. Therefore, junior brother Xinghe was truly unfathomable. I have just prevailed through sword intent, and now you have comprehended staff intent. How would you like us to engage in another fair battle to determine the true victor? Upon the dueling platform, Xiao Ling gazed at Wan Lin below, who had comprehended staff intent. Though immensely astonished, this only served to further ignite her desire for battle. The moment Xiao Ling's words fell, the martial grounds erupted with successive waves of cheers. Another battle. Another battle. Wan Lin's eyes also brightened. Having lost to Xiao Ling's sword intent earlier, she remained deeply unconvinced within her heart. Now that an opportunity for a rematch had presented itself, she was naturally willing. Yet just as Wan Lin prepared to open her mouth and accept her senior brother Xinghe, beside her suddenly spoke, "Xiao Ling, are you attempting to humiliate my Haoyan sect?" Chu Xinghe delivered this declaration with spiritual energy infused into his voice, causing it to reverberate throughout the entire martial grounds. Instantly, the venue fell silent. Everyone, including Xiao Ling, wore expressions of perplexity as they turned to look at Chu Xinghe. A rematch. Humph. Are you suggesting that my Haoyan sect cannot accept defeat? As the foremost sect beneath the heavens, my Haoyan sect has never feared defeat. Today 3 battles were decreed. Since you have emerged victorious, then victory is yours. My Haoyan sect gracefully accepts this loss. We may accept losing, and we may even lose poorly, but we shall never seek excuses for our losses, nor shall we ever resort to the despicable behavior of those who cannot accept defeat. Chu Xinghe's words left the entire venue in absolute silence, and not a single person dared mention anything about a rematch. Witnessing this, Chu Xinghe heaved a sigh of relief. Damn it. After all the effort to secure such an auspicious beginning, that little wench nearly caused everything to come crashing down. The entire training ground fell silent for a full 10 seconds. Chu Xinghe's words struck each person's heart like heavy hammers. Especially the Qingyun sect disciples who had just called for another round. They now hung their heads. They hadn't thought things through. They only wanted senior sister Wan Lin to fight again and win. But after hearing junior brother Xinghe's words, they finally realized that Wan Lin had already lost. If breaking through after defeat allowed another match, could the opposing side also fight again after losing? How would such a cycle ever determine a winner? Isn't this exactly what junior brother Xinghe meant by unable to accept defeat? Qingyun sect is the foremost sect in the world. It may have lost before, but it has never been accused of being unable to lose gracefully. Losing and being unable to accept defeat are 2 entirely different matters. Qingyun sect can suffer losses, but it must never be said that the sect lacks the courage to concede. All the elders gazed at Chu Xinghe with solemn expressions. In that brief moment when Wan Lin broke through, many among them had considered whether to actually engage in combat. Yet at this moment they realized they had been clouded by appearances. This was a competition between 2 sects, not a private duel. Defeat is defeat, victory is victory. Insisting on fighting again after losing would be nothing short of foolishness. The elders radiated deep approval in their gaze. His heart ached as Qingyun sect's first match against Woody City ended in defeat, but Wan Lin's breakthrough during the fight, her comprehension of the staff intent representing 9 transformations returning to 1, was more than enough to compensate for that loss. What brought the elder even greater comfort was that while Xiao Ling had volunteered for another round and countless disciples were chanting for Wan Lin to continue fighting, Chu Xinghe remained the clearest-minded person present. If Wan Lin had truly fought again and somehow won, how would the outcome be recorded? And if it counted as a victory for Qingyun sect, what would the outside world think of them upon hearing this news? Look at this. Qingyun sect simply cannot accept defeat. A disciple loses, breaks through mid-fight, and continues battling until they win. What honor would remain for Qingyun sect if such a thing were true? What reputation would they have left? Patriarch Gu Mingqiao gazed at Chu Xinghe with burning eyes. What a fine child Xinghe. When Xiao Ling had volunteered earlier, he himself had been considering whether another match was appropriate, yet this child had anticipated what he was thinking. He understood that even if winning another match brought no benefit to Qingyun sect, it would only cost them their dignity. Stepping forward at just the right moment to stop this at such a young age, he could think so clearly and weigh the pros and cons so thoroughly. This child truly brought delight. Though Cheng Xiaodian maintained his smile, throughout Gu Mingqiao caught the fleeting disappointment that crossed his face. In truth, Cheng Xiaodian had hoped most for another match. Whether Wan Lin won or lost, it would have been a devastating blow to Qingyun sect. Word would spread that Qingyun sect couldn't handle defeat. Cheng Xiaodian had assumed Wan Lin's youthful arrogance would lead her to accept without hesitation, never imagining Chu Xinghe would consider all possibilities so thoroughly, leaving no opening at all. Watching Chu Xinghe standing there, Cheng Xiaodian couldn't help but shake his head. What a fine child. Such a pity. Why isn't he from our Woody City? First match. Woody City wins. The elder directly announced the result of the first match, which meant Xiao Ling's voluntary request for another battle was completely disregarded by the elder. Wan Lin's eyes showed some disappointment, but comprehending the staff intent during the battle had swept away the inner demons from her heart. She understood that failing to defeat Xiao Ling today wasn't due to lacking strength, but rather preserving her sect's honor. In the face of greater duty, she chose to endure. Yet Wan Lin believed that one day she would surely make Xiao Ling fall beneath her staff. Only when hearing the elder announce defeat did Chu Xinghe finally breathe a complete sigh of relief. This was too difficult. So close, oh just so close. After a brief rest, the second match arrived as scheduled. Ma Liang faced the great rhinoceros Zheng Bo. How to describe this battle? In Xu Xingha's words, it was damn tedious and drawn out. Ma Liang was exceptionally strong, certainly outstanding among his generation of disciples, but the great rhinoceros opposite him was simply a monster. Facing Ma Liang's battle saber, the creature didn't dodge or block, absorbing every strike with its body alone. What was truly speechless was that Ma Liang, wielding his saber with all his strength, couldn't even leave a white mark on its flesh. What kind of monstrous defense was this? However, the elders soon explained the terrifying nature of the dragon rhino bloodline. Known as the strongest defensive bloodline in the world, combined with Wudi City's unique technique of elephant armor art, this stacking made the great rhinoceros's defense reach an almost absurd level. But everything has its downsides. The dragon rhino bloodline was powerful, yet those who possessed it shared one characteristic: low intelligence. This great rhinoceros wasn't merely appearing unintelligent. He truly was an idiot. So while defense was solid, his offense was a complete mess. Aside from charging wildly at Ma Liang on the field, he showed absolutely no organized attack. In the first half, Ma Liang launched various attacks, trying to find the rhinoceros's weakness. When that failed, he began using speed to dodge. The fight dragged on for nearly half a day before Gu Mingqiao finally spoke. "Brother Xiaodian, I suggest we call this a draw." Brother Mingqiao's words aligned perfectly with my thoughts. Neither side can overcome the other. A draw is appropriate. With both leaders speaking, the elder, who had been nearly choking on blood from watching, immediately announced the draw. Even after the elder's announcement, the rhinoceros continued chasing Ma Liang without any regard until Zheng Yu went over and pulled it back. The great rhinoceros ignored everyone else, responding only to Zheng Yu as his brother. When his brother said not to fight anymore, it returned for its meal. Ma Liang walked off the platform, dejectedly, clearly unwilling to accept the outcome without a victory. With the ancient dragon rhino bloodline, even if you're at the same level as him, let alone 1 or 2 realms above, you might not be able to break his defense. You've already done well. The elder personally comforted Ma Liang, restoring his confidence. After a brief rest, as evening approached, the highly anticipated third match arrived. Xu Xingha of Qingyun Sect versus Zheng Yu of Wudi City. This time the elder remained silent, unlike in the previous 2 matches, trusting that Xu Xingha, unlike others, needed no guidance. The moment Xu Xingha stepped onto the platform, a roar like mountains and seas erupted. Zheng Yu across from him frowned and looked around at the Qingyun Sect disciples cheering for Xu Xingha. He truly couldn't understand. What had Xu Xingha done to earn such devotion? It was understandable for one person to excel. Zheng Yu was equally outstanding. But for one person to make an entire sect fond of them was somewhat unacceptable. Even someone as excellent as Zheng Yu faced brothers in Wudi City who couldn't stand him, openly hindering his progress behind his back. Yet looking at Xu Xingha, every one of the Qingyun Sect disciples cheering for him wore genuine smiles. Not out of sect rivalry, but from the heart. During his 2 days at Qingyun Sect, Zheng Yu had quietly investigated and discovered that not a single person Xingha's back had spoken ill of him. How was this possible? Fortunately, Xu Xingha couldn't hear Zheng Yu's thoughts, or he would have told him, "You're looking in the wrong place. Go to the outer sect and find Chu Cheng. You won't be disappointed." With the elder's command to begin, the third match commenced. A crimson flame erupted across Zheng Yu's body. The first color of the 7-colored, glazed body, crimson flame. The moment the crimson flame ignited, a divine image of Zhurong condensed behind Zheng Yu. The 7-colored, glazed body, 7 ancient divine spirits. The rumors are true. Zheng Yu is no ordinary person. 400 years ago, Wudi City dominated the world through the 7-colored, glazed body, invincible in that era. Later, when the transmission was severed, Qingyun Sect surpassed Wudi City in one stroke. Now Zheng Yu has inherited the 7-colored, glazed body. Wudi City refuses to accept being second and seeks to reclaim the throne of first. 7-colored body, 7-colored deities. Zheng Yu has alone fused with the legacy of 7 ancient gods to obtain the 7-colored, glazed body. I wonder if Xingha can prevail. Zheng Yu possesses the 7-colored glazed body, but Xingha has the heavenly might sword case. This is no longer 400 years ago. Countless elders watched the training platform without blinking. The flames transformed Zheng Yu into a fire giant in an instant, the Zhurong divine image descending from the heavens and merging perfectly with him. The fire god descends to the mortal realm. With that divine voice, the entire training platform was instantly swallowed by flames, becoming a sea of fire. Junior brother Xingha, be careful. Countless people in the stands watched in shock as the flames storm swept the platform. But it was useless. The fire spread too quickly, and almost instantly Xu Xingha was consumed. Just as everyone worried Xu Xingha might be reduced to ashes, a phoenix cry rang out from within the flames. Zheng Yu split into 4, becoming 4 identical copies of himself. It was impossible to tell which was real and which was fake. Hao Tian sword casket. Locust plague. A yellow sword light, sword skyward. For many spectators, this was the first time they had witnessed Xu Xingha unleash the Haotian sword casket. In an instant, the locust plague transformed into 100 streams of sword light in the heavens. A rain of swords descended from the sky, sweeping across all 4 Zhengyes, without discrimination between true and false. Shwick shwick shwick. The sword light scattered across the four Zhongyes, yet a sight unfathomable to every spectator unfolded before their eyes. The Zhongyu struck by the sword rain made no attempt whatsoever to defend himself, simply allowing the blades to fall upon his body without resistance. Before anyone could comprehend what had transpired, a blood-curdling scream echoed from within the sea of flames. The cry did not belong to Zhongyu, but rather Chu Xinghe. Everyone turned to look only to witness the colossal spiritual energy tornado conjured by Chu Xinghe's Haotian battle intent being struck by some invisible force, nearly shattering apart. What was happening? Chu Xinghe was equally bewildered. A counterattack. But there was no time to ponder, for the four Zhongyes striding atop the sea of flames had already launched their assault from all four directions. Each of the four Zhongyes possessed identical cultivation and aura. These were no mere illusions. Yet Chu Xinghe remained utterly composed. Surely this was enough now. His performance had been flawless had it not. Everyone had witnessed it. He had given his all, but brother Zhongyu was simply too formidable, so losing at this point was perfectly reasonable, wouldn't they all agree? As an actor, Chu Xinghe understood that acting prowess was paramount. If Zhongyu merely tossed some fire, and he let out a pitiful cry before leaping off the stage, the performance would be far too clumsy. Then the question would no longer be one of mere embarrassment. The Grand Elder might smite him on the spot as a spy. Therefore he must not only lose, but lose with finesse, with artistry, with such impeccable grace that everyone would find it only natural. That was the supreme way. And now Chu Xinghe felt the moment had come to reveal his true craftsmanship. To be vanquished while surrounded and attacked by four Zhongyes due to his own lack of experience. Was that not the most logical outcome imaginable? So how could he possibly pass up such a perfectly reasonable opportunity? Chu Xinghe had already prepared himself for a glorious defeat, assailed from front, back, left, and right. But just as Chu Xinghe channeled his Haotian battle intent, bracing for full defense to minimize his injuries, the four Zhongyes charging toward him suddenly halted in their tracks. And what they did next rendered Chu Xinghe utterly dumbfounded. The four Zhongyes made no move to strike him at all, but rather all raised both palms and slammed them violently against their own chests. Holy shit! This bastard is also an actor. Chu Xinghe instantly panicked. What did actors fear most? Not overpowered teammates, but the revelation that their opponents were actors too. Though he could not fathom why Zhongyu would strike himself. But after this bastard took himself out, how was Chu Xinghe supposed to lose? You're trying to outact me, are you? Fine. I won't pretend anymore. I'm playing my hand openly. Gritting his teeth, Chu Xinghe sent a streak of violet light flying from his left arm. Haotian sword casket. Thunder shadow emerged. The unleashed thunder shadow transformed into violet lightning that soared into the sky. Purple lightning flash. Chu Xinghe could spare no thought for anything else now. He immediately unleashed his strongest attack, purple lightning flash. Yet the lightning did not descend upon Zhongyu, but rather plummeted toward Chu Xinghe himself. Surrounded by Zhongyu on all sides, he had deployed purple lightning flash, and an accidental miscalculation caused it to deviate ever so slightly and strike himself. Wasn't that perfectly reasonable? You want to act me out, Zhongyu? I will never give you that chance. This victory shall belong to you today. The violet lightning arrived first, descending from the heavens. In the very instant Zhongyu's palms were about to strike his own chest, the purple lightning landed upon Chu Xinghe's chest first. Of course, drawing from his prior lesson with the spirit den one-shotting the great monster, Chu Xinghe feared purple lightning flash might be too devastating. Thus he had only employed 40% of its power, and he had directed it at his own chest. Enough to guarantee his loss of combat ability, yet insufficient to kill him on the spot. Purple lightning flash successfully landed on Chu Xinghe's chest, beating Zhongyu's self-strike by a fraction of a second. Chu Xinghe had already braced himself to cough up blood and fly backward, but the anticipated agony never came. Instead, he was greeted by a sight that left him utterly dumbfounded. Boom! All four Zhongyes, one in front, one behind, one to each side, had scorched black marks upon their chests. In the next instant, three of them crumbled to ash and vanished, leaving only the Zhongyu directly before him, blood streaming from his mouth and nose as he was sent flying backward. The flames extinguished the very moment Zhongyu was sent flying, and the two divine aspects upon his body dissipated into nothingness. Zhongyu flew outward for dozens of meters before ultimately plummeting from the edge of the martial arena. Chu Xinghe's eyes were wide as saucers, his face a portrait of incredulity, as he beheld Zhongyu falling off the platform. What the bloody hell just occurred? Purple lightning flash struck me, so why did you fly away? Could anyone step forward and explain what exactly just happened? Chu Xinghe's face was a mask of utter bewilderment. In the spectator gallery, Cheng Xiaodian transformed into a streak of light and descended from the heavens, arriving at Zhongyu's side in an instant. Big brother. How dare you kill my big brother? I'll kill you. A simpleton's cry rang out from the side. The great rhinoceros, who had been gnawing on a chicken leg moments ago, now radiated gray light from every pore as he charged toward Chu Xinghe in a frenzy. Junior brother, stop. Xiaoling, upon witnessing the great rhinoceros attacking Chu Xinghe, knew this could not be allowed. After all, the duel between Zhongyu and Chu Xinghe had been a fair, just, and open contest. Seeking revenge against Chu Xinghe now, what would that even amount to? Whoosh! Sword intent erupted from behind Xiaoling, once more rushing forward to intercept the great rhinoceros. Whether because his brother's transformation had driven him into a frenzy, the great rhinoceros moved with incomprehensible swiftness this time. Xiaoling's sword intent could not intercept him in time, and he had already reached Chu Xinghe. Purple lightning flash. Thunder shadow emerge. Violet lightning descended from the heavens. Crackle. Chu Xinghe, still seething from his inexplicable victory in the duel, found this imbecile daring to seek his death. The great rhinoceros collapsed to the ground, his entire body billowing with black smoke. Even Xiaoling's sword intent, which had sought to intercept him, was torn to shreds before the thunder shadow. Xiaoling suffered backlash from her damaged sword intent and collapsed, coughing up blood. At last, silence reclaimed the world. Yet in this moment the gazes of all upon Chu Xinghe had transformed entirely. Ma Liang in particular had crossed blades with the great rhinoceros before, and he understood better than anyone the terrifying nature of that beast's defenses. He himself had hacked at the great rhinoceros with a cleaver for half an hour, and the beast had not suffered so much as a broken hair. Yet, that single bolt of purple lightning had electrified the great rhinoceros until he smoked from every pore, gravely wounded, and collapsed upon the ground. Not only the great rhinoceros, but even Xiaoling's sword intent had been grazed by the thunder shadow's lingering might. The very sword intent that had vanquished junior sister Wan Lin had proven utterly powerless before senior brother Xinghe's thunder shadow reduced to fragments in an instant. Zheng Bo, no. At that moment Zheng Yu's voice rang out, but it was already too late. The great rhinoceros had fallen. Xiaoling was gravely wounded. Zheng Yu gazed upon the wreckage before him with disbelief etched upon his features. In the end he could only offer a bitter smile. His gaze turned toward Chu Xinghe, and with blood still streaming from his mouth and nose, Zheng Yu rose to his feet with Cheng Xiaoyan's support. Zheng Yu thanks senior brother Xinghe for showing mercy. In this battle Zheng Yu concedes with genuine admiration from the depths of his heart. The moment these words left Zheng Yu's lips, even Cheng Xiaoyan found himself nodding in concurrence. When Zheng Yu had been wounded earlier, and Cheng Xiaoyan had rushed down, his first thought had been that this Chu Xinghe was utterly outrageous. How could he strike with such excessive force? But that notion had dissipated the instant the great rhinoceros fell, and Xiaoling's sword intent was reduced to pieces before them. At this juncture anyone possessed of even a modicum of sense could clearly discern that Chu Xinghe's first strike of purple lightning flash had, as Zheng Yu had claimed, genuinely held back. Otherwise, what was Zheng Yu's constitution? What was the great rhinoceros's constitution? Had Chu Xinghe truly struck with full force, Zheng Yu would likely have been reduced to a charred husk by now. Yet Zheng Yu's words nearly moved Chu Xinghe to tears. Was that mercy? That was him considering whether he himself could withstand the blow. Yet who could tell him why when the lightning struck him it was Zheng Yu who suffered the damage? What sorcery was this? Senior brother Xinghe, Zheng Yu acknowledges his inferiority and concedes wholeheartedly. Yet might senior brother Xinghe enlighten me as to how you perceive through my stellar shift technique? Stellar shift technique. Chu Xinghe's face was a portrait of bewilderment. What stellar shift technique? When did you ever employ a stellar shift technique? You bloody bastard, weren't you an actor? Weren't you planning to act me out? I merely outperformed you, striking with greater speed and finesse. How is it that you're the one who lost? Since senior brother Xinghe is disinclined to divulge his secret arts, Zheng, you shall not press the matter. I have lost a senior brother today, and shall bear it in my heart. On another day, I shall return to seek further instruction. I pray senior brother Xinghe will not begrudge me his guidance then. Having spoken these words, Zheng Yu and Cheng Xiaoyan proceeded together to examine the injuries of the great rhinoceros and Xiaoling. The great rhinoceros's defensive prowess was a known quantity. Though grievously wounded by the lightning, his life hung in no peril. Yet precisely because of this the deeper shock welled within Zheng Yu's heart. No one understood his younger brother's defenses better than he did. He had always sparred with his brother, and even at full strength he could never have wounded his brother thus. Yet in but a single strike, Chu Xinghe had felled his brother in a single blow, shattering Xiaoling's sword intent alongside. And this was Chu Xinghe striking hastily in his panic. At this moment Zheng Yu truly wished to know how terrifyingly powerful Chu Xinghe actually was. Immeasurably profound. At this moment Zheng Yu felt that perhaps only those 4 words, immeasurably profound, could truly capture the essence of Chu Xinghe. There was a time when, having received the inheritance of the 7-colored glazed body, Zheng Yu had been praised by the Sect elders as the foremost of the younger generation, and he himself had believed it so. Upon arriving at Haotian Sect this time, Zheng Yu could not forget the words of countless elders and fellow disciples. 400 years. Haotian Sect has held dominion over the realm's foremost position long enough. It is time for our martial emperor city to reclaim the supreme throne that belongs to us. Zheng Yu had come bearing an indomitable conviction. To become the foremost beneath the heavens, one must begin by defeating Haotian Sect. Yet in this battle, Zheng Yu conceded from the depths of his heart. Chu Xinghe had employed neither treachery nor any special technique, yet had overwhelmed him through sheer strength. Zheng Yu even felt that Chu Xinghe had not exerted his full power. Such a terrifying existence existed in this world. He had been but a frog at the bottom of a well after all. Chu Xinghe. From this day forth you shall be the adversary of my life. Chu Xinghe remained utterly unaware that he had become another's lifelong adversary. At this moment Chu Xinghe was still completely dumbfounded. Could someone please tell me what the bloody hell a stellar shift technique is? And why did I win? Zheng you bastard, you played me. The martial exhibition had come to an end. The Grand Elder declared the overall result a draw. The first bout a loss for Haoyan Sect, the second a tie, and the third a victory for Haoyan Sect. Yet before the Grand Elder's words had finished echoing, Cheng Xiaotian simply shook his head. Grand Elder, Haoyan Sect can afford to lose, and so can my Martial Emperor City. But in a matter like this we of Martial Emperor City cannot bear the shame of a draw. This time our defeat is one we accept with complete sincerity in our hearts. Cheng Xiaotian's words left no room for criticism. In truth, among the three bouts, it was always the third that would decide the victor. The seven-colored glazed body against the Haoyan sword case, who reigned supreme, would be settled in a single battle. But now not only had Zheng Yu been defeated, but Chu Xinghe's single flash of purple lightning had obliterated both the Great Rhinoceros and Xiao Ling in an instant. Thus, anyone with eyes could see that a draw was no longer a possibility. Even Cheng Xiaotian himself had to admit that Chu Xinghe was unfathomable, the foremost among the younger generation of the present age. Even if Zheng Yu and the other two had joined forces, they would still be no match for Chu Xinghe. Chu Xinghe had crushed all of Martial Emperor City with what could only be described as an invincible bearing. A draw. Martial Emperor City could never accept it if they wished to preserve any semblance of dignity. Since Martial Emperor City had voluntarily conceded defeat, the Grand Elder, naturally, had nothing more to say. He produced a pill and offered it to Cheng Xiaotian. There is no need for any pill, and let us cancel tonight's banquet as well. We of Martial Emperor City still have pressing matters. We shall depart from Haoyan Sect this very evening. Cheng Xiaotian's countenance was ashen as though he had just lost a child. He took his leave of Haoyan Sect alongside Zheng Yu, who glanced back with every step along with the unconscious Great Rhinoceros and the weakened Xiao Ling. Yet before departing, Cheng Xiaotian turned to Chu Xinghe and expressed that one day Zheng Yu would come to challenge him again, hoping that Chu Xinghe would not begrudge them his instruction. Chu Xinghe nodded in a daze. For at this moment his mind was occupied by an entirely different matter. He only wished to know what the star shift technique was. How had he actually won? And why were they refusing the draw? Had he truly been wrong? Had he known this would be the outcome, he would never have lost his temper, never have unleashed that flash of purple lightning upon the Great Rhinoceros. Would he not have been better off letting himself be sent flying instead? Hey, don't go. Come back, so we can talk it over, have another match, won't you? Whoever wins, the loser is the grandson. Chu Xinghe truly felt like coughing up blood. He had only himself to blame. And all that talk about standards, about principles. What standards, what bloody principles? Now he had won everything right down to his last shred of dignity. Had he known from the start that they would be setting fires, would it not have been simpler to simply lie down and let them have their way? The Zhu Rong divine fire. Was it not perfectly reasonable that it should be a touch more ferocious than the vermilion bird spirit fire? So it was hardly far-fetched that the vermilion bird simply couldn't take it and went on strike, was it? And now look how things stood. Not a damn thing remained. And to make matters worse, he had driven them all away. Thunder Shadow, oh Thunder Shadow, this blame must rest upon your shoulders. How could you be so strong and still face me with a straight face? Martial Emperor City had departed, but Haoyan Sect's banquet had not been cancelled. Of course not. Had they lost today, there would have been no banquet, nor anything else for that matter. But not only had they won today, added to the victories of the previous 15 exhibitions, none had ever felt as satisfying as this one. In the past, Haoyan Sect had been able to defeat Martial Emperor City, but each time it had been a narrow victory, and Cheng Xiaotian would depart wearing the expression of one unwilling to accept his loss. But this time was entirely different. Zheng Yu himself had declared his defeat utterly convincing, and even when the Grand Elder had pronounced it a draw, Cheng Xiaotian could not bring himself to accept such a face-saving verdict with a brazen countenance, because the defeat had been too devastating. Junior brother Xinghe had through his own strength alone instantly crushed the three strongest disciples of Martial Emperor City. And what was even more terrifying was that the Zheng Yu whom junior brother Xinghe faced possessed the seven-colored glazed body. 400 years ago, when Haoyan Sect had wrested the throne of worlds foremost from the hands of Martial Emperor City, the latter had declared it was only that our seven-colored glazed body had been lost. On the day the seven-colored glazed body is reforged, that shall be the day Martial Emperor City returns. This time Zheng Yu had obtained the inheritance of the seven-colored glazed body and entered Haoyan Sect to challenge them. The whole world watched with bated breath. All were debating whether this battle would mark the return of Martial Emperor City's king or the continuation of Haoyan Sect's legend. And now the answer had been revealed. Chu Xinghe had faced Zheng Yu and his seven-colored glazed body alone, defeating him without even needing to exert his full strength, compelling Zheng Yu to utter words acknowledging that his senior brother had shown mercy and that he was utterly convinced of his loss. Thereafter, Thunder Shadow's flash of purple lightning had instantly annihilated the duo who possessed both the bloodline of an ancient dragon rhinoceros and sword intent. A battle that shook the very heavens. Such a record of feats could only be called glorious indeed. Heaven blesses Hao Yin. At the banquet, Sect Master Gu Mingxiao raised his cup and personally proclaimed these 4 words. And everyone below thundered them in unison. Heaven blesses Hao Yin. Heavenly meat, oh heavenly. Chu Xinghe wore a helpless expression as he mumbled along with the rest. Countless senior brothers, senior sisters, junior brothers, and junior sisters came forward to congratulate Chu Xinghe, and even many of the elders came to offer their felicitations. Yet Chu Xinghe had not the slightest interest in any of it. Chu Xinghe only wished to know what the hell was called the star shift technique. In the end, Chu Xinghe sought out the Grand Elder. Grand Elder, what exactly is this star shift technique? Ugh. The Grand Elder, who had never been one for drink, belched and stared at Chu Xinghe in utter bewilderment. You were the one who broke the star shift technique. Grand Elder, could you perhaps explain it in more detail? The 7-colored glazed body is the convergence of 7 spirits, and each spirit possesses its own corresponding divine ability. Among them, the ability of the mysterious spirit Kinyu is none other than the star shift technique. It can not only split into 3 identical clones, but also activate the stellar domain technique to create an illusory puppet. The puppet is hidden at a certain location, and all damage that the caster receives is transferred to the person or object at the puppet's location. Damage transfer. That is precisely the meaning of it. Having spoken thus, the Grand Elder returned to drinking with the others. Chu Xinghe was so furious he wanted to drop his trousers and throw a tantrum on the spot. Damn it. He had misjudged Jingyu. He had assumed that bastard was an actor. When the 4 Zhang were taking a selfie together, Chu Xinghe had thought the fellow was going to act out himself. But he had been wrong, terribly, catastrophically wrong. That bastard must have transferred the damage to himself, which was why the one who got hurt during the selfie was himself, not his Zhengyu. Conversely, any damage he himself sustained would be reflected back, causing Zhengyu to be harmed. This was precisely why his own Thunder Shadow's flash of purple lightning had instantly obliterated Zhengyu. Tears streamed down Chu Xinghe's face. After all his calculations, he had never accounted for Zhengyu playing this trick. You Zhengyu, oh Zhengyu, why on earth did you play such a game? Why couldn't you simply behave as one ought? If you had been the slightest bit reasonable, you would have been the star of tonight's banquet. Young man, the crooked path is no road to walk. Chu Xinghe drank a great deal of wine, regardless of who came to toast him. He accepted every cup without exception. Lucky General Ma Liang was not idle, either, going about everywhere recounting how magnificent and divine senior brother Xinghe had been. Do you all know? That great rhinoceros's defense was simply monstrous to the extreme, but what good did it do? Was he not still cut down in an instant by senior brother Xinghe's sword? Wan Lin was not idle either. In truth, after comprehending the staff intent, Wan Lin had even entertained the thought of testing her skills against senior brother Xinghe. After all, she had comprehended the staff intent, and the supreme form of it at that. The 9-9 returned to 1. Although it had all been thanks to senior brother Xinghe, Wan Lin could not help but feel just a touch of swelling pride within her. But after that flash of purple lightning, Wan Lin understood completely how formidable senior brother Xinghe was, and how vast the gap between them. How could the staff intent alone ever hope to bridge it? And that final strike senior brother Xinghe delivered to shatter the opponent's sword intent must have been on her account. Senior brother Xinghe knew she was no longer able to continue fighting, yet he had still used such a method to finish off the opponent on her behalf. Senior brother Xinghe is truly the foremost of the younger generation. How the banquet ended, Chu Xinghe did not know, but when the drunken Chu Xinghe was sent to his quarters, he kept shouting all the while, I only wish to lose. I truly wish to lose. Let me lose. I beg of you. In response to such outrageous words from senior brother Xinghe, the many tipsy junior brothers regarded him with awed reverence. Senior brother Xinghe today defeated Zhengyu and can indeed be called the foremost of the younger generation. Yet despite this, senior brother Xinghe harbors not the slightest trace of pride or arrogance, and is even at all times prepared for the possibility of failure. Such a state of mind is one we should all earnestly strive to learn from. Indeed, I have heard it said that senior brother Xinghe once told senior sister Wan Lin and senior brother Ma Liang that their nervousness and anxiety in facing the martial exhibition stemmed from their fear of failure, and because they feared failure, they dared not yearn for victory. Yes, and look at senior brother Xinghe. He has never taken failure to heart, thus failure can never catch up with senior brother Xinghe. Senior brother Xinghe's realm is one worthy of a lifetime of study by us all. In the end, Chu Xinghe was carried back to his room. Feng Fei, equally drunk, wore a proud expression as he pulled the blanket over junior brother Xinghe, who kept shouting that he sought only defeat. And the news of Hao Yin Sect's battle against Martial Emperor City spread with lightning speed to every corner of the world. Upon seeing the result, virtually everyone was momentarily stunned. With 1 victory, 1 defeat, and 1 draw, how could Hao Yin Sect be declared the winner? Many's first reaction was surely Hao Yin Sect could not be so shameless. But upon reading further, upon learning that Chu Xinghe had cut down 2 opponents with a single sword, and had not needed to exert his full strength even against Zhengyu, all parties were struck dumb with astonishment. The name Chu Xinghe was naturally known to the great sects, but this time Zhengyu had obtained the 7-colored glazed body, and entered Hao Yin Sect to challenge them. To speak honestly, more had favored Zhengyu. After all, Martial Emperor City was once the king, and the seven-colored glazed body was the very foundation of Martial Emperor City's invincibility. Yet in this battle Zhang Yu had been defeated so miserably. Chu Xinghe had even been able to single-handedly and effortlessly crush the finest three disciples of Martial Emperor City, a feat that caused the jaws of countless people to drop in disbelief. That night no one knew how many lay awake without sleep, nor how many inscribed the name Chu Xinghe upon their little notebooks. And in like manner the name Chu Xinghe became the imaginary foe in the hearts of the younger generation of all the great sects and indeed of the entire world. To defeat Chu Xinghe would be to ascend to the throne of the foremost of the younger generation. That night no one knew how many dream-filled youths tossed and turned unable to sleep. They indulged in fantasies of themselves defeating Chu Xinghe, but the more they did, so the more crushing the pressure those three characters, Chu Xinghe, exerted upon them. The name Chu Xinghe had imperceptibly become a great mountain. A mountain that all the younger generation of the world dreamed of surmounting. Outside Haotian Sect's outer gate, Chu Cheng also spent a sleepless night. Wrapped up like a rice dumpling, he muttered to himself through a mouth as swollen as a sausage. Why? I am the foremost of Kaoshan village. That Chu Xinghe is only second. I Chu Cheng am a man destined for the throne of the great emperor. I refuse to accept this. I Chu Cheng am but a dragon swimming in shallow waters. How could a golden carp be a creature of the pond? Once the winds of destiny arise, it shall transform into a dragon. Bang! The door was kicked open by a fat-headed fish. Who the hell is making all this racket out here? Won't let a man sleep at. Got a death wish or something? Beat him. No one ever learned how long the beating lasted, but the golden carp would surely have to persevere in the pond for another year or so. Throughout the entirety of the Haotian sect aside from Chu Cheng, the unrivaled prodigy of Kaoshan village who possessed the providence of a great emperor, virtually everyone was swept up in rapturous celebration over their recent victory. The word virtually was warranted, for apart from Emperor Chu Cheng, members of the Tianyao Palace were also present. Luo Yinger felt her heart shatter into pieces. How could this possibly be? How could my senior brother Zheng Yu have possibly lost to that scoundrel Chu Xinghe? What right does he have to win? My senior brother Zheng Yu is a man blessed with beauty that could topple an entire era. He should have been the most invincible existence beneath the heavens. Yet now he has actually been defeated by that despicable thief, Chu Xinghe. That treacherous dog must have employed some shameless, vile, and contemptuous trickery to barely triumph over my benevolent, magnanimous, righteous, and valiant senior brother Zheng Yu. Luo Yinger did not even attend the Haotian Sect's victory banquet, citing bodily discomfort, and instead retreated alone to the alchemy chamber that the sect had prepared for the Tianyao Palace there to immerse herself in bitter cultivation. Luo Yinger swore a solemn oath she would personally vanquish that dog Chu Xinghe. Senior brother Zheng Yu's world-shattering beauty would be safeguarded by her hands alone. Yet, Luo Yinger harbored the notion that the Haotian sect was not entirely devoid of decent souls. Take senior sister Wan Lin for instance. Though senior sister Wan Lin was thoroughly intoxicated when she came to visit, she had not forgotten to check on her. Even in her drunken state, she had taken it upon herself to give the weary cultivator, who had been toiling over her alchemy, a full-body relaxation massage. The lingering sensation of that technique still made Luo Yinger's entire body tingle with an exquisite numbness whenever she recalled it. Senior sister Wan Lin is truly an unparalleled saint of a senior sister. Fortunately, Chu Xinghe was drunk and remained oblivious to this matter. Otherwise he would surely have pointed at Wan Lin and bellowed, "Have mercy on her, she's still just a child." After a night of revelry, dawn broke upon the Haotian sect, as it always had. After finishing his breakfast, Chu Xinghe made his way to the Medicine King Palace. Today's gathering at the Medicine King Palace not only drew disciples from the Lingyi Palace, but also attracted numerous curious onlookers from the various other palaces. The Martial Emperor City had retreated in defeat, yet the Tianyao Palace had not departed. Though in terms of both strength and standing, the Tianyao Palace could scarcely be compared to the Martial Emperor City. Within the exclusive realm of alchemy, however, the Tianyao Palace occupied a position of considerable influence, and over the years it had issued no small number of challenges to the Lingyi Palace. The Grand Elder escorted Wu Kun, the master of the Tianyao Palace, into the Medicine King Palace. Although Wu Kun held the title of Palace Master, his standing remained insufficient to warrant a personal reception from a figure of Gu Mingqiao's stature. The mere presence of the Grand Elder accompanying him was already an extraordinary show of face. After finishing his breakfast, Chu Xinghe likewise arrived at the Medicine King Palace. The moment he crossed the threshold, he caught sight of Luo Yinger glaring at him with an intensity that rivaled an enraged squirrel. Beside her, junior sister Wan Lin appeared to be offering consolation. Yet why, senior sister Wan Lin, must your hands wander so freely while comforting another? Might I beseech you to exercise a touch more propriety? Have you truly abandoned all sense of decency in broad daylight? This Xinghe pays his respects to the Grand Elder and greets Palace Master Wu Kun. Chu Xinghe stepped forward before the Grand Elder and Wu Kun and offered his salutations. The Grand Elder regarded Chu Xinghe with evident satisfaction, while Wu Kun could not help but sigh with admiration. Heroes are indeed forged in youth. Following yesterday's battle, Chu Xinghe could well be said to have ascended to fame throughout the realm. The proclamation of him as the foremost figure of the younger generation had already begun circulating far and wide. Moreover, Chu Xinghe was not merely a warrior of formidable strength. He was also a prodigy of alchemy. He bore within him the vermilion bird spirit flame and had received the inheritance of the medicine saint. His future in the Tao of alchemy promised bounds as limitless as the heavens themselves. What a pity that such a talent was not a disciple of the Tianyao Palace. After exchanging the customary pleasantries with the Grand Elder, Wu Kun drew back the curtain on the alchemy competition between the Haotian Sect and the Tianyao Palace. Wu Kun introduced his disciple Luo Ying'er, and regarding this extraordinarily gifted girl, Chu Xinghe had likewise made inquiries with the Grand Elder to learn more of her. Though the little girl was young in years, her renown within the alchemy world was by no means insignificant. Indeed, she shone even more dazzlingly than Chu Xinghe himself. However, regardless of Luo Ying'er's prowess today, his own defeat was absolutely assured. The moment he awoke this morning, the very first thing Chu Xinghe did was conduct a profound self-examination. When he had faced Zheng Yu yesterday, what in the world had possessed him to show off? He had insisted on performing at his peak, on demonstrating his absolute limits, on losing with grace and splendor. What peak had he possessed? What limits did he require? What splendor was there to speak of? Therefore, following this thorough self-reflection, Chu Xinghe swore a solemn oath this time. He absolutely must not repeat the elementary blunders he had committed against Zheng Yu, and under no circumstances would he grant his opponent even the slimmest opportunity to seize a loss. A contest of alchemy, is it? As the former virtuoso of furnace explosions, he dared to ask, was there any method of securing defeat more reliable than blowing up the cauldron? No matter how skilled this girl might be, so long as she refrained from detonating her own furnace today, she could not possibly wrest a single victory from the hands of the Haotian Sect. Wait, that wasn't quite right. Even if she were to explode her cauldron, defeat would remain utterly impossible for him. Because even in the art of furnace detonation, he was unquestionably destined to explode his with greater thoroughness and decisiveness than she. In this battle, he was determined to lose so catastrophically that even the heavens themselves would be powerless to prevent him from blowing up that cauldron. As the ancient verse proclaims, grip the green mountains without release, until the furnace explodes, the oath knows no surcease. Though he could not fathom why that squirrel-furious Luo Ying'er across from him was so enraged. Rest assured, even if she inflated herself into a pufferfish with rage, she could never wrest a single victory from the hands of Chu Xinghe. Before long, the Grand Elder announced the subject of today's alchemy competition. A fifth-grade elixir, the Feather Ascension Pill. This was an exceedingly rare medicinal pill. Consuming this pill did not grant one immediate ascension to immortality. Rather, it allowed the cultivator to temporarily manifest a pair of feathered wings, enabling brief flight a modest distance above the ground. However, owing to the pill's brief duration and its inability to achieve great altitude or swift velocity under ordinary circumstances, no one would ever bother to refine it. Furthermore, the refinement methods for the Feather Ascension Pill were extraordinarily cumbersome, belonging to the category of pills that even ordinary fifth-grade alchemists would struggle immensely to produce, rendering it all the more obscure. The selection of the Feather Ascension Pill for today's contest must have been Wu Kun's proposal. Otherwise, given the Grand Elder's well-established reputation as the puppeteer pulling strings from behind the curtain, there was no conceivable reason he would have neglected to inform Chu Xinghe in advance. Nevertheless, the Feather Ascension Pill suited his purposes admirably. Though the Medicine Saint's inheritance contained countless methods for perfectly refining this pill, in actual practical application, Chu Xinghe had never once attempted to refine it. Should his first attempt at refining the Feather Ascension Pill result in a furnace explosion, that would be perfectly reasonable, would it not? Before long, the materials for refining the Feather Ascension Pill were prepared in full, and the quality of the two sets of ingredients displayed virtually no discernible difference. As the visiting guest, the squirrel-like Luo Ying'er naturally chose first. The remaining set was subsequently handed over to Chu Xinghe. However, before the squirrel could make her move, Chu Xinghe spoke. Junior sister Luo Ying, simply refining the Feather Ascension Pill is dreadfully dull. What say we add some additional elements to the contest? Add what? In addition to the designated medicinal ingredients, each of us shall select one additional herb for the other, which must then be incorporated into the refinement process. After this, we shall determine the victor. How does that sound? The moment these words left Chu Xinghe's lips, an immediate stir of astonishment rippled through the surroundings. Even the Grand Elder could not refrain from furrowing his brow. The various herbs comprising a pill formula had been refined and perfected through centuries, nay millennia, of research and accumulated wisdom. Whether an ingredient was added or omitted, it would precipitate unfathomable transformations in the original refinement process. Consequently, Chu Xinghe's proposed addition to the contest left everyone utterly at a loss to comprehend. Agreed. Luo Ying'er nodded in assent without the slightest hesitation. Without a word of superfluous pleasantry, a flash of azure light burst forth from Luo Ying'er's palm, and a piece of sea blue stone materialized out of thin air. Luo Ying'er placed the sea blue stone among Chu Xinghe's medicinal ingredients. This was the herb she had selected for him. Yet upon beholding this sea blue stone, every soul present who understood alchemy underwent a dramatic shift in complexion. One must understand the feather ascension pill belonged to the fire attribute category of pills, whereas the sea blue stone was a water attribute ingredient. The enmity between water and fire was no idle saying. Introducing sea blue stone into the feather ascension pill would surely cause it to detonate on the spot. Chu Xinghe gazed at the sea blue stone before him, and tears of gratitude welled up in his eyes. Junior sister Luo Ying'er was genuinely considerate. The true purpose behind his proposal had been to furnish himself with an even more perfect pretext for blowing up the furnace. Now with the addition of the sea blue stone, no matter how he detonated his furnace, his defeat was as immovable as an ancient hound. Since junior sister Luo Ying'er had demonstrated such magnanimity, he could not possibly allow any discontent to mar her satisfaction. Before long, Chu Xinghe likewise selected a medicinal herb for Luo Ying'er. Plantain grass. Has junior brother Xinghe taken leave of his senses? Upon witnessing the herb Chu Xinghe had chosen for Luo Ying'er, the surrounding onlookers were rendered utterly dumbfounded. Plantain grass is also a water attribute herb, and its medicinal properties are remarkably gentle. When introduced into virtually any pill formula, it produces almost negligible side effects. Luo Ying'er chose the clashing sea blue stone for junior brother Xinghe, yet junior brother Xinghe selected the innocuous plantain grass for Luo Ying'er. Whatever is junior brother Xinghe attempting to accomplish? With the sea blue stone introduced, how could the feather ascension pill possibly be refined? Junior brother Xinghe is truly magnanimous. He must have perceived that this Luo Ying'er is merely a little girl and felt it unseemly to bully her overmuch. That is precisely why he deliberately employed this method to increase his own difficulty. This does bear the hallmark of junior brother Xinghe's character. He feared lest the outside world accuse our Haotian sect of bullying the Tianyao Palace, and employed this stratagem to silence the whispers of the multitude. Yet that girl has gone altogether too far. How could she possibly have chosen the sea blue stone? Junior brother Xinghe selected for her the practically harmless plantain grass, while she bestowed upon him the catastrophically incompatible sea blue stone. How vast is the disparity in their characters. The senior brothers of the Lingyi Palace buzzed with animated discussion around them. Yet it was not only they. Even Luo Ying'er herself was momentarily stunned upon seeing the herb Chu Xinghe had selected for her. When Chu Xinghe had first proposed this arrangement, her immediate instinct had been this dog Xinghe must be harboring some sinister scheme. Therefore, without the slightest hesitation, she had selected the most difficult counter for that dog Xinghe, the sea blue stone. Yet who could have imagined that this dog Xinghe would actually select the harmless plantain grass for her? As a genius alchemist, how could Luo Ying'er possibly fail to comprehend the staggering disparity between plantain grass and the sea blue stone? At this moment, Luo Ying'er's conviction wavered for an instant. Yet swiftly the recollection of senior brother Zheng Yu's beauty that could topple an era surged through her mind, and her wavering heart was once again fortified with unshakable resolve. That dog Xinghe must certainly be harboring some scheme. He must have been terrified of losing to her, which is precisely why he employed this ostensibly self-penalizing method to fabricate his excuse in advance. It had to be so. With her resolve thus fortified and her mind purged of all distractions, Luo Ying'er spoke not a word and proceeded to summon the earth flame. As the earth flame surged forth, a blood-crimson blaze erupted from beneath the ground, coalescing in midair into the magnificent form of an auspicious Qilin. The Qilin's true flame. This girl actually possesses the Qilin's true flame. This is a flame on the brink of equality with the vermilion bird spirit flame. This Luo Ying'er is actually the inheritor of the Qilin's true flame. Upon beholding the surging Qilin's true flame, the entire Medicine King Palace trembled with astonishment. In an instant, even figures such as Feng Fei directed gazes toward Chu Xinghe that were now tinged with an additional shade of concern. One must understand among the various sacred flames, the Qilin's true flame was in no way inferior to the vermilion bird spirit flame. Under normal circumstances, a clash between Qilin true flame and vermilion bird spirit flame would see junior brother Xinghe bearing the medicine saint's inheritance prevail with stable composure. However, the sudden introduction of the sea blue stone had utterly shattered all of Chu Xinghe's advantages. This battle would prove exceedingly arduous for junior brother Xinghe. The Grand Elder too furrowed his brow, and even he now found himself overtaken by concern. Yet when Chu Xinghe laid eyes upon the Qilin's true flame, he nearly leaped into the air with excitement. Although the Grand Elder had previously mentioned that Luo Ying'er might have mastered the Qilin's true flame, that had remained no more than hearsay. Now that it had been confirmed beyond all doubt, Chu Xinghe was seized with an exhilaration beyond all measure. His defeat was absolutely assured. This battle, victory was his for the taking. The Haotian sect was consumed by arrogance, and the vermilion bird spirit fire suffered a crushing defeat at the hands of the Qilin true fire. In his mind, Chu Xinghe had already envisioned the discussions that would follow his failure. Although this topic might not prove as sensational as losing to the Martial Emperor City, the Haotian sect had only just emerged victorious against Martial Emperor City, and now due to Chu Xingha's arrogance they would lose to the Heavenly Medicine Palace. The resulting discourse would surely be extraordinary. Because his own arrogance had caused this battle to be lost along with the Haotian sect's reputation, would the Grand Elder fail to punish him? Would the sect master not fly into a rage? Would his position as a direct disciple be preserved? Would the Haotian sect's reputation remain unscathed? It was a masterful stroke indeed. With a heart brimming with joy, Chu Xingha began to refine the Ascension Pill. One material after another was placed into the furnace with meticulous order, and with the augmentation of the Vermilion Bird Spirit Fire the entire refinement proceeded with remarkable smoothness. Yet he harbored not the slightest concern about the furnace exploding. The Vermilion Bird Spirit Fire was inherently violent, and compounded by the volatile temperament of the Vermilion Bird Furnace itself. Once the sea blue stone was cast within, there would be no need for him to feign anything. The furnace explosion would unfailingly come to pass. Meanwhile, Luo Ying'er's refinement proceeded at a pace no slower than Chu Xingha's. Beneath the augmentation of the Qilin True Fire, although Luo Ying'er's furnace could not compare to the Vermilion Bird Furnace, it was by no means an ordinary artifact. Various medicinal ingredients were placed into the furnace in sequence, and the refinement of the Ascension Pill advanced with equal smoothness. Soon Luo Ying'er picked up the plantain grass that Chu Xingha had prepared. She deliberately examined it at length, confirming beyond all doubt that the herb was entirely unremarkable before placing it into the furnace. And her refinement had finally reached its final moment. Waves of medicinal fragrance began to drift from the furnace, and accompanying the dispersing aroma, wisps of violet mist emerged from within. Violet mist of the supreme grade. This heralds a pill of the utmost quality, truly worthy of the Qilin True Fire. Even with the addition of the plantain grass, it can still produce a supreme grade pill. Luo Ying'er's alchemy is terrifying. It seems junior brother Xingha has miscalculated this time. Within the Medicine King Palace, the assembled crowd watched as ever greater quantities of violet mist billowed from Luo Ying'er's furnace, their expressions growing solemn. Wu Kun's face was wreathed in smiles, while the Grand Elder seated opposite him regarded Chu Xingha with profound concern. Even he could not fathom what Chu Xingha truly intended. Proposing additional rules was one matter, but when one's opponent chose the sea blue stone, wouldn't the natural response be to select it in turn? What could be the meaning of choosing plantain grass for her? Could it be that the child Xingha had grown overconfident from yesterday's victory? Buzz! Luo Ying'er's furnace trembled violently. The next moment the furnace opened and a beam of violet light surged skyward. Luo Ying'er leapt into the air and seized a violet pill soaring through the heavens. In an instant, violet radiance scattered from the pill, and accompanied by this light, waves of medicinal fragrance permeated the entire alchemy chamber. A supreme grade Ascension Pill. It is truly a pill of the utmost quality. Luo Ying'er clutched the supreme grade Ascension Pill, her face alight with exhilaration. She hastened to her master Wu Kun and presented the pill before him. Wu Kun examined it briefly and gave a subtle nod, gesturing for Luo Ying'er to present it to the Grand Elder. Luo Ying'er once more brought the pill before the Grand Elder for his appraisal. There was no need for prolonged scrutiny. With but a single glance, the Grand Elder discerned that Luo Ying'er's supreme grade Ascension Pill was flawless in every respect. Upon seeing the Grand Elder's nod of approval, a radiant smile bloomed upon Luo Ying'er's face. Simultaneously, her gaze turned toward Chu Xingha, who still remained in the midst of his refinement. You wretched dog Xingha, cease your stubborn resistance. Prepare to meet your doom. On Chu Xingha's side, the refinement of the Ascension Pill continued unabated. Yet compared with Luo Ying'er's earlier process, virtually no medicinal fragrance emanated from Chu Xingha's Vermilion Bird Furnace. This, however, was not the most critical matter. The crux was that the sea blue stone had yet to be introduced. Just as all present wondered how Chu Xingha would manage the sea blue stone, he finally reached the final stage of his refinement. Taking up the sea blue stone, Chu Xingha unhesitatingly cast it into the furnace. The moment the water attribute sea blue stone entered the Vermilion Bird Furnace, the entire furnace began to convulse with unbridled fury. It's going to explode. Everyone retreat. The Vermilion Bird Furnace shuddered with madness. Indeed, the addition of the sea blue stone had rendered the Ascension Pill refinement utterly futile. This was the unmistakable prelude to a catastrophic explosion. The Grand Elder, witnessing the Vermilion Bird Furnace's violent convulsions, instinctively prepared to intervene. However, upon catching sight of Chu Xingha's expression, he halted. For at that very moment he discerned that Chu Xingha's countenance betrayed no trace of panic at the impending explosion. On the contrary, a faint smile remained perpetually etched upon his features. Upon beholding this smile, the Grand Elder's heart trembled. Could this child yet possess another card to play? He would wait and observe. Yet, just as the Grand Elder waited, Chu Xingha suddenly channeled his spiritual energy. The Vermilion Bird Spirit Fire erupted forthwith, and beneath the terrifying augmentation of the Vermilion Bird Spirit Fire, the already violently shuddering furnace appeared utterly incapable of withstanding the mounting pressure. Boom! A thunderous explosion reverberated throughout the entirety of the Medicine King Palace. The colossal detonation accompanied by terrifying flames engulfed the entire Vermilion Bird Furnace. Just as all scrambled to evade the Vermilion Bird's spirit fire that might be flung outward in all directions. An uncanny spectacle unfolded. None of the erupted Vermilion Bird's spirit fire strayed far from the Vermilion Bird Furnace, rather it swirled frantically around the furnace in a frenzied vortex. Amidst the spiraling Vermilion Bird spirit fire, the Vermilion Bird Furnace abruptly levitated into the air. A luminous orb of water light surged forth from within the Vermilion Bird Furnace, and this water light inexplicably entwined itself with the Vermilion Bird's spirit fire. In that fleeting instant, water and flame achieved a state of perfect harmony. The harmony of water and fire. This is the harmony of water and fire. Wu Kun was the first to cry out. Accompanying his exclamation, the Grand Elder's eyes widened in fervent astonishment. Legend holds that within the realm of alchemy there exists a singular technique capable of rendering inherently antagonistic medicinal ingredients harmonious through its application. Indeed, it can even harness the force of their opposition to elevate the quality of the resulting pill. This technique is known as the harmony of water and fire. Yet it has remained the stuff of legend alone. Even the medicine Saint Lu Chanfeng of Yer never fully mastered this technique, though he did venture certain experiments and postulations regarding it. But today was not the flawless fusion of water and fire beyond the Vermilion Bird Furnace, the very embodiment of that legendary alchemical art. Buzz. The Vermilion Bird Furnace shuddered with tremendous force, yet this time, it was not the prelude to explosion. It was the opening of the furnace. A beam of golden light pierced through the Vermilion Bird Furnace, soaring skyward. It was a pill, a golden pill. And at the very moment this pill ascended the heavens above, the Haotian Sect, previously clear and boundless, suddenly became veiled with countless dark clouds. Thunder rumbled and flickered amidst the gathering clouds. A divine pill. It is a divine pill. When a divine pill emerges, heavenly tribulation descends. Wu Kun's eyes burned crimson with fervor. As a pinnacle 9th-grade alchemy grandmaster, he had spent a lifetime refining pills, yet had never once succeeded in producing a divine-grade pill. Even the Grand Elder across his entire lifetime had succeeded in producing but a single one. To refine a divine-grade pill was the ultimate aspiration of any alchemist. Boom. A bolt of thunder descended from the 9 heavens, smashing directly through the roof of the Medicine King Palace and converging in the sky with the golden divine pill soaring aloft. The golden radiance merged with the thunderbolt. The lightning sought to rend the pill asunder, yet the pill seemed possessed of some miraculous enchantment. Beneath the assault of the thunder, rather than being destroyed, it blazed forth with even more resplendent golden brilliance. Boom! The thunder shattered, and the divine pill was forged. The golden pill descended from the heavens, and its medicinal fragrance instantly permeated the entire Medicine King Palace. Though still a fragrance, when it spread, every soul present felt their spirits suddenly invigorated. A divine pill. This was a true divine pill, utterly incomparable to any mere supreme-grade pill. None could have imagined that today, under the gaze of all assembled, Chu Xinghe, a mere 5th-grade alchemist, had refined a legendary divine pill. Wu Kun was rendered speechless. The Grand Elder's excitement threatened to send his beard fluttering into the air. Countless fellow disciples of the Haotian Sect gazed on with fervent emotion. Luo Inger most of all regarded the spectacle with utter incredulity. Only Chu Xinghe wore an expression of utter bewilderment. What the hell? What sorcery is this? How did this divine pill come into being? All I wanted was for the furnace to explode. How could an explosion give rise to a divine pill? Vermilion Bird Furnace, you wretched thing, are you putting on an act to deceive me? Yet Chu Xinghe's bewilderment, as perceived by all others, transformed into an aura of supreme composure. A serenity transcending all worldly concerns. All eyes turned to Chu Xinghe as he stood before the Vermilion Bird Furnace. Behold, this is our junior brother Xinghe. Even a divine pill cannot stir the slightest ripple within him. Junior brother Xinghe had foreseen everything from the very beginning. No wonder junior brother Xinghe showed not the slightest fear upon encountering the sea blue stone. He had long since mastered the supreme alchemical art of the harmony of water and fire. This must be something junior brother Xinghe comprehended from the Medicine Saint's legacy. This was an accomplishment that even the Medicine Saint himself had failed to achieve. Senior brother Xinghe truly surpasses the master. Luo Inger's eyes widened as she gazed at Chu Xinghe across the distance. For reasons she could not fathom. In that instant, Chu Xinghe's figure appeared, so towering, so magnificent in her eyes. As an alchemist, there exists none who does not yearn to refine a divine pill. Luo Inger had dreamed of it countless times, yet she understood that she still fell woefully short. Yet the Chu Xinghe before her had personally refined a divine pill, and yet remained composed beyond measure. Earlier, when the furnace had threatened to explode, she herself had nearly erupted in celebration, but Chu Xinghe had stood there utterly undaunted, as though he had foreseen every development in advance. Indeed, he must have mastered the legendary mystical technique of the harmony of water and fire. Chu Xinghe. is simply unfathomable. For the first time, Luo Ying'er felt herself to be utterly insignificant. The Chu Xinghe before her was like a towering mountain pressing down upon her until she could scarcely breathe. And gazing upon Chu Xinghe, who stood amidst the vermilion bird's spirit fire watching the birth of the divine pill with such serene composure, Luo Ying'er could not fathom why. In that moment, she found senior brother Xinghe so magnificent, so impossibly handsome. In no way inferior to senior brother Zheng Yu's legendary beauty. A divine pill is born, and a great tribulation descends from the heavens. The sudden appearance of the thundercloud shook the entire Haoyan sect. Even sect master Gu Mingzhao came forth shattering the void as he stepped out from the Haoyan palace. Watching the collision between the lightning and the golden pill in the sky, even he felt a trace of genuine emotion stirring within his heart. Today marked the alchemy duel between Haoyan sect and the Heavenly Medicine Palace. Gu Mingzhao knew nothing of pill refining, and the palace master of the Heavenly Medicine Palace hardly warranted the personal attendance of a Haoyan sect master. Thus he had not come today. Yet to his utter astonishment, a divine pill was born today, so extraordinary that it drew down heavenly thunder itself. Throughout all of Haoyan sect, only the Grand Elder upon his breakthrough to the 9th grade peak so many years ago had ever refined a pill that reached the realm of divine grade. Back then it stirred heavenly thunder and shook the 8 directions. But today was the duel between Chu Xinghe and that Luo Ying'er, was it not? Chu Xinghe was supposedly a 5th grade alchemist, and so was Luo Ying. How could 2 5th grade alchemists have refined a divine grade pill? Gu Mingzhao arrived above the Medicine King Palace in a few strides. Peering through the roof blasted open by heavenly thunder, he beheld the divine grade pill suspended in midair, and the countless Haoyan sect disciples leaping about in wild excitement. Upon witnessing this scene, Gu Mingzhao's face broke into a smile. It was Xinghe, that child, truly worthy of inheriting the legacy of the medicine saint. Yesterday he single-handedly crushed the entire younger generation of the martial emperor city. Today the medicine saint's inheritor has birthed a divine pill. This child forever brings forth miracles beyond all imagination. Not only Gu Mingzhao, but the elders from every palace rushed over from all directions the instant the heavenly thunder appeared. Upon seeing the golden divine pill and the jubilant Haoyan sect disciples, every one of them understood what had transpired. Heaven blesses Haoyan. Countless elders raised their voices in fervent song. Gu Mingzhao stood in the void with his hands clasped behind his back, his heart swelling with ineffable joy at this moment. Heaven blesses Haoyan. There is not the slightest fault in those words. For 400 years Haoyan sect has produced countless prodigies, yet never again has there emerged an unrivaled supreme being like the 10th generation Haoyan emperor. Even Gu Mingzhao himself, though hailed as the foremost beneath heaven, knew well that countless reclusive masters and ancient monsters who never showed themselves lurked in this world. He understood that he was not necessarily invincible under the heavens. But today Haoyan sect has finally produced a figure who can stand shoulder to shoulder with the 10th generation Haoyan emperor. No. To be precise, Chu Xinghe has already surpassed the Haoyan emperor of old. At such an age, the Haoyan emperor himself could never have achieved what Chu Xinghe has today. Gu Mingzhao knew. This truly was heaven blessing Haoyan. Haoyan sect was finally destined to produce a being of true invincibility under the heavens. The thunderclouds dispersed. A massive hole now gaped in the newly repaired roof of the Medicine King Palace, yet no one felt sorrow at the sight of it. Only surging excitement. For this hole was the testament of a divine pill's birth, the testament of junior brother Xinghe's ascension. The Grand Elder soared into the sky and plucked the divine pill from the heavens. The divine pill radiated a dazzling golden light. The Grand Elder cradled the golden pill in both hands as though bearing the most supreme treasure beneath the heavens, circling once so that all might behold and appraise the divine pill. Every person who gazed upon the divine pill had brilliance blazing in their eyes. This was the legendary divine pill of lore. At last the Grand Elder delivered the divine pill before Wu Kun. Palace Master Wu Kun, I humbly request your esteemed appraisal. Wu Kun fixed his gaze upon the divine pill, his face awash with bitterness. Grand Elder speaks in jest. In all my life, Wu Kun has never succeeded in refining a divine pill. What qualification have I to appraise one? Today's battle leaves our Heavenly Medicine Palace utterly convinced of our defeat. We overestimated ourselves today. We have brought disgrace upon our own heads. As Wu Kun's words rang out, the Grand Elder struggled mightily to contain his inner laughter, repeatedly declaring, "How could that be? We are merely exchanging pointers. Such discourse is most pleasant. Indeed, most pleasant. Were it not for this exchange, how could Xinghe have broken through himself and refined a divine pill?" Wu Kun's heart was immeasurably bitter, but sharing that bitterness was Chu Xinghe himself. How did a divine pill come about? Where was the promised furnace explosion? I only wanted the furnace to explode. I even threw in the sea blue stone. Wouldn't exploding the furnace be perfectly justified? What do you mean by producing a divine pill? Vermilion Bird Cauldron, are you taking revenge on me? It was just a little bullying back then. Was it really worth all this? Chu Xinghe still wore a face of utter bewilderment. Senior brother Xinghe today, Ying'er, is utterly convinced of her defeat. Your way of alchemy is enough for Inger to study for a lifetime. After mastering the Qilin True Flame, I believed I could stand as your equal, only to discover today that the gap between us is as vast as cloud and mud. Not only in the way of alchemy, but our temperaments differ like heaven and earth. As Luo Inger spoke, tears nearly spilled from her eyes. Senior Brother Xinghe proposed those additional conditions, yet I actually imagined you harbored some scheme. Senior Brother Xinghe chose for me a modest herb like plantain, while I with venomous intent chose sea bluestone for you. But Senior Brother Xinghe's ability is truly extraordinary. Inger offers her deepest admiration. Luo Inger's words fell like pear blossoms in the rain, and many senior and junior brothers who watched found their hearts aching for her. Yet Chu Xinghe felt no sympathy whatsoever. That little squirrel. You bear inescapable responsibility for today's situation. Had you not chosen that wretched sea blue stone, could this old man have refined a divine pill? Could this old man have won? I, the Prince of Furnace Explosions, just wanted to explode a furnace. How could it be so difficult? But now that things had come to this, Chu Xinghe could do nothing at all. The divine pill was already out. What else could be done? He could only offer some comfort to the little squirrel before him. Like the martial emperor city before it, the heavenly medicine palace suffered a complete and utter defeat in this battle. Wu Kun did not linger any longer in Haotian Sect, but departed with the little squirrel. However, as the little squirrel departed, she turned back with every step, gazing at Chu Xinghe with reverent admiration and asking, Senior Brother Xinghe, may I still come to seek your guidance in the future? Chu Xinghe responded with a smile upon his face, expressing, You are most welcome. Yet in his heart, get lost. Best you never return in this lifetime, best that no squirrel ever set foot in Haotian Sect again. Chu Xinghe watched junior sister Wan Lin, eyes brimming with tears, escort the little squirrel all the way to the mountain gate, and only then did his heart feel somewhat better. Come then, come little squirrel, you have no idea that in Haotian Sect not only are the senior brothers terrifying, but the senior sisters are even more fearsome. The Grand Elder issued an order regarding the hole blasted open by heavenly thunder in the Medicine King Palace. No one was permitted to repair it. This was the omen of the Medicine King Palace's ascension, the emblem of Chu Xinghe's glory. Thus Feng Fei waved his grand hand, using premium spirit stones as glass panes to seal the hole directly. Not only did it keep out the rain, but it also radiated light, ensuring that every disciple who entered the Medicine King Palace in the future would behold Junior Brother Xinghe's former glory. The Heavenly Medicine Palace grew arrogant and overconfident, only to see the Qilin True Flame utterly defeated by the Vermilion Bird's spiritual flame. The news of the divine pill's birth could not be concealed. Once the news spread, the topic of conversation aligned closely with what Chu Xinghe had anticipated, merely with the roles reversed. Haotian Sect had just crushed the arrogance of the martial emperor city, and now immediately crushed the Heavenly Medicine Palace as well. What was more terrifying was that all of this had been accomplished by the very same person. Only yesterday did everyone proclaim Chu Xinghe the foremost among the younger generation in martial strength. Today they discovered that not only in strength, but in the way of alchemy, as well, Chu Xinghe remained the foremost among the younger generation. Countless sect masters of major sects beat their chests and stamped their feet in lamentation. Why must such an outstanding disciple insist upon joining Haotian Sect? Our own sects are quite excellent as well. If one person were merely powerful in strength, it would still be tolerable, but to possess such exceptional alchemy as well. How could the disparity between one person and another possibly be so immense? On this day, countless young disciples were issued orders by their sects to greatly intensify their training regimens, and countless souls were reduced to wretched suffering. Yet the Spirit Crane Palace was bedecked with lanterns and streamers. Tonight the Spirit Crane Palace permitted wine. The banquet did not encompass the entire Haotian Sect, but it filled the Spirit Crane Palace to overflowing. Even the sect master came to beg a cup of wine and admonished Chu Xinghe never to grow arrogant over today's achievements, urging him to remain humble and continue forging ahead. To this, Chu Xinghe responded with a bitter smile. Arrogant? Me? Right now I want to die. The Spirit Crane Palace held a grand banquet with representatives from every palace coming to offer congratulations. And at the banquet all spoke of Chu Xinghe's performance today. You don't know? When I saw Junior Brother Xinghe receive the sea blue stone, I thought he was done for. Now that I think about it, the reason Junior Brother Xinghe proposed those additional conditions was truly out of righteousness. Indeed, Junior Brother Xinghe was unwilling to bully that little girl. Just because she mastered the Qilin True Flame, she no longer knew the heights of the heavens. Even when Junior Brother Xinghe received the sea blue stone, he could still crush her with effortless ease. Junior Brother Xinghe is simply a person who dislikes bullying others, righteous in the extreme. Though he could have won with ease, he feared the outside world would say our Haotian Sect bullied others, hence those additional conditions. But even so, what of it? Before absolute strength, who could possibly contend? Didn't you see? When that little girl finally left the sect, the way she gazed at Junior Brother Xinghe was positively radiant. She is utterly unworthy of Junior Brother Xinghe. Quite right. What manner of person is Junior Brother Xinghe? How could she possibly be a match for him? Come. Raise your cups for Junior Brother Xinghe. Chu Xinghe did not get drunk today, for when he learned from a few senior brothers that he had shouted about wanting nothing but failure, While drunk on a previous occasion, cold sweat broke out across him. Fortunately, the imaginative interpretations his senior brothers had concocted perfectly resolved everything on his behalf, and he thanked the heavens he had not blurted out anything even more excessive. However, he truly must drink less of this wine from now on. Otherwise, should the day come when he drunkenly shouts that he wishes to destroy his own sect, what would become of it? It was not that he looked down upon these senior and junior brothers, but such a notion would not be so easy for them to spin into something noble. The Spirit Crane Palace's evening feast continued until the latter half of the night. Though Chu Xinghe had not drunk much, he put on an appearance of being tipsy, and with boundless misery returned to his quarters with senior brother Feng Fei to rest. Lying in bed once he confirmed senior brother Feng Fei had fallen into a slumber as deep as a dead dog, Chu Xinghe's tears finally fell. First defeating the martial emperor city, then vanquishing the heavenly medicine palace. Just what in the world had this old man done? Where was the promised defeat? But upon careful reflection, could this old man even be blamed? The truth was simply that his opponents were too weak. Zheng Yu, I ask you, why couldn't you just have a proper fight like a normal person? Why did you have to employ that star shift technique? In the end, you shifted yourself out of existence. And you little squirrel, of all things to choose, you chose sea blue stone. Do you even know what extortion means? Bearing these boundless grievances, Chu Xinghe finally drifted into slumber. The night passed without dreams. Early the next morning, Chu Xinghe was roused from bed by senior brother Feng. After breakfast, the senior brother arrived bearing news. It was said that the Grand Elder intended to increase his training. Upon hearing this news, Chu Xinghe's very mind began to twitch. See, the bad news had finally arrived. With the birth of the divine pill, the Grand Elder was pumped up as if injected with chicken blood. In the past, failure to refine a supreme grade pill would count as failure. From now on, wouldn't the Grand Elder set the ultimate goal of failure unless a divine pill was refined? What damned alchemy! This old man is utterly sick of it all. But sick as he was, he still had to go. Yet upon arriving at the Medicine King Palace, he discovered the Grand Elder was not there awaiting him. Upon inquiring, he learned that the Grand Elder had gone to the Haotian Palace. It seemed that a branch president of some Haotian Commerce Association, named Qin Xiangqian, had reported something of great importance. The heads of every palace and the Grand Elder had all been summoned to the Haotian Palace by the Sect Master. The blessed General Qin Xiangqian. The one true blessed general who never screwed him over, absolutely incomparable to that wolf-hearted dog-lunged false blessed General Maoyang. What news had Qin Xiangqian brought this time that the Sect Master would summon the Grand Elder and palace heads together for deliberation? Could it be that something had happened to the sect? Chu Xinghe suddenly grew excited. Within the Haotian Palace, inside the Grand Haotian Hall, Sect Master Gu Mingqiao, the Grand Elder, and the chiefs of the various palaces had all gathered here. Qin Xiangqian, the fortunate general of Chu Xinghe, had come to the Haotian sect bearing rather unwelcome news. The one spirit mine of Haotian sect had been completely exhausted, having failed to produce even a single spirit stone for over half a month now. The one spirit mine was a premium vein that Haotian sect had acquired several centuries ago. The rise of Haotian sect could largely be attributed to the one spirit mine. Even to this very day, the spirit stones yielded by the one spirit mine still accounted for roughly 1/10 of Haotian sect's entire spirit stone production. Now that the one spirit mine had been utterly depleted, this was indeed a most grievous piece of news. Gu Mingqiao had summoned the chiefs of the various palaces together for a singular purpose, to deliberate upon how they ought to proceed in selecting a new spirit mine. After all, spirit mines represented an utterly vital source of spirit stones for any sect. Haotian sect was a grand and expansive enterprise, and its expenditures were correspondingly enormous. Thus the most pressing matter now was how to locate a vein that might serve as a worthy replacement for the one spirit mine. Qin Xiangqian, has the Merchant Guild uncovered any leads? The Grand Elder spoke slowly. Qin Xiangqian replied with deference, reporting to the Grand Elder the one spirit mine may truly be called the finest among premium veins. There are exceedingly few in all the world that could rival the one spirit mine. To find a suitable replacement vein within such a short span of time would prove extraordinarily difficult. The many elders nodded in agreement. Qin Xiangqian spoke true. The one spirit mine was the most premium of all veins. Finding a replacement was indeed no simple matter. With this spirit mine now depleted, securing a replacement is of paramount importance. I wonder which among you esteemed elders would be willing to personally make the journey to Spirit Vein Mountain to select a new spirit mine. Gu Mingqiao spoke while standing at the center of the Grand Hall. But as the Sect Master's words faded, every elder present, including the Grand Elder himself, fell into silence. It was not that the elders were unwilling to exert themselves for the sect. The crux lay in the grave significance of selecting a spirit mine. The acquisition of a new spirit mine demanded an astronomical expenditure. And to procure a spirit mine that could stand comparison with the one spirit mine would be a feat as difficult as ascending to the heavens themselves. Under such circumstances, a single misstep in selection would inflict upon the sect losses beyond all reckoning. Faced with a matter of such magnitude, even the Grand Elder dared not speak carelessly. Qin Xiangqian observed the silent elders, his lips parting as though to speak, yet hesitating. Qin Xiangqian, you shall rest within the sect for now. Let the sect deliberate upon this matter further before any decision is reached. Gu Mingxiao well understood that this affair would not be resolved so easily, and could only press the matter aside for the time being. Understood. Qin Xiangqian bowed to the sect master and all the elders before departing from the Haoyan Hall. No sooner had he stepped beyond the doors of the Haoyan Hall than he spotted Chu Xinghe standing in the distance within Haoyan Palace beckoning to him. Although Chu Xinghe no longer possessed the Haoyan token, he could still come and go through Haoyan Palace at will. Beyond the fact that Chu Xinghe frequently came to Haoyan Palace to seek the sect master's guidance on matters concerning the Haoyan battle intent, the senior brothers and sisters responsible for guarding Haoyan Palace would never give him trouble given the bonds of fellowship he enjoyed throughout Haoyan sect. Qin Xiangqian's eyes lit up at the sight of Chu Xinghe waving him over, and he hastened toward him with quickened steps. Though not much had elapsed since his last parting from Chu Xinghe, Qin Xiangqian was nonetheless fully apprised of all that had transpired during this time. How Chu Xinghe had single-handedly trampled the younger generation of Martial Emperor City beneath his feet, how even Zheng Yu of the seven-colored glazed body had fallen to Chu Xinghe's hand, how in the subsequent alchemy grand competition against the Heavenly Medicine Palace, he had become the first 5-tier alchemist in all the world to refine a divine pill. The tremors of these feats had shaken all 8 directions. Foremost in combat prowess among the younger generation, foremost in the art of alchemy among the younger generation. In such brief span of time the name of Chu Xinghe had echoed in Qin Xiangqian's ears countless times over. Each time Qin Xiangqian thought of Chu Xinghe his heart swelled with sincere admiration. Senior brother Xinghe possessed not only a noble character but a depth of strength utterly unfathomable. And what was more crucial, in addition to delivering news of the one mind's depletion, Qin Xiangqian had harbored another far bolder notion. So bold was this notion that he had hesitated to voice it within the Haoyan Hall. This audacious idea was intimately connected to Chu Xinghe. Last time senior brother Xinghe had identified a flaw in a raw stone with but a single glance. An intuitive grasp over spirit stones that Qin Xiangqian, despite having handled raw stones for half his lifetime, had never before encountered. This must surely be the legendary ability bestowed by the Medicine Saint's inheritance. Thus Qin Xiangqian reasoned, if senior brother Xinghe were to journey to Spirit Vein Mountain and personally select the spirit mine, success would be as certain as could be. But Haoyan sect had its own established conventions. Throughout the ages, even ordinary elders had never dared involve themselves in the selection of spirit mines, for the consequences of a failed selection were catastrophic beyond measure. This was precisely why the elders had fallen silent the moment the sect master spoke. Even the chiefs of the various palaces and the Grand Elder did not dare lightly assume such a responsibility. Though senior brother Xinghe enjoyed an extraordinary standing within the sect, surely they could not entrust a matter of such gravity to him, could they? Qin Xiangqian held nothing back from Chu Xinghe, laying forth the full purpose of his visit and every thought that lay within his heart. Upon hearing Qin Xiangqian's words, Chu Xinghe fell silent for a full 10 seconds. What serendipity was this? To have a pillow brought to one the moment drowsiness strikes. What better definition of timely aid in one's hour of need? What better definition of helping others for the joy of it? What better definition of a fortunate general? From this day forth there exists but one fortunate general beneath the heavens. Qin the Fortunate General. The last encounter with Qin the Fortunate General had brought Chu Xinghe cultivation at the peak of the 3rd tier. Just as he had been vexed over the setbacks suffered at Martial Emperor City and Heavenly Medicine Palace, Qin the Fortunate General had delivered such a magnificent opportunity. It was a spirit mine. Of what immense significance was a spirit mine to any sect? Of what astronomical magnitude the price required to purchase one? Merciful heavens! If one were to purchase a worthless pit of a mine for the sect, what a devastatingly tremendous loss that would inflict. Heaven rewards the diligent. After every dark tunnel, a brighter dawn awaits. Chu Xinghe felt tears nearly welling in his eyes. Was this not the very opportunity he had been longing for? And what gratified him most was that without so much as a prompt from himself, the first person the Fortunate General had thought of was none other than him. Qin the Fortunate General. Oh, Qin the Fortunate General, I know absolutely nothing about raw stones. Though the Medicine Saint's inheritance does indeed contain knowledge pertaining to raw stones, I would lose the wager if I had ever so much as glanced at one. Suppressing the surging tide within his heart, Chu Xinghe turned to Qin the Fortunate General and said, Qin Fu. President Qin, have you broached this matter with the sect master? Replying to senior brother Xinghe, I dared not speak of it. The matter is far too momentous and I feared I would be the ruin of you, senior brother Xinghe. This is precisely what will be my undoing. This time Chu Xinghe was truly frantic. To let such a golden opportunity slip by would be a regret he could not bear for the rest of his life. To select a worthless spirit mine for the sect was nothing less than a heaven-sent chance. Should the selection prove wrong, the sect would suffer, while he himself would reap advancement. When such staggering losses befell the sect, someone would have to shoulder the blame. For a debacle of such magnitude, Chu Xinghe reckoned that even if he were not cast into the outer court, his identity as a direct disciple was bound to be stripped away. And thus, having received punishment, he would harvest yet another wave of benefits. Where under heaven might one find such an opportunity? President Qin, how could you be so muddled? A matter of such consequence. If it were truly entrusted to an elder lacking expertise, and an error were to occur, what incalculable losses would the sect suffer? Come. Let us go straight to the Haotian Hall right now. Chu Xinghe seized Qin Xiangqian by the arm and charged all the way to the Haotian Hall. Qin Xiangqian wore a wry smile. Truth be told, he harbored no doubts regarding Chu Xinghe's motives or his abilities with raw stones. The issue lay chiefly in matters of standing. The selection of a spirit mine was a matter of such profound importance that only figures of the caliber of palace chiefs were qualified to undertake it. Chu Xinghe was at present still but a disciple, even a direct disciple. Would the sect truly entrust a mission of such magnitude to him? The assembly of distinguished figures within the Haotian Hall blinked in mild astonishment at the sight of Chu Xinghe dragging Qin Xiangqian inside. You wretched boy. The sect is in the midst of deliberation. How dare you barge in uninvited? Be off with you at once. The Grand Elder rose to his feet and rebuked Chu Xinghe sternly. Hearing the Grand Elder's words, the assembled elders merely chuckled and offered no further comment. Even Sect Master Gu Mingxiao simply smiled warmly and said nothing. Yet Qin Xiangqian stood dumbfounded. He had been dragged in by senior brother Xinghe so hastily that he had entirely forgotten the strict prohibition against any unauthorized intrusion during the deliberations of the sect master and elders. Qin Xiangqian knew well the iron discipline of Haotian sect's rules. There had once been a core disciple who by accident trespassed into Haotian Palace and was stripped of his core disciple status and cast into the outer court. Yet today Chu Xinghe had dragged him straight into the Haotian Hall, and all the Grand Elder had to say was, "Be off with you at once." Senior brother Xinghe was a disciple of the Grand Elder, so partiality on the Grand Elder's part was understandable. But for the other elders, including the sect master, to harbor no objections whatsoever was utterly staggering. For any other disciple trespassing into Haotian Palace would result in immediate exile to the outer court. Yet senior brother Xinghe's transgression merited only a casual, "Be off with you." Qin Xiangqian grasped senior brother Xinghe and prepared to withdraw, but senior brother Xinghe shook him off and stood his ground, speaking up. "Grand Elder, pray do not be hasty. I bring matter of great urgency to report." Defying the Grand Elder to his face, Qin Xiangqian was utterly bewildered. "Senior brother Xinghe, the Grand Elder has told us to be off. Let us simply go." To brazenly talk back to the Grand Elder like this is to invite grave punishment upon yourself. Qin Xiangqian was so terrified that he nearly lost control of himself. In Haotian sect, talking back to the Grand Elder was a grave offense. "Oh, since you have business to report, then speak." Qin Xiangqian. What sorcery was this? For any other disciple trespassing into the Haotian Hall meant exile to the outer court. Senior brother Xinghe had trespassed into the Haotian Hall and talked back to the Grand Elder, yet the Grand Elder was not the least bit angered. Nay, he was inviting Chu Xinghe to speak. At this moment Qin Xiangqian realized he had been wrong. Utterly, completely wrong. Senior brother Xinghe's standing within Haotian sect had already risen to heights that lay far beyond his capacity to fathom. Had any other disciple been in his place today, they would never have walked out of the Haotian Hall on their own 2 feet. I inquired of President Qin earlier, and it appears the sects know. One spirit mine has been depleted, is that correct? Chu Xinghe spoke in an even tone. But the moment they left his lips, Qin Xiangqian's face drained of all color. Senior brother Xinghe, you truly dare say anything? The matter of the no. One spirit mine was a closely guarded secret of the sect. I shared it with you only because I trusted you, senior brother Xinghe. Yet now you speak of it openly before so many elders and the sect master. Are you mad? Unauthorized inquiry into the sect's secrets is a capital offense. Surely the Grand Elder will explode in fury now. We are finished, utterly finished today. Tears nearly welled in Qin Xiangqian's eyes. But just as he braced himself for the Grand Elder's cataclysmic wrath, the Grand Elder spoke. What you say is correct. Qin Xiangqian. What sorcery was this? What you say is correct. Was this truly happening? Qin Xiangqian felt his mind churning like a pot of congee. Senior brother Xinghe had dared to inquire about the sect's secrets, yet instead of the Grand Elder's thunderous wrath, all he received was a remark of well said. Qin Xiangqian felt his entire worldview had been turned upside down. The depletion of spirit mine no. One was unquestionably the most closely guarded secret of Haotian sect. Such information could never be uncovered by unauthorized individuals, for if it were to leak, it could bring calamities beyond imagination upon the sect. Only beings of the palace master's caliber were entitled to know secrets of this magnitude. Even ordinary elders were not granted such access. To pry into secrets of this caliber without authorization would normally mean death at the very least, or the heaviest of punishments. But now, what in the world did well said mean? Qin Xiangqian had thought himself doomed moments before. For senior brother Xinghe to inquire about secrets was a grave offense, and for himself to have leaked such classified intelligence was undoubtedly a death sentence. Yet now all the elders and the sect master still wore smiles on their faces. What did this mean? They simply did not care. Xinghe, since you now know, feel free to share your thoughts. It was sect master Gu Mingqiao who spoke. And with those words, Qin Xiangqian was utterly dumbfounded. What could the sect master possibly mean by this? Senior brother Xinghe not only escaped punishment for knowing the secret, but was now being invited to share his views. One must understand, matters of this caliber could shape the very future of the sect, and ordinary elders were not even qualified to hear them, let alone offer their opinions. Yet the sect master actually asked senior brother Xinghe to share his thoughts. Qin Xiangqian was certain this must be a dream. But even as a dream, it felt impossibly unreal. Sect Master President Qin has already informed me of the situation. Spirit Mine No. 1 accounts for 1/10 of Haotian Sect's spirit stone production. Now that it has been depleted, the impact upon the sect is tremendous. Therefore, I believe we should immediately seek out a replacement vein that can substitute for Spirit Mine No. 1. The sect master and the gathered elders nodded, gesturing for Chu Xinghe to continue. I discussed this with President Qin outside. President Qin has an idea he did not dare share earlier. In truth, he has a candidate in mind for selecting the new spirit mine. Who? The Grand Elder asked, turning his gaze toward Qin Xiangqian. Though drenched in sweat, Qin Xiangqian hastily replied with deference, reporting to Grand Elder it is senior brother Xinghe. What? Upon hearing Qin Xiangqian's words, the gathered elders were instantly dumbfounded. But soon everyone seemed to realize something. Is it because of the raw stone incident last time? Reporting to Sect Master, senior brother Xinghe inherited the Medicine Saint's legacy and possesses a talent for discerning raw stones that ordinary folk can scarcely match. Even the elders of the Sher family may pale in comparison. If senior brother Xinghe were dispatched to the Spirit Vein Mountain to identify veins through raw stone examination, we could achieve far greater accuracy. Qin Xiangqian finished in one breath, and the gathered elders and Sect Master began to deliberate among themselves. Listening to their discussion, Qin Xiangqian felt a fresh wave of embarrassment wash over him. He had already prepared himself, expecting that the moment his words fell, some elder would leap forth to declare that Chu Xinghe was merely a sect disciple unfit to participate in such momentous decisions. Yet to his absolute astonishment, not a single elder questioned Chu Xinghe's qualifications. Instead, they debated whether Chu Xinghe could truly locate a superior spirit vein. At this moment, Qin Xiangqian understood. Senior brother Xinghe's standing within Haotian sect had ascended to heights he could never have imagined. Whether the sect master or the palace elders, all had silently acknowledged Chu Xinghe's right to deliberate here. In the entire history of Haotian sect, no disciple had ever achieved such a distinction. Xinghe, what do you think? The sect master asked with a warm smile. Reporting to sect master, this disciple considers it his bounden duty. Are you aware of how momentous this matter is? Should any error occur, you shall face grave punishment. The sect master continued, his smile unwavering. To serve the sect, this disciple has never concerned himself with punishment or leniency, only with giving his all until the very end. Ha ha ha, what a fine child. I shall deliberate with the elders regarding this matter. You may take your leave for now. Yes. Chu Xinghe said no more. With a nod, he took Qin Xiangqian by the arm and departed the Haotian Grand Hall. Only after stepping beyond the Haotian Grand Hall did Qin Xiangqian realize that his garments had been soaked through with cold sweat in that brief span of time. Yet senior brother Xinghe appeared utterly composed. To remain so unflinching before such a congregation of the sect's highest authorities, Qin Xiangqian felt certain that only senior brother Xinghe alone could achieve this. Within the Haotian Grand Hall, Gu Mingqiao surveyed the assembly. What are your thoughts? Xinghe's abilities need not be elaborated, but this child is still young. Should any mishap occur, I fear it would deal him a devastating blow. Indeed, if he were to select the wrong vein, the sect's losses would be minor. But punishing this child, I could not bear to do so. Punishment aside, even banishing the child to the outer gates would merely be a matter of title. What I truly fear is that this child might have his spirit dampened by the punishment itself. The elders exchanged words back and forth. Had Qin Xiangqian been present to hear this, he would have coughed up blood on the spot. So, you don't actually care about the losses Chu Xinghe's mistake might bring upon the sect, do you? Even punishing Chu Xinghe is not out of anger, is it? You're simply worried that the punishment might shatter his confidence. I believe this child's path has been too smooth thus far. If he were to truly fail this time, letting him taste a bit of adversity would do him no harm. The sect master surveyed the hall and spoke last. The Grand Elder nodded in agreement. The sect master speaks wisely. This child is not the sort whose spirit would be crushed by punishment. Rather, he is one who grows stronger with each setback. Eventually, he must shoulder greater responsibilities within the sect. As the saying goes, with greater ability comes greater duty. Entrusting this matter to him for the purpose of tempering his resolve holds no harm whatsoever. The Grand Elder's words drew nods of approval from all present. The sect master himself wore an expression of complete concurrence. In the end, the sect master made the final decision. The matter would be entrusted to Chu Xinghe. Should he succeed, all would rejoice. Even should he fail, Haotian sect was not so fragile as to crumble from the blow. If such a loss could grant Xinghe valuable experience, everyone deemed it a worthy trade. Chu Xinghe was not kept waiting long. Shortly past noon, he once again arrived at the Haotian Grand Hall. This time, however, it was not an intrusion, but a formal summons from the sect master. At this moment, only the sect master and the Grand Elder remained within the Haotian Grand Hall. Qin Xiangqian had also been summoned. This disciple pays respects to the sect master and Grand Elder. After the formalities, sect master Gu Mingqiao spoke. Xinghe, this spirit-mind matter is of tremendous importance. Such a critical affair would normally require a palace master-level elder to oversee. However, you possess the Medicine Saint's legacy, making you the ideal candidate. Thus, the sect has decided to entrust this spirit-mind matter entirely to you, and no elders shall accompany you. You shall handle it alone. With that single breath, the sect master concluded. Chu Xinghe's expression turned solemn. Qin Xiangqian's face was a portrait of utter bewilderment. In truth, ever since departing the Haotian Grand Hall earlier, Qin Xiangqian had been pondering whether the sect would truly entrust this to senior brother Xinghe. After all, the stakes were simply too great. Qin Xiangqian believed the sect would ultimately agree to send senior brother Xinghe, but would surely dispatch a palace master elder, or even the Grand Elder himself, to lead the expedition and make the final decisions. Yet now Qin Xiangqian was truly stunned. The sect had not only agreed but entrusted Chu Xinghe with full authority over the matter. Even the elders would not be following. This was no longer a matter of trust or distrust. This was a symbol of staggering power and status. Qin Xiangqian gazed at Chu Xinghe, and in that instant he knew his fortunes had soared. Senior brother Xinghe was no mere thigh to cling to. He was a pillar that reached the very heavens. Cling tightly to senior brother Xinghe, and would his future not ascend like the clouds themselves? This disciple thanks the sect master and elders for their trust. Chu Xinghe barely suppressed the urge to break into song. Very well. You may now select some accompanying disciples from the sect. Any matters may be delegated to them. Yes. Chu Xinghe nodded in acceptance. Whoosh! A streak of white light flew forth from the sect master's hand. It was the recovered Haotian token. The Haotian token flew back into Chu Xinghe's grasp, and the sect master continued. Xinghe, keep this Haotian token with you. For this spirit-mind matter you shall wield the Haotian token with full authority, and need not report to the sect. This disciple thanks the sect master. Within Chu Xinghe's heart, celebratory music had already begun to play on its own. Full authority, no need to report to the sect. Essentially, all decision-making power had been placed in his hands. The Haotian token abroad is as if the sect master himself were present. In other words, even if he punched a hole through the heavens, it would matter not. All of heaven, earth, and humanity had aligned in his favor. With this hand dealt to him, how could he possibly lose? All the way until they departed the Haotian Grand Hall, Qin Xiangqian's mind remained in disarray. He could scarcely believe what he had just heard. No elders to accompany him. The sect's trust in Chu Xinghe was absolute. Chu Xinghe would handle all affairs with the Haotian token's full authority, not even needing to report a single word back to the sect. Qin Xiangqian felt that if the sect master now announced he intended to immediately pass the position of Haotian sect master to senior brother Xinghe, he would not find it entirely unacceptable. Chu Xinghe did not delay long over the matter of selecting accompanying disciples. The lucky general, Ma Liang, had somehow caught wind of senior brother Xinghe's upcoming expedition and was the first to seek him out, weeping and clamoring to follow senior brother Xinghe. Regarding this fraudulent lucky general, Chu Xinghe had initially wished to refuse him from within. Yet upon recalling Ma Liang's uncanny ability to stir up trouble, he ultimately nodded in assent. After all, when traveling abroad, fewer troubles were better than more. Who knew? Ma Liang might yet deliver some fresh surprises. Besides, Ma Liang Jr.'s sister Wan Lin also arrived. Having comprehended the will of the staff, Wan Lin had now become a core disciple, so she was brought along as well. Subsequently, some disciples whose backgrounds he knew well were also selected. All the chosen disciples shared one common trait. Within their respective palaces, they were notorious troublemakers, exceptionally skilled at stirring up chaos. Yet towards senior brother Xinghe, they held nothing but admiration. Every disciple chosen was moved to tears of joy. Though they knew not where they were going or what they would do, they could finally fight alongside senior brother Xinghe. Upon learning of Chu Xinghe's impending departure, the senior brothers of Spirit Crane Palace were utterly reluctant to see him go. Chu Xinghe subsequently received another mountain of pills, some whose uses he knew and many whose uses he did not. As for spirit stones, senior brother Feng Fei, who had previously been accused of being stingy, directly prepared 2 large chests of high-grade spirit stones. Chu Xinghe could not help but wonder, how deep did Haotian Sect's procurement coffers run? With senior brother Feng embezzling so blatantly, did no one care? This time, not only Spirit Crane Palace, but disciples from other palaces also came bearing gifts. Talismans from Talisman Palace. Deadly poisons from Eternal Spring Palace. Hidden weapons from Hundred Eyes Palace. All manner of bizarre and miscellaneous items filled 2 spatial rings to the brim. And this was only after Chu Xinghe repeatedly insistently refused, retaining less than half of what was offered. Had he accepted everything, he would have needed to wear spatial rings on all 10 fingers just to contain the lot. After all, he was going to select a spirit mind, not to slay enemies. So why bring along so many combat-oriented items? With all preparations complete, the sect master had also arranged the transportation formation. Qin Xiangqian was once again teary-eyed. Look at this treatment. He himself had to travel until his legs nearly broke, while senior brother Xinghe could simply teleport wherever he pleased. Activating a teleportation array required a considerable expenditure of materials. Under normal circumstances, the sect rarely employed it. However, the sect master personally arranged a teleportation array for Chu Xinghe bound for the Spirit Vein Mountain. Though it was only Qin Xiangqian's second time using a teleportation array when the radiance faded, and everyone materialized at Spirit Vein Mountain, his cultivation being rather low, he nearly retched up his very stomach acids. Having endured 2 such journeys, Chu Xinghe bore no significant reaction. As for the other junior brothers and sisters, their cultivations proved adequate enough. Though affected, they fared far better than their first experience. President Qin cannot allow the Merchant Association to completely overshadow his cultivation. Ma Liang grinned as he observed Qin Xiangqian, who had wretched himself to the brink of unconsciousness. Qin Xiangqian could not help but laugh and cry at the remark. Young master, you think everyone is like you. You are an inner disciple blessed with peerless talent, a true heaven's chosen. I am merely an outer disciple with no notable achievements, banished to the Merchant Association. If I had any cultivation talent, who in their right mind would join the association? The teleportation array deposited them directly at Spirit Vein Mountain. Without hesitation, Chu Xinghe revealed the purpose of this journey to every junior brother and sister in attendance. Though his words solemnly commanded absolute secrecy, his heart burned with anticipation. Yet the grave expressions upon his companions' faces told Chu Xinghe that his junior brothers and sisters were bound to disappoint him. Rest assured, senior brother Xinghe. This matter is of grave importance. We shall not leak a single word. We will not betray your trust. Ma Liang guaranteed whilst thumping his chest. The other junior brothers and sisters nodded gravely in unison. Such an enormous secret, and senior brother Xinghe had entrusted it to us without the slightest hesitation. Were we to speak of it, would we even still be human? Senior brother Xinghe trusts us so completely. We absolutely cannot let him down. This feeling of being trusted is truly wonderful. Spirit Vein Mountain is the southernmost range of the Liang continent. It earned its name from the abundant spirit stones it produced. All the major sects across the realm maintain their own spirit mines throughout Spirit Vein Mountain. In a state of partial collapse, Qin Xiangqian summoned what remained of his strength to lead the way. After delving half a day into Spirit Vein Mountain, the group arrived at their intended destination, the Spirit City. Spirit City stands as the largest settlement within all of Spirit Vein Mountain, serving as the customary residence for the outposts of major sects and merchant associations. Raw or extracted from the mountain's mines would be transported here to each sect's garrison. All manner of transactions transpired within its walls. The raw ore mined from the spirit veins was not immediately spirit stone. Raw ore required the process of stone pointing to be transformed into usable spirit stones. The Sher family, one of the 3 great houses, built their fortune upon stone pointing, remaining the most accomplished lineage in this art to this day. The saying that all spirit stones under heaven bear the Sher family's mark was no idle boast. Once extracted or arrived at Spirit City, the stone pointing ritual was performed before the spirit stones were dispatched to the various sects. Though modest in size, Spirit City held within it the greatest concentration of spirit stones in the entire world. The Haotian Sect's Merchant Association outpost occupied the most prosperous eastern district of Spirit City. Qin Xiangqian led all personnel of the Haotian Merchant Association branch to pay their respects to Chu Xinghe. When the younger members of the association learned that the person before them was Chu Xinghe, their eyes nearly sparkled with radiance. In recent days, the name of Chu Xinghe had spread throughout the realm, and especially among the younger generation, who did not yearn for such renown. Yet compared to the younger generation's admiration, certain senior members of the association, who knew the specific circumstances of Mine Number 1, felt their hearts troubled with unease. They pulled Qin Xiangqian aside. President, did you not inform the sect about the situation with Mine Number 1? I did. Then, why has the sect sent no one to handle this matter? The senior members were baffled. This was a matter of the utmost importance. The sect should have dispatched an elder of considerable authority to deal with it at the very first opportunity. Isn't that exactly what's happening? What, President, do you mean? Chu Xinghe. The senior members were dumbfounded, even beginning to suspect that the president had perhaps failed to convey the situation properly to the sect. Mine Number 1 had been depleted, requiring the selection of a new spirit mine. Such a selection demanded an enormous expenditure of assets to acquire. Such a momentous undertaking, and the sect entrusted it to Chu Xinghe. Was this some manner of jest? Yet soon after, Qin Xiangqian quietly explained everything that had transpired within the Haotian sect to the senior members down to every last detail. They fell into profound silence. The sect master personally produced the Haotian token granting Chu Xinghe complete authority over this matter, without even a single elder accompanying him. This defied every notion the senior members held. Entrusting such a significant undertaking to a disciple so young, did the sect not fear that a single misstep by Chu Xinghe would bring catastrophic losses upon them? Just what were the sect's grandees truly thinking? The senior members could not fathom it, yet Qin Xiangqian had already discerned the answer. In their eyes, spirit minds were matters of grave importance. But in the sect's eyes, spirit minds were clearly less important than senior brother Xinghe. Therefore, even knowing that senior brother Xinghe's youth might lead him to err in handling this affair, the sect had handed the matter to Chu Xinghe without the slightest hesitation, granting him the opportunity to manage significant affairs independently. Even if he were to fail this time and the sect had to purchase him a bitter lesson, they remained willing. The sect was cultivating Chu Xinghe as the future helm-bearer of the Haoyan sect. After everyone had paid their respects to Chu Xinghe, they dispersed to their respective duties. Qin Xiangqian, accompanied by 2 deputies from the association, approached Chu Xinghe. Senior brother Xinghe, these are the materials we previously compiled regarding purchasable spirit mines. Please review them at your leisure. The dossier opened, clearly annotating the specifics of every spirit mine available for purchase: location, output, estimated duration of viable extraction, all documented in meticulous detail. President Qin has gone to considerable trouble. Chu Xinghe cast a cursory glance through the documents, though inwardly, he shook his head. It was not that the annotated mines were unsuitable. Quite the opposite, they were all exceptionally fine. Were these truly the spirit mines he sought? Just look at this one. Though commanding the highest price, its spirit stone output rivaled mine number 1, and with deeper extraction, might even surpass it. Should they acquire this, the Haoyan sect would surely reap tremendous profits. Could such a promising spirit mine truly be purchased? And then this one. Though its output fell short of mine number 1, its future prospects appeared promising, and the price remained modest. Most suitable for acquisition. This one was even less viable. If they purchased it, how could the sect's losses be insured? Thus Chu Xinghe shook his head ceaselessly as he reviewed the materials. Qin Fujiang, oh Qin Fujiang, this time you have somewhat disappointed me. What is this one that's been crossed out? Ma Liang pointed to one of the entries that had been struck through. Reporting to senior brother Ma Liang, this spirit mine is the Tianyi spirit mine previously discovered by the Shi family. It was also the very mine that produced those fraudulent raw stones last time. Currently, this mine has been reduced to a wasteland. A wasteland? At these words, Chu Xinghe's eyes gleamed with sudden brilliance. What wasteland? This was nothing less than the mine of his dreams. Last time, the Tianyi spirit mine had yielded vast quantities of raw ore, nearly causing the major sects to hemorrhage from their losses. Had he not stumbled upon the truth by chance, the Haoyan sect would likely have been thoroughly swindled as well. Having missed the opportunity once, Chu Xinghe vowed he would not miss it a second time. The Tianyi spirit mine was it. The very name alone proclaimed it to be no ordinary mine. Tianyi, heavens first. Where else could one possibly find such a perfect spirit mine? Is this Tianyi spirit mine available for purchase? Chu Xinghe inquired with grave solemnity. The Shi family listed it for sale some days prior, but as senior brother Xinghe well knows, this mine has swindled countless people. What fool would purchase it? We heard just recently that the Shi family is preparing to delist it. Then how could we allow that? We're buying it. Everyone present. Ahem. Senior brother Xinghe, the Tianyi spirit mine has already been proven a wasteland, and the Shi family may delist it at any moment. Then contact the Shi family immediately, buy it at once. We won't bargain. If necessary, we'll pay extra, but we absolutely cannot miss this chance. Chu Xinghe grew urgent. This was the mine of his dreams. Should he miss this mine, where else could he find one so treacherously deceptive? Qin Xiangqian was dumbstruck, and the senior members of the association were utterly bewildered. Even Ma Liang could not help but speak. Senior brother Xinghe, this Tianyi spirit mine hardly seems appropriate, does it? It is entirely appropriate. President Qin, make the arrangements at once. The Tianyi spirit mine it is. So urgent was Chu Xinghe that he produced even the Haoyan token. Gazing upon the radiant Haoyan token, tears welled in Qin Xiangqian's eyes. Yet suddenly, as if a thought had struck him, he cast a glance at Chu Xinghe. Senior brother Xinghe was not one to act rashly. Last time he had failed to comprehend senior brother Xinghe's intentions, resulting in mountains of leftover raw ore. Only after draining his personal fortune did he finally plug the deficit. So this time, could it be that senior brother Xinghe had once again discovered something that had eluded everyone else? It didn't quite seem so. Senior brother Xinghe had scarcely glanced at the Tianyi spirit mine after arriving before declaring with absolute certainty that he would purchase it. This bordered on the unfathomable. Though his heart trembled with uncertainty, the Haoyan token had been produced. How could he dare disobey? Thus Qin Xiangqian led his men to carry out Chu Xinghe's instructions. Yet upon leaving the garrison, the 2 senior members beside Qin Xiangqian seized his arm. President, I cannot help but feel this entire affair is sheer folly. Should we perhaps report this to the sect? The deputy was nearly in tears. In the past, purchasing a spirit mine demanded exhaustive investigation and analysis. Without 2 to 3 months of careful scrutiny, no one dared finalize such a decision. Chu Xinghe had arrived but a single day ago and now demanded the purchase of the Tianyi spirit mine that the Shi family itself had declared a wasteland. Had he lost his mind? Qin Xiangqian's gaze hardened with resolve as he shook his head. The sect master stated with his own lips that senior brother Xinghe holds complete authority over this matter. Our duty is simply to obey and execute. But Enough talking. Let us go to the Sure family. Without another word, Qin Xiangqian led his deputies to the Sure family's Spirit City garrison. When the Sure family's person in charge at Spirit City learned that Qin Xiangqian intended to purchase the Tianyi spirit mine, he was rendered utterly speechless. Had the Haoyan sect's folk taken a donkey kick to the head? Yet regardless of whether the Haoyan sect's people had lost their wits, the Sure family's representative was moved to tears. When they had initially discovered and purchased the Tianyi spirit mine, the Sure family had bled enormously. Now it had proven to be a wasteland. The Sure family had listed it for sale, yet no one was willing to take it off their hands. Just when the Sure family themselves had abandoned all hope, the Haoyan sect wished to buy. Encountering such a generous fool, the Sure family's representative personally brewed a rich cup of fine tea he had treasured for 20 years to serve Qin Xiangqian, nodding and bowing with every word. Not out of fear of Qin Xiangqian, but purely out of dread that the fool might come to his senses and flee. The negotiations proceeded smoothly. Every detail was swiftly finalized. Thus, the fastest spirit mine transaction in history was born on Chu Xinghe's very first day at Spirit Vein Mountain. On the very first day Chu Xinghe arrived at Lingmai Mountain, he purchased the Tianyi spirit mine from the Sure family under the name of Haoyan sect. When the Haoyan token descended upon the contract, nearly every high-ranking official of the Haoyan Commerce Guild, with the exception of Qin Xiangqian, wore an expression as though they were still in the throes of a dream. The Sure family departed from the Haoyan Commerce Guild in a fit of raucous laughter. Their parting expressions seemed to declare to all present that the Haoyan Commerce Guild was nothing but a den of fools. Setting aside the Sure family, once this news spread throughout the Haoyan Commerce Guild itself, even its own members came to believe that Chu Xinghe was a fool. The Tianyi spirit mine had once been priced by the Sure family at the highest sum in recorded history. However, following the waste stone incident, everyone came to realize that the Sure family had merely misjudged the mine, and that it was nothing more than a worthless pit. Even so, after the Sure family slashed the price of the Tianyi spirit mine time and again, the actual sum remained an astronomical figure. So astronomical, in fact, that even the great sects felt their legs grow weak upon hearing it. Though the Haoyan sect was a house of considerable wealth and influence, a transaction of this magnitude would hardly cripple them. But this was a waste mine. To purchase a worthless mine so readily, what could that be but the act of a fool? If yesterday the young members of the Haoyan Commerce Guild had regarded Chu Xinghe with reverence and admiration, today they could only see him as a simpleton. A complete and utter simpleton. Such a momentous transaction could hardly be concealed, and within the span of mere hours the news swept throughout Spirit City. Even the various sects reported the matter to their respective clans with all due haste. The first reaction of all who heard the news was, has this Chu Xinghe had his brain kicked by a donkey? Yet even if his own mind had been crushed by a door, surely the rest of the Haoyan sect had not all suffered some atrophy of the brain as well. Such a momentous acquisition as a spirit mine, if not handled personally by the sect master, should at the very least be managed by a venerable elder of impeccable standing. Whoever purchases a spirit mine must engage in thorough comparisons, meticulous investigations, and vigorous bargaining. Negotiating a spirit mine acquisition is akin to waging a fierce battle. Yet you, Chu Xinghe, upon your very arrival purchased the Tianyi spirit mine without a second thought. What else could that be but the folly of a fool? If he had purchased some other spirit mine, perhaps it could be excused. But this is the Tianyi spirit mine. Everyone knows it to be the waste mine that the Sure family misjudged. Could it be that Chu Xinghe harbors some grudge against the Haoyan sect and is deliberately squandering its resources? This Chu Xinghe had once been the subject of tremendous acclaim from all quarters. A peerless prodigy, the foremost figure of the younger generation. Yet now, following this transaction, all began to harbor doubts. Could such a fool truly be the legendary foremost figure of the younger generation? Or had this fellow simply become far too inflated by his prior triumphs? In Spirit City, within the Eastern District, the residence of the Martial Emperor City also stood. Within the residence of Martial Emperor City at this moment, the steward of the Martial Emperor Commerce Guild stood beside a man who seemed to have stepped forth from the pages of a comic book. Now the outside world says this Chu Xinghe is nothing but a fool. If such a man were truly to become the future leader of the Haoyan sect, how could the Haoyan sect possibly escape destruction at his hands? The steward reported these words to Zheng Yu with a smile upon his face. Yet upon hearing the steward's words, Zheng Yu remained silent for a long while. Only after some considerable time did he slowly shake his head. You are mistaken. Those who call Chu Xinghe a fool do so because they have never laid eyes upon the man himself. He is the most extraordinary young person I have ever encountered, immeasurably profound. The swiftness with which Chu Xinghe has acquired the Tianyi spirit mine is far from being as simple as it appears. Now then, isn't there a smaller mine adjacent to the Tianyi spirit mine that shares the same origin? Find a way to secure that smaller spirit mine at once. The steward was stunned. The outside world now proclaimed Chu Xinghe a fool for purchasing the worthless Tianyi spirit mine. Yet Zheng Yu now wished to acquire the neighboring small mine, which had likewise been declared worthless. What manner of stratagem was this? Should this matter be reported to the city lord? No need. With a flick of Zheng Yu's wrist, a black martial emperor token materialized within his palm. If Chu Xinghe could obtain the Haoyan token, then given Zheng Yu's standing within Martial Emperor City, his possession of the Martial Emperor token was only natural. See to this matter at once, or there will be no time left. Yes. Yes. The steward replied with a bitter expression before departing to carry out his orders. Once the steward had gone, Zheng Yu tilted his head back at a 45-degree angle to gaze upon the heavens, his eyes brimming with a profound sense of world weariness. The outsiders all call Senior Brother Xinghe a fool, but that is merely because none of them have personally experienced the terrifying nature of Senior Brother Xinghe. To acquire the Tianyi spirit mine with such lightning-swift speed, Senior Brother Xinghe must surely have discovered some crucial secret. It is a pity that the intelligence arrived far too late. Otherwise our Martial Emperor City would have had to claim a share of the Tianyi spirit mine. Now we can only settle for this smaller mine, which is better than nothing at all. A melancholic shadow lingered within Zheng Yu's gaze. Though he could not fully fathom the true purpose behind Senior Brother Xinghe's peculiar maneuver, Zheng Yu believed wholeheartedly that Chu Xinghe was never a man who acted without purpose, and thus he purchased the smaller mine without the slightest hesitation. The news of the Tianyi spirit mine sale swiftly reached the Shi family. Upon hearing the report, Shi Qingshan, the patriarch of the Shi family, and a group of elders were so overcome with excitement that they nearly lost control of themselves. Heaven smiles upon our Shi family. We had feared the Tianyi spirit mine would become our family's eternal nightmare, but who could have anticipated that the Haoyan sect would? Haha, do not celebrate too soon. Though the contract has been signed, the Haoyan sect has yet to render payment. No one in this world has ever dared to violate a contract made with the Haoyan sect, nor should one ever worry that the Haoyan sect would violate one. What manner of entity is the Haoyan sect? How could they possibly renege on a debt? Quite right, quite right. Today is a day of great celebration. We must feast. A feast it shall be. But just as the group of elders erupted in laughter, a voice rang out from beyond the door. You imbeciles! The Tianyi spirit mine is a peerless spirit mine, yet you have sold it. You shall come to regret this. Accompanying this voice, a deranged figure rushed in from beyond the gate. At the sight of this man, the expressions of the Shi family elders instantly darkened with disgust. How was he allowed to escape? Someone seize him and drag him back at once. Disciples of the Shi family rushed forward to haul the madman away. This lunatic was none other than Shi Qingting, the younger blood brother of Shi Qingshan. From his earliest years, Shi Qingting had been utterly consumed by the Shi family's art of spirit detection, following the family's elders as they explored spirit mines. Beyond spirit mines, nothing else held any significance whatsoever in Shi Qingting's eyes. Yet his art of spirit detection was truly formidable, and many of the Shi family's mines had been discovered by him. The Tianyi spirit mine itself had been discovered by Shi Qingting. Yet on this occasion, Shi Qingting had grossly misjudged, and the Tianyi spirit mine became a worthless pit. So grievous was the fallout from the Tianyi spirit mine affair that the Shi family had been besieged by the great sects demanding explanations, and only after bleeding profusely were they able to put the matter behind them. Now that they had at long last managed to offload the Tianyi spirit mine, Shi Qingting dared to come spouting alarmist nonsense. Did he have any notion how much anguish the mine he had discovered had inflicted upon his family? The Shi family members refused to allow Shi Qingting to dampen their spirits. The Shi family threw a grand banquet and drank with unrestrained jubilation. At the Haoyan sect, the Haoyan mirror within the Grand Haoyan Hall remained unactivated. This time, when Chu Xinghe descended the mountain, the sect master had not arranged for anyone to monitor him. Nevertheless, the chief disciples of each palace had still gathered within the Haoyan Hall, all drawn by the spiritual bird the sect master held in his hand. All had read the intelligence it carried, and now every elder who had finished reading sat in solemn silence. Sect master, I implore you to permit me to descend the mountain and bring this child Xinghe back. The matter with the Shi family shall also be left in my hands to resolve. It was the Grand Elder who spoke. The Grand Elder's face had gone dark as pitch. He had placed immense hope in Chu Xinghe when the young man departed bearing the Haoyan token to handle the spirit mine matter. Yet who could have imagined that within a single day a spirit bird would arrive from beyond the heavens bearing the news that Chu Xinghe had on his very first day of arrival purchased the worthless Tianyi spirit mine, a transaction that had sent shockwaves throughout the realm. Upon reading the news, the Grand Elder nearly coughed up blood on the spot. Grand Elder, pray calm yourself. Has our Haoyan sect truly fallen so low that we cannot bear even so trifling a loss? Upon hearing these words from the sect master, all the elders nodded in silent assent. The purchase of the Tianyi spirit mine had indeed cost an enormous sum, but to claim it would cripple the Haoyan sect, that would be nothing short of a jest. The Grand Elder sighed and took his seat. Regarding this child Xinghe, I need say no more, as everyone here understands. I believe this matter is not as simple as it appears. This child is no one who would act recklessly. Therefore we should wait and observe how events unfold. Upon hearing the sect master's words, everyone nodded once more. There was no flaw in his reasoning. Were any other disciple of the sect to behave recklessly out in the world, the elders would find nothing strange in it whatsoever. But to say that this child Xinghe would act recklessly, The elders would never accept such a claim. Xinghe was a fine child. When had he not devoted himself wholeheartedly to the sect? When had he not charged to the forefront whenever matters concerned the sect? Unafraid of hardship, unafraid of toil, unafraid of punishment, unafraid of blame. To claim that such a child would act recklessly. Not a single person in the Haotian sect could possibly accept such a notion. Moreover, even if this child has indeed chosen poorly, then so be it. Let it serve as a lesson for him, one that will make him more steady in the years to come. That too would be a blessing. Quite right, quite right. Even if this child has erred, letting it serve as a lesson for him would indeed be a blessing. I find that most reasonable. The elders exchanged their views one after another until at last the sect master struck the table with his palm. The matter would be observed in stillness. Let them see what further moves this child Xinghe had yet to reveal. The sect master firmly believed that this child Xinghe would never act recklessly. There must be reasons behind his acquisition of the Tianyi spirit mine that outsiders could not comprehend. In Spirit City, Chu Xinghe held the contract for the Tianyi spirit mine and pressed 2 fervent kisses upon it. Just ask, was this bro rock solid or what? Having successfully acquired a worthless mine like the Tianyi spirit mine, just ask, did the sect suffer any losses or not? This time bro is absolutely certain to receive punishment. None can stop me. Yet why has the Calamity Compass shown no reaction even now that the contract has been signed? Could it be because payment has not yet been rendered? That simply will not do. Summon Qin Xiangqian at once and urge him to expedite all the formalities. We've already purchased the spirit mine. How can we not pay promptly? Does our Haotian sect have no sense of face? What if people accuse us of reneging on our debts? Hearing senior brother Xinghe urging payment, Qin Xiangqian could only smile wryly. Though the contract had been signed, he wondered whether the sect would truly pay upon being informed of this matter. Although Qin Xiangqian could not fathom senior brother Xinghe's bewildering tactics, he trusted in his methods implicitly. Yet no matter how he looked at it, he could only follow senior brother Xinghe's instructions and demand payment from the sect. He had already prepared himself for reprimand, perhaps even outright rejection. But what transpired defied all expectation. Upon receiving the news, the sect handed over the full sum to Qin Xiangqian without a moment's hesitation. He was utterly dumbfounded. This was the transcendent authority senior brother Xinghe held within the Haotian sect. Such an outrageous transaction. Anyone else would have prompted the sect to dispatch an investigative team to determine if they had betrayed the sect entirely. Yet senior brother Xinghe's unfathomable maneuvering compelled the sect to pay without question. Who could not be in awe of such power? When Qin Xiangqian ordered his subordinates to deliver the payment to the Shi family, the entire Haotian Commerce Guild erupted in uproar. Many had previously speculated that the sect would refuse payment entirely, perhaps even deny the transaction ever occurred. But to their astonishment, the sect not only acknowledged it, they didn't even bother to ask a single follow-up question. In an instant, those who had clamored to report Chu Xinghe's actions to the sect fell into complete silence. At that moment, they finally understood what those 3 words, Chu Xinghe, truly represented within the Haotian sect. With full payment delivered to the Shi family, the Tianyi spirit mine officially became an asset of the Haotian sect. The Shi family withdrew entirely, forbidden from taking even a single stone with them. The Haotian sect's people formally assumed control of the entire Tianyi spirit mine. Upon hearing this news, Chu Xinghe waited for a full day, yet the Calamity Compass showed no reaction whatsoever. What the hell? What kind of nonsense is this? An astronomical sum spent on such a worthless mine causing such tremendous losses to the sect. Surely this should warrant at least a 3-level promotion. But your complete lack of response right now, whatever does it mean? After much deliberation, Chu Xinghe concluded it was because the consequences had yet to unfold. The Calamity Compass had not yet begun its reckoning. It would happen in just a few days anyway, so Chu Xinghe was in no rush. With time on his hands, he sought out Qin Xiangqian. President Qin, is there any matter you cannot resolve? Since I'm here, allow me to handle it alongside you. Chu Xinghe was immensely satisfied with his lucky general Qin Xiangqian. Wherever Qin Xiangqian was present, everything remained perfectly secure. Unsolvable matters. Actually, there is one. I've already reported it to the sect before. Recruiting minor disciples has become exceedingly difficult. Their numbers dwindle daily, and the output of raw stones continues to decline. The minor disciples Qin Xiangqian referred to were those who extracted raw stones from spirit mines. Mining spirit ore was not something just anyone could do. Extracting spirit mine raw stones required one to possess spiritual power. In a sense, these so-called minor disciples were indeed disciples of the Haotian sect, ranked even lower than outer sect disciples. However, these disciples could hardly be considered true disciples. Those who became minor disciples shared one common trait. They possessed talent, albeit terribly poor, yet stubbornly refused to accept fate and insisted on cultivating. Such individuals typically could not even qualify for the outer sect and could only become minor disciples. Though minor disciples did receive some cultivation techniques, these belonged to the lowest grade. Cultivating for an entire lifetime offered no chance of advancement. The sect's true purpose in granting these techniques was simply to exploit these disciples in cultivating spiritual power for or extraction. Chu Xinghe had no prior knowledge of these minor disciples. Now that Qin Xiangqian had brought it up, he resolved to go and see their situation for himself. Accompanied by Qin Xiangqian, Chu Xinghe brought a group of junior brothers and sisters from the Haoyan sect to the sect's spirit mine. The moment he arrived, Chu Xinghe was utterly stunned by the sight before him. The minor disciples stood in orderly rows awaiting Chu Xinghe's inspection, yet each one was clad in tattered rags, their gaunt faces betraying severe malnourishment. You call these disciples? They can't even pass for minors. They're a flock of refugees. Chu Xinghe was soon utterly appalled by the conditions throughout the entire spirit mine. 10 people crammed into a single dilapidated room, without even a bed to sleep on. All minor disciples could do was spread out on the ground. The food they were served was no better than swill. From the day they became minor disciples, they were essentially sold to the Haoyan sect. Forget leaving. They couldn't even rest. They toiled in the sect's mine pits like walking corpses until the day they died. Qin Xiangqian. You call these the Haoyan sect's minor disciples? This damnably violates the Geneva Convention. What gene? Never mind which gene. These are damnably our Haoyan sect's minor disciples. Not only Chu Xinghe. Even the junior brothers and sisters who had accompanied him were utterly dumbfounded. Everyone knew that Haoyan sect disciples were divided into 3 tiers, with inner sect disciples enjoying the best treatment, followed by outer sect disciples, and finally minor disciples. But without witnessing it firsthand, who could have known that minor disciples were subjected to such conditions? Senior brothers and sisters, you must understand. Qin Xiangqian began explaining with a pained expression. In fact, many years ago, while minor disciples across various sects did not enjoy particularly high treatment, theirs was not utterly terrible. Minor disciples of a super sect like the Haoyan sect could even rival outer sect disciples of some minor sects. Beyond daily labor, they received a portion of various resources and even had access to some passable cultivation techniques. However, the true culprit behind the current state of affairs was the Shi family. They were the first to slash minor disciples' treatment on the grounds that such high standards would negatively impact output. Though deeply inhumane, the Shi family's methods proved devastatingly effective. By reducing minor disciples' various benefits and extending their working hours, output skyrocketed. Other sects took note and eagerly joined the race. Thus began the minor disciples' nightmare. When one family finished slashing, another took the stage, all competing desperately for output, resorting to every conceivable measure. To this day, what benefits do minor disciples have left? Beyond learning the sect's most rudimentary techniques and occasionally receiving negligible resources, minor disciples are nothing more than slaves. The various sects were hardly unaware of this situation, but they ultimately chose to tacitly approve, resulting in the current state of affairs. When Qin Xiangqian finished speaking, every junior brother and sister of the Haoyan sect turned their gaze toward Chu Xinghe. Having witnessed the minor disciples' conditions firsthand, they were filled with sympathy. Yet they were all too aware that within the Haoyan sect their words carried little weight. Nothing would change unless senior brother Xinghe himself spoke up. Whether others choose to condone this or not, Chu Xinghe absolutely will not permit it. Though minor disciples may possess even less talent than outer sect disciples, they are still disciples of our Haoyan sect. How could they be forced to live like slaves? Chu Xinghe was truly furious. Are these disciples? These are wretched laborers groaning under capitalist exploitation. Senior brother Xinghe, this matter cannot be rashly addressed. It's not only our Haoyan sect. Every sect in the world operates this way. If the Haoyan sect were to act unilaterally, it would surely provoke discontent from all sides, and we may face collective retaliation. Qin Xiangqian hurriedly cautioned Chu Xinghe. Collective retaliation. Damn, is there really such a wonderful thing? He had genuinely felt indignant upon witnessing the minor disciples' treatment and sincerely wished to change everything. He hadn't even considered other factors, but as expected of a lucky general, in an instant he delivered such an enormous gift. Ma Liang, oh Ma Liang, look at us. Fellow lucky generals, both, yet the gap between us as human beings is truly staggering. Say no more about this matter. Chu Xinghe produced the Haoyan token once more. By my command, effective today, all minor disciples' treatment shall be reformulated, personally drafted by me. Furthermore, dump out all that swill in the pots. Go to the city and hire the finest chefs. From today onward, all minor disciples' meals shall be provided according to outer sect disciple standards. This, Qin Xiangqian was stunned. Had senior brother Xinghe not heard what he had just explained? The minor disciples' plight was the result of inter-sect competition. Everyone had slashed their benefits in pursuit of higher output. Anyone who dared reverse course now would be making an enemy of every sect, and the consequences would be terrifying. But with the Haoyan token in play, Qin Xiangqian dared not protest further and immediately dispatched people to comply with Chu Xinghe's instructions. Soon master chefs from the city arrived and various ingredients were procured. Large pots began to be set up around the mining pit. The aroma of meat soon permeated the entire pit. Upon catching the scent, the minor disciples managed faint smiles, but their faces remained predominantly numb. A big shot from the sect has arrived. Today's meal should be improved, said a dark-skinned young minor disciple cheerfully. Tainyo, even if others don't know, don't you? This improvement is just for show. Once the big shot is gone, everything will go back to normal. So what? I just love eating meat. As long as I get to eat meat, I'm happy. The other minor disciples merely smiled and said nothing more. Are you Tainyo? A voice called from not far away. Chu Xinghe, accompanied by Qin Xiangqian, had made his way over. Greetings, my lord. A group of Haotian Sect's minor disciples, upon seeing the attire that marked Chu Xinghe as a personal disciple, immediately prostrated themselves on the ground. Yet the sight filled Chu Xinghe with an indescribable ache in his heart. Rise, all of you. I'm not an elder of the sect. Just call me Senior Brother Xinghe. There's no need for such formalities. Chu Xinghe hurried forward, helping each of the vacant-eyed minor disciples up from the ground. My lord, this Tainyo wants to ask, how many days will you be staying here? It's Senior Brother Xinghe. Why do you ask? Oh my L. Senior Brother Xinghe, the longer you stay here, the more days we get to eat meat. Tainyo wore an unintelligent expression, but his words left Chu Xinghe deeply ashamed. Looking at the other miners, he suspected they all harbored the same thoughts. His gaze sweeping across the scene, Chu Xinghe slowly spoke. How long I stay here is of no consequence. But I can tell you this. From today onward you shall eat meat every single day. Whether I am present or not, if anyone dares to withhold even the slightest benefit from you, I swear that not even the heavenly king himself could protect them. At noon, the spirit mine was filled with the mouth-watering aroma of sizzling meat. Every mining disciple queued up to receive a generously heaping bowl of braised pork. Perhaps it was the bliss brought forth by such a fine meal, but rare smiles blossomed across the faces of these mining disciples who had long endured the most inhumane of treatments. Tainyo devoured the braised pork from his bowl in massive bites, while following close beside Chu Xinghe. Senior Brother Xinghe. Sniff. You're a good person, but you shouldn't let me stick by your side. I've got rotten luck. I fear I'd bring you nothing but misfortune. Tainyo spoke these words with a most honest, simple expression upon his face. Tainyo's surname was Wang. His full name was Wang Tainyo, and his claim about his terrible luck was no mere falsehood. After Chu Xinghe had inquired with Qin Xiangqian, he learned that Wang Tainyo was indeed a man cursed with the most abysmal fortune imaginable. This fellow possessed not only a rather dim-witted mind, but his luck had plummeted to the absolute nadir. From the very moment he had set foot in the spirit mine, he had never managed to excavate any substantial piece of raw ore. Wherever Tainyo ventured, the stone remained utterly hopelessly black. In the words of those who worked the spirit mine, this man was cursed with a misfortune-laden constitution. Thus many were unwilling to draw near to Tainyo. Yet upon hearing all this, Chu Xinghe could barely contain his overwhelming excitement. Born with misfortune. And this was supposed to be a bad thing. He had previously contemplated why, no matter how painstakingly he operated, his efforts never bore fruit. It must have been his luck. His luck was simply too astronomically blessed. Now, with a walking jinx here to contaminate his fortune and siphon it away, the path to the martial emperor realm lay within reach. Therefore, without a moment's hesitation, Chu Xinghe brought Tainyo along as he conducted his inspection of the spirit mine. As the midday meal concluded, a group of miners prepared to resume their labor according to the customary routine, for there was no such thing as rest time in this place. Every single day, apart from the essential hours for sleep and meals, they were expected to devote themselves wholeheartedly to their work. Yet just as they were preparing to resume their duties, a piece of news descended upon them that struck every miner utterly dumb. From this day forward, after the midday meal, all disciples shall be granted one full shurchun of rest. Upon hearing this announcement, the mining disciples were left in stunned disbelief. After confirming beyond any shadow of doubt that they had not misheard, an eruption of jubilant cheers thundered throughout the entire spirit mine. But before their celebration could even draw to a close, an endless procession of carriages bearing the insignia of the Haotian Merchant Guild appeared within the spirit mine. Countless brand new sets of mining disciple uniforms were unloaded from the carriages and distributed throughout the mine. Each and every miner received 2 pristine new uniforms in one go. At this, the mining disciples were rendered utterly speechless. What momentous occasion had dawned upon them? Improved meals. Time for rest. And now brand new disciple uniforms to boot. What in the world was happening? And just as countless mining disciples buzzed with animated discussion, Qin Xiangqian gazed upon Chu Xinghe with an expression of bitter helplessness. Senior Brother Xinghe, even if we set aside the matter of improving their living conditions, this drastic increase in resources is truly going to invite catastrophe. Qin Xiangqian stared in bewilderment at the various resource allocation policies Chu Xinghe had devised for the mining disciples. Previously, these mining disciples consumed roughly 1% of the spirit mine's annual output. Upon hearing this, Chu Xinghe was seized by an urgent sense of indignation on the spot. 1%. And this was supposed to pass for human treatment. It absolutely must be increased. Increased tenfold. Senior Brother Xinghe, according to the standards you've laid out, these mining disciples will consume at least 1/10 of the spirit mine's annual output. How can we possibly guarantee the sect's supply of spirit stones under such conditions? This will bring ruinous losses upon the sect. Bring losses upon the sect. Upon hearing Qin Xiangqian's words, Chu Xinghe's eyes fairly gleamed with fervent light. Earlier, he had been so consumed by sympathy for these mining disciples that he had nearly overlooked the most crucial matter of all, how to inflict losses upon the sect. Now, upon reviewing the plan he had drafted, A mere 1/10 of the output consumed. He had been far too miserly. Was he even still deserving of being called a man? Therefore, with a grand sweep of his hand, Chu Xinghe raised the resource allocations yet again. And when Qin Shangqian beheld the final figures Chu Xinghe had inscribed, he nearly swooned into unconsciousness. The spirit mine's treatment for mining disciples would now consume 3/10 of the mine's annual output. Every mining disciple would receive 4 days of rest each month. And in the event of special circumstances, they could request leave for no more than 3 days, with absolutely no deductions to their treatment. The cultivation arts practiced by all mining disciples would be elevated from the lowest grade to those just below those of outer disciples. And every other aspect of treatment for the mining disciples would likewise rank just beneath that of outer disciples. As one provision after another came to light, 4 characters crystallized in Qin Shangqian's mind: blasphemous defiance. Senior Brother Xinghe, are you determined to tear the very heavens asunder? In the past, 99% of the spirit mine's output was delivered to the sect, and even then the sect demanded ever-increasing yields each year. Yet now you demand that 3/10 remain here, while only 7/10 are sent onward. Moreover, these mining disciples once toiled through every single day of the month. Now they not only receive daily rest periods, but are also granted entire days off each month. How could the mine's output possibly not plummet even further? When Qin Shangqian tallied the figures in his mind, only one thought remained by these estimates: the spirit stones delivered to the sect each year might not even reach half of what they once were. No matter how exalted your standing may be, Senior Brother Xinghe, if the sect loses half its spirit stones year upon year, wouldn't that shake the very foundations of heaven itself? Qin Shangqian wished to counsel Senior Brother Xinghe, but Senior Brother Xinghe paid no heed whatsoever to such counsel. He instructed Ma Liang directly to post the various treatment policies for the mining disciples that he had drafted, and the radiant seal of the Haotian command shimmering above them proclaimed the supreme authority of the Haotian sect. Qin Shangqian understood in his heart that catastrophe was brewing. Senior Brother Xinghe's series of maneuvers proved far more terrifying than the acquisition of the Tianyi spirit mine. The sect stood to lose a portion of its spirit stones each year, but what was even more terrifying was this: once the Haotian sect enacted such policies, would the mining disciples of other sects not rise up in utter revolt? In the past, all had suffered alike, and so the established order was accepted without question. But should there come a day when one realized that others lived far better than oneself, would chaos not inevitably ensue? Such is the nature of humanity. One must never draw comparisons, for once comparisons are drawn, trouble is sure to follow. Yet despite all of Qin Shangqian's earnest counsel, Chu Xinghe did not heed a single word of it. Catastrophe, you say? Heh. This young master has been waiting for catastrophe to strike. Having finally emerged from seclusion, having finally obtained the Haotian command, if I don't shatter the very heavens on this occasion, can it truly be considered a worthy endeavor? Before long, after Ma Liang had posted the treatment policies Chu Xinghe had devised for the mining disciples, an uproar erupted throughout every spirit mine under the jurisdiction of the Haotian sect. The very first reaction that crossed the minds of all the mining disciples upon beholding these newly instituted policies was that this must be nothing more than a dream. To speak frankly, these policies fell somewhat short of those afforded to outer disciples of the Haotian sect itself, yet they surpassed the treatment granted to outer disciples of even ordinary sects. Indeed, within certain lesser sects, even inner disciples received no better than this. Could such a thing truly be real? But when the radiant seal of the Haotian command, the supreme emblem of the Haotian sect's authority, shimmered before their very eyes, the mining disciples understood. This Senior Brother Xinghe was in earnest. He was nothing like those so-called sect elders of days past who descended upon them with grand promises only to pack their bags and depart without a backward glance, their words carrying no more weight than a fart upon the wind. Chaos erupted. The spirit minds of the entire Haotian sect descended into utter pandemonium. Ma Liang was surrounded at the center by countless mining disciples. My lord, is what is written above truly real? Address me as Senior Brother Ma Liang. Ma Liang spoke with the same composed gravitas he had observed in Senior Brother Xinghe. Senior Brother Ma Liang, surely this cannot be some manner of jest. That's right. Senior Brother Ma Liang, this is rather an extravagant joke, is it not? Ma Liang swept his gaze across the gathered throng of mining disciples. A jest? It is you who are the jest. Open your eyes wide and behold what glimmers above. Is that not the sect master's Haotian command? Who among us would presume to make light of the Haotian command? Furthermore, do you know who it was that devised this very plan? It was none other than Senior Brother Xinghe. You likely have no notion of who this Senior Brother Xinghe is, do you? Allow me to enlighten you. Senior Brother Xinghe is at this very moment the foremost figure among the younger generation beneath the heavens. Ma Liang proceeded to regale the mining disciples with embellished accounts of Chu Xinghe's various exploits within the Haotian sect, and in Ma Liang's telling, Senior Brother Xinghe was made to seem a being of almost saintly virtue, one who watched over every junior brother and sister, and who for their sake did not hesitate to subject himself to punishment. One who held every senior brother and sister in reverence. Despite having received the inheritance of the sect master's Hautian battle intent, as a personal disciple, he never once looked down upon another soul by virtue of his station. Single-handedly, he vanquished the younger generation of the martial emperor city. Zhang Yu, bearer of the seven-colored glazed body, was defeated in a single exchange before senior brother Xinghe. Thereafter, as a fifth-rank alchemist, he refined a pill of transcendent majesty, earning the title of the foremost alchemist among the younger generation. On this occasion, the sect entrusted him with a mission of grave importance, dispatching senior brother Xinghe to select spirit minds on the sect's behalf and granting him full authority to act as he saw fit. As Ma Liang's words flowed forth, the eyes of every mining disciple shimmered with undisguised incredulity. And besides Ma Liang, Wan Lin, and the other junior brothers and sisters also took turns sharing tales of senior brother Xinghe's deeds within the Hautian sect. Gradually, within the hearts of each mining disciple, a fervent longing took root. Senior brother Xinghe. Could this truly be the legendary senior brother Xinghe of whom they had heard? Yesterday, when he had arrived at the spirit mine, everyone had assumed it would be like all the occasions before. A mere perfunctory visit, a shared meal of meat, and then everything would return to how it had always been. As for senior brother Xinghe's words, who among them had truly taken them to heart? Yet now they discovered they had been mistaken. Gravely, utterly mistaken. Senior brother Xinghe did not merely speak empty words. He acted upon them with unwavering resolve. He dared what others dared not, and accomplished what others could not. Why had everyone become mining disciples of the Hautian sect? Was it out of a love for mining? Of course not. It was because who among us does not harbor a dream of defying the heavens and ascending to godhood? What matter if one's aptitude is poor? What matter if one's talent is lacking? Does that strip one of the right to chase one's dreams? Countless souls, having weathered innumerable rejections and endured endless ridicule, had chosen to enter the spirit mines of the Hautian sect and become mining disciples. They too had once cradled dreams. Countless times in slumber, they had imagined that one glorious day, sword in hand, they would pierce through the 9 heavens and soar amid the clouds with ambitions that reached the very stars. Yet reality had dealt them a devastating blow. As mining disciples, beyond the most rudimentary cultivation arts and the barest resources required to sustain their mining labors, they possessed nothing at all. Yet why did they persist nonetheless? Because the dream still flickered within them. But slowly, inevitably, they came to realize that perhaps it was destined to remain nothing more than a dream. Yet today, senior brother Xinghe stood forth and declared to each and every one of them, from this day forward, you have regained the right to chase your dreams. Their resources and treatment now ranked second only to those of outer disciples. And what was even more astonishing, senior brother Xinghe had granted them access to higher grade cultivation arts. From this day forward, if you labor diligently in these mines, you shall receive resources. So long as you apply yourself with sufficient dedication and meet the requisite standards, you may study the more advanced cultivation arts of the Hautian sect. Should your performance prove truly exceptional, you may even become an outer disciple of the Hautian sect in full and rightful standing, or rise yet further to become an inner disciple, to become the future of the Hautian sect. At this moment, the eyes of every miner glistened with tears. What senior brother Xinghe had given them was neither techniques nor resources. It was the right to pursue their dreams. Rustling sounds arose all around as miner after miner dropped to their knees of their own accord. In an instant, they all bowed frantically toward the notice posted behind Ma Liang. Ma Liang, Wan Lin, and all the disciples of Hautian sect were utterly shaken. They were all heaven's favored children, raised on praise since birth. Even after entering Hautian sect, they had been chosen from among the very best. They were the pride of their families, the pride of their sect. They had never imagined that in this world there existed so many people still chasing after their dreams. Earlier, when Qin Xiangxian had tried to stop Chu Xinghe and warned that giving away so many resources might harm the sect, Wan Lin too had wavered in his heart. Should he try to persuade senior brother Xinghe? But at this moment, Wan Lin knew. His own breadth of vision was too narrow. His realm was far too low. Not only had the gap between himself and senior brother Xinghe failed to narrow, it was goddamn growing wider and wider. What had he been looking at? The dwindling number of spirit stones in the sect, the losses the sect would suffer. But what senior brother Xinghe saw was countless dreams and the sect's future. You may say these minor disciples lack talent, but you cannot kill their dreams. You cannot say they are doomed to remain worthless for the rest of their lives. The very first Hautian emperor, the founder of Hautian sect, possessed no extraordinary talent either, yet, through relentless effort, he built Hautian sect with his own hands. Who can say that among these minor disciples the next Hautian emperor will not rise, or even the next being of martial emperor caliber? Losing half our spirit stones sounds terrifying, but what foundation does Hautian sect possess? These losses are well within our ability to bear. And is it not worth trading these stones for the chance to give every person the right to pursue their dreams? Senior brother Xinghe's realm has truly reached a height that all must look up to. Ma Liang's heart was equally shaken. He swore that from this moment forth his own dream would change. Once his dream had been to become a person like senior brother Xinghe. But today he finally realized he was wrong. Terribly, utterly wrong. Become someone like senior brother Xinghe. As if he goddamn deserved it. If he could merely become a follower of senior brother Xinghe, that alone would be enough for his ancestors' graves to burst with smoke and celebration. The other junior brothers and sisters now understood why senior brother Xinghe had brought them along this time. He had meant to use this as a lesson for them, recalling their past misdeeds in the sect, how they had bullied other junior brothers and sisters, their faces all flushed crimson with shame. How disgraceful. So utterly disgraceful. In the face of their misdeeds, senior brother Xinghe had neither punished nor scolded them. Instead, he had said nothing yet taught them through such a breathtaking act. Look at the difference. They were still stuck at the level of bullying junior brothers and sisters, while senior brother Xinghe had already reached a point where even a mere minor disciple was treated as kin. Everyone silently swore in their hearts to follow senior brother Xinghe for the rest of their lives. Even if they could never become a person like him, they would pledge to follow him unto death. For untold years, the spirit minds of Haoyan sect had known nothing but silence. But today they overflowed with laughter and joy. Those minor disciples who had once walked about like walking corpses now threw their heads back and roared toward the heavens. It has come. At last it has come. The right to pursue my dreams, the chance to rewrite my fate against the heavens. Wang Tinyu stared foolishly at every character on the notice. His face still bore 5 blood-red finger marks from the fierce slap he had given himself moments ago to test whether he was dreaming. He recalled what senior brother Xinghe had said when he first arrived here. From this day forward, if anyone dares to skim from their resources, not even the heavenly king himself could protect them. Wang Tinyu had once taken these words as mere pleasantries. Though everyone said Tinyu was foolish that misfortune clung to him, so many had even kept their distance from him. But senior brother Xinghe had not. Senior brother Xinghe's spring breeze-like smile made Wang Tinyu feel for the first time. Could there really be such a good person in this world? Since senior brother Xinghe arrived yesterday, many had whispered behind his back, saying this Chu Xinghe was a hypocrite, that his words sounded pretty, but were just empty talk, and that no one should take them to heart. Countless people had slandered senior brother Xinghe in private. Wang Tinyu himself had even thought the others were right. But now, slap. Wang Tinyu gave himself another fierce slap. This time it was not to test whether he was dreaming. It was his own self-loathing. I, Wang Tinyu, am no better than a beast. How could I have slandered senior brother Xinghe so? I am no better than a beast at all. Wang Tinyu's tears fell like rain. From this day forth, he would become a person with dreams, a person useful in senior brother Xinghe's eyes, someone who would strive to become a person like senior brother Xinghe. The spirit minds of Haoyan sect trembled as every minor disciple was reborn from the ashes. But once news of this spread from Haoyan sect's spirit minds, the shockwaves rippled far beyond them. What the hell? 30% of the output given to the minor disciples as resources. Higher grade techniques as well. A few days of rest every month. Has Haoyan sect gone completely insane? Who the hell is this Chu Xinghe? And Haoyan sect hasn't punished him for buying Tianyi spirit mine. If a disciple of our sect had acted so recklessly as to buy Tianyi spirit mine, the grass on his grave would already be half a meter tall. Is this guy truly not afraid of death? Buying Tianyi spirit mine was one thing, but now he dares to act so recklessly even with the minor disciples. Could this guy be Gu Mingzhao's illegitimate son? Even if he were Gu Mingzhao's illegitimate son, Gu Mingzhao would still have him drawn and quartered for this. Haoyan sect is the #1 sect under heaven. How dare they act so wantonly? All factions were shaken by the news, but those who were shaken were not only such people. The minor disciples of every faction were equally astir. When the news reached spirit minds across the land, every minor who heard of the treatment Chu Xinghe had established for Haoyan sect's minor disciples was utterly dumbfounded. Before, they had all been at the very bottom. No one could laugh at anyone else. But now the minor disciples of Haoyan sect weren't just big brothers. They were goddamn treated like grand lords. Many inner disciples of various sects don't even receive such treatment. Granted, being a minor disciple is bitter work and they lack talent to begin with, so hardship meant little. But now with hope right before their eyes, that was what truly mattered. Thus in the blink of an eye, the minor disciples of every major sect refused to submit. Why should Haoyan sect's minors get this while we suffer like this? We want the same treatment as Haoyan sect. If you won't give it, then damn it, we quit. We're out of here. We're going to Haoyan sect to be minor disciples. Such a massive upheaval had long been anticipated by all sides, and so before long a piece of news was deliberately spread. Chu Xinghe has been acting recklessly. Haoyan sect is already aware and has dispatched people to punish him. He will likely be killed on the spot. Haoyan sect will soon return to how things were. Once this news spread, all sides temporarily fell silent. Everyone waited for the Haoyan sect elder coming to execute Chu Xinghe. At Haoyan sect within the Grand Hall of Haoyan, news from Spirit Vein Mountain had reached them even without the sect's spirit birds this time. Other sects had helpfully delivered it. At this moment in the Great Hall, the sect master and the first seat of each palace sat gathered together. Upon hearing the news, the Grand Elder felt miserable, anguished, tearing out his hair in fistfuls. Xinghe, oh Xinghe, are you trying to pierce a hole through the heavens? The news of your purchase of Tianyi spirit mine had already made Haoyan sect the laughingstock of the world, and now every person under heaven waits to see us mocked further. But before the laughter even ended, you stir up such an enormous commotion. What are you all standing around for? Speak. The sect master spoke first. Sect master, the reactions from all sects are extremely intense. They demand we severely punish this child Xinghe. Several sects have even suspended their previous cooperation with Haotian sect. Not only those sects, but the Shi family has also made their stance clear. If Haotian sect allows Chu Xinghe's reckless behavior to go unpunished, the Shi family will no longer cooperate with the sect. Moreover, I just calculated if we truly follow this child's methods, the sect will lose over half its annual supply of spirit stones. The remaining half is barely enough to sustain us, but the elders spoke one after another, reporting the news from all sides. Sect master, allow me to go personally. I will find a way to handle this matter. The grand elder stepped forward. Sit down, sit down. The sect master waved his hand, gesturing for the grand elder to sit. But this time the grand elder did not sit. Sect master, this child Xinghe has indeed gone too far this time. The various sects are bound to strike one after another. The child will likely be unable to cope. The other elders nodded in agreement with the grand elder's words. Chu Xinghe's chain of actions was tantamount to flipping the table entirely. And not just one table. He had flipped everyone's. Haotian sect can endure losing half its spirit stones, but there are others who cannot. Thus, every sect will surely make their move to suppress Chu Xinghe, forcing Haotian sect to return to the status quo. What comes next will undoubtedly be a flurry of combination punches. The Grand Elder feared Chu Xinghe would be unable to withstand them. How to punish Chu Xinghe is a matter for Haotian sect to handle behind closed doors, but the strikes from the various sects will be far harder to deal with. So the Grand Elder felt it necessary to rush over there. With his own methods, suppressing the situation was by no means impossible. Everyone's gaze turned to the sect master. Grand Elder, if you were to rush over now, you could suppress this matter. But have you considered where that would leave this child Xinghe's dignity? The moment the sect master spoke these words, every elder's expression changed. The sect master was already considering this child Xinghe's reputation. Or rather, in the sect master's heart, Chu Xinghe had long since been placed in that position. Even amid such baffling actions, the sect master had never wavered in the slightest. I will say it again. This child Xinghe grew up before our very eyes. I might believe others capable of reckless wrongdoing, but as for this child Xinghe, his original intention in doing this must surely stem from benevolence and righteousness. This child Xinghe could not bear to see the treatment of the minor disciples. But he is different from us. We knew, yet we chose to endure. He did not. He has done what we dared not do, what we dared not become. The sect master's words left everyone in silence. Who among them did not know the treatment of the minor disciples? But who among them had truly stepped forward to speak a single word on their behalf? Yet today Chu Xinghe had dared to defy the entire world for what is right. We should not look only at the negative side. We must see the positive. This child Xinghe's benevolence is beyond question, and everything he has done will surely win the hearts of the minor disciples and of every righteous person in the world. From this perspective, what this child has done is not wrong. This time, even the Grand Elder was shocked. One must understand that winning the hearts of the people were anyone else to do so would be considered an act of great treason. After all, the sect master is still here. What you dare to win over the people's hearts? Are you planning a coup? Are you claiming to be more benevolent than the sect master? But Chu Xinghe wins over the people's hearts, and not only is the sect master not angered, he is delighted. This is utterly absurd. You intend to usurp authority. Are you more benevolent than the sect master? Yet Chu Xinghe was winning over hearts, and the sect master showed not the slightest anger. On the contrary, he was delighted. This was simply beyond belief. All the elders, including the Grand Elder, fell silent. Chu Xinghe's actions may not have been deliberately aimed at winning hearts and minds, but the effect was undeniably there. Under such circumstances, anyone else would have committed an act of egregious defiance. Yet for Chu Xinghe's actions, the sect master was not angry at all. In fact, he was exceedingly pleased. Everyone understood that the sect master had already begun grooming Chu Xinghe as his successor. The more outstanding Chu Xinghe proved, the happier he became. No one is to give any response to the various sects. When did our Haotian sect reach a point where we must explain ourselves to others? Who do they think they are? An overwhelming aura erupted from the sect master, causing the entire hall of Haotian to tremble as though shaken. As for how the various sects will respond next, I'd like to see it as well. No one needs to go. Leave it to Xinghe to handle. Such an opportunity to test ourselves against the other sects doesn't come often. Let this young man experience it early on, as sparring with the various sects is no bad thing. As for those unwilling to cooperate, simply inform them that cooperation is off the table. And if the Shi family refuses to continue refining spirit stones for our Haotian sect, then tell them the contract is voided. What? Do you think our Haotian sect cannot refine spirit stones without the Shi family? After speaking, the sect master rose from his seat and departed without looking back. Only after the sect master had departed did everyone dare to breathe heavily again. Even the Grand Elder wore an expression of utter disbelief. Despite the sect master's usually gentle demeanor, one must not forget. He is the Haotian Emperor of Haotian sect, the #1 figure on the heavenly Tao ranking. The sect master had kept a low profile for so many years and Haotian sect had remained peaceful and tranquil, but that did not mean the sect could be bullied. The prestige of the foremost sect in the world was not something just anyone had the right to provoke. Whether it was the Sher family or the other sects, they seemed to have forgotten that an enraged Haotian sect possessed the power to stir up storms across the world. Haotian sect was not only gentle in nature. The sects it had annihilated could strung together circle the Lion continent 3 times over. Each sect was now waiting for someone from Haotian sect to go to Ling City and deal with Chu Xinghe. Chu Xinghe himself was also waiting. Would it be the Grand Elder who came? Or perhaps the sect master in person? Good heavens, what punishment would await him? Chu Xinghe would never believe the rumors from outside about being executed on the spot, stripped of his status as a direct disciple and demoted to the outer sect, or perhaps reduced directly to a minor disciple. That was hardly impossible either. At this rate, who could possibly stop him from being punished? Yet Chu Xinghe had been eagerly anticipating this for many days, but Haotian sect showed not a sign of movement. Let alone the sect master coming personally. Didn't even a disciple come to deliver news. Chu Xinghe was baffled. Was sect communication really so underdeveloped? Or had the transmission array broken down? But even on foot, wouldn't they have arrived by now? What was this complete lack of response meant? He had already pierced the heavens himself, and Haotian sect had become the target of all arrows. But fretting would be useless. Fortunately, Qin Xiang brought fresh good news. Senior brother Xinghe, it's bad news. All the sects have canceled their cooperation with our Chamber of Commerce, and the Sher family has voided our contract. Now, we're completely isolated. Chu Xinghe was overjoyed. Bad news. A lucky charm is indeed a lucky charm. The moment he speaks, it becomes extraordinary good fortune. The cooperation with the other sects is fine, but the contract with the Sher family. Qin Xiang looked troubled. The Sher family was the foremost spirit stone refining clan in the world, with over 70% of all raw stones being transformed into spirit stones through the Sher family's skilled hands. Now that the Sher family refused to refine spirit stones for Haotian sect, the sect truly was in trouble. Heh, without Sher the butcher, can't we even slaughter a bristly pig? Chu Xinghe scoffed disdainfully. Qin Xiang helplessly replied, aside from the Sher family, there are some other clans and factions that possess the art of spirit stone refining. However, their spirit stone yield ratio is inferior to the Sher family's, and their fees are far beyond what the Sher family charges. In that case, the sect would likely suffer greater losses. Excellent. Chu Xinghe was delighted beyond words. Ling City was truly a fine place. Since arriving here, favorable news had never ceased. They'll suffer losses again. Then how could he maximize those losses? Doesn't our Haotian sect have the means to refine spirit stones itself? Chu Xinghe asked tentatively. Senior brother Xinghe may not be aware, but refining spirit stones is not so simple. To train a spirit stone refiner requires not only the art itself, but also finding an exceptionally talented individual with aptitude for it. The art of spirit stone refining is manageable. Though difficult to obtain from outside sources, our Haotian sect could still acquire it if willing to pay a high price. But a spirit stone refiner relies on innate talent. Finding a good one is as difficult as reaching the heavens. Chu Xinghe felt a surge of excitement upon hearing this. Huge costs. As difficult as reaching the heavens. So that meant it was highly likely to come to nothing. What was there to wait for? By training our own spirit stone refiners, we'd end up with nothing but a broken basket drawn from water. Better to rely on oneself than others. Regardless of the cost, purchase the art of spirit stone refining immediately. What? Qin Xiang was dumbfounded. But gazing at the gleaming Haotian token, he could only nod. As for selecting the spirit stone refiner, I will take responsibility. Chu Xinghe wore a confident expression, for he had already decided on the candidate for spirit stone refiner. What? Ma Liang and the others? Absolutely not. Those fellows were individually gifted. Heaven knows whether any of them possessed aptitude for spirit stone refining. As a fake lucky charm, Ma Liang might suddenly claim to be a once-in-a-lifetime genius at spirit stone refining, leaving Chu Xinghe nowhere to turn but to weep. After much deliberation, Chu Xinghe thought of an absolutely perfect candidate. Wang Tinyu. Spirit stone refiners rely on talent for their livelihood, but look at Wang Tinyu's talent. Heh. Spirit stone refiners need to be clever and quick-witted, but look at Wang Tinyu. Perfect. A spirit stone refiner needs good fortune. Setting aside the previous 2 qualities, just consider Tinyu's luck. He is utterly unmatched. Someone who doesn't even understand quarrying, making him learn spirit stone refining. Tell me how this round could possibly be lost. If the art of spirit stone refining were to come to naught, Chu Xinghe would feel he was doing Wang Tinyu's remarkable talent a disservice. Qin Xiang went to purchase the art of spirit stone refining, while Chu Xinghe summoned Wang Tinyu. Senior brother Xinghe, I'm here. What do you need me for? Speak your mind. I won't even furrow my brow if it displeases you, for I am your servant. Tinyu, there is now a very significant and historically momentous task for you. Do you believe yourself capable of handling it? That's definitely no problem. Leave it to me. Look at that. Chu Xinghe was thoroughly satisfied. If you had asked anyone else about such a weighty task, they would have at least inquired about the details. But look at our Tinyu. Without so much as a second word, he agreed. Tell me, isn't that steady? Excellent. With those words from you, Tiniu, this senior brother is deeply gratified. Go back now, and when the time comes I will call for you. Alright. Senior brother Xinghe, I'm off. As Tiniu departed, Chu Xinghe grew even more satisfied. This junior brother was reliable indeed. Without asking a single question about the matter, he saved Chu Xinghe from even having to fabricate excuses. Where could one find such a worry-free junior brother? Unlike that scoundrel Ma Liang who constantly created trouble for himself. During these 2 days the spirit minds of the various sects were in an uproar again. They had agreed that Chu Xinghe would be severely punished, and everyone would return to the starting line to compete anew. But what was this reverse involution from Haotian's sect? Over the past few days quite a few miners had sneaked over to the Haotian sect's spirit mine to observe. You wouldn't know unless you looked, and what a wonder it was. The minor disciples of Haotian sect were each dressed in brand new minor uniforms, and these garments were far from shoddily made. They were crafted from the same fabric as the outer sect disciples' attire. The 2 most renowned chefs from Ling City had been summoned by Haotian sect to prepare meals at the spirit mine. There was the 5-layer braised pork, rich and succulent, a dish after dish of stir-fried cuisine that delighted all the senses, exquisite little pastries, served in abundance, and even alcoholic beverages on offer. What celestial provisions were these? Moreover, Haotian sect had hired builders to construct new dormitories for the minor disciples, for per room fully furnished with beds, and each minor disciple could rest for 2 hours after lunch. Was this a life that mere humans could endure? Furthermore, some miners had activated their vacation mode, and vacationing apparently deducted no resources whatsoever. The eyes of all minor disciples from every sect turned red with envy. Look at the minor disciples of Haotian sect, and then look at us. Was this even a fair comparison between human beings? This was a comparison between humans and slaves. They were all minor disciples, yet why was there such a vast difference in treatment? The minor disciples of each sect could no longer tolerate it. What happened to the promise to execute Chu Xinghe? What became of everyone returning to the same starting line? It seemed only they were suffering misfortune while the others were living like lords. The minor disciples of each sect erupted in uproar, and the first great strike emerged. Though the various sects employed every manner of coercion and inducement upon these minor disciples this time, they were prepared to risk everything. At worst they would simply quit. Let the sects cripple their cultivation. They would start anew at Haotian sect. Facing the counterattack of the minor disciples, the various sects began shifting pressure onto Haotian sect. All cooperation was terminated and rumors of Haotian sect's hypocrisy were spread far and wide. Unlike the spirit minds of the various sects at the Haotian sect's spirit mine, all the minor disciples were moved to tears by the treatment senior brother Xinghe had promised. Ma Laosan, how dare you slack off? Do you have any shame before senior brother Xinghe? Ma Laosan, someone like you doesn't deserve to remain at the spirit mine. I'm sorry. I was clouded by greasy oil in my heart just now. I'll never dare do it again. Ma Laosan, should there ever be a next time, we will surely show you no mercy. In the past, those from the Haotian Chamber of Commerce had to constantly watch over these miners, fearing they would slack off and reduce production. But these past few days it was entirely unnecessary. If anyone slacked off, there was no need for anyone from the chamber to speak. The other minor disciples would immediately step forward and deliver a sharp slap. Do you have any face before senior brother Xinghe? These words had become the motto etched into the heart of every minor disciple. The miners now rested properly when it was time to rest, and when working they truly threw themselves into it with their lives. For several consecutive days those responsible for collecting raw ore suddenly noticed something strange. The minor disciples were working significantly fewer hours than before, yet production had not decreased in the slightest. In fact, it had increased by 30%. What on earth was this? Completely incomprehensible. The news reached Qin Xiang, who was equally baffled. However, he did not report it to Chu Xinghe, deciding instead to observe further. After all, it was sometimes possible for the yield of a particular vein to increase temporarily, so continued observation was necessary. While observing, Qin Xiang also finally spent a staggering sum to acquire the art of spirit stone refining. But when he timidly inquired about the spirit stone refiner candidate that senior brother Xinghe had spoken of, he was dumbfounded. Wang Tiniu, who is cursed with perpetual misfortune. Senior brother Xinghe, are you certain you are not joking with me? It is indeed Tiniu. He is the once-in-a-thousand-years candidate for a master spirit stone refiner. Trust me and trust Tiniu. Surpass the Sure family. Our future depends on Tiniu. Qin Xiang was stunned. Surpass the Sure family. The money spent this time on purchasing the art of spirit stone refining would likely come to absolutely nothing. Wang Tiniu arrived as always, his simple and honest demeanor unchanged. When Qin Xiangqian handed him the stone-turning technique, Tainyo did not even glance at it before saying, Senior brother Xinghe, rest assured. I shall definitely sort this out for you crystal clear. What do you mean crystal clear? Qin Xiangqian was near tears. Big brother. I address you as big brother now. Can you even read the stone-turning technique? Tainyo, senior brother believes in you. Chu Xinghe said with a grave expression. Wang Tiniu departed with teary eyes. Yet the news that Wang Tiniu had been chosen by senior brother Xinghe quickly spread throughout the entire spirit mine. Upon hearing this news, everyone's first reaction was utter disbelief. But soon they recalled senior brother Xinghe, who dared to do what others feared and thought what others dared not, and their confusion deepened. Senior brother Xinghe would never misjudge. Wang Tiniu must possess hidden talent in the stone-turning art. Compared to the certainty shown by the Haotian sect's spirit mine, those in the outside world nearly laughed their teeth out upon receiving this news. Could this Chu Xinghe be a spy infiltrating the Haotian sect? I also think it's possible. Buying the Tianyi spirit mine could be excused as youthful recklessness, and calling him righteous and benevolent is fine, but this Wang Tiniu, I've heard of him. This fellow is quite famous. Aside from being dim-witted as luck, is utterly miserable. Someone like him, learning the stone-turning technique. I'd say birds of a feather flock together. Birds of a feather flock together. Well said. This Chu Xinghe is himself a great fool. Other sects merely laughed, but the Shi family nearly collapsed from laughter. The Shi family, after all, had felt considerable pressure in breaking the contract with the Haotian sect. That was the Haotian sect, the #1 sect under heaven. If provoked to fury, who knew what they might do? The Shi family had prepared every contingency for a potential counterattack from the Haotian sect. But instead of a counterattack, they received news that the Haotian sect intended to cultivate its own stone-turners. At first, the Shi family was genuinely worried. After all, that was the Haotian sect. Had they truly found a stone-turning prodigy? The Shi family sent people to inquire from all sides, but before the information could be confirmed, news broke that the chosen one was Wang Tiniu. Are you pulling my leg? This was no longer a matter of whether Chu Xinghe was mad. He was a complete fool from beginning to end. Why did the Haotian sect send such a fool here? Has the Haotian sect truly declined? Chu Xinghe's string of moves had left countless people dumbfounded and legs weak. Everything before could be tolerated, but what on earth was he thinking by training Wang Tiniu? Cultivating a stone-turning genius was already extremely difficult, and what sort of person was Wang Tiniu? Now everyone agreed. The Haotian sect had truly botched everything. In the Haotian sect's residence within Ling City, Zheng Yu was stunned for a full half-minute after hearing the news. Although he did not know Wang Tiniu, others from the Wudi City Merchant Guild filled him in. In their descriptions, he was simply a fool with terribly unlucky fortune. What did Chu Xinghe mean by choosing such a fool? Could senior brother Xinghe truly have misjudged? No. Senior brother Xinghe was no ordinary man, remarkable not only in strength, but also in meticulous calculation. If Wang Tiniu were an ordinary person, then senior brother Xinghe, choosing wrongly, was conceivable. But Wang Tiniu, as everyone knew, was a fool coupled with endless misfortune. Senior brother Xinghe could not possibly be unaware. Therefore, senior brother Xinghe's action must carry extraordinary significance. But what could senior brother Xinghe be considering? Impossible to fathom. Truly impossible. Is there any news from the small spirit mine? Zheng Yu looked at the manager. They are working around the clock, but so far only waste stone has emerged, the manager replied, his face etched with concern. Do not worry, continue digging. Chu Xinghe would never act without purpose. Yes. The manager departed with the order. For the following days, the claim that Chu Xinghe was a great fool echoed throughout Ling City. The various sects no longer held back, bringing it out into the open. Chu Xinghe being a fool is one matter, but the Haotian sect has truly declined. A disciple behaves so recklessly abroad, yet the sect does not intervene. Truly incomprehensible. Chu, I heard that Chu Xinghe is Gu Mingchao's illegitimate son. Is that true or false? Consider it for yourself. TSK. How interesting. The topic of Chu Xinghe being Gu Mingchao's illegitimate son spread, and everyone waited watching to see how the Haotian sect would save face this time. You claim to be the #1 sect under heaven, yet your disciple runs amok, and the sect ignores it, eventually offending all under heaven. Tell me, does the #1 sect still care about its dignity? That day at the Tianyi spirit mine, numerous energetic mining disciples worked diligently. Second brother, we've been digging for so many days, and all we've found is waste stone. This mine is truly done for, isn't it? Nonsense. Speak another word like that, and I'll tear your mouth open. This is where senior brother Xinghe personally chose. We cannot be wrong. Senior brother Xinghe's eyes are sharp as a hawk. We simply haven't reached the right spot yet. Exactly. How senior brother Xinghe has treated us needs no further explanation. Everyone give it your all. Even if we have to dig through this entire spirit mine, we must uncover spirit stones. Alright, let's push harder. Spirit vein detected over here. Suddenly a distant cry rang out, and many people rushed over. A mining disciple had cleared away a patch of waste stone, and behind it shimmered raw spirit, or spiritual light. This is spiritual light. Only top-grade spirit stone rough, or can emit such a faint glow. We've unearthed it. It's truly unearthed. Go report at once. The news quickly reached Qin Xiangqian. Overcome with excitement, he did not bother reporting to Chu Xinghe first, and ran to the scene directly, but soon his disappointment set in. For beyond that single glowing piece of rough, where there was only more waste stone. Though a top-grade spirit stone had emerged, it was hardly enough to turn the Tianyi spirit mine's fortunes around. We continue digging. I refuse to believe this. Yes, keep digging. It must be hidden deeper. The mining disciples showed no sign of discouragement, but Qin Xiangqian could only sigh helplessly. Could senior brother Xinghe truly have misjudged? But as he was lost in thought, his deputy delivered news that nearly made Qin Xiangqian spit blood. President Wang Tiniu has comprehended the stone-turning technique and requests some raw or to practice. What nonsense! Qin Xiangqian was dumbfounded. Wang Tiniu comprehending the stone-turning technique. Are you pulling my leg? Leading his men straight to Wang Tiniu's location from afar, they saw Wang Tiniu, standing in the courtyard. President, I've comprehended the stone-turning technique. Give me some spirit stones so I can try. Tainyo, are you certain you're not joking with me? I never tell lies. Wang Tiniu wore an earnest expression. Qin Xiangqian said nothing further and directly ordered someone to fetch the rawest, poorest quality, or do not waste anything good. Soon the raw ore was delivered to Tainyo, and Qin Xiangqian signaled that he could begin. Tainyo wasted no words, strode to the raw ore, and a flash of spiritual light appeared in his hand. Truly the stone-turning technique. When the light fell upon the ore, it trembled slightly, and its outer crust began to flake away. In the next instant, a low-grade spirit stone appeared before everyone. Silence fell. At that moment, the entire courtyard was deathly quiet, every eye darting wildly between the spirit stone and Tainyo. Stone-turning. Succeeded. It truly succeeded. Wang Tiniu truly possesses talent for the stone-turning art, and not just ordinary talent. How many days had passed since he received the stone-turning technique? Without any master's guidance, relying solely on the stone-turning technique to comprehend it himself, and yet he had mastered it. This was beyond outrageous. This was absurdity itself. Tainyo continued his movements, and soon all the raw ore had been turned. When he finished, Qin Xiangqian was once again rendered speechless. What in the world? Was Tainyo's speed really this fast? Qin Xiangqian knew well that ordinary stone-turners worked slowly, for the technique consumed spiritual energy. Tainyo's speed was something Qin Xiangqian had neither heard nor seen before. But just as Qin Xiangqian was stunned by the pace, his deputy spoke up. President, the ore yield rate seems rather high. Yield rate. The stone-turning technique did have a concept of yield rate. Why did everyone seek out the Shi family for stone-turning? Because the Shi family's yield rate stood at around 70%. Meaning of all the ore they processed, at most 30% was lost and 70% remained as spirit stones, the highest rate anywhere. It was considered the pinnacle. But now looking at Tainyo, his yield rate appeared to be around 50%. A 50% yield rate might sound far inferior to the Shi families, but Qin Xiangqian knew that the 70% referred to the Shi family's master stone turners. Those individuals had studied the stone-turning technique since childhood. But what of Tainyo? How many days had he practiced since teaching himself? Previously, the Shi family's most outstanding disciple Shi Zhongtian was hailed as achieving a 30% yield rate on his very first attempt, prompting the Shi family to nearly announce it across the world as evidence of a peerless genius. An ordinary stone turner achieving even a 10 or 5% yield rate on the first attempt was already considered a little genius. But Tainyo, Qin Xiangqian's gaze toward him had completely changed. This was no longer Tainyo. This was Golden Bull himself. President, why are you looking at me like that? I know my yield rate is only 50%. I've let senior brother Xinghe down. But rest assured, I've studied it, and with a few more days of practice, reaching 90% should be no problem. Reaching the legendary 100% is harder. I need several more years of tempering for that. Tainyo's words fell upon a completely silent crowd. Others might boast and some would believe, but whatever Tainyo said was absolutely true. If he said he could reach 90%, he would reach 90%. If he said he could challenge the legendary 100%, he would achieve it. Qin Xiangqian felt his blood pressure rising. In fact, not only him. Every person who had gathered at the courtyard felt their blood pressure climbing. Especially Chu Xinghe, who arrived upon hearing the news and overheard Tainyo's words. His vision blurred, and he nearly fainted. Chu Xinghe was humming a cheerful tune today, minding his own affairs, not bothering anyone. Just as he sang the joyful line about gongs and drums heralding annual jubilation, he suddenly sensed something was amiss. Why was he singing such an ill-omened song again? Yet what was there to fear? With this round being an absolute masterpiece of his own making, how could he possibly lose? But before Chu Xinghe could continue singing, Ma Liang arrived. Star, 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 star. Straighten your tongue when you speak. Senior brother Xinghe, Tainyo has comprehended the stone-touching art. Crash. Chu Xinghe fell off his stool. What in the world? Tainyo comprehended the stone-touching art. What nonsense are you telling me? But before long, Chu Xinghe was dragged all the way to the courtyard of the Haotian Merchant Guild by this so-called lucky General Ma Liang. And Tainyo's little speech was overheard by Chu Xinghe with perfect clarity. What people meant by their vision going dark, Chu Xinghe truly understood today. Wang Tainyo, Wang Tainyo. Have I, Chu Xinghe, ever treated you poorly? Yet you repay me with such ingratitude. How can you face me? Senior brother Xinghe, I did not let you down. Wang Tainyo's eyes welled with pitiful tears. And no, you didn't. Chu Xinghe gritted his teeth until they nearly crumbled. Was this truly a matter of disappointment or not? You've slapped me across the face in return. Have I, Chu Xinghe, dug up your ancestors' graves? How could you do this to me? Where are the promised 1 in 10,000 simpletons, the promised misfortune that clings to one's very being? Did you hoard all your luck from so many years just to ambush me in one devastating blow? Though Chu Xinghe was nearly choked with rage at this moment. When he witnessed Wang Tainyo's stone-touching art with his own eyes, he was still thoroughly startled. On his very first attempt at stone-touching, the success rate had already reached 50%. Without any guidance from a renowned master, he comprehended it entirely on his own. As if comprehension alone were not enough, the stone-touching art Qin Xiangqian had purchased was of a rather humble caliber, yet this fellow Tainyo was simply extraordinary. He was quite literally a man born for the stone-touching art. Within merely a few short days, he had thoroughly unraveled the entire stone-touching art through his own contemplation and even refined and elevated it. With this refinement, the once ordinary stone-touching art was instantly elevated to something sublime. Qin Xiangqian merely cast a single glance and nearly dropped the stone-touching art to the ground in terror. He then presented the refined version with a face full of dread before Chu Xinghe. Senior brother Xinghe, I swear. I only saw the first few characters. I did not read a single word of what came after. I absolutely dare not leak any of its contents. Though Qin Xiangqian had only glimpsed it once, he already understood that this stone-touching art was no longer the one he had purchased. Even the sacred Stonegate arts passed down through generations by the Shi family themselves might pale in comparison to it. A divine art of this caliber absolutely belonged in the highest level of the most secretive scripture pavilion of Haoyan Sect. Having merely laid eyes upon such a treasure, the possibility of being silenced permanently was hardly unfounded. Chu Xinghe opened the stone-touching art with a wooden expression. Though he did not comprehend the stone-touching art himself, after merely a few glances he knew this was undoubtedly a divine art. Wang Tainyo was a man literally born for the stone-touching art. Were heaven not to give birth to Wang Tainyo, the art of stone-touching would have remained in eternal darkness throughout the ages. Although Ma Liang and the others were equally curious about what the stone-touching art had been transformed into, not a single one of them dared step up and take a look. They were not senior brother Xinghe after all. Such a divine art was hardly something ordinary people should lay eyes upon. Should any secret of the sect be leaked, it would constitute a most grievous offense. Rest assured, senior brother Xinghe. Apart from us Haoyan Sect people, I would never dare transmit the stone-touching art to outsiders. Though Wang Tainyo was simple-minded, he understood he had done something extraordinary. But Wang Tainyo felt not the slightest pride, for he believed everything he had achieved today was entirely thanks to senior brother Xinghe. How did that saying go? A fine hound of 1,000 miles is easy to find, but a discerning master is rare to come by. Was he not precisely that fine hound of 1,000 miles? Senior brother Xinghe was the discerning lord. However, Wang Tainyo would never grow arrogant over such a modest achievement. On the contrary, he believed he must continue to strive, for only thus could he not squander senior brother Xinghe's painstaking efforts. He vowed to make following senior brother Xinghe his lifelong pursuit. Chu Xinghe patted Wang Tainyo on the shoulder, his countenance utterly solemn. Wang Tainyo sensed senior brother Xinghe's expectations for his future. Steady. Wang Tainyo was merely an unexpected twist. He would not affect the grand scheme of things. Chu Xinghe kept reassuring himself within that he must remain as steady as an old dog. A single Wang Tainyo could not overturn the board. The fruits of his many days of courting death could not be so easily undone. Yet just as Chu Xinghe opened his mouth to demonstrate Tainyo's abilities, a sudden clamor rang out from afar. Something happened. Something terrible happened. Trouble. Chu Xinghe's heart leaped with joy. Finally some good news. Guildmaster. Senior brother Xinghe is here too. Something happened at the Tianyi spirit mine. What happened? Chu Xinghe was startled. Just now a mining disciple accidentally cracked open a fissure, and the spirit mine collapsed. Holy hell. Wonderful. The gloom Chu Xinghe had been wallowing in, thanks to Wang Tainyo, instantly lifted. Heaven rewards the diligent. When life is at its peak, one must celebrate to the fullest. Laughter and song welcome the new year. May each passing year bring forth this very day. Chu Xinghe nearly burst into song. Yet on the surface he wore an expression of urgent concern. Quickly, rush to the rescue at once. Without waiting for the messenger, he dragged everyone along toward the Tianyi spirit mine. By the time Chu Xinghe arrived at the Tianyi spirit mine, the entire site was already surrounded in an impenetrable throng. Make way, all of you, Qin Xiangqian bellowed. The surrounding mining disciples also caught sight of Chu Xinghe. Senior brother Xinghe. Congratulations, senior brother Xinghe. Senior brother Xinghe. Eyes sharp as a torch. What tremendous fortune, senior brother Xinghe. The inexplicable outpouring from the mining disciples nearly startled Chu Xinghe into exclaiming, could it be that his performance moments ago had been too much and they had discovered something? But there was no time for explanations now, for Chu Xinghe had already entered the Tianyi spirit mine. It had collapsed. It truly had collapsed. The tunnels of the Tianyi spirit mine had caved in dozens of meters straight down, and another opening had appeared. Everyone filed in one after another, but the imagined scene of miners crushed to death by blocked tunnels did not materialize. After the group had walked several dozen meters along the newly formed passage, whoosh, a flash of white light nearly blinded everyone. Spiritual radiance. Spiritual radiance filled every eye as it blazed forth from the passage ahead. The passage that should have been pitch black was now so blindingly bright it defied description. Countless mining disciples stood within the tunnels, utterly dumbfounded. But it was not only they who were struck dumb, everyone who had entered was equally stunned. Spiritual radiance. It's all spiritual radiance. Top grade. It's all damn top-grade spirit stones. We're rich. We're rich. Qin Xiangqian appeared utterly possessed at this moment. Yet it was not only he who was bewitched, every member of the Haotian sect who had followed was likewise entranced. They had not been unfamiliar with spirit mines, but a spirit mine, where so many top-grade spirit stones had gathered in such profusion, they had neither seen nor even heard of. There's 7-colored light over there. No one knew who shouted. The next instant everyone turned to look. Sure enough, 7-colored light. 7-colored light, a phenomenon that only supreme-grade spirit stones could produce. Supreme-grade spirit stones. Throughout countless mining operations it was commonplace for a spirit mine to yield no supreme-grade stones at all, and even when it did, only in the rarest quantities. Yet now, gazing into the distance, an entire wall exuded 7-colored radiance. All of it, every last bit, was supreme-grade spirit stones. Heaven blesses Haotian. Ma Liang led the cry, and in the next instant throughout the entire mine, whether they belonged to the Haotian Merchant Guild, the inner disciples of Haotian Sect, or the mining disciples, everyone raised their voices in unison. Heaven blesses Haotian. Heaven blesses Senior Brother Xinghe. Bless my backside. At this moment Chu Xinghe felt a mouthful of old blood surging up his throat. This was definitely a dream. Quick, sing the awakening verse. He wanted to wake up, he did not wish to keep dreaming. Yet reality proved this was no dream, for Tainyo, taking 2 steps at a time, had already rushed into the raw spirit stones, and with a single touch of his art extracted a stone from its shell. Instantly the radiance of a top-grade spirit stone appeared before every eye. Tainyo reached for another 7-colored raw stone, and once more made his move. A supreme-grade 7-colored spirit stone emerged as if destined by fate. Silence descended. The entire mine fell utterly silent. Every person stared at the spirit stones Tainyo had extracted, their eyes bloodshot with longing. Tears streamed uncontrollably down Wan Lin's face. Senior Brother Xinghe. Senior Brother Xinghe was indeed right. This Tianyi spirit mine is unrivaled beneath the heavens. With Wan Lin's cry, everyone came to their senses. As they looked upon Chu Xinghe with his composed expression, each and every person was deeply moved. When Senior Brother Xinghe had declared his intention to purchase the Tianyi spirit mine, none among them knew how many had thought him mad. Some had even considered him a fool. Yet Senior Brother Xinghe had not hesitated in the slightest and purchased the Tianyi spirit mine outright. Back then some had wondered why Senior Brother Xinghe had not explained his reasoning to everyone. But at this moment, beholding everything here, all understood. It was not that he would not explain, it was that he could not. Had anyone known the situation here, had even a single word leaked, would the Sure family ever have sold the Tianyi spirit mine? This was without question the most terrifying spirit mine ever discovered. Senior Brother Xinghe. It had to be Senior Brother Xinghe all along. Even though he had borne so many days of slander, even though he had been reviled and defamed in countless ways, Senior Brother Xinghe had never defended himself in the slightest. Surely Senior Brother Xinghe had been waiting for this very day. At last this day had arrived. And Senior Brother Xinghe had proven through deeds what piercing vision he possessed, how unfathomably profound he truly was. Though the world insults me, reviles me, wounds me, I remain utterly untroubled, for in the end the result will always reveal who stands at the very pinnacle. Senior Brother Xinghe's realm of wisdom had indeed reached a height that no one could ever aspire to. Qin Xiangqian's eyes glistened with tears. He too had once doubted Senior Brother Xinghe, but today he was utterly and completely conquered in admiration. From this day forth nothing and no one shall ever shake the resolve of my footsteps, as I follow Senior Brother Xinghe. No wonder Senior Brother Xinghe granted such generous treatment to the mining disciples. It was not that he had never considered the sect might suffer losses, it was simply that he stood at a height none of us could reach. He had long known the secret of the Tianyi spirit mine. With the Tianyi spirit mine in hand, what matter if even greater rewards were given to the mining disciples? With a spirit mine like this, not only would the sect suffer no loss, but its annual spirit stone yield would likely multiply many times over. Glory to Senior Brother Xinghe. With Senior Brother Xinghe at the helm, how could our Haotian sect fail to flourish and reach its zenith? The Tianyi spirit mine has exploded. Not a small explosion, but a cataclysmic detonation. Today will be etched into the annals of the Haotian sect's history. The sect chronicles recorded that on the 10th day of the 10th month of the year 8562 of the Liang calendar, under the guidance of Chu Xinghe, the most exceptional disciple in the history of the Haotian sect, the Tianyi spirit mine was acquired. A spirit mine that surpassed all others ever discovered on the Liang continent. Chu Xinghe had no recollection of how he had emerged from the spirit mine. It was over. Utterly and completely over. All his fierce maneuvering had amounted to nothing but a monumental fool's errand. The Tianyi spirit mine had soared from a universally known worthless deposit to the foremost spirit mine beneath the heavens. Wang Tinyu had likewise transformed from a simpleton into the man who inaugurated a new era of stone-pointing arts. Only Chu Xinghe, had drawn water with a bamboo basket, achieving nothing at all. After toiling endlessly for so many days, all his efforts had ultimately served only to adorn another's triumph. The news of the Tianyi spirit mine was naturally impossible to contain. When the news spread, an eerie silence fell over the entirety of Spirit City. The first reaction of every soul who heard it was that this had to be absolute nonsense. But the Tianyi spirit mine stood right there in Spirit City. People rushed frantically to witness it, and when basket after basket of super-grade spirit stone, or gleaming with radiant spiritual light and seven-colored radiance, was carried out, every gaze grew wide with astonishment. Several individuals even contemplated seizing the stones on the spot. Fortunately, reason prevailed. Spirit stones may be precious, but life is far more valuable. Rob the Haotian sect. That wouldn't merely be madness. It would be a path to certain death. Dare to steal a single spirit stone from the Haotian sect today, and tomorrow Gu Mingqiao would tear through the void itself to hunt you down. You could hide in the deepest abyss and still not escape death. This should have belonged to our Sure family. The others could still maintain composure, but the Sure family utterly collapsed. Collapsed as though hemorrhaging from within. Rumor had it that upon hearing this news, the Sure family patriarch failed to catch his breath and vomited 2 ounces of blood on the spot. We're not selling. We won't sell. The Tianyi spirit mine is ours, the Sure family patriarch bellowed before losing consciousness. Though every member of the Sure family longed to echo these words, they knew such protest would serve no purpose whatsoever. You intend to tell the Haotian sect that you're no longer selling. Do you believe that tomorrow the Haotian sect wouldn't leave all 3,000 members of the Sure family dead on the ground? What exactly do you take the Haotian sect for? A soft persimmon to be squeezed? There have been countless souls who rolled and thrashed against the Haotian sect, yet in the end, not even weeds grew on their graves. Because they died too horribly, their remains too scattered to even be buried. The Sure family possessed neither the courage nor the audacity for such defiance. Blood flowed throughout every sect. Blood coughed up in rage upon hearing the news. When Shuxing has set the record for the shortest mine purchase by acquiring the Tianyi spirit mine, countless people leaped forth to point at him and call him a monumental fool. At the time, everyone was convinced that Shuxing's brain had been crushed by a door slab. But at this moment, everyone finally realized. It wasn't Shuxing whose brain had been crushed by a door slab, it was us. Our brains had all been crushed by door slabs. The Tianyi spirit mine, the foremost spirit mine beneath the heavens. When the Haotian sect claimed to have purchased it at a sky-high price, everyone cried out that the Haotian sect had suffered a catastrophic loss. Yet now everyone finally understood. Was that truly a sky-high price? That was cabbage pricing at best. What difference did it have from a free gift? Upon hearing of the contract, the Sure family patriarch was reportedly so enraged that he devoured the contract on the spot. Was Chu Xinghe the great fool? We were the absolute thoroughbred fools. In the martial Emperor City's outpost within Spirit City, the steward gazed in astonishment at Zheng Yu, whose face mirrored the same astonishment. Chu Xinghe is truly unfathomable. With his efforts alone, he has made puppets of the entire world. I am not his equal. Zheng Yu, ever proud and arrogant, hung his head in dejection at this moment. Senior brother Zheng, you do not despair so? Though we did not acquire the Tianyi spirit mine, that smaller mine has also exploded. Though the vein is modest, it possesses a brilliance that rivals the Tianyi spirit mine itself. The spirit stones within nearly blinded me. The steward was now genuinely in awe. While all the world mocked Chu Xinghe, only senior brother Zheng Yu had believed from beginning to end that this man was unfathomable. There was a time when I believed senior brother Zheng Yu had lost his senses. Now it appears it was not senior brother Zheng Yu who had lost his senses, but rather I who was far too naive. Chu Xinghe is truly, as senior brother Zheng Yu declared, unfathomable. With his efforts alone, he has made puppets of the entire world. When has the Sure family ever suffered such a devastating fall? When have the sects of the world ever been toyed with in such a manner? Yet Chu Xinghe accomplished it. He remained utterly silent, yet seemed as though seated upon the highest throne of all. Laughing as tempests rise across the realm, I remain unmoved. Such magnificence. Even the steward could not help but be captivated. The foremost figure of the younger generation. Truly the foremost in every regard. Not merely in strength, but in intellect terrifying beyond measure. Every step he took seemed like reckless maneuvering, but upon reflection now each move was as celestial and unfathomable as a winged steed soaring through the void, leaving not the slightest trace. By the time you react even slightly, he has already secured victory. Though the martial Emperor City was also consumed by envy and resentment, senior brother Zheng Yu's extraordinary intellect allowed him to anticipate a sliver of Chu Xinghe's trajectory. Thus, apart from the Haotian sect, the martial Emperor City has become the second greatest victor in this affair. The Tianyi spirit mine shook the world. Yet Wang Tianyu's tale caused an even greater tremor throughout the realm. If heaven had not given birth to Wang Tianyu, the art of stone pointing would have remained in eternal darkness. A man who without any master's guidance comprehended and even created an entirely new stone pointing art. A divine existence who achieved a 50% success rate on his very first attempt. When the Haotian sect first declared they would cultivate their own stone-pointing masters, everyone thought the sect had gone mad, that Chu Xinghe had drunk too much. But at this moment, everyone has been dealt a resounding slap across the face. Wang Tiniu proved to all through undeniable fact that Chu Xinghe possesses not only terrifying strength and extraordinary intellect, but also an eye for talent that is truly unmatched. The Haotian sect has not only acquired the Tianyi spirit mine, but has also produced a super-grade stone-pointing master like Wang Tiniu. Given Wang Tiniu's talent, within a few short years the Haotian sect will never again need to rely on outside forces. It will be able to accomplish stone pointing with effortless ease on its own. But upon careful reflection, what is truly terrifying is not Wang Tiniu, but Chu Xinghe himself. This man is unfathomable. The news did not linger long before finally reaching the Haotian sect. In the Grand Hall of Haotian today, not only the masters of each palace were present, but every elder had gathered. Yet at this moment an absolute silence, deathly in its stillness, pervaded the entire hall. Everyone was still processing the news from Spirit City. Purchasing the Tianyi spirit mine, considered the act of a fool by all. Improving the treatment of mining disciples, prompting schemes from every sect with a sure family, revealing their hideous true nature. Choosing Wang Tiniu, inviting the ridicule of the entire world. Every move Xinghe made defied everyone's expectations, and now, the Tianyi spirit mine, the foremost spirit mine beneath the heavens. Even with improved treatment for all mining disciples, the Haotian sect's gains have multiplied several times over compared to before. Cultivating Wang Tiniu, a future grandmaster of stone pointing, refining for the sect a divine stone pointing art. Tell me, how should we describe this child Xinghe? Though the sect leader spoke of how to describe him, the smile on his face had already grown infinitely close to resembling the Grand Elder's blooming chrysanthemum grin. As for the Grand Elder, he remained silent at this moment, for under such circumstances maintaining his composure was more than sufficient. The other elders all shook their heads in succession. Their head shaking was not born of disapproval, but of self-reflection. When Xinghe had caused so much commotion before, we had even harbored doubts about him for a moment. Now it seems, we were utterly completely wrong. This child Xinghe is simply perfect. Heaven bless the Haotian. No one knew which elder had cried out first, but all the elders echoed the sentiment in succession. The smile never once faded from the sect leader's face. At this moment he felt himself to be the most brilliant and mighty of all. He had not misjudged this person. Even when everyone believed Chu Xinghe might be acting recklessly, he had still stood firmly in his support. And the facts had proven that this child Xinghe had truly never disappointed anyone. The entirety of the Haotian sect erupted into a frenzy upon receiving the news. The previous series of events had left the sect on edge, and because some had even dared to doubt Chu Xinghe, disciples of the Spirit Crane Palace had engaged in violent altercations with outsiders. They were even punished for it. But now those who had been beaten came one after another to offer their apologies. We were reckless in our doubts about junior brother Xinghe. We are truly ashamed. Now you understand. Junior brother Xinghe is unfathomable. How could you mere mortals possibly see through him? We will apologize to junior brother Xinghe in person. That won't be necessary. Don't you understand junior brother Xinghe by now? Would he hold grudges? Would he be angered by your doubts? He would not. Junior brother Xinghe possesses a noble character. You would do well to conduct yourselves properly from now on. Hearing the words of the Spirit Crane Palace disciples, everyone felt even more ashamed. Indeed, how could we have forgotten? Junior brother Xinghe possesses such noble character. How could he possibly be angered by our doubts? The entire Haotian sect was shaken to its core by the news from Spirit City. Alas! If only I had followed senior brother Xinghe to Spirit City. To have missed such a momentous occasion, I truly regret it. Indeed, I should have volunteered to go. Senior brother Xinghe certainly wouldn't have refused. What a pity, what a pity. In the outer sect. After Fathead Fish's daily beating of Chu Chung, he shared this news with Chu Chung as well. Chu Chung, you little wretch. Two men who came from the same village, yet the difference between you is as vast as heaven and earth. Look at your wretched state, then look at senior brother Xinghe. He is truly a model for our generation. Chu Chung vomited blood, more than even Fathead Fish's beating had drawn. Chu Xinghe, you dog. Two-faced, hypocritical, despicably shameless, cunning, and treacherous. You've all been deceived. He is nothing but a vile scoundrel. What? You dare to slander senior brother Xinghe. Today I shall beat you until peach blossoms bloom across your face, until you learn why the flowers are so red. Still no one knew how long the beating lasted, but the peach blossoms certainly bloomed. As for chrysanthemums, that remained uncertain. In Spirit City, within the Haotian sect's outpost, Chu Xinghe lay listlessly upon a rocking chair, its creaking rhythm bearing testament to the sorrow within his heart. Senior brother Xinghe. Alas, a step too late. Previously you asked me to purchase the entire Tianyi spirit mine, but I forgot there was also a smaller spirit mine. One careless mistake has become an eternal regret. I just received news that the small spirit mine was bought by Zheng Yu of the Martial Emperor City. A miscalculation, a miscalculation. The lucky General Qin Xiangxian finally delivered a piece of news that was at least somewhat positive. Buzz. The moment Qin Xiangqian's words fell, the misfortune compass began to rotate. This thing actually had a reward. Chu Xinghe was utterly dumbfounded. Yet the reward that followed allowed Chu Xinghe's despairing mood to settle ever so slightly. Chu Xinghe had long since lost all will to live. Yet the sudden rotation of the misfortune compass brought him the faintest glimmer of hope. What the? He'd been utterly defeated in this round. How could there still be a reward? The needle of the misfortune compass soon came to a halt. At the same moment, a formidable power surged forth from within the misfortune compass. Chu Xinghe felt his entire body tremble, and in the next instant his cultivation had leapt directly from the peak of the 3rd grade all the way to the 4th grade, soaring straight to the peak of the 4th grade martial ancestor. Holy hell! This feels incredible. Chu Xinghe was now savoring pleasure mingled with agony. Completing such a monumental leap in grade in a single bound brought him immense inner satisfaction, yet it also made him acutely aware of just how catastrophically he had lost this round. If the Tianyi spirit mind hadn't disappointed him, wouldn't this leap have carried him all the way to the 6th grade martial king, perhaps even the 7th grade martial saint realm? But now it was too late for such regrets. The reason the misfortune compass had granted him this elevation must have been due to the news brought by his lucky charm Qin Xiangqian earlier. Zheng Yu certainly knew how to snatch up scraps. He had seized a smaller mind that shared the same origin as the Tianyi spirit mind. Thus the misfortune compass had presumed this should belong to Haoyan Sect, but because of Zheng Yu's intervention it had been recorded as a loss. Senior brother Xinghe, all the sects have already begun their cooperation with our Haoyan Sect. Qin Xiangqian delivered yet another blow to Chu Xinghe. What the hell? Weren't these bastards supposed to be isolating us? How did they suddenly start cooperating? Chu Xinghe found this deeply disheartening. Weren't they supposed to be isolating us? Weren't they supposed to refuse cooperation? Weren't they supposed to continue their retaliatory strikes? Have you people no shame whatsoever? What senior brother Xinghe doesn't know is that now that you've secured the Tianyi spirit mine, the supreme grade spirit stones it produces are something every sect desperately lacks. Each one of them is worried they won't be able to obtain these supreme grade spirit stones from our Haoyan Sect. How would they dare negotiate any terms with us? Qin Xiangqian was immensely excited. Back when the major sects of the world had united to isolate Haoyan Sect, Qin Xiangqian had been every bit as worried as anyone else. What on earth were we going to do? Yet never in his wildest dreams had Qin Xiangqian imagined that senior brother Xinghe had already devised his strategies from behind the command tent and secured victory 1,000 miles away. The moment these supreme-grade spirit stones emerged, every sect bowed its head in deference. In the past, when cooperating with various sects, those sects would still propose all manner of conditions. But now, let alone proposing conditions, now those sects don't even possess the qualification to bargain with Haoyan Sect over its various terms. Whatever Haoyan Sect says simply goes. In all his years, Qin Xiangqian had never negotiated such a satisfying deal. There was no need for any scheming or overthinking whatsoever. It was simply Haoyan Sect dictating the terms while all the other sects were responsible for agreeing to them. Qin Xiangqian was elated while Chu Xinghe wept within. The devastating tidings came one after another, filling Chu Xinghe's heart with smoldering frustration. Bring every single supreme-grade spirit stone produced to me. I'm taking them back to the sect as gifts for everyone. Chu Xinghe gnashed his teeth. You shameless sects. You still dare want my supreme-grade spirit stones. Just you wait. Rest assured, senior brother Xinghe. All the supreme-grade spirit stones from this batch have already been completely packaged. If those sects want to obtain them, that won't be until next year. Qin Xiangqian cheerfully delivered a Qinquan ring into Chu Xinghe's hands. Holding the Qinquan ring and gazing upon the radiant supreme-grade spirit stones within, Chu Xinghe felt marginally more at ease. After sending off his lucky charm Qin Xiangqian, Chu Xinghe rested for the span of a single day. During this day, Chu Xinghe also made a trip around the spirit mine. He specifically instructed the minor disciples of the spirit mine not to neglect their cultivation on account of mining work. Mines could be excavated anytime. Cultivation was what truly mattered. Countless minor disciples were moved to tears of gratitude at senior brother Xinghe's instruction. Listen to this. This is our senior brother Xinghe. Other spirit mines worried about minor disciples slacking off, each and every one of them demanding that minor disciples complete their tasks before utilizing their own time for cultivation. But look at senior brother Xinghe. He tells us not to overwork ourselves and to focus on our cultivation. In the face of such an understanding senior brother Xinghe, countless minor disciples solemnly vowed that they absolutely would not neglect their mining duties on account of cultivation. Senior brother Xinghe treats us so well, we cannot disappoint him in the slightest. Afterwards, Chu Xinghe went to visit Wang Tiniu. Goodness gracious. In just a few short days, Tiniu had made tremendous progress in the stone-touching art. His success rate in extracting stones had now reached 70%, on par with the Shi clan. Yet Tiniu showed not the slightest excitement about this. Instead, he repeatedly expressed that his progress was far too slow. Senior brother Xinghe had given him such an opportunity and valued him so highly. How could he possibly disappoint senior brother Xinghe? He must grow strong in the shortest possible time, completely surpass the Shi clan, and make Haoyan Sect's stone-touching art the finest under heaven. Tiniu wasn't just working hard on his own. In just a few days he had also taken on a dozen or so disciples. These disciples were all former companions of Tiniu, and they didn't exactly look like the sharpest tools in the shed. However, the fortune Tiniu had been denied for so many years had exploded wildly in these few short days. Among the disciples Tiniu had selected apart from a very few with rather mediocre talent each, and every one of them possessed extraordinary gifts in the stone-touching art. And even those rare few with lesser aptitude were damn it at least on par with the Sure clan's geniuses. Upon hearing Wang Tiniu's report, Chu Xingha's heart burned with even greater frustration. Spirit City truly is one colossal trap. Nothing good has happened since arriving in this wretched place. Therefore Chu Xingha chose not to linger any longer in Spirit City and prepared to depart. Qin Xiangqian personally escorted Chu Xingha and his entourage toward the teleportation array. Not only Qin Xiangqian, but all the senior members of the Haoyan Commerce Guild had come as well. Although Chu Xingha's stay had been brief, every single move he had made had already become an investment worthy of being recorded in the annals of the Haoyan Commerce Guild. Though senior brother Xingha's time here was short, the things he left behind are enough for us to learn from for a lifetime. Not only the senior members of the Haoyan Commerce Guild, but even the minor disciples had assembled to see senior brother Xingha off. The many minor disciples, their eyes brimming with tears, called out for senior brother Xingha to visit often. Visit often. Visit often, my ass. In the future I'll come as rarely as humanly possible. Amid countless farewells, Chu Xingha departed Spirit City. Wan Lin, Ma Liang, and the others following behind him were at this moment excitedly discussing how upon returning they absolutely must recount this Spirit City journey to every junior brother and sister, letting them know just how remarkably far-sighted senior brother Xingha truly was. Chu Xingha took yet another blow. The teleportation array was not far from Spirit City, so the group soon arrived at the array. However, the person responsible for setting up the array was still busy with preparations, so they might have to wait a while. After instructing Qin Xiangqian to seek him out without fail whenever he encountered any trouble in the future, Chu Xingha dismissed him. Watching Qin Xiangqian's reluctant figure turning back every few steps, Chu Xingha was once again rendered speechless. After sending Qin Xiangqian off, the group rested on the spot, awaiting the activation of the teleportation array. Just as Chu Xingha was reflecting on what exactly he had done wrong during this Spirit City journey, the sound of combat suddenly rang out from a distance. Senior brother Xingha, let me go take a look. Ma Liang, naturally fond of meddling and excitement, eagerly volunteered for the mission. Stay put. I'm going. Chu Xingha glared at Ma Liang. You go, my ass. As the saying goes, better to seek more trouble than less. What if there's some opportunity to inflict losses on the sect? If you go first, how am I supposed to operate? After ordering everyone to remain where they were, Chu Xingha stealthily headed toward the direction from which the sounds of combat had come. Soon Chu Xingha located the source of the disturbance. He fixed his gaze upon the scene. Good heavens. Zheng Yu. At this moment Zheng Yu was wreathed in flames, leading a group of martial Emperor City disciples in fierce combat against a band of black-clad figures. However, the black-clad figures clearly outnumbered the martial Emperor City contingent. Although Zheng Yu was formidable, the black-clad faction was evidently stronger. Zheng Yu and his group had already been surrounded layer upon layer, and annihilation seemed only moments away. Senior brother Xingha. How Zheng Yu spotted Chu Xingha amid the bloody battle was anyone's guess, but upon seeing Chu Xingha appear, Zheng Yu was overjoyed. Chu Xingha's presence here meant Haoyan Sect's people were also nearby. With Haoyan Sect's forces present, they could certainly be rescued. Overjoyed, Zheng Yu called out to Chu Xingha for aid. The black-clad faction also detected Chu Xingha's presence and was immediately alarmed. But just as the black-clad faction was worrying that Chu Xingha's appearance might complicate matters, Chu Xingha suddenly roared. I'm just passing by. You lot carry on. This has absolutely nothing to do with my Haoyan Sect. Having said that, Chu Xingha turned tail and fled without looking back. Black-clad figures. Zheng Yu. Everyone was dumbfounded. What the hell was that? The black-clad faction had initially been somewhat panicked when Haoyan Sect's people appeared. But now seeing Haoyan Sect's people turn tail and flee without a word at the sight of martial Emperor City being surrounded and slaughtered, what was the meaning of this? They had seen their share of cowardly, death-fearing people, but people this cowardly and death-fearing were beyond anything they had ever heard of. Was this really the Haoyan Sect they knew? Wasn't this supposed to be the foremost sect under heaven? Wasn't there supposed to be a bond of brotherhood between them? Zheng Yu was truly dumbfounded. He had already prepared himself for Chu Xingha to come to their rescue, yet never in his wildest dreams did he imagine that senior brother Xingha would abandon them without a care. But just as everyone stood in stunned silence, a man on the outermost perimeter of the black-clad faction, who had yet to make a move, suddenly flashed a gleam in his eyes. Everyone, abandon the martial Emperor City people. Seize him. He is Chu Xingha of Haoyan Sect. Accompanying this shout, the black-clad man soared into the air, riding the wind, as he pursued Chu Xingha. Wind riding flight. A 7th-grade martial saint. Chu Xingha, who had been feigning cowardice, was now dumbfounded himself. What the hell? You lot were fighting martial Emperor City just fine. I was merely passing by as a spectator. Why are you abandoning martial Emperor City to chase me? And damn it, why is there a 7th-grade martial saint in the mix? But now Chu Xinghe had no time to ponder further. All the black-clad figures unanimously abandoned the Martial Emperor City contingent and surged en masse in pursuit of Chu Xinghe. Zhengyu, Martial Emperor City disciples. And so it was that the Martial Emperor City contingent originally surrounded and on the verge of slaughter was left behind as everyone gave chase to Chu Xinghe. Zheng Yu's eyes welled with tears. So senior brother Xinghe was not a coward after all. He had drawn the enemies away in this manner to save the people of Martial Emperor City. Chu Xinghe felt utterly exasperated at this moment. He had merely come to watch the spectacle and then pretended to be a cowardly craven. Today it would have been far better if Zheng Yu had perished here. For if even a single disciple of Martial Emperor City managed to survive and spread word of today's events, then Chu Xinghe himself, as a disciple of Haoyan Sect, would become infamous throughout the realm for fleeing in terror while his fellow cultivators were being slaughtered by the besiegers of Martial Emperor City. They would not speak merely of Chu Xinghe's cowardice, but rather condemn all of Haoyan Sect, accusing them of fleeing in fear and refusing to lift a hand in salvation. Should such rumors spread, the damage inflicted upon the sect would be nothing short of catastrophic. Initially, Chu Xinghe had wondered how on earth he could possibly lose. Yet now he understood the absurdity of it all. What kind of madness possessed these people to abandon their siege of the Martial Emperor City disciples just to pursue him instead? And that 7th-rank martial saint. You refuse to lift a finger against the Martial Emperor City disciples. You refuse to lift a finger against Zheng Yu. Yet you pursue me with such reckless abandon. What manner of sorcery is this? Though utterly bewildered, Chu Xinghe was no fool. The direction of his flight was deliberately not toward the teleportation array. After all, Ma Liang and the others remained in that direction. If he truly fled that way, regardless of whether he himself could escape, they would surely face grave peril. Therefore the path Chu Xinghe had chosen for his escape was Spirit City. Once within its walls, even an 8th-rank martial sovereign would never dare attempt to seize him there, let alone a mere 7th-rank martial saint. Yet within mere moments, Chu Xinghe realized the depths of his own naivete. The 7th-rank martial saint traversed the void with a few effortless strides and was already closing in behind him. The martial saint's eyes gleamed with unbridled avarice, gazing upon Chu Xinghe with the same ravenous intensity as a lecher beholding the goddess of his dreams lying naked before him. Chu Xinghe, where do you think you're fleeing? The martial saint's palm shimmered with malevolent dark, she instantly coalescing into a colossal black hand that lunged forth to seize Chu Xinghe. Hold! I surrender. At the very instant the black hand was about to grasp him, Chu Xinghe came to an abrupt halt. The martial saint, utterly caught off guard by this sudden surrender, was unable to arrest his own momentum and surged forward dozens of meters before finally coming to a stop. The other black-clad figures came pouring in from behind, and in the span of a single heartbeat, they had encircled Chu Xinghe in a tightening noose. Good sirs, please hold. I surrender. I surrender. Chu Xinghe proclaimed as he crouched down and clasped his hands over his head. The sight left every one of the black-clad figures utterly dumbfounded. They were cultivators of the Shadow Demon sect who had originally intended to lay an ambush to capture Zheng Yu today. But to their utter astonishment, they had fortuitously encountered Chu Xinghe, the catch of a lifetime. Compared to Chu Xinghe, what was Zheng Yu worth? In recent days, Chu Xinghe's renown had echoed throughout the realm. Even the disciples of the Shadow Demon sect had heard his name until their ears grew weary. Chu Xinghe, the foremost prodigy of the younger generation, Chu Xinghe, the chosen prodigy of Haoyan Sect. To capture Chu Xinghe today would be an unprecedented triumph. The Shadow Demon sect had even prepared themselves for Chu Xinghe's desperate resistance unto death. Yet what manner of absurdity was surrendering in a single instant? Was this truly the Haoyan sect they had come to know? Was this truly the foremost prodigy of the younger generation? Even Meng Yong, the 7th-ranked demon lord of the Shadow Demon sect, harbored doubts. By all reason, how could a cultivator of Chu Xinghe's caliber be a craven coward? Could this person truly be Chu Xinghe? But upon approaching Chu Xinghe and scrutinizing him from every conceivable angle, Meng Yong confirmed his identity beyond any shadow of doubt. The robes of a personally disciple of Haoyan Sect that Chu Xinghe wore could never be counterfeited. Moreover, given Chu Xinghe's meteoric rise to prominence in recent days, the Shadow Demon sect had naturally obtained portraits of him as well. After comparing Chu Xinghe repeatedly against his portrait, Meng Yong confirmed beyond any doubt that the person before him was indeed Chu Xinghe himself. Take him away. At Meng Yong's command, the black-clad figures surged forth in unison, and in the span of a single breath, Chu Xinghe was completely subdued. He was then stuffed into a sack and spirited away. Meng Yong led the cultivators of the Shadow Demon sect in hasty retreat. Yet within a minute of their departure, Zheng Yu arrived with the disciples of Martial Emperor City. Gazing upon the traces left behind by the departing black-clad figures, Zheng Yu's heart was seized by unspeakable dread. A catastrophe had befallen them. Senior brother Xinghe had been captured. After all, in the face of a 7th-rank martial saint, senior brother Xinghe possessed not the slightest means of resistance. And upon observing the direction in which senior brother Xinghe had fled, Zheng Yu at that moment arrived at a profound realization. Senior Brother Xinghe had never been a craven coward, nor had he callously abandoned them to perish. Rather, Senior Brother Xinghe had deliberately drawn the Shadow Demon Sect away to safeguard the disciples of Martial Emperor City. Today, Zheng Yu and his companions had originally intended to return to Martial Emperor City via the teleportation array. Yet to their utter misfortune, they had encountered the Shadow Demon Sect's ambush the moment they arrived. Zheng Yu had believed their fate was sealed. The disciples of Martial Emperor City had fought with desperate valor, but just as they were on the verge of being overwhelmed, Senior Brother Xinghe had appeared, and through such cunning stratagem, drawn the Shadow Demon Sect away. The reason for asserting that Senior Brother Xinghe had deliberately drawn them away rather than fleeing in cowardice lay in the very direction he had chosen for his escape. Had Senior Brother Xinghe truly been a craven coward, he would have fled toward the disciples of Haotian Sect. Yet Senior Brother Xinghe had clearly been making for Spirit City instead. He had been attempting to reach Spirit City to summon reinforcements. But Senior Brother Xinghe's cultivation was what it was. In the face of a 7th-ranked demon lord, he could never have reached Spirit City in time. Crack! Zheng Yu crushed the Martial Emperor token in his grasp. In that instant, countless beams of spiritual light erupted skyward. This was Martial Emperor City's method of summoning aid. The battle had been so intense moments before that Zheng Yu had not even found the opportunity to crush the Martial Emperor token. But at this moment, Zheng Yu understood that catastrophe had indeed struck. Senior Brother Xinghe had been captured by the Shadow Demon Sect whilst attempting to rescue them. If any misfortune were to befall Senior Brother Xinghe, Zheng Yu knew that even 100 deaths would not suffice to atone for his guilt. What has transpired? Soon the surrounding disciples of Haotian Sect arrived, led by Ma Liang and Wan Lin. After all, once the Martial Emperor token was crushed, news of the emergency would be transmitted instantaneously and visible to all within the vicinity. Zheng Yu. Ma Liang recognized Zheng Yu. What has befallen you, Senior Brother Zheng Yu? Wan Lin inquired. A catastrophe has occurred. Senior Brother Xinghe has been captured by the Shadow Demon Sect. The moment Zheng Yu's words escaped his lips, every disciple of Haotian Sect was struck dumb with astonishment. What sorcery was this? Had not Senior Brother Xinghe merely gone to assess the situation? How could he have been captured? Yet in short order, they learned from Zheng Yu's account the full measure of what had transpired. When the disciples of Martial Emperor City had been besieged by the Shadow Demon Sect, Chu Xinghe had remained undaunted. Alone he had drawn the Shadow Demon Sect away. Yet regrettably, a 7th-ranked demon lord had been among their number, and Senior Brother Xinghe had possessed no means to resist. He had been captured by the Shadow Demon Sect. You? Zheng Yu. Wan Lin nearly swooned upon hearing Zheng Yu's account. But was this not precisely the manner of conduct that had always defined Senior Brother Xinghe? Senior Brother Xinghe was a man of righteous honor who would never abandon others to perish, ever eager to extend aid to those in need. Yet today Senior Brother Xinghe had sacrificed himself on behalf of the disciples of Martial Emperor City. Ma Liang spoke not a single word. Without hesitation, he produced his Sect disciple token and crushed it on the spot. Not merely Ma Liang, but every single disciple of Haotian Sect produced their own disciple token and crushed it. The disciple token possessed the ability to transmit messages to the Sect. The moment Ma Liang crushed his token, the Sect would immediately be made aware that the disciples had encountered grave peril. What has transpired? From Spirit City, several streaks of light descended from the heavens. They were cultivators of Martial Emperor City. Beyond them, cultivators from various other great sects had clearly also received news of the shattered Martial Emperor token and hastened to the scene. A catastrophe. A most dire catastrophe has befallen us. Senior Brother Xinghe has been captured by the Shadow Demon Sect. Zheng Yu, who at this moment retained none of his usual composure, was flustered beyond all measure. Countless mighty cultivators hastened from Spirit City, and upon hearing Zheng Yu's words, all of them felt the world darken before their eyes. A catastrophe had struck. A catastrophe of the most dire proportions had truly befallen them. Chu Xinghe had been captured by the Shadow Demon Sect. Good heavens! Could any calamity greater than this befall Spirit City? Who was Chu Xinghe? Should Haotian Sect learn of this news, the heavens themselves would be turned upside down. If any misfortune were to truly befall Chu Xinghe, Haotian Sect would tear the very heavens asunder. Without need of any words being spoken, all the mighty cultivators immediately dispersed in every direction. Their singular objective was to find Chu Xinghe. They must rescue Chu Xinghe at once at any cost. Qin Xianxian had also hastened to the scene with the mighty cultivators of Haotian Sect stationed in Spirit City. Yet upon hearing the news, Qin Xianxian's vision darkened, and he collapsed to his knees upon the very spot. Quickly, notify every person in Spirit City. Dispatch them all. If Senior Brother Xinghe is not found, not a single soul shall remain alive. Qin Xianxian's command spread with lightning speed throughout all of Spirit City, and in that instant the entire city erupted into unprecedented upheaval. What? Senior Brother Xinghe has been captured by the Shadow Demon Sect. All personnel are to immediately commence the search for Senior Brother Xinghe. Damnable Shadow Demon Sect. How dare they lay hands upon Senior Brother Xinghe? Every last disciple of Haotian Sect in Spirit City mobilized without exception. There existed no matter of greater importance than the safety of Senior Brother Xinghe. Not merely Haotian Sect, Once the news spread, the disciples of Martial Emperor City likewise mobilized to the last man. On this occasion, Chu Xinghe had been captured by the Shadow Demon Sect whilst attempting to rescue Zhongyu and the disciples of Martial Emperor City. The disciples of Martial Emperor City, upon hearing this news, wore expressions of utter incredulity. Yet they understood that while all others might perhaps stand aside, Martial Emperor City absolutely could not. Indeed, if any misfortune were to befall Chu Xinghe, Martial Emperor City would bear an inescapable culpability. Every last disciple of Martial Emperor City sallied forth, scouring the surroundings with frantic desperation in search of Chu Xinghe. The various other sects likewise did not remain idle, for Chu Xinghe was no ordinary disciple of his sect. If today an entire contingent of elite disciples of Haotian sect had been ambushed by the Shadow Demon sect and annihilated to the last man, Haotian sect would be enraged and would seek to exact a bloody reckoning from the Shadow Demon sect. Yet if Chu Xinghe himself were to come to harm, the matter would transcend the mere extraction of a blood debt. Haotian sect would likely wage a war of absolute annihilation against the Shadow Demon sect. The world at large proclaimed Chu Xinghe to be the most exceptional disciple Haotian sect had produced in 4 centuries, one who had even surpassed the existence of the 10th generation Haotian emperor himself. Haotian sect had likewise been cultivating Chu Xinghe as the future lord of Haotian sect. This truth was self-evident from every circumstance that had transpired since Chu Xinghe's arrival in Spirit City. Despite Chu Xinghe's countless actions that all had regarded as wanton mischief, Haotian sect had not only refrained from interrupting him, but had offered their unwavering support throughout. Even the incurring of losses was of no consequence to them. What did this signify? It plainly demonstrated that the sect was expending its own resources and accepting its own losses in order to temper Chu Xinghe through tribulation. Should Chu Xinghe emerge triumphant, all would be well. Yet should he suffer defeat, the sect would accept the cost of such a costly lesson without the slightest hesitation. Yet now such a Chu Xinghe had been captured by the Shadow Demon sect, and all because of Martial Emperor City. If any misfortune were to befall Chu Xinghe, given the overbearing nature of Haotian sect, even Martial Emperor City would likely suffer the consequences alongside them. All of Spirit City was thrown into unprecedented upheaval. Every matter was set aside, and all turned their efforts toward finding Chu Xinghe. If Chu Xinghe could not be found, then they must prepare to face the wrathful fury of Haotian sect. Should Haotian sect be driven to wrath, they might well raise the entirety of Spirit Vein Mountain to the ground. Nor would such an outcome be beyond the realm of possibility. Spirit City has erupted into chaos. To hell with mining, to hell with business. Even a panting dog would get a slap across the face before being sent out to search for Chu Xinghe. At Haotian sect, before the Haotian mirror, Ma Liang and the others had finally re-established contact with Haotian sect by crushing their disciple tokens. Sect Master Gu Mingqiao used the Haotian mirror to contact Ma Liang. Yet the moment he heard the words spilling from Ma Liang's mouth, Gu Mingqiao nearly collapsed onto his backside. What did you say? Gu Mingqiao's eyes had gone bloodshot. Sect Master. Senior brother Xinghe was captured by people from the demonic Shadow sect, while saving those from Martial Emperor City. His whereabouts are unknown, his life or death uncertain. Gu Mingqiao felt his head spin with dizziness. Strike the grand bell. All Haotian sect elders and disciples are to assemble at the Haotian palace immediately. Without a moment's hesitation, Gu Mingqiao issued his command. The Haotian sect grand bell tolled 9 times. Disciples and elders from every hall, regardless of what they had been doing, cast aside everything at that very instant and rushed madly toward the Haotian palace. Moments later, virtually all of Haotian sect had gathered at the Haotian palace, with people packed densely inside and outside the great hall. Everyone was frantically debating what had transpired, that the sect master had actually struck the grand bell. The grand elder and a group of elders stood dumbfounded as they listened to the sect master's words. The grand elder himself lost his footing and nearly collapsed onto the ground, only being saved by the quick reactions of the elders beside him, who caught him just in time. Quick! Prepare the teleportation array. We depart for Spirit City at once. The grand elder could spare no further thought for anything else. Something had happened to Chu Xinghe. How could anything happen to Chu Xinghe? If anything truly happened to Chu Xinghe, the heavens themselves would be upended. The news spread swiftly from the Haotian Great Hall, and in an instant the entire Haotian sect descended into utter pandemonium. What? Senior brother Xinghe has fallen into trouble. Captured by people from the demonic Shadow sect. That damned Zhongyu. If he wanted to die, let him die. How could senior brother Xinghe be so reckless as to draw the enemies away for the people of Martial Emperor City? Senior brother Xinghe was far too rash. Don't speak of him like that. Others I may not know, but don't you all know the character of junior brother Xinghe? If he had chosen not to help today, that is what I would have found strange. Indeed, junior brother Xinghe's every quality is exemplary, except that he is too righteous, too eager to help others. Whenever he sees someone in danger, he could never simply stand by and do nothing. The demonic Shadow sect is utterly audacious. Enough talk. We depart for Spirit City at once to find senior brother Xinghe. Without lengthy deliberation, Gu Mingqiao personally issued orders and arranged the teleportation array. Apart from a few elders left to guard the sect, every other expert from Haoyan sect mobilized. Their target Spirit City. They were determined to locate Chu Xinghe and ensure his safety. Issue the Haoyan decree. Entreat every force across the realm to lend their aid. Chu Xinghe must be found. Gu Mingqiao issued another order, and upon hearing it all the elders nodded in solemn agreement. The Haoyan decree. Haoyan sect had not issued the Haoyan decree for 100 years. When Haoyan sect annihilated the demonic faction in years past, the decree went forth and none beneath the heavens dared disobey. Yet each time the Haoyan decree was issued, it was inevitably in response to matters of earth-shattering consequence. But issuing it for a single person, something like this had never occurred in the entire history of Haoyan sect. Yet not a single soul found anything amiss with the sect master's command. Because that person was none other than Chu Xinghe. The Haoyan decree was swiftly dispatched from Haoyan sect, and every major sect across the realm received it without delay. All who beheld the Haoyan decree were shaken to their core. Yet upon understanding the matter at hand, they immediately grasped why Haoyan sect had gone to such desperate lengths. Chu Xinghe has fallen into danger. The demonic shadow sect actually dared to lay hands upon him. Originally the attack was not directed at Haoyan sect, but at Zheng Yu of Martial Emperor City. Yet who could have imagined that this young man Chu Xinghe would be so chivalrous, rescuing Zheng Yu of Martial Emperor City by drawing the demonic shadow sect forces away alone. Little did anyone expect a demon monarch to be among them, and it was precisely for this reason that he was captured. The rumors that Chu Xinghe is the foremost of the younger generation in martial arts, and that his character surpasses even his martial prowess, I never believed them. But now it seems those rumors were no exaggeration. Hear my command. Elders of the sect depart to search for Chu Xinghe. With the Haoyan decree issued, the entire realm quaked with upheaval. Yet before long, an even more earth-shattering event unfolded. The Martial Emperor decree from Martial Emperor City had also been proclaimed. Zheng Yu transmitted word to Martial Emperor City without delay, and upon hearing the news, Cheng Xiaodian very nearly fainted. Yet Cheng Xiaodian knew that although it was Chu Xinghe who had been taken, the root cause of all this still lay with Martial Emperor City. This child Xinghe, Cheng Xiaodian hardly knew what to make of him. Truly a person both beloved and resented. Beloved because such an outstanding disciple possessed not only invincible cultivation, but also such righteousness and noble character. And resented because such an outstanding disciple was not one of Martial Emperor City's own. Yet regardless of all this, the matter had originated with Martial Emperor City, and Martial Emperor City absolutely could not sit idle and do nothing. Cheng Xiaodian issued the Martial Emperor decree, and every expert from Martial Emperor City mobilized. They had to find Chu Xinghe. Within a single day, the Haoyan decree went forth, and the Martial Emperor decree followed in its wake. The realm trembled with shock. Two supreme decrees issued in unison for the sake of one person. Such a thing had never occurred in the entire history of the Liang continent. Countless powerful cultivators descended upon Spirit City, causing the inhabitants of this modest city to quake with terror. In days past, Spirit City rarely glimpsed such powerful cultivators, but today the skies above Spirit City were filled with experts streaking about in every direction. In the past, merely catching sight of a 7th-rank martial saint had been enough to send countless people into a frenzy of astonishment. But today, in just the span of a single moment, over a dozen martial emperors who could shatter the void had already passed overhead. Among them were Haoyan sect master Gu Mingqiao and Martial Emperor City Lord Cheng Xiaotian. The realm was shaken for the sake of one man, and the name Chu Xinghe resounded mightily throughout the 8 directions. Zheng Yu had gone without sleep or rest for an entire day and night, his mind now consumed by a single thought. If something were to happen to senior brother Xinghe, he would bear the guilt of it for the rest of his days. It would become Zheng Yu's inner demon, a guilt from which he could never absolve himself for the remainder of his life. And while all the forces of the realm were stirred into chaos because of Chu Xinghe alone in a lavishly extravagant estate basement in the small city of Tianruan, located 1,000 miles from Spirit City, Chu Xinghe was extracted from a sack. What came into view was the face of the demon monarch Meng Yong, who had captured him. Unaware of the upheaval unfolding beyond, Meng Yong now gazed at Chu Xinghe with a beaming smile. I am Chu Xinghe, the direct disciple of Haoyan sect. Greetings, Lord Demon Monarch. Chu Xinghe's opening words left Meng Yong utterly bewildered. What on earth? He, worthy of being the foremost of the younger generation. You certainly have spine. The moment Meng Yong uttered these words, the surrounding demonic shadow sect disciples could not resist muttering under their breaths. Lord Demon Monarch, how on earth did you deduce he is spine? Have you already forgotten his surrender from a single second ago? We had expected to capture Zheng Yu, but to think you would deliver yourself right into our net. What a delightful surprise. Ha ha ha. Meng Yong laughed so heartily that his tonsils were practically showing. Zheng Yu was fine, but compared to Chu Xinghe, the two were in entirely different leagues. Yes, Lord Demon Monarch speaks the truth. It is indeed a delightful surprise. Meng Yong, damn it. How is this fellow not afraid in the slightest? Meng Yong clenched his teeth. Chu Xinghe, surely you are aware of our identity. These years Haoyan sect has thwarted many of our demonic shadow sect's grand endeavors. Before Meng Yong could even finish speaking, Chu Xinghe interjected, Lord Demon Monarch speaks rightly. To destroy Haoyan Sect is our sworn duty. Meng Yong. Not only Meng Yong but the surrounding demonic shadow sect disciples were all dumbfounded. What the hell? According to the usual script, shouldn't you be pointing at our noses spouting something about how evildoers inevitably bring about their own destruction, declaring that annihilating the demonic faction is our sworn duty? How is it that you open your mouth and immediately speak of destroying a sect? And judging from the look of righteous indignation on Chu Xinghe's face, he doesn't seem to be feigning it at all. For a moment, everyone began to harbor doubts. Could this really be Chu Xinghe? Surely there has been some mistake. Of course it was Chu Xinghe. This old man isn't a fool. Now that I've been captured by you all, if I were to stand here shouting, "May the heavens bless Haoyan," wouldn't you all just devour me? I do wish to destroy the sect, but that doesn't mean I want people in the sect to die. I Chu Xinghe have my own bottom line, you see. If word got out that I'd cooperated with the demonic faction, then even if I became a martial emperor, the entire realm would hunt me down to the ends of the earth. But as the saying goes, when one is under another's roof, one must play the perfect actor. When it comes to acting, don't you think I can arrange you all neatly and thoroughly? Chu Xinghe, you need not put on such an act. Since you have fallen into our demonic shadow sect's hands, you would do well to submit obediently. Submit. I must certainly submit obediently. Lord Demon Monarch, whatever secrets of Haoyan Sect you wish to know, I shall hold nothing back. Every word shall be poured forth without reserve. All right. Lord Demon Monarch, I happen to have here the latest copy of Haoyan Sect's Stone Touch Divine Art. Please do have a look. As he spoke, Chu Xinghe directly presented the Stone Touch Divine Art that Wang Tiniu had compiled before Meng Yong. As the saying goes, one cannot catch a wolf without sacrificing a child. Without offering some sincerity, without giving something up, how could one ever become the finest of actors? Meng Yong. Yet before Meng Yong could make sense of it, Chu Xinghe spoke again. Besides these, there are also these. All these supreme great spirit stones belong to Haoyan Sect. To be able to hand them over to you, Lord Demon Monarch, fills my heart with immense relief. Without the slightest hesitation, Chu Xinghe handed over all his spatial rings. What a joke. If he surrendered them now, he could still play his part. But if they took them by force later, he would truly be left with nothing at all. Then as the spatial rings were opened, crate upon crate of superior great spirit stones, shimmering with all manner of radiant hues, along with countless supreme great spirit stones, caused the eyes of every surrounding demonic shadow sect disciple to blaze crimson with greed. Meng Yong's eyes widened as he gazed at the spirit stones laid out before him. So this is what Haoyan Sect possesses. So this is what Chu Xinghe possesses. So many spirit stones. Even this demon monarch has never laid eyes upon such a quantity. And this stone-touched divine art. Meng Yong had only to glance at it once before nearly wetting himself in astonishment. In his youth, Meng Yong had also studied the stone-touch art, though he had ultimately abandoned it due to lack of talent. Yet his eye for such things remained sharp. The stone-touched divine art that Chu Xinghe had presented was without question worthy of being called a true divine art. Such a divine art was nothing short of heaven-defying. Yet what Meng Yong found even more heaven-defying was the Chu Xinghe standing before him. What on earth was this? Is this youngster truly so accommodating? According to the usual script, shouldn't I slowly torment this lad, and only after he can endure no more would he surrender these things to me one piece at a time? Yet here I haven't even asked a thing. And you've already produced everything of your own accord. What is the meaning of this? Meng Yong was utterly bewildered. While Meng Yong was bewildered, Chu Xinghe was not the least bit bewildered. While being transported here, Chu Xinghe had figured everything out along the way. This time it was not that I, Chu Xinghe, am actively betraying the sect. The main point is that the demonic faction is simply too brutal. If I don't give them what they want, would they let me go? Nevertheless, I must still thank that young fellow Zheng Yu. Thank the demonic shadow sect for granting me, Chu Xinghe, the opportunity to passively allow the sect to suffer losses. The entire basement fell silent for a full minute. Finally, Meng Yong gazed at the Chu Xinghe before him and spoke. You. What scheme are you truly plotting? Lord Demon Monarch jests. I have already been captured, and my very life and death lie entirely within your grasp. What scheme could there possibly be? You may not know this, my lord, but I have been filled with longing for the demonic Tao since childhood. To enter the demonic faction would be the fulfillment of my lifelong wish. That wretched Haoyan sect was nothing but a fleeting performance. Now the supreme Tao of the demonic faction lies before my very eyes, and my heart yearns for it with overwhelming fervor. My admiration for you, Lord Demon Monarch, is as boundless as the surging river that flows on without end. Do you even know who I am? Meng Yong felt he was nearly moved by Chu Xinghe's words. Yet do you know who I truly am? That matters not. The moment I first laid eyes upon Lord Demon Monarch, I knew that if I did not follow you in this life, I would be left with eternal regret. Therefore, standing before you, I find myself unable to resist the urge to betray Haoyan Sect. I beseech you, my lord, to grant me this fulfillment. With Chu Xinghe's words hanging in the air, every single demonic shadow sect disciple in the hall was struck dumb. At this moment, there was only one thought in everyone's mind. Isn't your act pushing the boundaries of believability just a tad too far? The Demon Shadow sect had captured countless disciples from righteous sects throughout the ages. Of every 10 captives, 5 would swear eternal defiance, cursing their tormentors unto their very last breath. Even the Demon Shadow sect members could not help but admire their fortitude. 3 out of 10 might break under torture and spill some minor secrets, but the sect's highest confidences remained locked behind their lips to the end. The remaining 2 with weaker wills might eventually confess everything, but such individuals were typically low-ranking disciples, and even when they spoke there was precious little of value to be had. They had seen the unbending, the broken, and the traitorous. But Chu Xinghe, who surrendered everything within a single breath before any torture or interrogation had even begun, such a spectacle was utterly unprecedented. If he were merely some lowly grunt, perhaps it would make sense. Are you not the #1 prodigy of your generation? Are you not Chu Xinghe of the Heavenly Fortune sect? Do you have no shred of honor left? Could you not at least put up some resistance? We haven't even asked anything yet, and you've already sold out your entire sect down to your last thread of clothing. Can you still call yourself a man? The various Demon Shadow sect disciples felt that compared to this despicable and shameless Chu Xinghe, they themselves appeared rather upright by comparison. You desire to join the demonic path. Meng Yang's brow furrowed in bewilderment. I desire nothing more. The destruction of the Heavenly Fortune sect has been my lifelong dream. Chu Xinghe's expression was resolute. Wait, are you certain? Absolutely, without a doubt. Meng Yang had prepared numerous techniques and questions for this interrogation. He had even braced himself for the possibility that Chu Xinghe would remain silent until death. But now, he was utterly bewildered. He had no idea how to handle the person sitting before him, for he had never in all his life encountered anyone so thoroughly cooperative. Seize him and lock him in the prison cells. I will verify whether what he has surrendered is genuine before proceeding. Under Meng Yang's orders, the Demon Shadow sect disciples imprisoned Chu Xinghe and posted guards to prevent any possible scheme. But Meng Yang found himself deeply perplexed upon examining the items Chu Xinghe had produced. My lord, the appraisal is complete. All the spirit stones are authentic, and this stone-touched divine art is beyond price. Shortly thereafter, a messenger delivered the report. Though Meng Yang already knew, when someone thrust treasures right into one's face, how could they possibly be counterfeit? Su Ji. Meng Yang turned to the strategist at his side. Tell me, what on earth is this Chu Xinghe plotting? It is difficult to say. This youth holds an extraordinary position within the Heavenly Fortune sect. The spirit stones he offered are unlike anything I have ever seen in my lifetime. And that stone touch technique is nothing short of remarkable. I suspect he seeks only to buy us time. There is certainly a deeper scheme at work. Oof. He claims he wishes to destroy his own sect. Ridiculous. Meng Yang scoffed. My lord, Su Ji continued. Rumor has it that this youth has mastered the Heavenly Fortune battle intent of the Heavenly Fortune sect. Perhaps we can use that as our breakthrough. He claims he wishes to join the demonic path. Let him offer the Heavenly Fortune battle intent as his pledge of allegiance. If he refuses, The moment Su Ji finished, Meng Yang's eyes lit up. Without another word, he strode toward the underground chamber, with Su Ji at his side. Greetings, Lord Demon. Cough. Yes. Chu Xinghe, you claim you wish to join the demonic path. That you want to destroy the Heavenly Fortune sect. Most certainly. Very well. I hear you have learned the Heavenly Fortune battle intent from your sect. Since you seek to join us, let that technique serve as your pledge of allegiance. Meng Yang regarded Chu Xinghe with a sinister grin. Play along, boy. Continue your act. Those spirit stones and the stone touch technique, though invaluable, pale in comparison to the worth of Chu Xinghe himself. The Heavenly Fortune sect would never blame him for offering those treasures to save his own life. But the Heavenly Fortune battle intent was different. That was the sect's supreme secret, guarded above all else. Let us see how long you can keep up your pretense. Yet, just as Meng Yang awaited the moment Chu Xinghe would be exposed by his impossible demand, Chu Xinghe erupted into wild, unrestrained laughter. Blazing heavens! Truly worthy of the title of Lord Demon. I worship you. While locked in that cell, Chu Xinghe had been pondering how to extract the greatest possible benefit from this situation. Though his status was extraordinary and he knew many secrets, handing them all over to these few wouldn't cause catastrophic damage to the Heavenly Fortune sect. The Heavenly Fortune sect was the #1 sect across all realms. Was that merely empty boasting? He had wanted them to plunder the Heavenly Fortune sect's resources, but good heavens, had they no mirrors to gaze into? Were they even worthy? Just as he had been wrestling with this problem, fate delivered the perfect solution on a silver platter. The Heavenly Fortune battle intent. You are courting death yourselves, and you want to learn the Heavenly Fortune battle intent. Could such a thing truly be suitable for your demonic path? But since you insist on seeking your own demise, then I, Chu Xinghe, shall show mercy and help you along. The Heavenly Fortune battle intent was the sect's ultimate secret art. The complete version could only be transmitted directly by the sect master himself. He did not possess the ability to pass it on either. But he did have the incomplete version. As for what manner of gruesome death awaited those who cultivated it, that was a matter best left unspoken. Since your demonic path is so desperate to learn it, this is no treachery on my part. I am merely being extraordinarily generous. It would be splendid if all of you returned and practiced it together, so you could all perish in quick succession. This time I am going all in. Lord Demon, I shall recount the heavenly fortune battle intent to you now. Mengyong, Suji, both of them were completely dumbfounded. What in the world was Chu Xinghe playing at? Then Chu Xinghe proceeded to impart the deathbound version of the heavenly fortune battle intent exactly as he understood it word for word, including all his personal insights and reflections without omitting a single detail. And then, Mengyong was utterly speechless. Could someone explain to him what was happening? Had the heavenly fortune battle intent turned out to be false? Mengyong was certain it was fake. Chu Xinghe, stay your tongue. Let me verify the authenticity of this heavenly fortune battle intent before we proceed further. My Lord Demon, please verify swiftly. If you are uncertain yourself, I suggest you report this to the sect immediately. Alternatively, you could simply publish the heavenly fortune battle intent for all to see. Even as an incomplete version, if it leaked out, it would tarnish the sect's reputation, and that suited Chu Xinghe's purposes perfectly. With the incomplete heavenly fortune battle intent now in their hands, this whole affair was as good as sealed. Suji was lost in thought. He began to believe that Chu Xinghe harbored even deeper hatred for the heavenly fortune sect than he himself did. Mengyong and Su Ji departed the underground chamber. Before leaving, Su Ji made his arrangements. Tonight, do not be overly vigilant with your watch. Give this youth an opportunity to escape, understand? Huh. The Demon Shadow Sect disciples were bewildered. Follow my orders. Once Su Ji had given his instructions, the Demon Shadow Sect disciples saluted. You wish to test whether he will attempt to flee. Mengyong understood his strategist's plan perfectly. I suspect this heavenly fortune battle intent is a fabrication, and this youth will undoubtedly attempt to escape under cover of darkness. We shall see how long he can maintain his act afterward. Mengyong gave Su Ji an approving thumbs up, then sought a quiet place to study the heavenly fortune battle intent for himself. That night, the Demon Shadow Sect disciples guarding the prison cell followed Su Ji's instructions deliberately. They left the heavy iron door unlatched, consumed alcohol until they were thoroughly intoxicated, and created every possible opportunity for Chu Xinghe to escape. Brother, your prison door is unlatched. And furthermore, one must never drink while on duty. If a prisoner were to escape, what then would become of you? See, allow me to lock the door for you. Now I cannot flee either. The Demon Shadow Sect disciples. From the shadows, Sui. And then Su Ji witnessed something truly unimaginable. Chu Xinghe was insistently urging those Demon Shadow Sect disciples to sober up, and even suggesting they recruit more guards to watch him closely at all times. Do not, under any circumstances, give him the chance to escape. Flee. Was he joking? After all the effort he had gone through to infiltrate this organization and gain their trust, was he now expected to run? Not in 1,000 lifetimes. So Su Ji waited through the entire night. Chu Xinghe not only made no attempt to flee, he slept with a peace of mind that bordered on insulting. By dawn, Su Ji rubbed his bewildered forehead, his mind awash with questions. At this point, he was beginning to wonder what Chu Xinghe's true design could possibly be. Before Su Ji could unravel the mystery, a terrifying spiritual pressure surged from the distance. It originated from Mengyong's quarters. Su Ji rushed toward it immediately. Soon a manic laugh echoed from within. Ha! The heavenly fortune battle intent. It is genuine. I have broken through. Mengyong soared into the air. Witnessing his formidable presence, Su Ji's expression turned to sheer disbelief. He had broken through. Lord Demon had actually ascended from the 7th rank to the 8th, becoming a demon venerable. Then, the heavenly fortune battle intent that Chu Xinghe had provided was truly genuine. If Chu Xinghe were present, he would swear upon his life that the heavenly fortune battle intent he gave was absolutely real as it possibly could be. Let him simply confirm that the incomplete deathbound version was still technically the heavenly fortune battle intent. True, Mengyong had broken through remarkably fast, but death would come even faster. Mengyong descended from the heavens, his rank 8 spiritual pressure sweeping across the courtyard. Congratulations, Demon Venerable. Countless Demon Shadow Sect disciples knelt in reverence. Rise. Mengyong swept his hand, and all were lifted from the ground. Demon Venerable, that heavenly fortune battle intent. It is genuine. Mengyong declared with absolute confidence. He had expected Chu Xinghe to offer a counterfeit, but after practicing it overnight, he discovered the technique was flawless in every aspect, shattering years of cultivation stagnation in a single night. It truly was the peerless divine art of the heavenly fortune sect. Yet even as this realization dawned on him, Mengyong was filled with speechless confusion. Why? For the love of all that is holy, why? Chu Xinghe had even surrendered the heavenly fortune battle intent. What did that signify? Could it be that his words were true? Did he genuinely desire to join the demonic path? No matter how he reasoned through it, the conclusion seemed impossible. Yet he had offered the heavenly fortune battle intent. If this were all an elaborate act, it would be beyond reason. The spirit stones and the stone touch divine art, perhaps the heavenly fortune sect could afford to lose them. But the heavenly fortune battle intent. That was the heavenly fortune battle intent. Could the heavenly fortune sect truly bear such a loss? Mengyong fell into deep contemplation, and Su Ji shared his silence. When Meng Yong learned of Su Ji's observations throughout the night, how Chu Xinghe not only failed to escape, but actively urged his guards to remain vigilant, his contemplation deepened still further. Su Ji, do you suppose this youth might actually? Absolutely not. Su Ji ground his teeth. How could such an absurdity exist in this world? Chu Xinghe was undoubtedly harboring a scheme. There was no other explanation. But he surrendered the heavenly fortune battle intent. This, Meng Yong could find no words. My venerable lord, in my opinion, this youth is certainly plotting something. Everything he has said must be a lie, and I have a method to uncover the truth. What method? The truth mirror. If he truly wishes to destroy his sect, we shall test whether his words are true or false. Any lie will be laid bare before the mirror. The truth mirror was a sacred treasure belonging to demon venerable Meng Yong. It could distinguish truth from falsehood. Any liar would be utterly exposed in its presence. Hearing this, Meng Yong nodded. Indeed, the truth mirror. With it we shall see how Chu Xinghe's lies managed to evade detection. The two exchanged a glance and made their way toward the dungeon together. Inside the prison cell, Chu Xinghe was still explaining to the Demon Shadow Sect disciples various tips on preventing prisoner escapes. All the disciples shared the same thought. Is this bastard sick in the head? Greetings, venerable demon sovereign. The arrival of Meng Yong brought relief to all the Demon Shadow Sect disciples. They had never imagined that guarding prisoners could be so tormenting. You can no longer address him as venerable demon sovereign, you must call him the demon sovereign lord. Xinghe congratulates the demon sovereign lord on ascending to the 8th rank. Chu Xinghe's face was alight with excitement. It seemed heavenly combat will have been mastered and a breakthrough achieved. Though the incomplete version often triggered various after effects, its initial power was truly formidable. Demon sovereign lord, please continue your efforts. At this pace of cultivation, within half a year, you will cultivate yourself out of existence. A group of Demon Shadow Sect disciples were shocked, calling out, Demon Sovereign Lord, while glaring at Chu Xinghe even more angrily. Look how capable you think you are. Xinghe, I never expected the heavenly combat will to be genuine. I have received your pledge of allegiance. But you claim you truly wish to join the demonic path and destroy the heavenly sect. Absolutely. Very well. If you truly harbor such intentions, our Demon Shadow Sect would naturally welcome you. However, to verify authenticity, you must face the judgment of the Mirror of Truth. Do you dare? The Mirror of Truth. Chu Xinghe froze. What the hell? Su Ji's heart leaped with joy upon seeing Chu Xinghe hesitate. See, this bastard is about to reveal his true colors. Facing the Mirror of Truth, he wouldn't be able to hold out. Su Ji carefully explained the mirror's powers to Chu Xinghe, convinced this time the fellow could not possibly resist. But before Su Ji could finish speaking, Chu Xinghe replied, Demon Sovereign Lord, your actions wound me deeply. Joining the demonic sect has been my lifelong dream, and destroying the heavenly sect my deepest aspiration. How can you doubt me? Then come, I am willing to undergo the Mirror of Truth's trial. Off. Su Ji was stunned. Meng Yong was equally baffled, but by now he knew the mirror would yield an unerring answer. Soon the Mirror of Truth flew from Meng Yong's hands. It was a dark green mirror. Meng Yong had Su Ji test it first. Any falsehood would immediately turn the mirror crimson. After the test, Su Ji looked at Chu Xinghe with excitement, eager to see how he could evade detection this time. Chu Xinghe, I now ask you directly. Is your desire to join our Demon Shadow Sect truly sincere? Not anymore. You have wounded me, Demon Sovereign Lord. Yet destroying the heavenly sect remains my life's ultimate goal. I will press forward no matter how treacherous the path ahead. Thank goodness, I reacted swiftly. If I had claimed genuine willingness to join the demonic sect, they would have exploded. The Mirror of Truth trembled briefly. Then, green. Truly. Both Meng Yong and Su Ji stood frozen in shock. Chu Xinghe knew. He had secured his position. You. They stammered at a complete loss for words. Then there was no conspiracy behind everything you surrendered earlier. Meng Yong asked in disbelief. Demon Sovereign Lord, I offered everything willingly. No schemes whatsoever. Another green glow. It was true again. Silence fell across the entire prison block. Meng Yong fell silent while Su Ji was utterly bewildered. How could a direct disciple of the heavenly sect, the premier figure of the younger generation, have no moral boundaries? It is not merely about having bottom lines. You have lost everything, even your integrity. How can you contemplate destroying the heavenly sect without your conscience tormenting you? Meng Yong posed several more questions to Chu Xinghe, but no matter how he framed them, Chu Xinghe remained consistent. One man, one heart, completely sincere. The Mirror of Truth confirmed every answer is genuine. Meng Yong even suspected the mirror might be malfunctioning, deliberately prompting Chu Xinghe to deceive him, yet the mirror never faltered. Every word Chu Xinghe spoke was entirely truthful. It took some time before Meng Yong could accept the outcome, yet acceptance brought him immense joy. Capturing Chu Xinghe alone, along with obtaining spirit stones, the stone-turning technique, and heavenly combat, already constituted a monumental achievement. And now, with Chu Xinghe potentially joining their ranks, infiltrating the heavenly sect from within, rising through its leadership, or even becoming its supreme master, Meng Yong could not bring himself to entertain such possibilities. Could a demonic sect disciple ever ascend to lead the foremost sect under heaven? Even storytellers would hesitate to spin such an outrageous fabrication. Yet Meng Yong fully understood. The realization of this vision would elevate their demon shadow sect to unparalleled prominence, granting him control over all the heavenly sect's resources and ambition of terrifying magnitude. He would ascend to the rank of martial sovereign and become the paramount figure in the demonic path across all realms. When everyone learned it was Meng Yong who discovered Chu Xinghe, the entire world would descend into chaos. Guards, release Xinghe and arrange quarters for him, Meng Yong commanded personally. Su Ji wanted to protest, but with the mirror of truth's verification, how could this be false? Still, Su Ji resolved that even if Chu Xinghe was freed, he would keep relentless watch, never allowing the man any chance to execute his schemes. At midday, Meng Yong ordered a lavish feast prepared to honor Chu Xinghe, while word from outside reached him through his subordinates. What? The heavenly sect has issued the heavenly decree. The martial sovereign city has also issued their edict. Nearly every powerhouse in the realm is mobilized searching for Chu Xinghe, reporting to the venerable demon sovereign. It is true. The situation outside has descended into chaos. All locations where Chu Xinghe might be found are under surveillance. 4 of our halls have already been completely eradicated by the heavenly sect's forces, with countless disciples lost. As the demon shadow sect disciple delivered the report, his eyes involuntarily burned with resentment toward Chu Xinghe. Bang! Yet amid their fury, Chu Xinghe suddenly slammed the table and rose to his feet. This is outrageous. That wretched righteous path is out to exterminate us entirely. Our demonic sect cannot let this stand. Demon Sovereign Lord, in my opinion, we must strike back now. Let us march directly upon the heavenly sect and annihilate all righteous power across the realm. The entire hall fell silent in disbelief. The reporting disciple was stunned. What the hell? What kind of nonsense is this? How can you be angrier than me? Weren't they moving against us precisely because of you? Suji gritted his teeth. The entire righteous world had mobilized its strongest fighters in pursuit of Chu Xinghe. Even a demon shadow sect member felt shaken just hearing about it. After all, anyone capable of entering the heavenly sect, a place of such prestige, would never willingly join the demonic path. Suji swore that if the heavenly sect ever treated him this cruelly, he would never betray his sect in his lifetime. And setting that aside, attacking the heavenly sect and wiping out all righteous power. What delusional nonsense are you spouting? If we possessed even a fraction of that strength, would we be sneaking around to capture you? Meng Yong remained silent for a long while. Just moments ago, he had secretly activated the Mirror of Truth to test Chu Xinghe's claims of retaliation, and the mirror had confirmed them as genuine. Truly. Xinghe, calm yourself first. Any counterattack requires careful deliberation, Meng Yong said, sweating at the absurdity of challenging the heavenly sect. Though the demon shadow sect claimed supremacy among demonic factions, their strength was no match for the heavenly sects. To put it plainly, the sole outcome of the demon shadow sect attempting to rival the heavenly sect would be having their wrists broken. So these talk of retaliation. Chu Xinghe could say what he wanted, but they should never take it seriously. Yet Meng Yong simply could not comprehend it. Why would someone like Chu Xinghe, so highly valued by the heavenly sect, choose this path? Was there truly someone born destined for the demonic sect? Human nature is indeed evil from the start. This had to be the most bizarre meal in history. A demonic sect's sovereign dining peacefully alongside the heavenly sect's most prestigious direct disciple. During the meal, Chu Xinghe, the so-called premier disciple of the righteous heavenly sect, slammed the table in outrage, denouncing the righteous path as despicable and vicious for viciously attacking the demonic sect, vowing retaliation until justice was served. Meanwhile, the demonic sovereign was the one pleading with Chu Xinghe to calm down and not harm his health over the righteous faction's reckless actions. Meng Yong could not even recall how he had finished that meal. Meng Yong had never felt so humiliated in his life. By all conventions, he should have been the one raving here, while others carefully tried to restrain him. But today, what in the world did it mean that a direct disciple of the heavenly sect, the foremost righteous sect, was being consoled by a demonic sovereign? Suji's mind was a complete mess. He never dreamed he would one day witness such an absurd banquet. This had to be the greatest banquet in history. Afterwards, Su Ji personally arranged quarters for Chu Xinghe and scattered numerous hidden sentries around the premises to ensure the latter would not attempt anything treacherous. But Su Ji was destined to be disappointed. After a full day and night far from attempting escape, Chu Xinghe had bonded with the surrounding demon shadow sect disciples. He had even located the hidden sentries and offered them advice on how to conceal themselves more effectively. Su Ji was dumbfounded. Could this bastard truly be inherently evil? Did he genuinely wish to join the demonic path? But why? The heavenly sect was far superior. What could possibly attract him to the demonic sect? The beast. That night, Suji noticed Chu Xinghe had not slept for a full day and night. He wondered secretly whether this fellow was plotting something. Then Chu Xinghe emerged from his room and pulled Suji inside. Suji was startled. Did this fellow have some peculiar desire? Should he simply comply? But just as Su Ji's resolve wavered, Chu Xinghe produced a piece of paper. Upon closer inspection, it was densely covered with Chu Xinghe's battle strategies against the righteous factions. He had even marked what he considered weak points and suggested entry strategies. Staring at these, Su Ji was utterly speechless. Chu Xinghe, you vastly overestimate us. While those areas are indeed critical strongholds of the righteous path, do you have any idea how many martial sovereigns and martial venerables guard them? You call this an offensive? I formally declare this is nothing but feeding the enemy. Chu Xinghe knew perfectly well the demonic sect lacked such capability. Had he spent this entire night merely fooling around? Everything he had written was thoroughly considered. If the demonic sect actually attempted to act on it, this would not be a battle plan, but a suicide mission. Brother Su Ji, please deliver these to the demon sovereign lord immediately and report them to the entire demonic sect. We demonic cultivators must unite against the righteous path. While these plans cannot utterly destroy them, they will certainly deal severe blows. Su Ji. How could Su Ji possibly know what trap Chu Xinghe had laid? Su Ji only knew that once when he had nowhere left to go, he had joined the demonic sect. He had sworn to become a supreme lord of the demonic path and make those sects that once rejected him understand the meaning of regret. Su Ji believed that someday he would certainly reach the pinnacle of the demonic path. His heart had long been corrupted by demonic ways, leaving only darkness in his vision. But today, Su Ji realized he was far too naive. Compared to Chu Xinghe before him, could he really claim to be corrupted by demonic forces? Did he deserve to speak of having only darkness in his eyes? He was practically a man standing in the light itself. If his own eyes held nothing but darkness, then Chu Xinghe before him should be buried deep within it. When it came to darkness, it was truly you, Chu Xinghe, who was the darkest. And you, damn it, are genuinely black-hearted. For a fleeting moment, Su Ji even entertained the thought of killing Chu Xinghe. Are you even human, Chu Xinghe? How did the Haotian sect treat you? How did the orthodox sects of the world treat you? If even 1% of that kindness had been shown to me, Su Ji, I would have sworn to defend the dignity of the righteous path with my very life. Tears streamed down Su Ji's face. He had seen scoundrels before, but never in his entire existence had he encountered a base and shameless villain like Chu Xinghe. To bring down the orthodox sects, you would truly stop at nothing, wouldn't you? Without any need for interrogation, you simply confessed everything yourself. Are you even human? Such a despicable wretch. Even as a member of the demonic sect, Su Ji felt compelled to deliver justice on heaven's behalf. Brother Su Ji, you must keep these safe. The path to destroying the Haotian sect is long and arduous, and we cannot afford the slightest lapse. Chu Xinghe spoke with solemn gravity. Su Ji began contemplating whether to rid the world of this irredeemable scoundrel. For the demonic sect to possess a talent like Brother Xinghe, it truly is a blessing upon our cause. Su Ji's smile was more bitter than tears. Brother Su Ji speaks in jest. My efforts count for nothing. Compared to the predecessors of our sect, I have barely even begun to learn the craft. Su Ji spat blood. You haven't even begun. Our sect's elders were 100 times purer than you. When it comes to treachery, shamelessness, and depravity, you Chu Xinghe reign supreme among the demonic sect. As a member of the demonic sect myself, I find you utterly filthy. Su Ji shook off Chu Xinghe's grip, strode from his chamber, and scrubbed his hands vigorously, using 2 whole bars of soap until his skin nearly rubbed raw. Too filthy. Too despicable. How could this world birth a wretch as loathsome as Chu Xinghe? Gripping the battle plan in his hands, Su Ji yearned to tear it to shreds. Such a battle plan. Even our demonic sect finds it disgraceful. Yet after much deliberation, Su Ji kept it close to his chest. Though launching an attack was impossible, he resolved to present it to the demon sovereign for review. Making his way to the small pavilion where the demon sovereign resided, Su Ji was about to enter when a thunderous explosion suddenly erupted. An instant later, a blood-curdling scream echoed from within the structure. Su Ji and a throng of shadow demon sect disciples rushed in frantically, but the moment they crossed the threshold, an overwhelmingly terrifying surge of spiritual energy blasted them backward through the air. Demon sovereign. Su Ji's vision cleared as he landed. There stood Demon Sovereign Meng Yong, drenched in blood, with his spiritual energy spiraling wildly out of control. Chi deviation. At the sight, Su Ji's first thought was that the Haotian battle intent Chu Xinghe had provided must be flawed. The sudden commotion sent Chu Xinghe bursting out from his room as well. What in the world? Could the Haotian sect have already sent their killers? Were they truly this swift? Don't do this to me now. I haven't even finished deploying my series of traps for the demonic sect. I've only just successfully infiltrated their ranks. If Emperor Chu doesn't bleed them dry, I'll consider it my loss. But Chu Xinghe, who had rushed out, stood dumbfounded. He beheld Demon Sovereign Meng Yong kneeling on the ground, his spiritual energy rampaging beyond his control, those streams of chi piercing his body like countless blades, transforming him into a sieve. What the hell? Chu Xinghe was utterly bewildered. It can't end this soon. Even if it was the flawed version of Haotian battle intent, you should have held on long enough for me to thoroughly ruin your sect before self-destructing. My plan hasn't even been executed yet, and you're already exploding. How can you face me like this? Even in death, you should have passed on the fatally flawed Haotian battle intent to others. At least take a few more demonic sect members down with you. But soon something seemed to dawn on Xu Xinghe. When the sect master had transmitted Haotian battle intent to him, he recalled a test that had been conducted on his constitution. It seemed that certain special constitutions were forbidden from cultivating Haotian battle intent. On the surface, such practitioners might appear to advance by leaps and bounds, but they would ultimately suffer fatal backlash and perish by bodily explosion. It couldn't be such a coincidence, could it? Something felt off all along. Although I handed over a flawed lethal version of Haotian battle intent, anyone cultivating it should have been doomed, but it shouldn't have caused an explosion quite this fast. Now things have truly gone south. Yuval dogged Xu Xinghe. Demon Sovereign Meng Yong managed to utter these final words before exploding with a bang into a mist of blood. A generation's Demon Sovereign. The first Demon Sovereign in history to have cultivated Haotian battle intent, even if it was the lethally flawed version, had thus perished in an explosion. Demon Sovereign. Su Ji's eyes burned crimson. So it was true. That despicable villain Xu Xinghe had indeed been harboring a scheme all along. He was the one who killed the Demon Sovereign. Xu Xinghe, you dog. All of you. Slay Xu Xinghe. At Su Ji's thunderous roar, every Shadow Demon sect disciple in the vicinity instantly turned crimson with fury. Every disciple drew their spirit weapons and converged upon Xu Xinghe for the kill. Holy shit. Would you believe me if I said this was all a misunderstanding? Xu Xinghe was thoroughly dumbfounded. Explain things at a time like this. Explain my ass. Su Ji erupted with spiritual energy as the aura of a fifth-rank martial spirit burst forth. Su Ji charged to the forefront and reached Xu Xinghe in the blink of an eye. Yuval dog Xinghe. Die. Su Ji could hold back no longer. Such a despicable villain deserved death for the sake of heaven's justice. Thunder Shadow. Come forth. Purple light flickered along his left arm as Thunder Shadow flew forth from the Haotian sword casket. Purple lightning flash. Thunderbolts descended from the heavens, the terrifying lightning instantly engulfing Su Ji, who charged at the forefront. As a fifth-rank martial spirit, Su Ji believed that killing Xu Xinghe would be as effortless as reaching into his pocket. But facts proved. Su Ji was wrong. Terribly, catastrophically wrong. At the peak of fourth-rank cultivation, Thunder Shadow's purple lightning flash struck true. The terrifying lightning crashed into Su Ji and his head exploded with a bang into a spray of pulp. The devastating thunder swept across Su Ji's entire body, incinerating him into ashes. Such fearsome thunderous might left countless Shadow Demon sect disciples stunned. Yet after their momentary stupor, someone immediately stepped forward. Kill him. Another fifth rank emerged. Within the Shadow Demon sect stronghold, though the only true powerhouse was Demon Sovereign Meng Yong, there were still many fifth-rank cultivators, and now they all surged forth to attack. Locust Swarm. Xu Xinghe dared not hold back even the slightest fraction. All his painstaking efforts over so long had been ruined by that fool Meng Yong. To survive today, there was only one possibility. Fight his way out. But without Meng Yong, did these rabble truly believe they could keep him here? The Locust Swarm emerged and a rain of swords took shape. After breaking through to the peak of fourth rank, the Locust Swarm could now split into 300 sword shadows. At this moment, those 300 sword shadows formed a storm of blades centered on Xu Xinghe. The blade storm swept outward, engulfing all who charged in. Xianjian, come forth. Xu Xinghe called out, and a streak of shadow flew forth from his left arm. The third sword of the Haotian sword casket, Xianjian. Having broken through to the peak of fourth rank, Xu Xinghe had also unlocked the third sword of the Haotian sword casket. Thunder Shadow was indeed powerful, and its burst damage capability was nearly invincible, but Thunder Shadow had a cooldown period. Thunder Shadow was currently in cooldown, and relying solely on the Locust Swarm during this interval absolutely could not guarantee his safety. At this moment, Xu Xinghe dared not hold back in the slightest as Xian Jian flew forth from his Haotian sword casket. Xian Jian appeared diamond-shaped, and the diamond-shaped blade that flew forth instantly split apart before Xu Xinghe. In the span of a heartbeat, Xian Jian transformed into two sword wings composed of countless diamond-shaped blade fragments. The two sword wings settled behind Xu Xinghe. At the slightest thought from Xu Xinghe, they transformed into countless diamond-shaped blade glints that scattered outward in all directions. Xian Jian sword wings. The moment a fifth-rank Shadow Demon sect disciple's spirit weapon made contact with Xian Jian, it was sliced into fragments. As Xian Jian pressed forward, wherever its terrifying sword wings passed, that fifth-rank cultivator was torn apart into pieces. The blade storm held back the outer ranks while Xian Jian protected Xu Xinghe's person. At this moment, Xu Xinghe unleashed his full combat prowess. Purple lightning flash. Cooldown ended, thunderbolts fell, and another fifth-rank cultivator was killed with a head-blown explosion. Wielding Xian Jian, Xu Xinghe carved into the throng. Anyone who dared approach was torn to shreds by Xian Jian. The remaining members of the Shadow Demon sect were now truly terrified. The foremost genius of the younger generation. Over these past few days, Xu Xinghe's utterly shameless performances had made everyone forget the reason Xu Xinghe was famous. It was never for his treachery, but for his combat prowess. Over these past days, countless people had even whispered privately that perhaps Chu Xinghe was merely a product of empty hype. But at this moment, the Chu Xinghe, amid bloody battle, proved to all that his title as the foremost genius of the younger generation contained not the slightest drop of falsehood, slaying one with every 10 steps, traveling 1,000 li without leaving a trace. With each step Chu Xinghe advanced, countless Shadow Demon Sect disciples were torn to pieces by sword shadows. Blood, severed limbs, shredded flesh, entrails. The entire courtyard had become an Azura slaughterhouse. Sword light intertwined with screams as gore and sword shadows clashed ceaselessly. Chu Xinghe had no idea how many he had slain, but at this moment none could stand before him. Shadow Demon Sect disciples, kill. 5th rank, kill. Demon. He's a demon. At last someone broke down. But the only response was the flash of Xian Jian's sword shadow, and his head bearing its terrified expression rolled across the ground. When the last of the Shadow Demon Sect's 5th rank cultivators fell, the remaining low-ranking disciples no longer possessed the courage to remain. They scattered in all directions. Chu Xinghe carved his way out of the compound, sword shadows enveloping him as he fled into the distance. He had no idea how far he had run when he felt his entire body go weak. During the bloody battle just now, he had no idea how many he had slain, but countless wounds had also been left upon his own body. Though the Shadow Demon Sect's 5th rank cultivators were not exceptionally powerful, their desperate strikes had left innumerable scars across Chu Xinghe's form. Drained of blood, and with his spiritual energy utterly depleted, Chu Xinghe could no longer support himself and collapsed beside a great willow tree. He knew not how long had passed when an ornate carriage approached slowly. The curtain was drawn back and a nobly dressed lady stepped down from the carriage. "Miss, this person carries such a heavy scent of blood." Gasp. Was he just pulled from a pool of blood? "Miss, let's leave him be. Uncle Feng, if we leave now, he will surely die here. Let us take him back first. If he truly proves to be some villain, we can simply drive him away once he awakens." "Alas. Miss you. Very well, very well." Uncle Feng knew the young miss possessed the heart of a bodhisattva. On any ordinary day, she would not stand idle even at the sight of a stray dog, let alone a person. But how much blood must this young man have been drenched in? Had he been hunted by enemies? These days have been far from peaceful. I have heard that the great sects of the realm have dispatched their experts in full force, madly sweeping through all demonic sect strongholds these past days. Countless demonic sect branches have been uprooted. No one knows how many have been slain, and it all seems to trace back to a man named Chu Xinghe. Could this fellow before us be a disciple of the demonic sect? If by any chance he is a demonic cultivator fleeing the righteous sect's purge, harboring him could bring catastrophe upon the family. Uncle Feng wished to discern Chu Xinghe's identity from his clothing, but the garments were already riddled with tears and thoroughly soaked with blood, making it utterly impossible to discern anything clearly. Yet since the young miss had given her order, Uncle Feng could only comply. He lifted Chu Xinghe and tossed him onto the carriage, then took up the reins once more, and the carriage rolled slowly into the distance. In Ling City, Sect Master Gu Mingqiao of the Haotian sect and numerous elders of the sect had gathered together. None of them wore pleasant expressions. It had been many days since Chu Xinghe was captured. The Haotian sect had issued the Haotian summons, and powerful cultivators from all major sects across the realm had set out. In a remarkably short span of time, countless demonic cultivators had been destroyed. Regarding demon venerable level figures alone, Gu Mingqiao had personally crushed several to death in these past few days. Yet not a single word about Chu Xinghe had surfaced. It was as if he had vanished from this world entirely. Despite everyone's reluctance to admit it, circumstances forced them to prepare for the worst outcome. Continue expanding the search radius. Find Xinghe's whereabouts at all costs. Gu Mingqiao issued his orders once more. Yet all the elders bowed their heads in silence, and some suspected that perhaps after so much time had passed, the child Xinghe had already met a grim fate. After all, everyone knew Xinghe's nature. If captured by the demonic sect, he would never under any circumstances betray his sect. Given the demonic sect's methods, they would surely torment the child relentlessly. Even if he survived after so many days had elapsed, he was likely ruined beyond recovery. The eldest elder gazed vacantly at everything around him. Over these past few days he had grown noticeably gaunt, and many had noticed he often stood alone in a daze. The eldest elder had never had children of his own. In his eyes, Xinghe was as dear as his very own flesh and blood. All along he had treated Chu Xinghe as his own son. What had happened to Chu Xinghe this time was an unimaginable blow to the eldest elder. The various elders had attempted to comfort him these past days, but nothing had helped. Just as everyone was deeply troubled, the door suddenly burst open. Ma Liang darted into the room from outside in a flash. Frowning at Ma Liang's abrupt intrusion, Gu Mingqiao was about to reprimand him when the words that escaped Ma Liang's mouth left everyone utterly stunned. "Sect Master, we have news." "What?" The eldest elder appeared beside Ma Liang in an instant, seizing him from the ground with both hands. "Elder, this is about senior brother Xinghe. Not long ago someone witnessed a flash of purple lightning in the sky above Tianrun City. It must have been senior brother Xinghe's thunder shadow." "Tianrun City?" "Yes, at a courtyard on the outskirts of Tianrun City." The moment Ma Liang finished speaking, the eldest elder vanished from where he stood. Eldest elder. Witnessing his impassioned reaction, Gu Mingqiao could do nothing but set aside his reservations. In truth, it was not only the eldest elder who felt this surge of excitement. Gu Mingqiao shared it entirely. Tianran City. Issuing a command, Gu Mingqiao sent all the powerful cultivators of the Haotian sect into motion, their target set for Tianran City. Everyone arrived at the courtyard on the outskirts of Tianran City without delay. This was the very residence of the demonic shadow sect, the place where Chu Xinghe had been imprisoned. By this time it had already been entirely secured by the Haotian sect, and all the demonic shadow sect disciples present had been apprehended. Yet when the numerous Haotian sect disciples entered this place, they were all stunned by what they saw. What manner of courtyard was this? This was nothing short of an Azura slaughter ground. Dismembered limbs lay scattered everywhere, and blood permeated every building within. The ground was dyed crimson red, and even the pond in the garden had turned the color of fresh blood. What terrifying carnage had unfolded here? Countless demonic shadow sect disciples who had believed themselves to have survived the battle were now all brought under control. The various demonic shadow sect disciples, watching the Haotian sect cultivators rush toward them from all directions, were utterly bewildered. In ordinary times, encountering even a single 7th grade wusheng was an event almost beyond their reach. But ever since receiving word from the Haotian sect in this brief span of time, the disciples of the demonic shadow sect had witnessed just what manner of power the #1 sect in the world truly possessed. Peerless experts descended from the sky one after another, each radiating an aura so fearsome it felt as though it could crush one to death. A Wu Zun, and another Wu Zun. Good heavens, a Wu Di, and yet another Wu Di. Were Wu Dis distributed like coins? Was this truly the might of the legendary #1 sect in the world? Soon, when the Haotian sect master, the one known as the #1 person in the world, Gu Mingqiao, shattered through the void and descended into the courtyard, all the demonic shadow sect disciples fell dumbstruck. Was this the legendary #1 person in the world? Was this Gu Mingqiao? But before they could fully comprehend anything, one of the demonic shadow sect disciples was already grasped firmly in Gu Mingqiao's hand. Speak. Did Chu Xinghe ever come here? Whoa. The demonic shadow sect disciple in Gu Mingqiao's grasp, terrified beyond measure, soiled himself on the spot. Refuse to speak and you die. Before the disciple could recover from his terror, an extraordinarily furious voice erupted. The very next instant, the eldest elder raised his palm and struck the demonic shadow sect disciple down. Boom. All the demonic shadow sect disciples watched in horror as the eldest elder's spiritual energy, sweeping like a violent tempest, reduced the disciple clutched in Gu Mingqiao's hand to ashes in an instant. Indeed, a person who had been lively and breathing the moment before was reduced to dust in a single palm strike, scattering to the winds. Not only could no body be found, not even powder remained. If Chu Xinghe had been standing here witnessing this scene, he would certainly have remarked, "Elder, if you went to work at a crematorium, they wouldn't even need an incinerator." Reducing a person to ash with a single palm strike. Such power caused several demonic shadow sect disciples with weaker constitutions to faint dead away, and their sole thought before losing consciousness was, could this truly be a righteous orthodox sect? They were far more ruthless than our demonic shadow sect. The eldest elder had already seized another demonic shadow sect disciple, gathering spiritual energy in his palm as he demanded, "Speak. Did Chu Xinghe ever come here?" At this point, all the demonic shadow sect members looked at the spiritual energy in the eldest elder's hand and understood completely. Any hesitation of even a single moment would surely result in being reduced to powder. Yes. The demonic shadow sect disciple seized by the eldest elder burst into tears, crying out his answer loudly. In this moment, the people of the demonic shadow sect shared a single thought: what heavenly transgression have we committed? We are merely ordinary disciples of the demonic shadow sect. So many Wu Dis descended upon us all at once, reducing people to powder with a single palm strike. Is this really necessary? However, hearing this demonic shadow sect disciple's answer, all the Haotian sect disciples were overcome with wild joy. At last there was news. Tell us, where is Chu Xinghe now? What exactly has happened? The eldest elder continued to gather spiritual energy in one hand as he pressed his inquiry. And because the disciple in his grasp hesitated for but a moment, the eldest elder crushed him into powder once more. Then the eldest elder seized a new victim. Finally, this fourth disciple, whose tongue was quicker, spoke, without stopping, recounting everything that had happened over the past few days. And as the demonic shadow sect disciple narrated, all the Haotian sect cultivators gathered there began to smile. This kid is remarkably clever. When they learned that upon arriving here, Chu Xinghe had not chosen stubborn resistance, but instead handed over various spirit stones and the stone-touching technique, Gu Mingqiao's face split into a broad grin. These past few days, honestly, what had everyone worried most? It was the possibility that after Chu Xinghe was captured, he would adopt an attitude of dying rather than yielding. If that were the case, the probability of Chu Xinghe being ruined was exceedingly high. Yet Chu Xinghe had not behaved as everyone imagined, with unyielding defiance, but had instead chosen to hand over various resources and deliberately feigned submission to buy time. This approach caused everyone to nod approvingly in their hearts. Behold, this Xinghe child truly is clever. Stubborn resistance serves no purpose whatsoever. Preserving one's life is the paramount principle. As for the spirit stones and stone-touching technique that Chu Xinghe surrendered, did the Haotian sect truly care? Compared to Chu Xinghe's safety, what were those? Then the demonic shadow sect members continued their account. Chu Xinghe had feigned willingness to surrender, earning the demon venerable's trust, and had subsequently presented the Haotian fighting intent. Hearing this, many of them underwent dramatic changes in expression. After all, the Haotian fighting intent was no ordinary technique. How could this child of theirs have handed it over? But just as they were puzzled, the demonic shadow sect disciple cried out through his tears, the Haotian fighting intent that Chu Xinghe handed over was a fake. The demon venerable cultivated it, and exploded on the spot. Exactly as expected. Hearing this, everyone broke into smiles. He said it. The child Xinghe would never betray his sect right. So he had intended to lure the demon venerable to his death, all along. And he had truly succeeded, using a counterfeit Haotian fighting intent to successfully assassinate a demon venerable. This was truly unexpected. Yet alongside their joy, they could not help but feel a pang of anxiety. Xinghe had assassinated a demon venerable, so what happened next? Looking at the Azura slaughter ground before them, now everyone could guess what had transpired. But when the truth finally emerged from the demonic shadow sect disciple's mouth, everyone was utterly stunned. After Chu Xinghe assassinated the demon venerable, the entire demonic shadow sect swarmed him, and Chu Xinghe fought all of them alone. And this expanse of Azura slaughter ground was entirely the handiwork of Chu Xinghe himself. In this battle, nearly all fifth-rate demonic cultivators of the demonic shadow sect were completely wiped out, and countless demonic shadow sect disciples were slain on the spot by Chu Xinghe. Upon hearing all of this, every Haotian sect cultivator present was struck with shock. Our child Xinghe has grown this formidable. Sect Master. What good is merely listening to his account? Allow me to use the soul retrieval art to reconstruct the precise details. As the eldest elder spoke these words, everyone nodded slightly, and the demonic shadow sect members truly began to weep. Are you lot really an orthodox righteous sect? The soul retrieval art. That is a method of torturing the soul. We demonic shadow sect disciples feel psychological burden even using it ourselves, and you have no shred of humanity. But at this moment, who cared about the demonic shadow sect's complaints? Gray light flickered in the eldest elder's hand, and in an instant several demonic shadow sect disciples present had their souls forcibly extracted. With their souls retrieved, the soul retrieval art commenced. In no time, all the souls converged into light and shadow, beginning to replay the events from their memories before the eyes of everyone in the Haotian sect. First came the demon venerable's explosive death, and at that very moment the battle erupted. Chu Xinghe unleashed his Haotian sword reliquary, standing alone against the entire demonic shadow sect. This vision, woven from souls and light, was far beyond anything words could describe. Witnessing this bloody battle with his own eyes, even the Haotian sect disciples who had prepared themselves were stunned by what unfolded before them. The demon sovereign was tricked by Chu Xinghe's illusory Haotian battle intent, his body exploding as he perished. The disciples of the demon shadow sect sought to slay Chu Xinghe, and all of them surged forward at once. Within that very courtyard, Chu Xinghe fought the entire demon shadow sect alone. At this moment, the images woven from intertwined souls played out the battle as clearly as a replay of recorded footage. The flying locusts transformed into a storm of blades, and violet lightning flashed as it madly harvested fifth-rank warriors. The Xuanjian, appearing for the first time before all eyes, resembled the very hand of death itself. Surrounded on all sides, Chu Xinghe carved a path through their ranks 7 times and 7 times out. Even fifth-rank martial spirits found it difficult to withstand that terrifying force before Chu Xinghe. Chu Xinghe stood drenched in blood, his own, but far more belonging to his enemies. All the disciples of the Haotian sect were left utterly stunned by Junior Brother Xinghe, who fought like a god of slaughter. Junior Brother Xinghe has actually broken through to the 4th rank. A 4th-rank cultivator slaughtering 5th-rank warriors like dogs. This is simply too terrifying. 12. I counted 12 5th-rank warriors in total. All of them slain by Junior Brother Xinghe. Those blade-formed wings of Junior Brother Xinghe must be the Xuanjian, the 3rd divine weapon of the Haotian sword vault. 58 wounds. I just counted. Junior Brother Xinghe sustained a total of 58 injuries across his body. He slew 12 5th-rank warriors, while the casualties among those below 5th rank were beyond count. Bearing 58 wounds upon his body, he still carved a blood-soaked path from the courtyard like a god of slaughter. By his strength alone, he transformed the entire demon shadow sect stronghold into a blood-drenched slaughterhouse of purgatory. When the soul-projected images faded, everyone within the courtyard fell into solemn silence. This was Chu Xinghe. This was the terrifying lethality of the foremost figure of the younger generation. Yet beyond their astonishment, countless members of the Haotian sect also began to feel mounting unease. Carrying 58 wounds of varying severity across his body, Chu Xinghe had indeed escaped, but could he truly survive? All disciples of the Haotian sect. Search every inch of Tianrun City until you unearth Xinghe's whereabouts. Gu Mingqiao commanded. Yes, sir. Every disciple of the Haoyan sect mobilized at once. Everyone began frantically searching along the route Chu Xinghe had taken in his escape, determined to locate him. The Grand Elder gazed at Chu Xinghe, who had fled despite bearing 58 wounds. In that moment, the joy he had felt upon finding Chu Xinghe moments earlier vanished entirely from his heart. Among those 58 wounds, many appeared utterly lethal. With so many injuries, could the child Xinghe truly endure? He had been unable to bring any of his pills or spirit stones with him, so even if he wished to heal, there was no way to do so. Under such circumstances, could the child Xinghe hold on? Grand Elder. We must trust the child Xinghe. Heaven watches over the fortunate. Gu Mingqiao knew what the Grand Elder was worrying about. Yet even as he comforted the Grand Elder, how could his own heart not ache with the very same concern? 58 wounds. They covered nearly his entire body. Under such circumstances, child Xinghe, you must endure. You absolutely must. Countless disciples of the Haoyan sect converged upon Tianrun City from all directions. By now every one of them had received the sect's orders scour every inch of Tianrun City until Chu Xinghe was found. Beyond the Haoyan sect, the Martial Emperor City also received word without delay. Martial Emperor Qing Xiaodian rushed to Tianrun City, at once mobilizing every disciple of the Martial Emperor City stationed there to find Chu Xinghe at any cost. Zheng Yu raced toward Tianrun City like a madman. There's finally news of Senior Brother Xinghe. Senior Brother Xinghe, you absolutely must hold on. Yet, just as the entire world frenzied in its search for Chu Xinghe within the Grand Feng family residence in Tianrun City, Feng Yuyan listened as Steward Feng Shu delivered his report. Miss, that fellow's vitality is remarkably tenacious. He sustained 58 wounds, several of which would have been fatal to anyone else, yet he managed to pull through. He's alive, is he? Feng Yuyan gave a slight nod. Has he woken? He has, miss. Shall I take you to see him? Following Steward Feng Shu, Feng Yuyan arrived at the room that had been temporarily arranged for Chu Xinghe's recuperation. Gazing upon Chu Xinghe, who had awakened from his unconsciousness, Feng Yuyan's elegant brows drew together in a faint frown. Steward Feng Shu said, this man bore 58 wounds upon his body. What on earth had he endured? And who exactly was he? Pursued by enemies. Those enemies must have been vicious indeed. Or perhaps he was a disciple of the demonic sects hunted to such a state by the righteous. You're awake. Feng Yuyan spoke as she looked at Chu Xinghe. I am deeply grateful for saving my life. Once my wounds have healed, I shall certainly repay this debt. Chu Xinghe knew full well how perilous his situation had been the day before. Had no one come to his rescue, even with a body far surpassing ordinary men from years of pill consumption, and even with the protection of the Haoyan sword vault, he would still have perished. Therefore this could truly be called a life-saving grace. There is no need for talk of repayment. Who exactly are you? Feng Yuyan asked, her delicate brows slightly furrowed as she regarded Chu Xinghe. A man slashed 58 times was certainly no ordinary person. Feng Yuyan had even begun to wonder if the Chu Xinghe before her might be a disciple of the demonic sects. My name is Wang Tiniu. Chu Xinghe did not reveal his true name. After all, he had yet to ascertain what sort of place this was. Who knew whether these people might have some connection to the demonic sects? Wang Tiniu. Very well. Since you do not wish to speak of your circumstances, I shall not press you. You may rest here for a time. Once your injuries have stabilized, you may leave. With those words, Feng Yuyan turned and departed. Wang Tiniu, is it? This is the Feng family of Tianrun City, and you were saved by our young Miss Feng Yuyan. Our young Miss has the heart of a bodhisattva, and is not usually like this. These past 2 days she has simply been troubled by some family matters and out of sorts. Do not take it to heart, and rest well. The steward offered his explanation by the side. Yet Chu Xinghe bore no resentment. One's life had been saved by another. Was it not only natural that their manner might be somewhat curt? They might claim no repayment was needed, but Chu Xinghe saw things differently. The principle of repaying kindness was one Chu Xinghe well understood. Uncle. Chu Xinghe called out to the steward, who was preparing to leave. Just call me Uncle Feng. Uncle Feng, I heard you mention the Feng family has encountered some troubles. Might I ask what troubles these are? Perhaps I could be of some assistance. You? You should focus on healing your own wounds first. This matter is beyond your help, though I suppose it's no real secret. Uncle Feng was indeed a man who loved to talk. Perhaps it was simply the way of the elderly to grow chatty. Our Feng family is one of the great clans of Tianrun City. The young master's talent is quite decent, and the young miss wishes to send him to the Jade Void Palace, one of the 10 great sects, to cultivate. But the Jade Void Palace is hardly easy to enter. The young miss is vexed over this very thing. The Jade Void Palace. Chu Xinghe was of course familiar with the Jade Void Palace. Disciples of the Haoyan sect referred to it as the doorman of the 10 great sects. It earned this an enviable nickname because the Jade Void Palace had long ranked dead last among the 10 great sects, its strength the most feeble of them all. Yet that was only in comparison to the other 9 great sects. In the outside world, the Jade Void Palace was an apex existence, and the difficulty of entering its ranks as an inner disciple was indeed exceedingly high. Is your young master's talent insufficient to meet the Jade Void Palace's requirements? No. The young master's talent is actually quite good. Though he may fall short of those true geniuses under normal circumstances, he would still have a chance at entering the Jade Void Palace. But, sigh, the misfortune of our household. Uncle Feng was indeed fond of chatting. Shaking his head, he at last revealed the reason. Tianrun City was the territory of the Jade Void Palace, and the one responsible for managing affairs in the city was a fellow named Lu Chong. This man was an elite disciple of the Jade Void Palace, not because of any extraordinary talent, but because of the connections behind him. His father was an elder of the Jade Void Palace, and through this relationship he had obtained the lucrative post of managing Tianrun City. Originally, Miss Feng Yuyan's younger brother could certainly have entered the Jade Void Palace through proper channels. Yet misfortune struck when this Lu Chong took a fancy to the beautiful Miss Feng. After being rejected in his proposals of marriage time, and again the man proved utterly despicable. He openly declared that unless Feng Yuyan married him, the Feng family's young master could forget ever entering the Jade Void Palace in his lifetime. Must it be the Jade Void Palace? Would other sects not be worth considering? Though Chu Xinghe looked down upon this Lu Chong, he knew that scoundrels lurking beneath the banner of the 10 great sects were hardly few. Those who coerced and tormented the innocent were not rare either. Thus he could not be bothered to involve himself. The Jade Void Palace is one of the 10 great sects. Do you have any idea what it means to enter one of the 10 great sects? Well, you wouldn't understand at all. Apart from the Jade Void Palace, no other sect will even be considered. Ah, forget it. Why am I telling you all this? Rest now. Uncle Feng shook his head as he walked out. What about the Haotian sect? And as for the Martial Emperor City, I have connections there. A word from me, and securing an elite disciple position would be child's play. Chu Xinghe's words fell upon deaf ears as Uncle Feng ignored him completely. The Haotian sect. This boy must be joking with me. Connections in the Martial Emperor City as well. A word from him, and securing an elite disciple position would be child's play. This boy has lost his mind. What manner of place is the Martial Emperor City? Does he truly believe a single word from him would grant someone elite disciple status? Is he trying to feed me nonsense? Uncle Feng shook his head in speechless disbelief. It seemed this Wang Tiniu had not only taken 58 cuts to the body, but had likely taken a few cuts to the brain as well. Uncle Feng did not truly take Chu Xinghe's words to heart. In the days that followed, Chu Xinghe remained in his room to recuperate, and Uncle Feng even specially delivered some pills on Feng Yuyan's behalf. Though they were only the lowest grade of pills, Chu Xinghe was still deeply grateful. And though his injuries remained grave, his years of indiscriminate pill consumption at the Spirit Crane Palace had not been for nothing. Chu Xinghe's constitution was beyond what any ordinary person could compare to. Thus in the span of a short while, Chu Xinghe was already able to rise from bed and walk. Stepping out of his room, Chu Xinghe endured the stabs of pain from his wounds as he prepared to take his leave of the Feng household. Re-establishing contact with his sect was now the most urgent matter at hand. Yet before departing, he still owed Feng Yuyan a proper farewell, and Chu Xinghe intended to settle her troublesome matter in one stroke as well. What nonsense was the Jade Void Palace? What future could one find in such a shabby place? Would the Haotian sect not be far better? And as for the Martial Emperor City, was I really without connections there or something? But Chu Xinghe had only just arrived at the Feng family's front courtyard, not yet having the chance to speak with Feng Yuyan, when a servant of the Feng household came rushing breathlessly in from outside. Miss, Lu Chong has come. At the servant's words, Feng Yuyan's willow leaf brows drew together slightly, and a look of disgust crossed her face. Glancing at Chu Xinghe, who had been preparing to take his leave, she could only step out to meet the visitor with resignation. Chu Xinghe said nothing further, and simply followed in Feng Yuyan's footsteps as she went out to receive the guest. He wished to see for himself what sort of creature this Lu Chong truly was. A fellow standing at most 5.5 feet tall with a face resembling a toad strode into the Feng estate, surrounded by a throng of attendants. This individual was none other than Lu Chong. The moment Chu Xinghe laid eyes upon him, he harbored grave suspicions that this man might very well be the unfortunate product of consanguineous relations. Has Miss Feng given the matter proper consideration? Lu Chong inquired, his gaze upon Feng Yuyan positively lecherous. Young Master Lu, my Feng family is willing to offer 1,000 low-grade spirit stones as tribute to the Yushu Palace. Our only request is that Feng Yuxing be granted admission into your sect. Feng Yuyan gritted her teeth as she spoke. This represented the absolute maximum sum their Feng family could possibly muster. Yet upon hearing Feng Yuyan's words, although a gleam of interest briefly illuminated Lu Chong's eyes, it was swiftly replaced by an expression of profound dissatisfaction. Miss Feng, my Yushu Palace stands among the 10 great sects. Such a paltry sum of spirit stones scarcely merits our attention. Besides, Miss Feng is well aware that my meaning pertains not to this matter at all. Young Master Lu, my parents perished long ago, and with our family's decline, only my brother and I remain. My brother seeks entry into Yushu Palace, while I must shoulder the burden of managing our household. I had long resolved to remain unwed for the remainder of my days. I beseech you, young Master Lu, do not press me further in this matter. Good heavens! To refuse this Lu Chong, she had resorted to declaring she would never marry at all. Feng Yuyan, do not throw away the face we graciously extend you. Behind senior brother Lu stands elder Lu himself. Mark my words, without young master Lu's approval, Feng Yujing shall never set foot within our Yushu palace. Lu Chong's lackey leaped forth to deliver this declaration. Feng Yuyan's countenance darkened upon being thus reviled, yet these were disciples of Yushu palace before her. Their humble Feng family possessed not the slightest standing to trade barbs with such a sect. Just as Feng Yuyan found herself at a loss, a voice rang out from behind her. Does your Yushu palace possess even a shred of shame? And you there, Lu Chong, is that truly your name? Have you perhaps neglected to gaze upon your own reflection in a mirror? With that toad-like visage of yours, even a female toad would recoil in disgust. How dare you utter such shameless words with that countenance? What person dares? Lu Chong nearly coughed up blood at these words that had materialized from nowhere. The Feng family members likewise underwent dramatic shifts in expression, every gaze turning toward the figure behind them. Chu Xinghe swathed in bandages like a stuffed dumpling. What are you all gawking at? Yes, I said it. And what of it? Speak truthfully. Have I uttered a single falsehood? With that barrel girth of yours and stumpy frame with nothing but waist beneath a non-existent neck, did your elders never instruct you to refrain from terrorizing innocent souls? You court death. Lu Chong seethed with such fury he nearly vomited blood. He, an elite disciple of the illustrious Yushu palace and son of an elder, had he ever endured such humiliation? At this juncture Lu Chong could restrain himself no longer. In a single flash he had already arrived before Chu Xinghe. Both palms thrust forward, hurtling directly toward Chu Xinghe's skull. Scram! Hiss! Terrifying Haotian battle intent erupted forth from Chu Xinghe. Though his physical wounds had not fully healed, his spiritual energy had long since recovered to nearly its full capacity. Nevertheless, the sudden deployment of Haotian battle intent had torn at the wounds across his body. Yet with that single utterance of scram from Chu Xinghe, Lu Chong arrived swiftly and departed swifter still. His entire form whooshed through the air and was sent flying backward. At his mere peak third-grade cultivation, not only was he incapable of harming Chu Xinghe need not even lift a finger. The Haotian battle intent alone sufficed to shake him to within an inch of his life. Upon landing, Lu Chong vomited fresh blood. This spectacle threw the entire Feng household into complete disarray. Feng Yuyan's eyes widened as she beheld Chu Xinghe. Lu Chong's cultivation was hardly insignificant, yet he had been sent flying by this Wang Tinyu without apparent effort. Moreover, the spiritual energy fluctuations swirling about Chu Xinghe's form like a tornado, coupled with that faintly luminous spiritual power, left Feng Yuyan utterly astonished. What technique could this possibly be? How could it be so terrifyingly formidable? You dare injure our senior brother Lu. You're courting death. Without another word, one of Lu Chong's companions from Yushu Palace crushed the disciple token held within his palm. Realization dawned. This was a summoning for reinforcements after failing to prevail. Witnessing this, Feng Yuyan was struck dumb. Never in her wildest imaginings had she anticipated that Chu Xinghe would engage Lu Chong in combat, much less reduce him to such a state. This time catastrophe had truly arrived. After all, the opposing party represented the Yushu Palace. To strike a disciple of Yushu Palace was to slap the face of one of the 10 great sects. The Yushu Palace would categorically refuse to let this matter rest. Whence comes this vile cur who dares lay hands upon disciples of my Yushu Palace? A voice thundered from the distant horizon. In the next instant, a figure descended riding upon the wind. A 7th-grade martial saint. At the sight of this sudden arrival of a 7th-grade martial saint, every soul present was struck with terror, and the robes adorning this individual were unmistakably those of a Yushu Palace elder. Father, this brat has insulted our Yushu Palace. The moment Lu Chong beheld the approaching figure, tears sprang forth. Father had arrived. These past several days, owing to that Chu Xinghe person, cultivators from the 10 great sects had all converged upon Tianrun City, practically scouring the city 3 feet deep. His father had likewise received word and hastened here. However, Lu Chong well knew that his father had not come seeking this Chu Xinghe. Rather, he had been thoroughly enchanted by the courtesan beauties Lu Chong had arranged for his entertainment. The art of currying favor with his father was Lu Chong's particular specialty. As for this Chu Xinghe, neither father nor son had so much as cast a glance at Chu Xinghe's portrait. How audacious of the Feng family to insult the Yushu Palace. Lu Jingkue descended from the heavens. Yet the moment his words concluded, he caught sight of the terrifying spiritual energy fluctuations swirling about Chu Xinghe like a tornado. Lu Jingkue was no fool like his son. At a single glance he discerned that the technique employed by Chu Xinghe was extraordinary beyond measure. How could such a wild youth possess such a remarkable technique? Could it perhaps be an inheritance accidentally obtained from some ancient ruins? At this thought, Lu Jingkue's heart surged with excitement. If he could seize this technique, then wouldn't. The notion kindled a murderous glint within Lu Jingkue's gaze. Boy, you have insulted my Yushu Palace. This day escape from death shall prove impossible. Nevertheless, this old man takes pity upon your tender years and ignorance. I shall grant you a path to survival. Surrender your technique and leave behind an arm. This old man shall show mercy. What nonsense was this? He had set his covetous eyes upon his technique. Chu Xinghe nearly laughed aloud. This old bastard possessed a discerning eye indeed. At a single glance, he had perceived the extraordinary nature of the Haotian battle intent. Elder Lu possesses a remarkable eye for quality. However, as for this technique, I would gladly part with it save that I fear Elder Lu might lack the courage to accept it. This was the Haotian battle intent. Had this Lu Jingkue grown weary of living to covet the Haotian battle intent of the Haotian sect? Did he remain ignorant of how our grand elder reduces his opponents to naught but ash with a single palm strike? Insolent wretch, how dare you bandy words with this old man? This day I shall show you no mercy. Without further preamble, Lu Jingkue, prepared to take immediate action, seized this youth before him and bring him back for thorough interrogation regarding his technique. In a single flash, Lu Jingkue had already arrived before Chu Xinghe. The spiritual energy of a 7th-grade martial saint surged forth like a vast ocean bearing down upon Chu Xinghe. Simultaneously, the spiritual power within him coalesced into a chain that shot forth to bind Chu Xinghe. This spectacle rendered every member of the Feng family utterly stupefied, Feng Yuyan among them, her countenance one of profound disbelief. How had this day descended into such chaos? With Wang Tiniu causing such a disturbance, her brother would likely never again have any opportunity to enter the Yushu Palace. But in the face of a Yushu Palace elder, a 7th-grade martial saint, the entirety of the Feng family combined possessed not the slightest standing to speak. Even if Feng Yuyan wished to plead on his behalf, she lacked any capacity to do so. Lu Jingkue's spiritual chain coiled about Chu Xinghe in but a moment. Yet, just as Lu Jingkue sought to tighten the chain and administer a taste of suffering to Chu Xinghe, the spiritual chain that had bound Chu Xinghe shattered in an instant. The fractured segments of the chain scattered in all directions. In the span of Lu Jingkue's momentary stupor, an incomparably terrifying pressure materialized above his head. Martial Venerable, or perhaps even Martial Emperor. Lu Jingkue was a man of broad experience. In virtually an instant he recognized this as the aura of a Martial Venerable, perhaps even a Martial Emperor. But before Lu Jingkue could fathom what circumstances had befallen him, a palm shadow had already descended from the heavens. Boom! The colossal palm shadow bore down with such force that Lu Jingkue was immediately driven to his knees upon the ground. Crack! The sound of fracturing bones rang forth as Lu Jingkue's legs nearly shattered beneath him. The palm shadow continued its descent, and his entire form was pressed flat against the earth like a toad, his body embedded within the bluestone paving of the Feng family's courtyard. This sudden spectacle silenced the entire gathering. Simultaneously, a figure descended from beyond the heavens. This figure did not ride the wind. He traversed the void itself. With every step he took, the space before him seemed to tear asunder, rending the void. The descent of a martial emperor. Feng Yuyan dragged every member of the Feng household down with her as they all prostrated themselves upon the ground in one cascading motion. A martial emperor. This was a being of legend. Throughout their entire lives, the Feng family had never once beheld such an existence. Lu Chong was likewise struck dumb. His father, who had seemed invincible beneath the heavens, had now been pinned into the earth like a flattened toad. And the one who had struck was a martial emperor who had rent the void. Why would a martial emperor strike against his own father? Yet before Lu Chong could comprehend, another figure materialized in the heavens above, again arriving by rending the void. Again a martial emperor. Lu Chong's legs turned to jelly. Another martial emperor. Were martial emperors being distributed wholesale this day? Soon the third, the fourth, the fifth. One figure after another descended from beyond the heavens, each and every one a martial emperor who had traversed the void. Lu Chong was convinced this must be a dream. This was undoubtedly a dream. Otherwise such fantastical absurdity could never come to pass. Xinghe, the first to arrive, descended from the heavens. The one who had flattened Lu Jingkue into a toad was none other than the Grand Elder. To put it plainly, had it not been for the fact that the fellow was clad in the robes of a Yushu Palace elder, that palm strike would have reduced Lu Jingkue to naught but ash long ago. This disciple Chu Xinghe pays respects to the Grand Elder. Chu Xinghe bent his form to offer salutations, but was gathered into the Grand Elder's embrace before he could complete the gesture. At this moment, every soul within the Feng household was utterly stupefied. Whether Feng family members or those of Yushu Palace, all had heard Chu Xinghe's declaration of his own identity. He was Chu Xinghe. The Haotian sect had issued the Haotian decree. The martial emperor city had issued the martial emperor decree. The entire realm had been driven to madness over a single individual. Countless powerful cultivators had scoured every corner in their search. And ultimately, he had appeared in Tianran City. These past several days, the disciples of the 10 great sects had practically turned the city upside down, digging 3 feet deep. And he was that very Chu Xinghe whom all had been searching for with such desperate fervor. Countless martial emperors had converged upon Tianran City from every corner of the realm, all for the sake of finding a single person. At this moment, every soul present was rendered utterly stupefied. Uncle Feng gazed in blank stupefaction at Chu Xinghe, who was held within the embrace of the martial emperor, Grand Elder. At this moment, Chu Xinghe's earlier words seemed to echo once more within his ears. Ahem. How about considering the Haotian sect? I happen to have acquaintances at the martial emperor city as well. Securing a position as an elite disciple would be mere child's play. When Uncle Feng first heard Chu Xinghe's words, he was convinced that this fellow called Wang Tiniu must have damaged his brain as well. The Haotian sect, the martial emperor city, and an acquaintance there. Are you spinning tales with me now? Anyone who could enter a place like the Haotian sect's martial emperor city must be a supreme prodigy among the heavens, must they not? You have acquaintances there. You can waltz in and become an elite disciple as though it were child's play. You are toying with me, are you not? Yet at this very moment Uncle Feng understood that Chu Xinghe was not deceiving him. Nor was there anything wrong with his mind. He was speaking the absolute truth. For anyone else to enter the Haotian sect would require layers upon layers of selection. Forget the inner sanctum. Gaining entry to even the outer halls would be considered a heavenly blessing. But if Chu Xinghe were to simply speak a word and grant someone entry to the Haotian sect, would it not be accomplished with but a single sentence? And indeed Chu Xinghe did possess an acquaintance within Martial Emperor City. An acquaintance by the name of Zheng Yu. Zheng Yu was now privately referred to by others as the young city lord. This future master of the Martial Emperor City had his very life saved by Chu Xinghe just a few days prior. Because of that rescue, Chu Xinghe nearly lost his own life. What manner of grace and benevolence was this? Zheng Yu would likely carry the weight of senior brother Xinghe's kindness for the remainder of his days. To arrange an elite disciple position, what harm could that possibly cause? Should Zheng Yu hesitate for even a single moment, the world beyond would surely condemn him as an ungrateful wretch who forgot his debts of gratitude. Thus Chu Xinghe truly possessed such connections. Earlier when Chu Xinghe had cursed the Yushu Palace, everyone had thought him utterly mad. Was this not a path to certain death? But now gazing upon the toad-like Lu Jingquan sprawled upon the ground, all present understood. Chu Xinghe could curse as he pleased, and even if his words grew far more outrageous, what could the Yushu Palace possibly do about it? Surely no one believes the Yushu Palace would dare journey to the Haotian sect to demand an explanation. Should the Yushu Palace harbor such a notion, they would no longer deserve their name. They might as well rechristen themselves the Yujing Palace, the Palace of Adamantine Resolve. This was truly utterly magnificently unyielding. Xinghe, you rascal, your fate is truly a resilient one. Ha ha. I told you this lad possessed fortune as vast as the heavens. He slew a demon venerable of the 8th rank through ambush, then carved his way out of the demon shadow sect alone. This boy is truly extraordinary. At this moment the martial emperors of the Haotian sect and the martial emperor city had gathered at the Feng household. Gu Mingqiao stepped forward and examined Chu Xinghe with meticulous care. Though his body was still covered in wounds, his inner breath remained flawless. It was purely external injury. Here. This is a sacred healing pill of the 7th rank. Take an entire vial first to recover from your injuries. Once we return home, I shall prepare several vials of those divine healing pills of the 8th rank for you. Without a word of hesitation, the Grand Elder produced a vial of a 7th rank pill. The moment 7th rank sacred healing pill echoed through the air, the eyes of those surrounding him threatened to burst from their sockets. What manner of treasure was this? AS 7th rank sacred healing pill. Was this not the legendary divine remedy spoken of in tales? The miraculous elixir said to pull one back from the very threshold of death, so long as a single breath remained. Each and every pill was worth a kingdom's ransom. What had that martial emperor just said? Take an entire vial first to recover from your injuries. Take an entire vial. And upon returning home, there would be 8th rank divine healing pills as well. Those were things reputed to snatch the dead back from the very jaws of death. Others might spend an entire lifetime without so much as glimpsing a single one, yet here the Haotian sect was measuring them out to Chu Xinghe by the vial. Lu Chong had collapsed to the ground in terror. He had heard from the elders of his sect that the Haotian sect was wealthy beyond measure, yet he had never dared imagine they were wealthy to such an absurd degree. Xinghe, this incident originated from my martial emperor city. I, Cheng Xiaotian, am consumed by guilt within my heart. Cheng Xiaotian spoke from the side, and the moment his words fell, silence descended upon the scene once more. Cheng Xiaotian, City Lord Cheng Xiaotian of Martial Emperor City. The peerless powerhouse ranked second upon the heavenly Dao rankings. Cheng Xiaotian. Brother Xiaotian, you need not be thus. Xinghe is a child of such character. Had he witnessed death and refused to save it, would be I who found it amiss. Gu Mingqiao laughed heartily from the side. No matter what had transpired before, Chu Xinghe was safe and sound. That alone was sufficient. Sect leader Gu speaks truly. This child Xinghe is truly a splendid one. Cheng Xiaotian sighed with helplessness. What a pity he was not a disciple of his own household. However, the exchange between the two caused Lu Jingquan, who had just barely crawled out from being embedded in the earth, to drop to his knees upon the ground. Sect leader Gu Mingqiao. The Gu Mingqiao who stood atop the heavenly Dao rankings. City Lord Cheng Xiaotian of Martial Emperor City. Sect leader Gu Mingqiao of the Haotian sect. Were these not figures of mythological stature? And today they had all gathered here. Beyond these two, there was also the Grand Elder of the Haotian sect, along with the peerless powerhouses of various other sects. Though the modest courtyard of the Feng household might not dare proclaim itself gilded with splendor today, it would undeniably bring glory to their ancestors for generations untold. This was likely enough for the Feng family to boast about for 10,000 years to come. You are a man of the Yushu Palace. The Grand Elder appeared to have finally recalled the toad still sprawled upon the ground. This Elder of the Yushu Palace is named Lu. I have no interest in knowing your name. A moment ago you intended to lay hands upon Xinghe. The Grand Elder's temper was explosively fierce. Why should I care what your Lu-something name is? Are you not merely a toad? And no. Toad Lu had already been reduced to tears of terror. Had this old man arrived, but a moment later Xinghe would have been utterly destroyed at your hands, would he not? Splendid, the Yushu Palace, truly splendid. The Haotian sect has dispatched the Haotian decree commanding all sects to seek out this person, and yet a Yushu Palace elder did not even recognize him, and furthermore sought to strike him down. The Grand Elder's complexion had grown so frigid that frost seemed poised to form upon the earth itself. Grand Elder, this Elder Lu never harbored the intention to slay me. Chu Xinghe spoke. Toad Lu was so overwhelmed with emotion that he nearly cowed out to Chu Xinghe in gratitude. He merely desired to obtain the Haotian battle intent. Chu Xinghe stated with serene indifference. Good heavens! At this, countless gazes brimming with murderous intent turned toward Toad Lu. Toad Lu stood utterly petrified, struck dumb with terror. If claiming he wished to slay Chu Xinghe might pass as a misunderstanding, then what in the world was this desire to obtain the Haotian battle intent? Boom! The Grand Elder's foot struck directly into Toad Lu's chest. Terrifying spiritual power surged through Toad Lu's entire body in an instant, shattering his chi completely. His lifetime of cultivation was utterly destroyed in the blink of an eye. Coveting the Haotian battle intent of my Haotian sect. Excellent. The Yushu Palace, truly excellent. The Grand Elder's gaze blazed with unbridled killing intent. Spare his wretched life. Send him crawling back to the Yushu Palace, and let that old scoundrel Wang Daoquan offer my Haotian sect an explanation. If he cannot render my Haotian sect satisfied, this sovereign would not hesitate to see one of the 10 great sects replaced. Gu Mingxiao spoke with serene composure, yet the moment these words left his lips, all present knew that the Yushu Palace was destined for a catastrophe of astronomical proportions. Coveting the Haotian sect's Haotian battle intent. What did the Yushu Palace think they were doing? I have witnessed those who sought death, yet never have I heard of anyone seeking it in quite this manner. As for Toad Lu's wretched existence, no one cared in the slightest, for all knew he was already ruined. Moreover, once word of this affair reached the Yushu Palace, Wang Daoquan would never permit him to escape unpunished. Grand Elder, I must also express my gratitude to Miss Feng of the Feng family. Were it not for her intervention, I fear I truly would not have survived until your arrival. Chu Xinghe spoke at this moment, and the moment his words fell, Feng Yuyan was seized by utter panic. Truth be told, she had never in her entire life laid eyes upon so many distinguished personages. When Chu Xinghe had previously spoken of repaying her, Feng Yuyan had genuinely not taken it to heart. After all, a fellow hunted to such a desperate state. What manner of repayment could he possibly offer? But now Feng Yuyan understood. The man before her was none other than the legendary Chu Xinghe himself. His gratitude. Feng Yuyan pays her respects to all the esteemed lords. Feng Yuyan dropped to her knees upon the ground. Yet moments later Feng Yuyan felt a gentle force lift her entire being from the earth. It was the Grand Elder who had acted. Feng Yuyan, is that right? This child's safe escape from peril owes no small measure to your merits. On behalf of the entire Haotian sect, this old man offers Miss Feng his gratitude. As the Grand Elder spoke, he actually clasped his fists and bowed directly to Feng Yuyan. This left Feng Yuyan even more dumbstruck. This was a martial emperor. A martial emperor paying respects to her. Since the Feng family resides in Tianrun City, from this day forth Tianrun City shall be managed by the Feng family. The people of the Yushu Palace are forbidden from interfering. Gu Mingxiao spoke. And upon hearing these words, how could any person of the Yushu Palace dare voice even the slightest objection? Sect leader Miss Feng's younger brother possesses rather promising talent. What say you to taking him into our Haotian sect? Chu Xinghe interjected from the side. Tears streamed down Feng Yuyan's face. Her younger brother entering the Haotian sect. This was something she would never have dared to dream of even in her wildest imaginings. Gaining entry to even the Yushu Palace had nearly cost her everything. Yet the Haotian sect. How could that possibly be acceptable? The Grand Elder spoke up from the side. When has my Haotian sect ever been so ungrateful? Not only may Miss Feng's younger brother enter the Haotian sect, but from this day forth the Feng family shall be regarded as an affiliate clan of my Haotian sect. In each generation of Haotian sect disciples, the Feng family may recommend 2 candidates. Feng Yuyan was stunned, completely, utterly stunned. The Feng family had become an affiliate clan of the Haotian sect, with the ability to send 2 members into the sect each year, combined with the authority to manage Tianrun City. The Feng family had risen to greatness completely and irrevocably. with the Haotian sect standing behind them with countless quotas for entry into the sect, and with the revenues of Tianran City added to the fold. Even at the very pinnacle of the Feng family's former glory, they could never have compared to what they had now become. And all of this was wrought by the hand of a single person. Feng Yuyan offers her gratitude to the sect leader for this boundless grace. Do not thank me. It is I who should thank you. Were it not for your timely rescue, had something truly befallen Xinghe, my Haotian sect would likely have been unable to bear such a devastating blow. Gu Mingqiao trembled at the mere thought of what might have been. Chu Xinghe had been wounded so grievously. Had no one come to his aid, would he not have been consigned to certain death? To survive the demonic sect only to perish upon escaping. That would have been a tragedy too agonizing to endure. The people of the Yushu Palace departed. Toad Lu understood that the true tempest was only now beginning to descend. In a single night, the Feng family had risen to become the new aristocracy of Tianran City, with 2 quotas each year for entry into the Haotian sect as inner disciples. The moment this news spread, people from Tianran City and all the surrounding towns and cities came in droves to offer their congratulations. All knew that the Feng family's rise was an unstoppable tide. There was no one who did not yearn to enter the Haotian sect. Yet all could only sigh in wonder. The Feng family's fortune was truly heaven-defying. The saying goes that when one attains the Tao, even the chickens and dogs ascend to the heavens. The Feng family had saved but a single man, and their entire household had found the Tao. How countless families silently gnashed their teeth with regret, wondering why such fortune had never graced their own kin. However, compared with the rise of the Feng family, when the news of Toad Lu reached the Yushu Palace, Wang Daoquan nearly coughed up blood upon hearing it and perished on the spot. Coveting the Haotian sect's Haotian battle intent. Had this Toad Lu devoured the gall of a bear and the heart of a leopard? Yet with so many witnesses present at the time, Toad Lu's demand for the technique from Chu Xinghe could not be falsified. Although Wang Daoquan knew Toad Lu had never possessed such audacity, the root of the matter likely lay in the fact that Toad Lu had never even recognized Chu Xinghe. Yet this single point alone was impossible to explain away. The Yushu Palace had loudly proclaimed themselves as assisting the Haotian sect in the search for this disciple. The Haotian sect had distributed portraits of Chu Xinghe throughout the entire realm. Yet your own elder failed to recognize Chu Xinghe. Tell me, how could such a thing possibly be explained away? Thereafter, Wang Daoquan examined the entire affair in meticulous detail. The outcome might have been better left unknown, for upon learning the full account, he nearly had Toad Lu flayed alive by 1,000 cuts. Wang Daoquan personally arrived at Tianran City, making his way to the temporary residence of the Haotian sect within the city. At this moment, Wang Daoquan felt as though he had thoroughly cursed his own fate. The Haotian Decree and Wudi Decree, jointly issued by the Haotian sect and Wudi City. How many years had it been since such a thing last occurred? Even the 10 great sects would not dare show the slightest negligence in the face of this. But then again, not every sect would necessarily give it their full and undivided attention. There were certainly more than a few merely going through the motions. Yet such was Wang Daoquan's wretched luck that Chu Xinghe had ultimately chosen to appear in Tianran City. Thus, whether others had been slacking off or not was anyone's guess. But your Yushu Palace had genuinely been caught slacking, caught red-handed no less. To claim that Lu Hama of Yushu Palace coveted the Haotian war intent. Not even Wang Daoquan believed it, and neither would anyone beyond these walls. They would dismiss it with nothing more than a derisive chuckle. What manner of creature was this Lu Hama? How dare he set his sights upon the Haotian war intent? But is that truly the crux of the matter? Chu Xinghe had appeared in Tianran City, a territory under the dominion of Yushu Palace. Yet the Yushu Palace elders and disciples tasked with governing the city had done far more than fail to search for Chu Xinghe. They had failed to even recognize him, and had ended up in open combat with him instead. Thus Yushu Palace found itself as though it had kicked over a hornet's nest. Once word spread, every sect rose in righteous condemnation, denouncing Yushu Palace for placing so little regard upon the Haotian sect and Wudi City. Was this the famed solidarity of the 10 great sects? How dare Yushu Palace pay lip service while harboring utter contempt? The 10 great sects vented their fury upon Yushu Palace precisely because it was the runt of the litter. Beyond the 10 great sects, the powerful sects outside that elite circle also refused to let Yushu Palace off lightly, each one leaping forth to heap furious condemnation upon them. They spewed the very notion that Yushu Palace had no right whatsoever to stand among the 10 great sects. Wang Daoquan's tears nearly fell. Everyone else had been slacking. Why then must Yushu Palace alone bear the full brunt of this disaster? Yet did such anguish serve any purpose? The Haotian sect and Wudi City had made their intention unmistakably clear. They meant to make an example of someone. Reason with the Haotian sect. Does Yushu Palace possess even the faintest qualification to do so? And even if the Haotian sect deigned to listen, would Yushu Palace dare speak a single word in their own defense? What could they possibly say? That everyone had been slacking and Yushu Palace was simply unfortunate enough to be caught. Far better left unsaid, for the moment such words escaped their lips the masses would rise as one to tear them apart. Thus Wang Daoquan, sovereign of Yushu Palace, bore his bitterness in silence, swallowing every drop of anguish deep within his heart. Wang Daoquan of Yushu Palace requests an audience with Sect Master Gu. This is the first offering of recompense from Yushu Palace. At Wang Daoquan's wave, the Yushu Palace disciples behind him hauled forward an enormous chest. As its lid swung open, countless onlookers gasped, drawing sharp breaths of cold air. Heads. The chest was filled entirely with heads. Lu Hama's head and that of his son Lu Chong lay piled at the very top, while beneath them rested the severed heads of women of every age imaginable. Lu Jinghua was bewitched by the demonic sect. Yushu Palace shall show no mercy. These are the heads of every member of Lu Jinghua's entire household. Wang Daoquan presented the chest brimming with gore-stained heads before Gu Mingqiao. Gu Mingqiao fixed Wang Daoquan with an icy gaze, uttering not a single word. It was abundantly clear that this offering of atonement did not satisfy him in the slightest. Wang Daoquan waved once more, and Yushu Palace disciples bore forth countless chests in succession. As the lids fell open, premium-grade spirit stones, shimmering with faint luminescence, spilled forth to blanket the entire courtyard. 200 years past, Yushu Palace rose to stand among the 10 great sects through the aid of the Haotian sect. Yushu Palace has never forgotten this grace. In those days, the ancestors of the Haotian sect bestowed upon Yushu Palace 1 million premium-grade spirit stones. Today, Yushu Palace repays this debt. The moment these words left Wang Daoquan's lips, the frost upon Gu Mingqiao's countenance finally began to thaw, ever so slightly. Of what use were the heads of Lu Hama's entire household? Did the Haotian sect truly care for such things? What the Haotian sect cared for was Yushu Palace's attitude. And now was that attitude not plain for all to see? In those days, the Haotian sect had indeed aided Yushu Palace, and it was upon that very aid that Yushu Palace had risen to stand among the 10 great sects. Though the actual sum bestowed may not have amounted to so great a fortune, Yushu Palace repaying this kindness with gratitude was beyond reproach, was it not? Daoquan, my dear fellow. Come sit. What is all this fuss? It will only invite ridicule from outsiders. Gu Mingqiao personally invited Wang Daoquan to be seated. Wang Daoquan finally exhaled a sigh of relief. Though 1 million premium-grade spirit stones might have stripped Yushu Palace to the bone, it could quench the Haotian sect's wrath, and at the very least secure Yushu Palace's position among the 10 great sects. Had he not offered this million spirit stones, the Haotian sect would never have released their grip upon Yushu Palace. Sect Master Gu, the conduct of Yushu Palace in this matter has truly brought me to blush with shame. Wang Daoquan's tears truly began to fall. 1 million spirit stones. And all of them premium grade at that. Yushu Palace was hardly the equal of the Haotian sect. How many long years would it take to gather such a sum anew? Let bygones be bygones. No more talk of it, no more. Prepare a feast. Today I shall drink my fill with Daoquan. The feast was prepared, and Gu Mingqiao did indeed drink his fill. Yet Wang Daoquan felt not the slightest intoxication of joy. This bout of wine was surely the most expensive ever poured upon this mortal earth. 1 million premium-grade spirit stones. The very thought made one's heart bleed. While Gu Mingqiao entertained Wang Daoquan, Chu Xinghe, too, found himself swarmed by senior and junior brothers who had hurried in from every corner of the realm. Senior brother Xinghe, have your wounds healed. Senior brother Xinghe sustained 58 wounds and still fought his way out. When I heard the tale, I was utterly astounded. Junior brother Xinghe, your deeds within the demonic sect have spread throughout every quarter. Your cunning brilliance, your valor and resourcefulness. Your example is truly the model for our generation. The brothers encircled Chu Xinghe, each offering their own words in turn. As for his wounds, were the sacred healing pills some manner of jest? Not even an entire vial was needed. 1 pill alone, and Chu Xinghe was now restored to pristine condition. Wounds. There was not so much as a scar to be found upon him. As for the deeds within the demonic sect that his brothers so fervently praised, Chu Xinghe could only blush with shame. You see only the what, yet know nothing of the why. If you but knew the true circumstances of that moment, it would be a marvel indeed if you did not flay me alive on the spot. Was I truly cunning and brilliant? Was I truly valiant and resourceful? I was wholeheartedly, sincerely prepared to betray the sect. Yet now, even if I spoke the truth, who among them would believe me? Those disciples of the Demon Shadow sect, even as they perished, cursed Chu Xinghe to their final breath as a despicable and shameless wretch. The more furiously the Demon Shadow sect reviled him, the greater their hatred. Surely. And under such circumstances, who could possibly believe that he had been the one seeking to betray the sect? Zheng Yu arrived shortly thereafter. Senior brother Xinghe, Zheng Yu offers thanks for the grace of a second life. Zheng Yu had already come to hear of the entire chain of events following Chu Xinghe's abduction. It was only now that Zheng Yu truly understood. Senior brother Xinghe possessed not merely loyalty, but wisdom in abundance. In honest introspection, had it been Zheng Yu himself who was captured, could he have demonstrated senior brother Xinghe's remarkable capacity for both endurance and adaptation? Could he himself have endured without suffering so much as a scratch, while earning the trust of the demonic sect, and ultimately engineering the slaying of the demon lord? Zheng Yu concluded that he could not. Nay, he would scarcely have preserved his own wretched life. Thus senior brother Xinghe was truly a man of profound wisdom. In times past Zheng Yu had been consumed by thoughts of how he might defeat senior brother Xinghe, but this time Zheng Yu was conquered in spirit utterly and completely. Not merely in matters of cultivation, but in every conceivable respect Zheng Yu now yielded his heart in genuine admiration. And when he heard how senior brother Xinghe, after engineering the demon lord's demise, had single-handedly cut down countless fifth-rank practitioners of the demonic sect, and how bearing 58 grievous wounds he had still carved a path of blood through the enemy ranks time and again, Zheng Yu was shaken to his very core. Senior brother Xinghe, standing at the pinnacle of the fourth rank, slew fifth-rank practitioners, as though butchering dogs. What manner of terrifying prowess was this? Though he himself possessed the seven-colored glazed body, and had likewise stepped into the fourth rank, let alone a swarm of fifth-rank demonic cultivators, even against a single one, he could claim nothing more than a narrow and hard-won victory. By such comparison Zheng Yu felt the shame burn all the fiercer within him. Yet Zheng Yu thanked the heavens, for senior brother Xinghe had not suffered any grave injury, else he might have been condemned to dwell within the shadows of guilt for the remainder of his days. But even so Zheng Yu still felt that this life of his was a gift bestowed by senior brother Xinghe. Those who gave him life were his parents, those who granted him life anew. Senior brother Xinghe. Having seen off the tear-streaked Zheng Yu, Xinghe gleaned from his fellow disciples the developments that had unfolded in his absence. Yushu Palace had delivered 1,000,000 spirit stones along with the severed heads of Liu Hama's entire household. But as for Liu Hama's head, Xinghe harbored not the slightest interest in it. The wretched thing couldn't even serve as ingredients for a braised bullfrog pot. What good was it? But 1,000,000 spirit stones. The very thought was enough to twist his gut. The sect had once again reaped a windfall upon the backs of that fortune. Furthermore, the spirit stones he had surrendered along with the stone transmutation divine art had all been returned to their rightful owner. After all, once the demon lord had fallen, and he had cut down so many, those who survived had not even managed to divide the spoils and flee before the forces of the Haotian sect arrived in hot pursuit, enveloping them all in one swift and decisive encirclement. Apart from the portion of spirit stones absorbed by Meng Yong during his cultivation of the Haotian war intent, not a single spirit stone had escaped. Not only the spirit stones Xinghe had surrendered, but every treasured possession that Meng Yong had accumulated over all these long years. None had eluded the Haotian sect's grasp. By this accounting, not only had they suffered no loss, they had reaped yet another bountiful harvest. Moreover, the stone transmutation divine art had been witnessed by only a handful, and every last one of those witnesses had perished. Thus this time the sect had genuinely suffered no losses whatsoever. While all the world, mortal and spirit alike, savors its triumphs, I alone endure the blows. Just as Xinghe stewed in his frustration, another piece of news arrived from beyond, and upon hearing it Xinghe nearly coughed up blood. The tidings hailed from the Demon Shadow sect. The Demon Emperor Wu Xingyun had dispatched a message declaring that the abduction of Xinghe had been entirely unknown to the Demon Shadow sect, and had not been orchestrated by him, Wu Xingyun. It had been the private doing of Meng Yong alone, of which the demonic sect had been wholly unaware. Good heavens! The moment this news broke, shockwaves rippled through every quarter. The Demon Shadow sect. Had it yielded? For how many years had the world contended with the Demon Shadow sect? Even in defeat, had they not ever raised their voices to proclaim, "I shall surely return"? The classic refrain of every villain. No matter how crushing their defeat, the Demon Shadow sect had never once acknowledged submission. Yet this time, the Demon Shadow sect had claimed it was none of their doing, that it was the personal conduct of Meng Yong alone. Truth be told, though the Demon Emperor was a villain, the various sects held a certain understanding of his character. Wu Xingyun was the sort who spoke plainly whatever the truth might be. If he declared it was not the act of the Demon Shadow sect, then certainly it was not. Yet at this juncture, did it truly matter? On the very second day following the news's spread, Gu Mingqiao issued his proclamation. This incident had struck at the very heart of the Haotian sect's deepest vulnerabilities. The Haotian sect would not let this matter rest. At the same time, the elite cultivators of both the Haotian sect and Wudi City began to converge upon Tianrun City, their target, Demon Shadow City of the Demon Shadow sect. Upon hearing this news, Xinghe's blood surged with exhilaration. It has come at last. The moment of opportunity has finally arrived. The Haotian sect was about to engage the Demon Shadow sect in a blood-soaked confrontation. Though the Haotian sect's strength was extraordinary, the Demon Shadow sect was no soft persimmon to be crushed at will. In a clash of such magnitude, it was impossible that the Haotian sect would emerge entirely unscathed. So in the end, had he not still succeeded? Although the Shadow Demon sect had conceded defeat, neither the Haotian sect nor the Martial Emperor City would let the matter rest. In this incident, Zheng Yu was rescued by Xinghe, and Xinghe ultimately emerged from danger unscathed. But just as Gu Mingqiao had warned, the Shadow Demon sect's move against Xinghe had struck at Haotian sect's most vulnerable nerve. This time Haotian sect would absolutely not let the matter drop without consequence. The powerhouses of Haotian sect and Martial Emperor City assembled at Tianrun City, their objective fixed squarely upon Shadow Demon City. Xinghe was so exhilarated that sleep eluded him entirely. With Haotian Sect and Martial Emperor City waging war against the Shadow Demon Sect, even though everyone knew the Shadow Demon Sect would ultimately be no match for them in a conflict of such magnitude, was anyone truly unscathed? At last the heavens had opened their eyes. After enduring such countless tribulations were they finally extending a helping hand. Yet this joy lasted scarcely a single day before a piece of news left Chu Xinghe so furious that he cursed up a storm. Sect Master Shadow Demon City was razed to the ground overnight. The entire Shadow Demon Sect has already withdrawn from Shadow Demon City, and their current whereabouts remain unknown. Upon hearing this news, Chu Xinghe nearly choked on his own blood and sent himself to his grave. What in the world is this? The Shadow Demon Sect destroyed Shadow Demon City and then fled. Do you even deserve to be called a demonic sect? Have you no shred of dignity left as practitioners of the demonic path? Have you no shame? Where is the great battle that was promised? Where are the losses you were supposed to suffer? Before the enemy even arrived, your demonic sect has already fled. Huh. Utterly contemptible. Chu Xinghe was so enraged, he nearly wept. Yet once this news spread, shockwaves reverberated throughout the realms. First and foremost, the fact that Haotian Sect and Martial Emperor City had marshaled such tremendous forces over a single person to wage war against the Shadow Demon Sect had already left all parties thunderstruck. But what no one could have anticipated was that the Shadow Demon Sect would not even dare to clash with these two powers, instead choosing this somewhat ignominious manner of retreat. Although Shadow Demon City was destroyed and the Shadow Demon Sect lost all face, various factions secretly nodded in approval of their decision. The Shadow Demon Sect was indeed formidable. In fact, the majority of the 10 great sects could not compare to this great demonic sect. Yet against the full-throated assault of both Haotian Sect and Martial Emperor City simultaneously, did the Shadow Demon Sect possess even the slightest chance of victory. If they had truly chosen to defend Shadow Demon City, there would have been only one outcome. Not only would Shadow Demon City be annihilated, but countless powerful demonic cultivators would have perished alongside it. Therefore the Shadow Demon Sect's choice was flawless. At the same time, this course of action served as a gesture of submission to both Haotian Sect and Martial Emperor City, an attempt to conclude this storm that had shaken the entire world. Everything began because of one person, and because of one person the entire world was swept into turmoil. Haotian Sect, Martial Emperor City, the various great sects, and the Shadow Demon Sect. All were thrown into upheaval by Chu Xinghe alone. The Shadow Demon Sect had even lost their sacred ground, Shadow Demon City. This time the demonic path had truly suffered a grievous blow. The name of Chu Xinghe spread completely throughout the realm. All now knew that Haotian Sect possessed a man who must not be offended. Chu Xinghe. Care to cross him? Look at what became of the Shadow Demon Sect. Look at what became of the Jade Void Palace. As the storm gradually subsided, Zheng Yu of Martial Emperor City also came to bid Chu Xinghe farewell. Senior Brother Xinghe, we are about to return to our sect. For the grace Senior Brother Xinghe has shown me, Zheng Yu shall never forget it in this lifetime. Should Senior Brother Xinghe have need of anything in the future, please but speak the word, and Zheng Yu will go through fire and water without hesitation. Zheng Yu's expression was solemn, and the many eminent figures of Haotian Sect and Martial Emperor City nodded in succession. The people of Martial Emperor City departed with Zheng Yu casting lingering backward glances with every step. Yet this time the look in Zheng Yu's eyes as he gazed upon Chu Xinghe was no longer one of provocation and defiance, but of gratitude and reverence. The people of Haotian Sect likewise departed Tianrun City to return to Haotian Sect, though they brought with them one additional member, a youngster named Feng Yujing. Feng Yuyin had entrusted her younger brother to follow Chu Xinghe into Haotian Sect. As for everything concerning her brother within Haotian Sect, Feng Yin naturally harbored not the slightest worry. After all, Chu Xinghe had personally declared that he would look after Feng Yujing. Feng Yuyin understood that Chu Xinghe was the benefactor of the Feng family, that the Feng family's meteoric rise was entirely owing to Chu Xinghe. The radiance of the teleportation array materialized within Haotian Sect. Countless Haotian Sect disciples had already gathered before the teleportation array. We respectfully welcome the Sect Master and Elders on their triumphant return. The disciples saluted in unison. Gu Mingqiao smiled and waved his hand, then led everyone to the Haotian Palace. Within the great Haotian Hall, the elders of each palace had assembled, and Chu Xinghe stood at the center of the hall providing a detailed account of all that had transpired. Relying upon his talent for fabrication, he was not particularly concerned about any discrepancies. After all, even if issues arose, the people of the Shadow Demon Sect had primed him beforehand, had they not? Though the Sect Master and the many elders already knew everything after hearing Chu Xinghe's account, they could not help but regard him with approbation. Sect Master. On this occasion, this disciple leaked the sect's secret art. This disciple requests that the Sect Master punish me. Chu Xinghe knelt beside Gu Mingqiao. This was Chu Xinghe's final stratagem. Xinghe, the Haotian battle intent you imparted to Meng Yong was a falsified version, wherein lies the leakage of a secret art. Moreover, by using this art to engineer the demise of Meng Yong, you have committed no transgression, but rendered a great service. Indeed, Word has spread throughout the realm that a mere junior of Haotian Sect orchestrated the slaying of a demon lord of the demonic path. The Shadow Demon Sect has utterly lost face. This is merit. Where is the transgression? The many elders chimed in one after another. Sect Master, I speak not of the Haotian battle intent, but of the stone-touched divine art. I did indeed impart the stone-touched divine art to Meng Yong at that time, and thus I truly did leak it. This deserves punishment. The moment Chu Xingha's words left his lips, the many elders were deeply moved. Just look at this child Xingha. In truth, the stone-touched divine art was originally devised by Xingha himself, and what tremendous benefits has it brought to the sect? Even if it were leaked, would that truly matter? Yet this child Xingha feels guilty over it. Just look at him. This child is truly remarkable. Were it anyone else who had endured so much, would they not have proclaimed their own praises to the heavens? Yet this child Xingha has not boasted of any of his deeds, instead constantly seeking out his own shortcomings. Now he even volunteers to accept punishment. What magnificent breadth of spirit is this? However, speaking of the stone-touched divine art, the many elders suddenly recalled that while all eyes had been fixed upon the affairs of the demonic path, one must not forget all that this child Xingha accomplished in Spirit City. He toyed with the entire world in the palm of his hand and secured for Haotian Sect the most terrifying Tianyi spirit mine in all of history. In the face of the Shi family's threats, this child Xingha personally cultivated Wang Tiniu, that prodigy of stone touching. It is said that Wang Tiniu has now achieved a stone-yielding rate exceeding 80%. This is something not even the Shi family's patriarch and elders could necessarily accomplish. Moreover, Wang Tiniu has recently trained numerous disciples in the art of stone touching, each possessed of extraordinary talent. Qin Xiangqian reported that at this pace, within at most 2 years, Haotian Sect would no longer require any contract with the Shi family. The sect's stone-touching needs could be entirely self-sufficient. And within 5 years, Haotian Sect could even accept commissions from the outside world, becoming a sect renowned for its miraculous stone-touching arts. Qin Xiangqian further expressed that barring any unforeseen circumstances within a decade, he was confident he could enable Haotian Sect to supplant the Shi family as the foremost stone-touching sect in the world. All that Xingha accomplished in Spirit City was tantamount to carving out the future for Haotian Sect. Yet this child has not claimed the slightest credit, instead turning inward to reflect upon his own faults. Previously, the Grand Elder had worried whether these events might cause Chu Xingha to grow proud and complacent. Now the Grand Elder was at ease. Xingha was indeed still that same Xingha, never one to claim credit for what he had done for the sect, ever requesting punishment only for what he had done wrong. This child, truly the heavens favor Haotian. Good child, I am aware of this matter. But since you say you should be punished, then I shall punish you. Gu Mingqiao suddenly spoke, and these words caused the many elders to pause. Yet soon everyone began to laugh. You shall be punished by being sent to the scripture pavilion. From this day forth, not only must you study the Haotian battle intent, you must also familiarize yourself with every art within the entire scripture pavilion. After all, you are no ordinary disciple, and these are things you must eventually do regardless. The moment these words left Gu Mingqiao's lips, Chu Xingha was dumbfounded. What the? This is punishment. Sect Master, you call this punishment? Look at my misfortune compass. It isn't reacting in the slightest. Can this truly be called punishment? The many elders smiled one after another, yet within their eyes there also flickered a trace of astonishment. What did he mean by no ordinary disciple? Things to be done eventually. Within Haotian Sect, the scripture pavilion could be said to be the most important place of all. Within it lay every martial art of Haotian Sect. Generally speaking, even those of elder rank had no need to familiarize themselves with all of them. After all, the sheer quantity was staggering. Yet one who needed to be familiar with all of them, who possessed a general understanding of every art within the scripture pavilion, was none other than Sect Master Gu Mingqiao himself. Haotian Sect also had an unwritten rule: whoever was to become the future Sect Master must first gradually master every art within the scripture pavilion. Understanding the scripture pavilion was the first step. Thereafter, they must also become acquainted with every facet of the sect, whether openly declared or hidden from view. Therefore, when Gu Mingqiao uttered these words, everyone understood that he had already made up his mind to one day entrust Haotian Sect to Chu Xingha. Although Xingha is still young at present, there is no harm in beginning his cultivation from this very moment. Why do you not thank the Sect Master? The Grand Elder regarded Chu Xingha with utmost solemnity. Though the Sect Master had not stated it explicitly, his words just now had already made everything clear to all present. The Grand Elder was wholly satisfied with the reactions of the many elders, for not a single person stepped forth to voice opposition. Yet this was hardly surprising given the deeds of this child Xingha, who among them would dare to object? Thank you, Sect Master. Chu Xingha was nearly in tears. Just what cosmic crime have I committed? Not only does this punishment earn no reward from the misfortune compass, but to think of the scripture pavilion. My goodness, 9 floors of the scripture pavilion, said to house 1,000,000 arts, and I must familiarize myself with each and every one. Is this not the most wretched punishment in all the world? Misfortune compass, have you no sense of reason? Is there no justice? No law? Chu Xingha walked out of the great Haotian hall with tears in his eyes. A group of eminent figures watched the tear-streaked Chu Xinghe depart, and could not help but sigh in admiration, this child weeping tears of joy. No sooner had Chu Xinghe taken his first steps out of the great Haotian Hall than countless senior brothers and sisters of the Spirit Crane Palace also arrived upon hearing the news. Everyone seized Chu Xinghe and plied him with questions about all that had transpired from Spirit City to Tianran City. With a woebegone expression, Chu Xinghe recounted everything. In his heart, sorrow had not merely become a river, it had begun to flow backward against its current. These past 2 days the Spirit Crane Palace had been exceptionally lively. Chu Xinghe had returned. The entire Spirit Crane Palace was adorned with lanterns and festive decorations, and even the Grand Elder offered no complaint against the frenzied celebrations. Disciples from the other palaces likewise flocked to visit Chu Xinghe. Junior Brother Xinghe, this is a 1,000-year ginseng I obtained. I heard you were injured before. Take it and stew it with chicken to nourish your body well. Junior Brother Xinghe, this golden silk scale armor is a rare treasure. Wear it, and in future life and death battles your vital points shall remain protected. What are you saying? Are you cursing Junior Brother Xinghe? Pa. It is this senior brother who speaks poorly, but the gift is a fine one. Junior brother, keep it safe. Disciples from every palace arrived, some bearing medicines, others rare treasures, others exotic curiosities, others still casting flirtatious glances. In any case, Chu Xinghe received so many gifts that his scalp went numb. Yet even more numb was the scalp of Feng Yujing, who had returned alongside Chu Xinghe. 1,000-year ginseng, stewed with chicken, the rare treasure known as the golden silk scale armor. Insisting that Chu Xinghe accept them, such rare and wondrous treasures made Feng Yujing's eyes blaze crimson. Was this truly the legendary Haotian sect? Was this truly the legendary Chu Xinghe? 1,000-year ginseng. Were it to appear anywhere beyond these walls, would it not unleash a storm of bloodshed and carnage? And just now Feng Yujing had witnessed it himself, that thing they called 1,000-year ginseng. Judging by its thickness and the spread of its roots, it was at least 7,000 or 8,000 years old. Something of this caliber could no longer be called 1,000-year ginseng. It ought to be called a 10,000-year ginseng, no. Yet a ginseng of such caliber, stewed with chicken. Does your Haotian sect possess any humanity whatsoever? And that golden silk scale armor. Feng Yujing had once heard tell of such a thing, how an elder of a certain sect had obtained one and treated it as a supreme treasure, not even permitting his own beloved son to lay eyes upon it. Yet they feared it might bring ill fortune should Chu Xinghe refuse it. Though his time in Haotian sect had been brief, Feng Yujing found his very understanding of the world overturned again and again. His elder sister had told him to follow Chu Xinghe into Haotian sect, and though she had spoken much about Chu Xinghe, Feng Yujing had never truly believed such tales. For one person, the entire Haotian sect going mad with adulation. How could that be possible? Chu Xinghe was merely a disciple of the sect, was he not? Even if an elder of the sect were harmed, surely it would not reach such extremes. But having truly arrived at Haotian sect and witnessed it with his own eyes, Feng Yujing finally understood how naive he had been. Feng Yujing had been lodging in the Spirit Crane Palace these past 2 days. Because he had been arranged by Chu Xinghe, every corner of the Spirit Crane Palace treated him with extraordinary care. Feng Yujing had wandered the Spirit Crane Palace for 2 days, hoping to overhear some whispered criticism of Chu Xinghe behind his back. The truth, however, struck him with astonishment once more. Whether in public or in private, not a single soul among the Spirit Crane Palace spoke an ill word of Chu Xinghe. He even cautiously asked 2 senior brothers whether Chu Xinghe had any flaws. The 2 senior brothers flew into a rage on the spot, pointing at him and proclaiming that even though he had been brought by Junior Brother Xinghe, they would never let him off for speaking such malicious slander against him. How was that malicious slander? He had merely asked a single question. Feng Yujing had originally assumed that Chu Xinghe might belong to the Spirit Crane Palace, which would explain their devotion, but that the other palaces might tell a different story. Yet everything that followed utterly shattered Feng Yujing's understanding. Disciples from every palace came, and none of them spoke ill of Chu Xinghe. Even disciples from the outer gate came, heaven help him. Outer gate disciples currying favor with the inner gate, Feng Yujing could imagine, but a group of outer gate disciples coming empty-handed with nothing but pure regard. Such a thing exceeded his every imagination. Senior Brother Xinghe is not the sort of person who cares about gifts. Your presence alone brings him joy. Even if we did not come, Senior Brother Xinghe would never blame us. A group of outer gate disciples departed satisfied after paying their respects to Senior Brother Xinghe. Feng Yujing had grown numb. He had never believed a saint could exist in this world, nor that any sect would go to such lengths for a single person, but now he believed. I heard Junior Brother Xinghe has been punished, sentenced to study cultivation techniques in the scripture depository. Someone whispered privately. Hearing this punishment, Feng Yujing spewed blood once more. You people of Haotian sect call this a punishment. Finally, after seeing off countless visiting senior and junior brothers, Chu Xinghe relaxed at last, and finally thought of Feng Yujing. Because Feng Yujing had not entered the sect alongside the regular disciples, he was lacking both in cultivation and in familiarity with his fellow disciples. These past 2 days, Chu Xinghe had been contemplating how to arrange for him. Using among the 18 palaces of Haotian sect, is there any palace you wish to join? Chu Xinghe was quite kind toward this benefactor's younger brother. I may choose. Feng Yujing was stunned as well. Generally speaking, not quite, but it's not entirely impossible. How about this? I'll take you to tour each palace. If you truly find one you like, stay there. Your senior brother Xinghe still carries a sliver of influence within the sect, and I'll put in a good word for you then. Afterward, Feng Yujing followed Chu Xinghe through the 18 palaces of Haotian sect. This time Feng Yujing truly understood what the three characters, Chu Xinghe, represented within Haotian sect. Wherever Chu Xinghe went, disciples from every palace hastened to pay their respects. Upon hearing that Chu Xinghe wished to recommend a palace for Feng Yujing, nearly every palace expressed willingness to take him in. Even the Qiulin Palace, composed entirely of female disciples, upon hearing Chu Xinghe's words declared that it was not entirely beyond accommodation. Even this could be accommodated. Feng Yujing was truly dumbfounded. In the end, Feng Yujing remained in the Azure Wood Palace. His innate constitution was naturally suited to its cultivation techniques. Though he had entered the sect late with Chu Xinghe's arrangements, everyone in the Azure Wood Palace doted upon this new junior brother. A crowd clamored to personally instruct the new junior brother, moving Feng Yujing to tears. After settling Feng Yujing's affairs, Chu Xinghe made his way to the scripture depository. From afar, he saw the disciples guarding the entrance, carefully inspecting the tokens of every person entering the scripture depository. Third level token. You may access all areas below the third floor, but none above. Fifth level token. Senior sister should know the rules. Yes. The fifth floor and above cannot be entered at will, or punishment shall follow. The disciples at the gate examined each cultivator's technique token one by one. These tokens issued by the various palaces to their disciples indicated the areas they were permitted to access. Beyond these, every disciple who entered would receive a flame suppression talisman. Junior brother, fire is forbidden within the scripture depository. Though you cultivate fire attribute techniques, you absolutely must not act carelessly. Understand? Senior sister, please take your flame suppression talisman. Every entrant must carry one. One by one, disciples passed the inspection of the gate guards and entered. Chu Xinghe too arrived at the entrance of the scripture depository. Just as he was preparing to queue for inspection, one of the guard disciples spotted Chu Xinghe. Junior brother Xinghe, do not bother with the queue. Go straight in. Chu Xinghe was taken aback, but seeing the others nodding in unison, urging senior brother Xinghe to go ahead, he could only wear a helpless expression. Chu Xinghe walked resignedly to the entrance to undergo inspection. Junior brother Xinghe, what sort of joke is this with us? Do you even need to be inspected? You may go anywhere in this scripture depository that you wish. The news of Chu Xinghe being punished to study all the techniques in the scripture depository had by now spread throughout Haotian sect. There was no one in the sect unaware of this, just as everyone understood what it represented. As for the fact that Chu Xinghe had not even obtained a scripture depository token in the first place, not a single soul cared about that. Chu Xinghe needing a token. He held the Haotian command token in his hands, did he not? Will one be punished for wandering about inside it? Well, Chu Xinghe was putting in considerable effort for the sake of receiving punishment. Wandering about without the corresponding token would indeed incur punishment, but junior brother Xinghe, surely you jest. The 9 floors of this scripture depository. You may go wherever your heart desires. Very well then. Could you spare me a flame suppression talisman? No need. Junior brother Xinghe, that talisman is meant for ordinary disciples in case of accidents. A person of your caliber has no need for such things. Go on, junior brother. And so Chu Xinghe stepped into the scripture depository. No token required to display. Not even a flame suppression talisman needed to be carried. Yet not one person found anything amiss. Chu Xinghe wandered through the scripture depository in utter bewilderment, and discovered that every floor still had its own guard disciples. For instance, to proceed from the first floor to the second one was required to present a token. But Chu Xinghe walked straight to the second floor, the third, and onward all the way to the 9th. Not a single guard disciple so much as attempted to stop him, let alone ask a single question. They all simply greeted him with cheerful smiles. Chu Xinghe sat on the 9th floor of the scripture depository, utterly dumbfounded. So, when had he inadvertently become the most privileged disciple in all of Haotian sect? Why did the thought of it bring a flutter of excitement? No, Chu Xinghe sensed something was amiss. What was there to be excited about? Was this something he should even be considering? What was his objective? To drag Haotian sect down from its position as the foremost sect beneath the heavens. That was his original purpose. He had nearly forgotten his very purpose. He wandered through the lower floors of the scripture depository for a while longer. Finally, sitting on the first floor, Chu Xinghe began to consider from where should he begin to undermine the sect. Through what method might he actually receive punishment? As he pondered, a voice reached his ears. Senior brother Xinghe, I am a disciple of the Thunder Palace. Might I trouble you for some guidance? He looked up to see a young disciple standing there holding a cultivation technique called the Thunder Roar art, gazing at him with eager anticipation. Guidance. Chu Xinghe had been about to say he understood nothing of it, but the person behind the young disciple spoke up. Senior brother Xinghe, please give us some pointers. We all cultivate the Thunder Roar art, but our elders are quite busy and difficult to consult. Should we happen to practice it incorrectly, the consequences could be dire. Dire consequences. Chu Xinghe, who had been on the verge of refusing, was seized by excitement at those words. Was not this the very opportunity he had been seeking? They feared practicing incorrectly, so they sought his guidance. Should an introductory technique be cultivated incorrectly and induce qi deviation, it would still bring some minor repercussions. One would have to consume extra pills to recover. This way he could deplete a wave of their pills as well. Utterly perfect. Besides, should these youngsters cultivate incorrectly, once they spread the word outside, they would cry out, "Heaven help us." Senior brother Xinghe gave us utterly nonsensical guidance. And the result? We nearly deviated into qi deviation from cultivation and had to consume several essence-fortifying pills to recover. Surely the sect cannot simply stand by and do nothing about it then. Would punishment not come then? Although errors in an introductory technique would not truly endanger his junior brothers and sisters, and although consuming extra pills might even benefit them, offering random and reckless guidance on cultivation techniques was a grave taboo within the sect. My dear junior brothers and sisters, do not panic. Senior brother Xinghe has found a way to indirectly elevate your cultivation. Besides, he was not even a disciple of the Thunder Palace. To meddle with their techniques so recklessly, surely the palace master of the Thunder Palace would kick up a tremendous fuss and bring the matter straight to the sect master. Chu Xinghe had found his purpose in life in an instant. My dear junior brothers, although I am not terribly familiar with the Thunder Roar art myself, I am willing to offer you some guidance. May I ask how many of you are currently practicing this technique? I might as well offer you all guidance at once. One sheep herded is the same as a flock herded. If he was to cause trouble, he would cause a great one. The more people who cultivated this technique incorrectly, the more people who would consume pills to recover, and the heavier the punishment he would receive. Chu Xinghe's heart surged with joy. Within this accursed scripture depository, he had finally found his purpose in life. The news that senior brother Xinghe would be offering guidance on cultivation techniques spread like wildfire. Although the thunderclap art was merely an introductory technique, the number of disciples within the Thunder Palace who practiced it was hardly few. Upon hearing that senior brother Xinghe would be explaining the thunderclap art, everyone rushed over in a single surging wave. The turnout was so overwhelming that Chu Xinghe could not hold the lecture inside the scripture pavilion and had to find an open-air Dao platform just outside it. In the blink of an eye, the entire platform was packed to the brim. I had only ever heard of senior brother Xinghe's righteous reputation before, but today I see he is truly so willing to help others. Indeed, the elders of our Thunder Palace are constantly occupied with their duties. In normal times, never mind seeking guidance from the elders. Even approaching those senior sisters and brothers only ever earns us one excuse after another. Exactly. It has to be senior brother Xinghe, who somehow manages to carve out time from his endless duties to guide us. Well then, does anyone know when senior brother Xinghe actually practiced the thunderclap art himself? Why does that even matter? Senior brother Xinghe cultivates the Haoyan war intent. As the saying goes, master one technique, and you master 10,000. Senior brother Xinghe has long since reached a realm that you and I could never even begin to comprehend. The surrounding chatter fell upon Chu Xinghe's ears, yet not a flicker of embarrassment crossed his face. The thunderclap art. He himself knew absolutely nothing about the damn thing. If not for the Thunder Palace disciples mentioning that this technique even existed, he would swear on his life that he had never even heard of it. His understanding of thunder at best extended no further than tossing lightning bolts and monkey thunder. But glancing at the thunderclap art manual resting beside his hand, Chu Xinghe showed not a trace of panic. Whoever said that guiding others required understanding the technique itself? That was the mindset of someone genuinely trying to point others toward improvement, but he had absolutely no such need. Soon all attendees had gathered at the platform, and this discourse upon the thunderclap art officially commenced. Senior brother Xinghe, I have been practicing the thunderclap art for over 3 months now, but I keep encountering blockages in the circulation of my spiritual energy. May I ask what causes this? Senior brother Xinghe, we also suffer from blockages. But aside from that, whenever I cultivate the thunderclap art and absorb spiritual energy, it always feels sluggish and jerky. I cannot fathom why. At this moment, none of the Thunder Palace disciples were showing Chu Xinghe any courtesy. Their questions came at him like a barrage of machine gun fire. Yet Chu Xinghe remained utterly